My head hurts. Where's this? Ling Yun slowly propped himself up from the bed, feeling as if he had been clubbed over the head, thrown to the ground, and stomped on a few times. A crying voice came from beside him. Queso, you're finally awake. Ling Yun turned his head painfully and saw a thin little girl wiping tears from her face, crying as if her heart would break. The girl's crying looked so pitiful that no one could bear to see it. Queso. Ling Yun was a little confused. Was she calling him? What was that? The little girl had a tail wrapped around her waist. Ah. Ling Yun suddenly felt a splitting headache. Two different memories were churning in his mind, interweaving and seeming to merge. During the process of merging, Ling Yun could no longer bear the pain and fell unconscious. Ling Yun from the 21st century lived on the rent of a house left by his parents. Every day, he loved watching Japanese anime, and his favorite was none other than Toriyama Akira's Dragon Ball. One night, while watching Dragon Ball for the nth time on the computer, Ling Yun accidentally touched the power switch, felt his mind go blank, his body numb, and in the blink of an eye he arrived in this unfamiliar world. From the merged memories, he learned that Queso, the original owner of this body, had been gravely injured by Nappa while protecting that frail little girl and died at the moment Ling Yun took over the body. Because his body was gravely injured and near death, Queso's soul also shattered into pieces. When memories merged, his consciousness simply could not compete with Ling Yun's. Time passed minute by minute. Ling Yun finally finished merging the other memory. This is the Dragon Ball world. Ling Yun was ecstatic. Since childhood, he had loved Dragon Ball. Sometimes in his Chinibyu phase, he would imitate Kakarot, transforming into Super Saiyan, gritting his teeth, widening his eyes, and letting out a roar, imagining he had become a Super Saiyan. Even at night, while taking a shower, he would occasionally shout, scaring his parents in the living room. Of course, he would be thumped by them afterward. Later, after his parents passed away, his personality became more steady, but he still loved watching Dragon Ball, watching it over and over without getting bored. He never expected that an accidental electric shock would bring him to the Dragon Ball world. I will definitely become Saiyan Queso. Ling Yun was extremely excited, wanting to laugh up to the sky, but the pain from his injuries and head made him wince. Queso, are you okay? The little girl was in tears. She wanted to reach out and touch Queso's face, but was afraid of hurting him. Seeing Queso's expression change constantly, she thought he can't have been beaten silly by Nappa, right? At that thought, she started crying again, muttering, Nappa, give me back my Queso. Queso saw how sad the little girl looked, and whether because of the influence of the remaining consciousness, he felt a deep ache in his heart. Little beer, big brother, is fine, don't cry. Queso pulled Ospier into his arms to comfort her. From his memories, Queso knew that Ospier's parents and his predecessor's parents were comrades who fought side by side in Bardock's squad, and they all died during a mission. Later, the two lived together and took care of each other, but without parents, they both grew up thin and weak. Nappa's family was top-class nobility among Saiyans, and his father was the right-hand man of King Vegeta. Nappa followed Vegeta around all day, bullying others arrogantly. He was extremely overbearing, and he was especially ruthless toward orphans like Queso and Ospier. Yesterday, his predecessor had been beaten by Nappa. The reason Queso could still be lying in bed now was all thanks to Little Beer dragging him back. Queso felt a sour feeling in his heart. His predecessor and Little Beer were childhood sweethearts with deep feelings. If she ever learned that the real Queso was already dead, how heartbroken would she be? Nappa, is it? At this moment, Queso's eyes turned incomparably cold. After comforting Ospier, Queso decided to put Nappa aside for now and urgently wanted to know his current combat power. Queso picked up the scouter on the cabinet and, following the usage method in his memory, measured his combat power. 300. He actually had 300 combat power. Queso was a bit astonished. This was even more powerful than the aged King Piccolo. After thinking about it, it was probably because of his near-death experience that his combat power had increased so much. He also learned from the fused memories that he was actually an elite-class warrior. Queso showed a smile. An elite-class warrior, huh? Not bad. Although it wasn't the legendary Saiyan physique, it was much better than a low-class warrior like Goku. Actually, evaluating a Saiyan's level based only on birth combat power was a bit inaccurate. For example, Goku, a low-class warrior, survived multiple near-death experiences and broke through his limits again and again, always ending up more powerful than Vegeta. Although part of it was the protagonist's halo, there was no denying that this Saiyan grading system was flawed. Of course, a Saiyan born with higher combat power also had a higher starting point, so Queso, as an elite-class warrior, still had a significant advantage. Nappa, you just wait to die. Queso sneered inwardly. Nappa had thus entered Queso's kill list, and for a guy like him, Queso didn't feel merciless at all. Having come to the superdimensional world of Dragon Ball, this world was all about the strong devouring the weak, where planets and universes could be destroyed at any moment. He just wanted to become stronger to survive. Queso sorted through the memories in his head, wondering what time it was now and how much time was left until planet Vegeta exploded. Little Beer, what year is it now? Queso urgently needed to know what era this was. In his familiar memories, he remembered that planet Vegeta exploded in age 737. It is age 735 now. Ospier wiped the corners of her eyes with her small hand. Only 2 years left. Queso frowned. Time was tight. He remembered that 2 years later planet Vegeta would be destroyed by Frieza. Frieza was a prodigy of the Frost Demon clan. Under the reminder of his father King Cold, he had to guard against the appearance of the legendary golden-haired Super Saiyan among the Saiyans. Plus, following the orders of a certain god in age 737, Frieza summoned all Saiyans on missions and destroyed planet Vegeta along with the planet. Only a few fish that slipped through the net remained. Queso only had 300 combat power now, and he and Osbeer were only 5 years old. Not to mention saving planet Vegeta, he couldn't even beat Vegeta, let alone defeat Frieza. Vegeta was the prince of the Saiyans with a birth combat power of 1000. There was no denying his strength, but in front of Frieza, whose base combat power was 5300, he was nothing more than an ant. No, I must escape planet Vegeta within 2 years, or I'll definitely die. Queso muttered with his head lowered. As long as he left planet Vegeta with the memories in his head, how could he be afraid of not defeating Frieza? For now, there was no other way. Queso could only find a way to survive, work hard to raise his combat power, and see if he could save a few more Saiyans when planet Vegeta exploded. Several days had passed since Queso arrived in the Dragon Ball world, and his excitement had gradually settled. He knew how the story would unfold from here. There were still 2 years before planet Vegeta's explosion. Time was extremely tight. Without real strength, surviving in a superdimensional world like Dragon Ball was nothing but a foolish dream. Queso now had only 350 units of battle power, a level he had reached through grueling training based on methods he knew from his previous life. But that level of strength was nowhere near enough. Desperate to improve, he kept running into the forest these past few days trying to grasp Chi, but he could not find the trick. The power of Chi was undeniable. When Vegeta invaded Earth with 1800 battle power, he was ultimately defeated by opponents like Goku, who understood Chi. Vegeta's carelessness had partly caused his defeat, but there was no denying the important role Chi had played. Chi was a very magical thing, often impossible to describe. It was different from pure energy, and yet energy could also be considered one form of Chi. Queso possessed far more raw energy than Earth's martial artists, yet his understanding and control of Chi were a complete mess. Forget it. Queso sighed. Once he left planet Vegeta, he would definitely go to Earth to learn about Chi, and also visit Corinne to steal, or rather borrow, some senzu beans. At that thought, Queso smiled. He sat quietly on a rock beside a clear river with several great mountains in the distance. He remembered being a childish kid in his previous life imitating Goku's Kamehameha. Now he had a real chance. Let me see what the legendary energy sphere looks like. Queso followed the method, and the fused memories focused completely and gathered the energy in his body into his palm. Soon an energy sphere condensed in his hand. The energy sphere shone brightly, wrapped in a layer of blue halo, like staring at an ultra-powerful electric welder, impossible to look at directly. Wisps of electric arcs crackled around it. This is an energy sphere. I wonder how strong it is. Queso's heart itched to try it. He couldn't help raising his hand and throwing it toward the distant mountain. Boom, boom, boom. Rocks flew and debris scattered. The side of the mountain was blasted open with a huge gap. This was not a fragile planet like Earth, but planet Vegeta with its stable space and 10 times Earth's gravity. Queso gulped. So this was an energy blast. I'm amazing. But I hope it didn't hit some random cat or dog. Whatever got hit, it was hit. Queso didn't worry about it. Forming such an energy sphere as a novice was exhausting. I still have to keep working hard. Queso jumped up and into the nearby river. After a tiring day, soaking in the water was relaxing. No Saiyans ever came this way, so he could take it easy. Indeed, overwork demanded proper rest. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from far away. The weeds were swaying. Something was walking out of the forest. Who could it be? Queso felt nervous. Saiyans were heartless and ruthless. Vegeta had shown no reaction to planet Vegeta's explosion. Queso had been avoiding everyone for days, training alone to keep Saiyans from discovering he had tripled his battle power in just a few days. Queso rested in the water with his eyes closed. Hearing the noise, he sank under the surface and nervously watched the water above. The footsteps grew closer, then a figure appeared above the water. It's that filthy Nappa. Queso sneered. Nappa looked around, muttering. The scouter data clearly said it was nearby, so where did he go? He thought it was some clansman training nearby with 350 battle power and wanted to come to know him, but after checking around, he saw no one. Nappa didn't dwell on it and turned to walk back. His departing figure stirred a subtle ripple in Queso's calm face. Perhaps the lingering awareness of his predecessor was influencing him. In his memories, Nappa especially hated his predecessor and Aosabir, saying that trash like them embarrassed the elite warriors. Every time underage Saiyans sparred, Nappa went too hard and even said he would have killed them long ago if not for Bardock. Kill Aosabir and me. Queso curled his lips. Now that his power had increased greatly, who would kill whom was still uncertain. Having become a Saiyan, Queso seemed influenced by their nature and grew more cold-blooded. Killing now felt to him like an ordinary thing. And one person dares to come to this forest. Wretch, prepare to die. Queso first gathered the power in his body. After a while, Seeing Nappa getting farther from the river, he felt that if he didn't act now the chance would be lost. Queso erupted with the power in his body. A huge force burst out. The river exploded, water churning, droplets flying hundreds of meters into the air. I knew he was here, finally showed up. Hearing the noise, Nappa turned around, wondering which clansman it was. He hadn't found anyone before, because the man had been hiding in the water. But why did the small figure leaping into the air look so familiar? Queso was wrapped in a layer of white flame-like aura, hovering in the air with the sun behind him as background. Blinded by the glaring light, Nappa couldn't see who it was. He shielded his eyes with his hand, only able to discern the familiar build. Nappa looked at the scouter before his eye. The 350 battle power was displayed on the lens, and yet somehow it was getting closer and closer. No. By his trajectory, he was about to attack. Nappa finally reacted. But realizing it, and being able to resist, were two different things. A small dark figure flashed through the air. Queso suddenly appeared behind Nappa. You never expected a day like this, did you? Queso's eyes were like a demon avenging from hell, full of hatred, like a beast staring at its prey, fixed on Nappa. Queso had planned to avenge his predecessor, but he didn't think the chance would come so soon. It's you, Queso. Nappa's pupils shrank. Impossible. He couldn't believe that Queso, seriously injured a few days ago, had healed, and his battle power was now an absurd 350. Nappa himself only had 260. He was shocked and scared. At that moment, a deep blue energy ball pressed against his back, scorching heat and violent energy, stinging his skin. Nappa sweated cold and trembled. Hey, Queso. Brother, everything before was just a joke. Please spare me. Nappa was scared and stammered. But images of Nappa bullying Queso and Aosabir flashed before his eyes. Nappa felt he was done. Why had trash like Queso grown so much in days? Nappa thought viciously. He had no choice now. He had to stabilize Queso first. What benefit is there to me in sparing you? We'll wipe the slate clean, and I'll have my father arrange a comfortable mission for you. Nappa hurried to speak, afraid that if he was slow, Queso would blast him. As long as he stabilized Queso, his father could kill him later. But Nappa seemed to forget he was still in Queso's hands. But Nappa seemed to forget that. Fine, Queso suddenly said. Nappa's mouth wildly curled upward. Spare you? Queso sneered. Why didn't you spare my predecessor back then? Go to hell and apologize to the real Queso. Cold light flashed in Queso's eyes. He condensed a deep energy sphere and slammed it into Nappa's head. You don't keep your word. Nappa shrieked in pain. With Queso's battle power 350 far above his 260, Nappa was completely unable to resist. Moreover, it was a sneak attack, so he couldn't dodge. No. The powerful energy ball drove Nappa toward the mountain, its heat making him scream. But Queso wouldn't care. He formed another huge energy sphere in the other hand, chasing Nappa down, and the two spheres collided in a massive explosion. Boom! The wind roared, clouds churned. Nappa was blown to powder, and the mountain with the gap collapsed, rocks falling everywhere. Dead. Queso frowned, then relaxed and smiled slyly. I'm such a sly one. Queso cleaned up the traces in the forest, carried a big fish, and headed home. As he neared home, several people came toward him. The leader was a short boy with a sharp, angular face, inheriting King Vegeta's hairstyle and features, and his father's build and some personality. His forehead was tall and smooth. At this time, he had a row of spiky bangs in front, a prominent brow, heart-shaped temples, broad eyebrows, and long eyes, cold gaze, and black hair standing up like flame. It was Vegeta? Huh. Vegeta was puzzled. Wasn't Queso badly injured by Nappa? Why was he recovered so quickly? Vegeta glanced at him, then stopped caring, asking coldly, have you seen Nappa? No. Queso said flatly. Vegeta left with his men. Huh, phew. Pretending to be calm was nerve-wracking. Queso felt it was even more stressful than eating without paying in his past life. He had thought his killing of Nappa had been discovered. Damn it, I need to run. Guilty Queso didn't dare linger. What if Vegeta turned back? After walking for a while, a small house appeared ahead. Xiao Bai, I'm home, Kazuya said, carrying the large fish on his back as he entered the house, and made his way step by step toward the kitchen. AOC Bayer emerged from the room, clapping her hands, and saying cheerfully, Kazuya, get your back. Why we have fish for dinner again tonight? These past few days, every time Kazuya returned from training, he brought back some prey. He thought Xiao Bayer was too thin and her combat power was low. Similar to his own before, just barely over 100. He wondered how she had been eating before. No wonder she was always bullied. But after a few days, AOC Bayer had begun to put on some flesh, and her complexion was no longer pale, but had become rosy, all thanks to these prey. Kazuya prepared the large fish and placed it on a rack to roast. Soon the fish was slightly charred. The aroma wafting from the fish made AOC Bayer's mouth water. Kazuya, Gij, I'm hungry. I want to eat. AOC Bayer stood at the doorway, her two little brows furrowed together. You can eat now. Kazuya chuckled. This girl was such a little glutton. After dinner, AOC Bayer clung to Kazuya's arm as they sat together on a chair. Kazuya, Gij, I'm so full. AOC Bayer patted her little belly, which had grown a bit of flesh. How about I keep catching big fish for you from now on? AOC Bayer replied with a sweet smile. Kazuya gently stroked her head. From the fused memories he knew that Xiao Baier was often bullied by Napa, and his gang sometimes beaten black and blue, and every time she would cry and look for her Kasua Gij. His predecessor wanting to avenge her had also been brutally beaten. No wonder this girl was so clingy to him. Thinking of this, Kasua's heart ached. The little girl was so adorable, how could Napa bear to bully her? But having killed Napa today, Kasua felt somewhat relieved. He would never let this girl be bullied again. Kasua's mind drifted. He then thought about his training over the past few days. His improvement was now much faster than before, but many of the training methods available here were unusable, especially since he had to constantly worry about whether anyone was around during practice. After all, the Saiyans were a rather ruthless race. Who knew what would happen if others discovered his current situation? And he dared not venture into dangerous places. I can't go on like this. In a few days I've only increased my combat power by so little. How many years will it take to reach Fu Lisa's level? I have to find a way to leave this planet with Xiao Baier, Kasua thought to himself. Otherwise, by the time Fu Lisa begins monitoring Baijita planet, it will be too late. Having just avenged his predecessor, Kasua did not let his guard down. He not only had to be wary of investigations by Baijita and Napa's family, but also worry that Fu Lisa might start monitoring Baijita planet at any moment. After much thought, leaving Baijita planet was the best choice. But how could he leave? I can go to Ba-Dake. Kasua suddenly thought of Ba-Dake, the captain of his predecessor's parents. Xiao Baier, I'm going to Uncle Ba-Dake's house. He said. AOC Baier down beside him stood up and walked out the door. Kasua Gij, come back soon. AOC Baier obediently said. The night on Baijita planet was breathtakingly beautiful, with no clouds in sight, allowing a clear view of the starlight deep in the universe, brilliant and colorful. The moonlight was very bright tonight, illuminating the road clearly. Fortunately, it was not a full moon, or Kasua would not have dared to go out. A Saiyan with a tail, upon absorbing blood's waves under a full moon, would rapidly transform into a giant ape, increasing their power tenfold. But one could not have both the bear's paw and the fish. Ordinary Saiyans lost their sanity when transformed into giant apes, knowing only destruction until the moon disappeared or their tail was cut off, allowing them to revert to normal. Only the Saiyan royal family and some special Saiyans could retain their sanity in the ape form. Baijita was one of those who could maintain control. Arriving at Ba-Dake's house, Kasua knocked on the door. Uncle Ba-Dake, open the door, it's me. The door was soon opened from inside by a female Saiyan, Ba-Dake's wife, Jianei. Kasua, it's you. What brings you to see Ba-Dake? Kasua got straight to the point, stating his intention to ask Ba-Dake to arrange a mission for him and AOC Baier. Ba-Dake, upon hearing his request, thought for a moment, and then asked, I promised your parents I would take care of you. Are you sure you want to go on a mission? Yes, Kasua said. Ba-Dake considered, and then nodded in agreement. He knew that flowers nurtured in a greenhouse rarely bloom. Only by leaving the eagle's embrace could one soar through the skies. He himself had come this way. As a low-class warrior, his talent was not as strong as Kasua's, who was an upper-class warrior. He was sent out on missions early, enduring various hardships to gain his current strength. Thus it was better to let go early. Thank you, Uncle Ba-Dake. I will work hard to become stronger. Kasua breathed a sigh of relief, having feared Ba-Dake would press him further. Suddenly, as Kasua was leaving, Ba-Dake asked, Kasu, have you seen that kid Napa? The words rang in his ears and Kasua's heart jolted. Had he been found out? Many thoughts raced through Kasua's mind, but he answered that he had not. Ba-Dake then told Kasua about Napa, that he had been missing for a day and might have met with an accident. He had always known about the feud between Kasua and Napa, but as it was a matter between children, he didn't want to intervene. He finally advised Kasua to stay indoors recently to avoid being implicated. From his memories, Kasua knew that Ba-Dake was truly kind to him, and AOC Baier. With this worry resolved, Kasua relaxed, but he still had to leave Baijita planet quickly. Otherwise, if it was discovered that he had killed Napa, not even Ba-Dake might be able to protect him. Several days passed. Two small spaceships were parked in the center of the plaza, and two short figures stood beside them. Kasua Gij, are we really going on a mission? I'm scared, the little girl said, trembling with fear. With Ba-Dake's care, AOC Baier had only ever been bullied by Napa. As an upper-class Saiyan, she had never been sent on extermination missions, but she occasionally heard clan members talk about some who had died on missions. Thinking of this, AOC Baier became even more frightened. Xiao Baier, don't be afraid. I will protect you. Kasua was uneasy about leaving AOC Baier alone on Baijita planet. Without his protection, she might be implicated in Napa's death. How could he leave with peace of mind? She was the person closest to him in this Dragon Ball world. Kasua patted Xiao Baier's head, telling her not to be afraid. Moreover, Baijita planet would soon be destroyed by Fu Lisa, so Kasua planned to complete the mission and not return to Baijita planet. He intended to go to Namek planet to seek the legendary Dragon Balls, and then to Yadrate planet to learn the divine escape technique, instant transmission. AOC Baier climbed into her spaceship and Kasua adjusted the ship's commands for her. Standing outside her ship, he gave her a determined look through the transparent window before returning to his own vessel. Whoosh! The The two ships spewed out twin fiery dragons billowing with heat waves. Propelled by the scorching airflow, the spaceships lifted off the ground and soared into the cosmos beyond the planet. Half a year passed. On the planet Mumu, a dense forest stretched out, birds soared through the sky, and by the lake many animals gathered to drink, creating a scene of serene tranquility. On this day, two meteors with long tails streaked across the sky, merging with the scenery to form a beautiful tableau. But no, those two brilliant meteors were hurtling toward the forest. Boom! Two spheres crashed into the ground, the immense impact carving two large craters. A powerful shockwave spread in all directions, kicking up dust and exposing rocks and soil. The spheres opened from the inside, and two small figures crawled out, Kazuo and Aosabir. The moment Kazuo opened the door, he saw a rough slope of exposed earth and rock. He leaped out. A figure flashed through the air. Kazuo had already landed on the slope. Brother Kazuo called Aosabir, who also leaped out of the pit and ran to him, clinging to him like a koala. Clearly the unfamiliar surroundings frightened Aosabir, and she could only find safety in her brother Kazuo's embrace. Don't be afraid, we've arrived at Mumu Planet. Holding Aosabir's bottom with his left hand and stroking her hair with his right, Kazuo adored carrying this little porcelain doll. Now that she had gained a bit of flesh, her whole body was soft and cuddly, extremely comfortable. Finally, they had left planet Vegeta. Kazuo felt a weight lift from his heart, and no longer did he have to constantly worry about their planet being destroyed by Fu Li Sa. In the anime, there were two reasons for the destruction of planet Vegeta. One was that the Frost Demon clan feared the emergence of the legendary Super Saiyan among the Saiyans. However, the ultimate reason lay with the god of destruction, Bai Lu Si. For some reason, Bai Lu Si ordered Fu Li Sa to annihilate the entire Saiyan race. A being of the god of destruction's caliber was still far too remote for the current Kazuo. Having escaped the latent danger of planet Vegeta, it was time to grow slowly. They wandered through the forest. Brother Kazuo, this planet is so beautiful. Aosabir looked left and right, bouncing on her tiptoes. She had already been captivated by the beautiful surroundings, casting all fear and anxiety to the wind. Standing behind her, watching her saunter with a swagger, Kazuo found it both amusing and exasperating. Wasn't she just terrified when she got off the ship? Still, this planet really is beautiful, Kazuo said, and began to explore seriously. On Mumu, planet 50 was covered in forest, and 20 was ocean, making it a planet with a fine environment. The high-level combat power here mainly consisted of untamed beasts. Kazuo and his companion only needed to eliminate all these high-power beasts to complete the mission, a very simple task. Badaku had considered that they might encounter unexpected troubles. There was also a moon orbiting this planet, so if worst came to worst, one of them could transform into a giant ape, multiplying their battle power by 10. A vicious beast with a battle power of 800 would be like a piece of cake before them. However, Badaku had not shared this information with them. Kazuo took Aosabir's little chubby hand and led her to a mountainside. With a faint blue glow at his fingertip, he fired a key blast the size of a ping-pong ball. Boom. The blast carved out a cave 3 meters wide on the mountainside. They tidied it up a bit. This would be their residence from now on. Time passed quietly. One day, before the mountainside lay a large lake, its surface glittering with golden ripples. Fish occasionally leaped out and birds swooped down to snatch them. Suddenly, ripples spread across the lake, soon turning into surging waves. A moving hillock appeared beside the lake, about 10 meters tall and 6 meters wide. Each time the hillock moved, the ground trembled. As it slowly approached, a small figure could be seen beneath it, and that figure was none other than Kazuo. Upon reaching the destination, Kazuo tossed the hillock aside. Boom. The entire ground shook. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, Kazuo sat down heavily, panting heavily. After this hellish training, Kazuo's strength had been completely drained. Yet his efforts were not in vain. He could feel a mysterious power stirring deep within, like a dried-up spring suddenly gushing with water. Earth's training methods really work. Kazuo lay on the ground resting. This training method was still very effective for Kazuo at present, but once he broke through to a battle power of over 1,000, it would lose much of its effect. For greater improvement, he would need to use a gravity chamber. Suddenly, another violent tremor came from behind. Kazuo turned his head and saw that Aosabir was also carrying a hillock 7 meters high and 5 meters wide. After dropping the hillock, Aosabir gazed at Kazuo with reproach. "Brother Kazuo, you didn't wait for me. I'm right here waiting for you, aren't I?" Kazuo chuckled. It had been over a month since they arrived on Mumu Planet. Kazuo had been imitating the training methods of the turtle hermit when he trained little Goku, swimming in the lake, digging fields by hand, being chased by wild beasts, carrying hillocks, and so on. Then he had Aosabir do the same. Both Kazuo and Aosabir were elite warriors, and their potential was unquestionable. During this period, through intensive training, Kazuo's battle power had increased from 350 when he first arrived at Mumu Planet to 500. Aosabir had also jumped from over 100 to 300, nearly tripling her strength. It had to be said that Aosabir was exceptionally talented. Compared to her, Kazuo's improvement was less impressive. The reason Kazuo had such a high battle power now was all thanks to the near-death beating he had taken from Nappa. Little Aosabir, we've been here over a month. Do you miss home? Kazuo wrapped his arms around Aosabir and lifted her onto his lap. Although she was also drenched in sweat, there was no unpleasant odor, only a fresh sweet scent like the fragrance of morning grass. Yes, I miss Aunt Gnei and Uncle Bada Ku, a little Aosabir said. She didn't mind Kazuo's sweat, the two clung tightly together. Brother Kazuo, after we finish the mission, can we go back to planet Baijita immediately? With our current battle power, we can definitely take revenge on Nappa. A fierce glint appeared in Aosabir's eyes. Go back. No, we can't go back yet. Kazuo shook his head, not revealing the truth about Nappa's death. Why? Aosabir was puzzled. Do you know Fu Lisa? Yes, I know. We Saiyans have served him for many years. He is the emperor of the universe, immensely powerful and ruthless. He will destroy our entire Saiyan race in about a year and a half. Kazuo knew that to save the Saiyans they could only break through and become Super Saiyans. Fighting Fu Lisa in their base form was utterly unrealistic. How could that be? We've always been loyal. Aosabir's eyes widened in disbelief. I have a premonition and it grows stronger every day. You must believe your brother, Kazuo said gravely, holding her shoulders and pressing his forehead to hers. I believe you, brother Kazuo. Though still a little doubtful, Aosabir trusted her brother more. Now aware of the gravity of the situation, Aosabir became anxious and her usual smile faded. As they embraced, a series of sounds came from her little stomach. Gurgle, gurgle. Aosabir shyly burrowed into Kazuo. Is my little princess hungry? Come, let's take a bath first, then go hunting. Roar. The roar of a wild beast echoed from afar. Kazuo and Aosabir exchanged a glance. There was their food. Both of them burst out with aura white light enveloping their bodies. They pushed off with their feet, gathering power, and leaped. Two bullet-like streaks of light shot across the sky, leaving only two small white dots behind. Roar, roar. Two giant tigers looking exactly like saber-toothed tigers tensed their bodies and roared occasionally as they squared off against each other. Brother Kazuo, one each. You take the big one, I'll take the small one, Aosabir said, and immediately dashed toward the smaller saber-toothed tiger. Kazuo hovered in midair with his arms crossed, smiling wryly at little Aosabir's impulsiveness. The two saber-toothed tigers were not very different in size, both about the size of an elephant. They seemed to sense that these two were not friendly and immediately abandoned their standoff, roaring at the pair. Little tiger, take this. Aosabir stopped in midair, then brought her hands together. A tiny blue light appeared in her palms like a sapphire glowing under sunlight. In an instant, the small blue dot rapidly expanded into a ki blast the size of an adult's fist. She thrust it forward, and the blue blast shot through the sky like lightning, hurtling toward the smaller saber-toothed tiger. However, the tiger sidestepped, dodging the blast. Boom. The blast exploded, sending dust everywhere and scattering the surrounding trees. Damn, missed. Aosabir's petite figure flickered as she charged again. Taking advantage of the tiger's disorientation, she appeared beside it, twisted her waist, channeled all her strength into her leg, and kicked forward fiercely. The saber-toothed tiger was sent flying, crushing several large trees under its massive body. Roar, roar. It stood up, shook its head, and roared skyward. It opened its huge maw, revealing every menacing tooth, their tips gleaming like cold steel. Its four paws dug firmly into the ground, and as it lunged forward, the soil was torn up, leaving four large pits. Facing the ferocious charge, Aosabir leaped into the air. You can't hit me. The small saber-toothed tiger, unable to reach the airborne humanoid, roared in helpless fury. Little Aosabir, stop messing around. Finish it quickly, we're heading back. Kazuo killed the other saber-toothed tiger with a single finger blast. Okay, give me a moment. This time, Aosabir gathered all her strength, forming a basketball-sized energy sphere in her hands. The small saber-toothed tiger also realized the dire situation. If it didn't flee, it would die. It turned and leaped, about to dive into the dense forest. Boom. The small saber-toothed tiger was struck by an energy blast, resulting in a violent explosion. When the smoke cleared, the tiger was gone. It had been blown to ashes. Kazuo flew down, covering his face. Well, this one's inedible. He hadn't expected the girl to be so violent. Aosabir stuck out her tongue, sheepishly, also feeling a bit embarrassed. Let's go, I'm starving. Kazuo grabbed the dead tiger lying on the ground with his bare hands, and together with Aosabir flew back to their cave dwelling. Kazuo and his companions had been on Mumu Planet for 3 months. As their combat power increased, the high-end combatants here had been mostly cleared out. At night, Kazuo and AOC Bayer gathered around a crackling campfire with 2 wild boars skewered beside it. Under the roasting fire, the fat from the wild boars sizzled and occasionally dripped onto the ground. If one looked closely, they would notice a patch of wet ground, all from the boar's grease. The wild boars were nearly done, filling the air with an extremely enticing aroma. AOC Bayer reached out a chubby little hand and picked up one of the boars. She brought it to her mouth open wide and took a big bite. Crispy on the outside, tender inside, roasted to perfection. As she chewed the scorching meat, she occasionally sucked in a breath to cool her mouth. Brother Kazuo, your cooking skills are amazing. This meat is so delicious. AOC buyer said with her little mouth bulging as she ate. Of course, just look at who roasted it. Kazuo, seeing her enjoyment and unable to resist the aroma himself, picked up the other wild boar and began to gnaw on it. Little buyer, our mission is complete. We'll leave this planet in a few days. Kazuo, holding a wild boar leg in one hand, took a few bites. Feeling something stuck in his teeth, he picked up a nearby twig to pick them. Okay, I'll listen to brother. AOC buyer replied without lifting her head, continuing to enjoy the delicious roast meat. After all, wherever brother Kazuo went, she would follow. Kazuo looked over and was amused by AOC buyer's eating manner. Her plump little legs crossed in front of the fire, she kept stuffing roast meat into her mouth, cheeks bulging. Under the glow of the flames, she looked like a porcelain doll. At that moment, the soul of a 20-something within Kazuo was also captivated by her adorable appearance, and his face involuntarily flushed. Was this considered raising a lowly? Kazuo continued eating the roast meat. After months of arduous training and non-stop missions, Kazuo and AOC buyer had shed their novice combatant status. During the missions to clear out ferocious beasts, they had experienced hundreds of battles of varying scales, and their combat skills had undergone a qualitative leap. Once they nearly perished in the jaws of a beast, but that battle greatly boosted Kazuo's power level. Now he had a power level of 1000, while AOC buyer had 700. Achieving such power levels at such a young age was largely due to Earth's training methods. If Kazuo and AOC buyer returned to Vegeta planet, it would certainly cause a huge stir. In the anime, La Dizzy only had a power level of 1500 when he invaded Earth, and that was the power level of an elite adult Saiyan. Although La Dizzy was relatively weak, now two kids around 6 years old had already approached the power level of some adult Saiyans. Kazuo tossed the leftover bones into the distance. There was only 1 year left until Vegeta planet's explosion, so they had to quickly improve their strength. Perhaps by now all the spaceships that had returned were being monitored by Felicia. After completing the mission, next stop set off for Udila planet. Udila planet was located in the 27th main star system of the Vega constellation in the northern galaxy, relatively close to Namek planet. In the Namek saga, Wukong defeated Felicia on Namek planet, but Namek was also about to explode. Wukong didn't have enough time to return to his own spaceship. Felicia's spaceship was nearby, but Vegeta had damaged its propulsion system, making it unable to start. When everyone thought Wukong was going to die, he luckily found the abandoned spaceship of the Jinyu Force and escaped. Since the Jinyu Force's next target was Udila planet, the ship's coordinates were set for Udila planet. After a year, Wukong learned instant transmission on Udila planet. This skill was something Kazuo had always dreamed of in his past life. If he couldn't win a fight, he could escape, and he could quickly travel to other planets. Because they as Saiyans served under Felicia, the star map that Felicia possessed was also in their spaceship, and the location of Udila planet was marked on it. Back on Vegeta planet, before the spaceship took off, Kazuo had already confirmed its location on the star map. Udila planet was not far from Namek planet. We'll prepare to depart for Udila planet in the next few days, Kazuo muttered to himself. After eating and drinking their fill, the two lay down on loungers woven from rattan. Kazuo gently stroked AOC buyer's glossy black hair. The two enjoyed the peaceful night. After a while, AOC buyer shifted in his arms, her cheeks slightly flushed, and looked up saying, "Brother Kazuo, I need to pee." "Okay, brother, we'll wait for you nearby." Kazuo gently tapped her little nose. AOC buyer climbed down from him and slowly got off the lounger. Kazuo followed behind her. A wide path flanked by woods with occasional insect chirps from the surroundings. This path to the toilet was one they had cleared. AOC buyer walked down the path and entered a small room. From a distance, the room was square with walls made of wood, all of equal height, but it had no roof. An open-air toilet. Who needed such refinement for a toilet? Just a simple one would do. That was what Kazuo thought when building it. Actually, it wasn't about refinement, it was simply that Kazuo was too lazy to even cover the roof. After a moment, "Brother Kazuo, oh, the moonlight is so bright tonight, and the moon is so round." AOC buyer's soft, sweet voice came from inside the small room. Bright. Round. Could it be? Kazuo quickly looked up at the sky, where a full moon like an egg yolk hung in the sky. Oh no. Saiyans with tails would transform into giant apes upon seeing a full moon. This was known to all Saiyans except for Wukong, of course. How can there be a moon here? Kazuo had been on Mumu planet for months and had never noticed a moon. Boudica had really set them up. Kazuo soon felt his heart start pounding violently. Thump thump. This was the prelude to transforming into a giant ape. According to Kazuo's knowledge, only Saiyan royalty and elite warriors could maintain their sanity in the great ape form. Although he was an elite warrior, he was still young and didn't know if he could withstand the berserk emotions. His heart rate doubled again. Kazuo's eyes gradually turned red like those of a wild beast, and his face began to contort. He snarled and roared a few times, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Kasua's body uncontrollably erupted with a powerful aura. Boom. The ground under the pressure of this aura emitted series of explosive sounds, and the gravel on the ground, as if losing gravity, leaped into the air. Kasua resisted the berserk emotions brought by the great ape. The rage attacked everywhere in his mind, and his remaining sanity was like a tiny boat in a vast ocean on the verge of capsizing at any moment. Kasua dared not gamble on whether he could truly maintain his sanity. Enduring the pain, he tore off his own tail with one hand. Huff, huff, huff. Without his tail, Kasua knelt on the ground, gasping heavily. His face was no longer contorted, and the fur that had begun to sprout for the transformation also disappeared. But his eyes remained bloodshot, crisscrossed with red veins, and his gaze was extremely terrifying. At that moment, a roar came from the direction of the toilet. Roar, roar, roar. A giant ape over 20 meters tall appeared before him, eyes blood red, like rubies, its body covered in brownish yellow fur. The giant ape beat its chest with both hands, as if there was a suffocating pressure in its heart that needed to be released. The open-air toilet that Kasua had built with his own hands was shattered into pieces by AOC Buyer's transformation, and not a single intact wooden plank could be found on the ground. Kasua swallowed hard, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Damn it. If I had known, I should have built a closed toilet. Why did I have to be lazy? Seeing AOC Buyer lose her sanity, Kasua realized that even elite warriors needed training to maintain their sanity in the great ape form. The great full moon was the last resort Badaku had left for Kasua and AOC Buyer. With the great full moon, once they transformed into great apes, the ferocious beasts on Mumu planet would be nothing but ants. Perhaps Badaku far away on Baijita planet could never have imagined this situation, that they would transform because of the full moon when they didn't need to. This was truly a death sentence for Kasua. A giant gorilla over 20 meters tall rampaged through the forest, shattering everything in its path. The colossal ape opened its enormous maw fangs bared, and from its throat erupted a crimson energy sphere of immense power. A thunderous explosion. Where the blast struck, a colossal mushroom cloud rose, shrouding the area in thick smoke and the acrid smell of gunpowder. How terrifying. Queso swallowed hard, utterly stunned by Asabir's combat prowess. The giant ape then beat its chest with both fists. Looking up at the sky, the ape's crimson eyes reflected the image of the moon. It reached out a hand, as if trying to pluck it from the heavens. Yet the full moon hung motionless, untouched by its effort. Roar. Enraged by this defiance, Asabir pounded her chest and unleashed a laser beam from her mouth, firing it straight toward the ground. Boom, boom. Mountains crumbled, the earth split apart. A massive peak was struck, instantly exploding into countless boulders and debris flying in all directions. Where the laser beam passed, it carved a colossal chasm, a great rift valley as if born from an earthquake, with fragments of rock constantly tumbling into its abyssal depths. The surrounding trees were flattened by the shockwave. Sparks ignited in several places, and soon the forest was ablaze. Animals fled in terror, their cries of agony painting a scene of utter hell on earth. Queso knew the detector had a built-in listening device, so he had discarded it before arriving on Mumu planet. Through half a year of training, Queso had barely learned to sense chi. He focused his perception and estimated that Asabir's combat power had now increased tenfold, reaching roughly 8000. With a tenfold boost, Asabir in her giant ape form was far beyond what his mere 100 plus combat power could withstand. Queso knelt on one knee, veins bulging on his neck, his face twisted in agony as he gasped for breath. It was hard to believe that the delicate porcelain doll-like girl from moments ago had transformed into a raging gorilla, one that recognized no one, not even him. Cut off her tail. That was the only way. Queso slapped his cheeks, trying to calm down. On this planet, only he could stop Asabir. He looked up. Damn! A dark red energy sphere materialized in the air. Before he could defend himself, the blast struck him squarely. Boom. Queso was hit and sent flying at incredible speed. Thud. He tumbled across the ground before finally coming to a stop. Behind him stretched a trail over 100 meters long, gouged out by his body. Uffed. Queso turned to the side and spat a mouthful of blood. Agony seared through his entire body. The upper part of his clothes had been burned away, revealing wounds of varying depths, each one stinging with a fiery, piercing pain. Stupid little buyer. Queso cursed under his breath. Fortunately, this was only a casual strike from Asabir, otherwise he would never have survived that blow. I have to stop her. Queso knew he couldn't let this continue, or else the entire planet might be destroyed before the night was over. After all, Asabir now possessed a combat power of around 8000. In this superdimensional world, a mere few hundred combat points could destroy a planet, let alone Asabir's current power. Queso propped himself up with one hand, half kneeling on the ground. He struggled to rise, every movement aggravating the wounds on his upper body, causing more blood to flow. Gritting his teeth, Queso endured the pain and slowly stood up. He took a deep breath and silently crept through the forest floor swiftly, making his way toward Asabir's location. As he neared the giant ape's position, he saw destruction everywhere. He leaped onto a tree branch and watched Asabir's movements intently. The giant ape was now in a state of berserk fury. She stomped her left foot, and the ground beneath her, soft as tofu, could not withstand her strength sinking into a shallow crater. She beat her chest again and let out a thunderous roar. A dark red glow gathered in her mouth, the energy accumulating rapidly. Perfect opportunity. Queso knew Asabir was charging her ultimate attack. When she fired the laser sphere, there would be a brief opening. He had to seize it. The energy sphere in the giant ape's mouth had grown to an immense size, like a black hole radiating a terrifying gravitational pull that drew in the surrounding air. The suction grew stronger. Debris on the ground rolled toward the sphere. Dead leaves and twigs flew directly into it, but before they even got close, they were reduced to powder by the sheer force of the energy. Queso drew a cold breath, sensing the devastating power of that energy sphere. If it struck him, he would be reduced to nothing, not even ashes left. Then the giant ape gathered the energy to its peak and unleashed it with all her might. The colossal laser sphere shot toward a distant mountain range as vast as the Kunlun Mountains. Now, Queso exploded with all his strength, his feet propelling him like a whirlwind darting toward the giant ape's tail. In an instant, a figure appeared at the base of Asabir's tail. The figure's right hand formed a blade of concentrated chi, aiming to sever the tail. Suddenly, the giant ape's tail lifted, dodging the strike, then began thrashing wildly. From a distance, it looked like a flailing whip, lashing violently, leaving afterimages flickering everywhere. No, this little girl, no, this giant girl, was far too cautious. Queso had thought he could cut off the tail, but he never expected Asabir to remain so aware of her surroundings. This was completely unlike her usual state. The giant ape's tail lashed out madly, and Queso struggled to defend himself. But in her gorilla form, Asabir was far beyond his ability to resist. Soon a sharp pain struck Queso's back. The tail had landed a heavy blow. Up! A cry of agony pierced the sky. Queso was sent flying, his body like a cannonball hurtling toward a distant hill. He flew for hundreds of meters. Boom! In an instant, the distant hill was smashed into a huge crater. At the same time, the laser sphere the giant ape had just fired struck the great mountain range. Rumble! Rumble! The massive mountain range was hit by the laser sphere, and another mushroom cloud rose into the sky, 10 times larger than the one from an atomic bomb explosion. Soon the mushroom cloud spread, permeating the blasted vacuum zone. Dust filled the air. Hundreds of meters away, inside a cave carved out by the impact. Inside the cave lay a person covered in rubble. Queso pushed himself up, and the debris slid off his body as he moved. Cough, cough. Queso coughed painfully, spitting mouthfuls of blood. Already battered and bruised, being struck by Asabir's tail only made his condition worse. Before he could recover, heavy footsteps thudded from the ground. Queso's face paled. Damn it, she's chasing me. Just then a giant hand tore open the cave. It's over, I can't escape. Queso sat on the ground, a bitter smile on his face. Little buyer, when you wake up tomorrow and don't see me, please don't be too sad. He truly had no strength left, and several of his bones were broken. Queso wanted to wipe the blood from his lips, but every movement pulled at his wounds, making him wince in pain. When he first transmigrated here, Queso had dreamed of becoming the strongest in the Dragon Ball world, meeting Kakarot and showing off in front of Vegeta. Half a year had passed, and none of those fantasies had come true. Now he was about to die under Asabir's foot. What a disgrace to all transmigrators. Queso let out a helpless sigh, imagining Asabir after she regained her senses calling out, "Brother Queso," as she searched the whole world for him. He also thought of how, without him, Asabir might end up being hunted by Frisia. How could such an innocent girl survive in the treacherous universe? These thoughts brought a sting to his nose. He truly couldn't bear to leave her. After Asabir tore open the cave, she stopped and looked at Queso for a moment, then raised her left foot, intent on crushing the little insect that had offended her. Queso slowly closed his eyes. Fine, I give up. But the time it takes to sip a cup of tea passed. Why hasn't she stomped yet? Queso opened his eyes and saw Asabir's foot suspended in midair, hesitating, refusing to come down. Looking closer, Asabir blinked, a thoughtful expression crossing her face, as if she remembered something. Her gaze softened slightly, and then she slowly withdrew her foot, sat down, and folded her legs, settling beside him. She remembers me. Queso's lips curled into a wild grin, and he began to laugh loudly. Ha ha ha. But after a few laughs, his voice choked and tears glistened in his eyes. Queso murmured, "All the care I gave her wasn't wasted. Little buyer hasn't forgotten me." Hearing his voice, Asabir looked down, tilting her massive ape head in a slightly dazed manner. Why is this little bug talking to itself? How strange. Queso was startled by her gesture, instinctively shrinking back, afraid she might attack again. Seeing that she only scratched her head, Queso let out a relieved sigh. Phew, thank goodness. That stupid buyer is such a troublemaker. When she recovers tomorrow, I'm going to give her a good scolding. For now, the enraged Asabir had calmed down. The distant forest still burned, but the battle had ceased. Queso watched as Asabir leaned against the mountain wall, sitting with her arms hanging limp. A cold wind blew past, making him shiver. Involuntarily, he moved closer to Asabir. Her body was covered in soft fur, and leaning against her was warm and cozy. Still, Queso felt uneasy leaning against the giant ape. He looked up cautiously. Asabir's enormous eyes met his for a moment, showing no reaction. Then she turned her gaze to the full moon in the sky. Queso. The forest burned for 2 hours before gradually dying out. The sky, thick with dust, slowly cleared as the dust settled, covering the ground with a layer of ash, like volcanic fallout. The full moon still hung in the sky. Who? A little child leaned against a giant ape's leg, one small, one enormous, both snoring softly. The darkness gradually receded. The full moon, no longer hanging high in the sky, soon concealed itself halfway behind the distant mountain ridge. Where the mountains met the sky, a thin line of white light emerged. Gradually, strands of golden sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, speckling the forest floor. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Insects were singing. The surfaces of the leaves were covered with round dewdrops. After some time, the droplets gathered together, and under the pull of gravity slid off the leaf surfaces one by one. Plop! It fell to the ground. Hoo-hoo! Zizi, a little kid, was snoring, his mouth occasionally making smacking sounds. And beside the little boy lay a naked little girl. Her jet black hair was spread across the little boy's chest. Her skin was fair and soft, her chubby arms wrapped around the boy's left hand, her head resting against his shoulder as she slept peacefully. Yana. Asabir's chubby hand lightly pat her mouth. Why am I not wearing any clothes? And why does my whole body feel so exhausted? Asabir felt her body was completely limp, devoid of any strength. Wasn't she just going to the bathroom last night? How could it already be morning in the blink of an eye? And where had her clothes gone? Asabir's mind was filled with questions. She saw many giant footprints ahead. Some trees nearby were broken at their midsections, while others had been uprooted entirely. A thick layer of dust covered them, and the distant peaks were shattered beyond recognition. It looked like the ruins of a battlefield. Had a large-scale battle taken place here? Who is this filthy kid next to me? Asabir discovered a boy with tattered clothes and a torso covered in wounds sleeping beside her. Damn it, why is this rags kid sleeping next to me? Asabir frowned, glaring angrily at the ragged boy. She raised her hand and condensed a ball of energy in her palm. The air pressure continued to rise, and the blue glow grew ever more dazzling. Suddenly, the filthy little boy turned over his head, facing her direction. A mixture of blood and mud clung to his face. His youthful features, from the shape of his face, seemed somewhat familiar. Why does he look so much like my brother Kazuo? Asabir's pupils contracted sharply. Brother Kazuo. The deep blue shockwave in her hand instantly dissipated. Her eyes gradually grew moist, and she immediately crawled over to Kazuo, wrapping her arms around his body. Tears could no longer be contained. They slid down her chubby little cheeks. Brother Kazuo, what happened to you? Asabir cried out loudly. Asabir held Kazuo against her chest, letting him lean against her. On this planet, Kazuo's strength was already invincible. There was no one who could defeat him. The more she thought about it, the less she could understand. All she knew was that Kazuo was severely injured, and Asabir's heart ached terribly. Tears fell like water from Asabir's eyes, sliding down her chin and dripping onto the corner of Kazuo's lips. Moi. Kazuo slowly opened his small eyes. His body, once covered in wounds, was now held tightly in Asabir's embrace, and her grip was growing stronger by the moment. Hiss! Kazuo gasped in pain and quickly called out, "Little boy, let go quickly." Asabir was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening and hurriedly released her hold on him. Brother Kazuo, who hurt you? Asabir's expression gradually turned dark and fierce. In her memory, apart from that time Nappa had injured him so badly, Kazuo had never been hurt this severely. Phew, it's nothing. The wounds will heal in a few weeks. Kazuo rested his face against Asabir's bare chest, took a deep breath, and said slowly, "Whoever hurt brother, tell little buyer, and I'll get revenge for you," Asabir said, fiercely hugging Kazuo. Kazuo's nose pressed against her chest, inhaling her faint fragrance as he rubbed his cheek casually. "Who on this planet can defeat me? Don't you remember what happened last night? Right, wasn't I going to the bathroom last night?" Asabir looked somewhat puzzled. "What did you see when you went to the bathroom last night?" Kazuo said with a bitter smile. This girl really had forgotten about last night. Last night, after finishing at the bathroom, I just saw a round moon. A round moon. Does that mean I turned into a giant gorilla? Asabir's face turned pale with shock. All Saiyans on planet Vegeta knew that looking at a full moon would turn them into mindless giant apes. If that was the case, then, Brother Kazuo, your injuries, did I cause them? Although Kazuo didn't particularly want to admit it, he still nodded. Seeing Kazuo nod, Asabir burst into tears again. How could she be so stupid? She had even attacked Brother Kazuo. But what Asabir didn't know was that in truth last night, she had fortunately stopped her attack and retracted that giant foot. Otherwise, Kazuo might already have been reduced to a pile of mud. Lying in Asabir's arms, Kazuo explained the events of the previous night to her, especially the critical moment when she had retracted that kick. To be honest, Kazuo was quite moved deep down. After all, it was extremely difficult for a giant ape who had lost its sanity to regain self-awareness. In the entire Dragon Ball series, there had only been a handful of instances where someone had recalled their memories while in giant ape form. For example, when Vegeta invaded Earth and Gohan turned into a giant ape, then turned around and attacked Vegeta. That counted as one instance. There was also the case in Dragon Ball GT when Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Those were the two most memorable ones, though there may have been others. With Kazuo's comfort, Asabir gradually stopped her crying, though tears still clung to her tiny nose, and even her soft pink lips were not spared. She sniffled. Fortunately, she hadn't attacked Kazuo in the end, otherwise she wouldn't want to live anymore. Kazuo didn't blame Asabir either. Unless one knew beforehand that a full moon would appear that night, such an incident was nearly impossible to avoid. What if he himself had turned into a giant ape? Kazuo didn't even dare to guarantee that he could regain his sanity at the critical final moment. Kazuo wiped Asabir's tiny nose, wiping away the tears, and stroked her chubby little cheek. Brother isn't blaming you. Stop crying, or you'll lose your beauty. But I hurt you. It's fine. In a few weeks of rest, the wounds will heal. Luckily, I haven't spoiled you in vain. In the end, you spared my life. Kazuo teased her. Brother is so annoying, humph. Asabir pouted. Alright, come on, help me up. Okay. Asabir supported him and slowly stood up from the ground. Let's go back quickly. By the way, you're still not wearing any clothes. Brother Kazuo, why didn't you say so earlier? A white streak of light flew across the sky. From the ground, one could vaguely make out a little girl carrying a little boy as she flew. A month later, inside a cave, two small children hoisted the spaceship that had been leaning against the wall and carried it out of the cave. Their tiny bodies bore a vessel far larger than themselves, creating an oddly amusing sight. Yet such was the terrifying nature of Saiyans. Objects weighing hundreds of caddies felt like mere toys in their hands. Stepping out of the cave, the ground before the entrance was uneven, riddled with potholes that had apparently been filled in only recently. The uneven ground was scattered with many broken stones. A little further ahead, numerous trees were snapped in half, their withered leaves clinging to the tips of the trunks. A gentle breeze swept by, and the desiccated leaves could no longer hold on, drifting down slowly. Such a scene clearly indicated that a fierce battle had taken place here not long ago. Kazuo, carrying the spaceship with one hand, made his way to a clearing and gently set it down. Good. This area wasn't affected, Kazuo said with a smile as he set down the spaceship. Asabir's snow-white cheeks flushed crimson, and she shrank back shyly. When Asabir had transformed into a giant ape, she had wreaked havoc everywhere, but this spot had somehow escaped damage, and the spaceship remained intact. Otherwise, the two of them might have been stranded here for the rest of their lives. Xiao Baier, we're heading to planet Yardrat now to learn a formidable divine technique. Kazuo opened the spaceship door and said to the girl beside him. Asabir had long decided that wherever her Kazuo Gige went, she would follow. Even if he took her to Frisia's headquarters, she wouldn't blink. She knew Kazuo was now her closest family. The two lay inside the spaceship, doors sealed shut, and a brilliant flame erupted from the bottom before the craft shot into the sky. Originally, they had planned to go to planet Namek first, but after the incident of Asabir turning into a giant ape, Kazuo realized that self-preservation came first. So they set course for planet Yardrat to learn the life-saving divine technique, instant transmission. Under the vast starry sky, a gauze-like Milky Way cascaded from northeast to southwest, brilliant and shimmering. Countless stars of all sizes adorned the night, sparkling like diamonds. They varied greatly in size. Some were enormous, dozens of times larger than Earth, while others were less than a tenth of Earth size. A vast difference. A gigantic yellow planet appeared before them, its surface pitted and barren, devoid of any green or even moisture. Beside it was a purple planet wrapped in a misty lavender cloud, hazy and ethereal, like a maiden dancing in purple silk. Exquisitely beautiful. Two spaceships, one after the other, plunged into the atmosphere of the purple planet. They fell at a terrifying speed, friction causing their surfaces to ignite like a burning match. With a thunderous roar, the two spaceships crashed into a valley, creating two deep craters. Kazuo awoke from his hibernation, opened the door, and jumped out. But then, an alien wearing a peculiar outfit stood before him. His skin was purplish, he had no hair, and his facial features were configured like a human's, but his ears were much longer, and his eyes more narrow. Irregular gray patches dotted his scalp, and he was rather short. Greetings, traveler from afar. Hello. Seeing the elder in the strange outfit make a welcoming gesture, Kazuo tried to mimic it, and replied in kind. However, the gesture was somewhat awkward, and Kazuo couldn't quite replicate it, resulting in a rather clumsy motion. And you are? I am Husu, traveler from afar. He answered Kazuo's question. Husu? Wasn't he the sage of planet Yardrat? How did he know they would come to this planet? Kazuo thought about it, somewhat puzzled. The other spaceship's door also opened, and Asabir jumped out. Kazuo Gige, who is he? Asabir saw a strange-looking alien standing before her. Are you Saiyans? Husu hadn't noticed Kazuo's tail at first, and thought they might not be Saiyans. When the girl jumped out, he saw a long tail wrapped around her waist, but Husu still wanted to confirm. Yes, we are. How did you know? Aosabir was a bit puzzled. Husu led them toward the settlement, explaining as they walked. It turned out that the sage of planet Yardrat had foreseen a great calamity befalling their planet in the future, and that a Saiyan would arrive today who could help avert that disaster. Wasn't this the story of Goku's escape from Namek in the future? How could it be happening to him? And hadn't Husu said only one Saiyan would come? Now there were two of them. Kazuo was utterly baffled. Husu was also perplexed. In his vision, only one Saiyan was supposed to arrive. Why were there suddenly two? No matter what, as long as they are Saiyans, that should be enough. With the strength of Saiyans, they should be able to resolve the future disaster. The Saiyan race is renowned for their love of battle. Their power must be formidable. Husu didn't dwell on it, and continued leading the two forward. Sage, we came here to learn the secret technique of instant transmission. Kazuo knew that the sage of planet Yardrat was extremely wise, seemingly able to foresee the future much like the Grand Elder of Namek. He didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. As long as he harbored good intentions, he believed they would allow him to learn their secret technique. In the anime, didn't Goku come to this planet as a refugee and learn the technique as a result? We Yardratians welcome all kind and peace-loving people. Husu stroked his chin. You may learn this skill, but we have one condition. Please tell me, Kazuo said. Then Husu stated the condition: when the great calamity struck planet Yardrat in the future, they would request their assistance. We agree. Thank you, Elder Husu. Kazuo breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Husu's request. From what he knew, Husu had made the same request to Goku, though it wasn't mentioned in the anime. Good. This room is for you to rest. Tomorrow someone will come to take you to learn instant transmission. Rest assured. Husu led them into a house and said. After settling their arrangements, Husu left, heading toward the clan's meeting hall. Kazuo Gige, we've finally arrived at planet Yardrat. Is the instant transmission here really as amazing as you said? Aosabir hugged his arm and shook it. You'll know how amazing it is once you learn it, Kazuo said, not wanting to explain too much now. After all, a little kid wouldn't understand anyway. At the Yardrat meeting hall. Are those two little ones the saviors you foresaw? Well, the two Saiyans who arrived today are a bit different from my vision. In my foresight, a Saiyan with golden hair was supposed to land on our planet. Husu replied. Oh, then how? What about those two little ones? Can they save our planet? Suddenly, the entire meeting hall erupted in loud debate. Everyone quiet. Super, seated at the head of the table, called out displeasedly. Super, the leader of planet Yardrat, had been greatly alarmed when he heard Husu's prophecy that their planet would face a calamity of extinction, but a savior would come to their aid. With Super's roar, the hall fell silent, though a faint murmur remained. Let us hear what the sage has to say, Super said. Husu rose from his seat and spread his hands. The whispering ceased, and everyone listened quietly. Although they are not the savior I foresaw, I have a feeling that in the future they will become even more powerful than the golden-haired Saiyan in my vision. Husu paused, then continued. As long as we maintain friendly relations with them, they will surely be able to save our planet in the future. As his words fell, the entire hall buzzed with excitement. The other elders had absolute faith in the sage's words, for every prophecy he had made before had come true. This time should be no exception. You have all heard the sage's words. From tomorrow onward, make sure to maintain a friendly attitude when interacting with them. Super said gravely. If there is nothing else, let us adjourn. Husu's precognition is quite impressive, able to clearly know his landing location. But the butterfly effect caused by his transmigration, will the future Wukongs still have this opportunity? Keiso lay in bed pondering many things, yet much remained unclear. Snore. Asabir slept beside him, snoring lightly, her rosy lips opening and closing. Keiso smiled, covering little Bayer with the blanket. Such an adorable girl. Who could resist? He must protect her well, and never let her suffer any harm. Seeing that it was getting late, Keiso prepared to rest. Tomorrow he still had to learn instant transmission. The next day. Hello, my name is Vil. I will be arranging your training in instant transmission. Please take care of me from now on, said a young Yardratian. Please take care of us. Keiso and Asabir returned the greeting. Vil led Keiso forward, passing through many paths. Along the way they encountered numerous Yardratians varying in height, but all with light purple skin. They showed curious looks, but from their eyes it seemed they already knew that two Saiyans had arrived here. They didn't make a fuss, they merely stood by and looked curiously. Vil greeted them, and then continued forward. Finally they arrived at a cave entrance which looked quite ancient, like a relic from a bygone era. Its sense of antiquity felt comparable to the Egyptian pyramids. At the entrance stood two guards, both wearing the battle suits of Yardrat. Keiso could not sense the battle power of these two guards. He thought either they were far stronger than him, or they were ordinary people. But since they could be guards at such an important place, Keiso chose to believe the former. In the final days on Mumu Star, Keiso's battle power did not increase much. The 3-month space voyage with the passage of time allowed him to stabilize his power. Now he had a battle power of 1500, while Asabir had 1000. It was easy to imagine how powerful these two guards were, at least over 5,000 in battle power. Come follow me. Vil led the two of them from the cave entrance into a corridor inside. After entering the cave, it was quiet, cold, and extremely dark inside, as if there were hellish specters ahead ready to reap those who came. Suddenly piles of bonfires sprang up on both sides of the corridor. Their appearance was like a guiding light in the darkness, leading people out of the silent, desolate, abandoned area and toward the light. The bonfires blazed, illuminating the entire corridor. On both sides of the corridor were many murals, their depictions lifelike, seemingly recording the ancient history of Yardrat. However, Queso could not understand any of them. Stone slabs and blue murals. Time had left its marks on them, full of a sense of antiquity. They reached the end of the corridor where it was no longer a corridor, and the view suddenly opened up. This was a hall resembling a secret chamber. In the hall stood many stone tablets with lines of varying depth carved on them. These lines converged together, and one might think they would clearly reveal the content on the tablets, but instead they appeared even more illusory, as if a thick haze shrouded the inscriptions. Vil led the two to one of the tablets and pointed at it, saying, "This tablet records the method of instant transmission. A person can learn at most 2 secret arts here in a lifetime. As for the other art, you can choose it yourself, but there is a prerequisite: you must have sufficient mental strength. Learning instant transmission requires mental strength." What is mental strength? Queso realized he had been a bit naive, thinking that learning instant transmission was as simple as learning a new type of energy blast. Vil and the others had not considered the possibility that Queso and his companion might not be able to learn instant transmission. After all, they were the saviors prophesied by the Wise One. Even though they were still in the form of children, they might not be able to learn 2 secret arts at once, but learning one should be possible. After teaching the two how to comprehend the secret art on the tablet, Vil left. As long as one concentrated their spirit on the tablet, there would be detailed learning methods within. I understand. Asabir studied the tablet for a moment, and suddenly let out a giggle. What? This little dummy understands. Is her talent really that strong? Queso was startled in his heart. In fact, Asabir's talent was indeed quite strong. Using the same training method as Queso, her battle power had never fallen behind. Patting Asabir on the head, Queso said gently, "Then hurry up and comprehend it." Asabir nodded vigorously. Seeing Little Buyer had begun her training, Queso said no more, and also immersed himself in the content of the tablet. How do I concentrate my spirit on it? Queso tried to focus entirely with undivided attention, staring at the entire tablet. Suddenly, his consciousness was violently sucked into it, as if he could not resist. Queso's consciousness arrived in a world filled with mist. Inside, it was deep, dark, and pathless, like the man-eating dark forest in fairy tales, with no way out and no guiding light. In fairy tales, the dark forest usually has a guide. And in this misty world, a white stream suddenly appeared, dazzling like a small river reflecting the moonlight in the darkness. So that's it. The lines carved on the tablet were this white stream guiding the spirit within. Follow it and engrave those lines in the heart. Half a year later, a little brat suddenly appeared out of thin air in a market and vanished in the blink of an eye. Phew! Arriving at a high cliff, Queso let out a breath. He didn't expect his mental strength to be so powerful. In less than half a year, he had already learned instant transmission and mastered it thoroughly. Was it because he had merged with the original soul of Queso's body? When it came to the spirit and soul, Queso didn't understand much. Never mind, he had already learned instant transmission anyway. Now who could catch him? Meanwhile, Asabir was still in the secret chamber, comprehending instant transmission. It wasn't that the girl's talent was poor. After all, Wukong, a martial arts prodigy with a pure heart, took a year to learn it. It would probably take Little Buyer another half a year to comprehend instant transmission. Queso sat down and pondered. It is now AG 736. In another half a year, the planet Vegeta explosion would occur. With his current strength, he could not resist Fuelisha at all. Perhaps he couldn't even block a small energy blast from Felice's base form. Would the Saiyans still be exterminated? Would events still follow the Dragon Ball storyline? What to do? Oh, right, there are the Dragon Balls. Queso had spent half a year in the secret chamber, nearly getting dazed from comprehending the secret arts. Only now did he remember the Dragon Balls. He estimated that it wouldn't take long to travel from here to Namek. He could definitely summon the Eternal Dragon before the explosion of planet Vegeta. Since he had never seen a Namekian, he didn't know what their ki was like, so he couldn't use instant transmission. He could only continue traveling by spaceship, and fortunately the spaceship had the interstellar coordinates for Namek. Little Buyer, you study instant transmission well on Yardrat. Leave the future of the Saiyan race to me. Queso muttered. Having decided to go to Namek, Queso began to take action. He first notified Supa and Husu and received a reply telling him to go ahead with confidence. He found the spaceship. Queso stood in front of it, turning back to look at the distant town. Little Buyer, wait for me to come back obediently. Then he boarded the same spaceship he came in, soared into the sky, and set off toward Namek. The vast starry sky shimmered with silver light as a small spacecraft sailed through the cosmos. Kazuo slept in hibernation inside the ship, knowing that anxiety was futile. He hoped to reach planet Namek before planet Vegeta exploded. 3 months passed. Planet Namek was located at the edge of the universe with a diameter more than 10 times that of Earth. The star system where this planet existed was very special, with 3 small stars orbiting together around this planet, so there was never any night. Planet Namek's orbital path was elliptical with an eccentricity close to 0, and its average orbital velocity was similar to Earth's. The Namekians were entirely green in color without body hair. They had 2 antennae on their heads which could sense light and release electric currents. Their green skin possessed a photosynthesis-like function, allowing them to produce starch through photosynthesis simply by drinking water to meet their physiological needs. At this moment, in a Namekian village, several Namekian children were playing. "Look, what's that?" One of the young Namekians pointed at a streak of firelight in the sky and said. The sky of planet Namek was already relatively dim, but the firelight illuminated this area of the sky. In front of the flames, something resembling a nuclear warhead was hurtling toward the ground at extreme speed. "Is that a meteor from outer space? Quick, go tell the elder." These Namekian children ran toward a large white dome-shaped house. A spherical spacecraft descended from the sky like a fiery dragon and crashed heavily onto the ground. Boom! A massive crater appeared on the surface. Kazuo woke up from hibernation and jumped out of the spacecraft. The pale green sky, the blue grass, everything was so beautiful. After years of recuperation, planet Namek had recovered from that dramatic climate change that occurred decades ago. Kazuo took a deep breath. The air on planet Namek was very fresh, as if standing in the wild during spring. The refreshing scent brought a sense of joy. The clean air and beautiful environment helped Kazuo's anxious mood ease somewhat. Thinking about how Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan right here, and then planet Namek was also destroyed along with it, such a beautiful planet Namek being destroyed like this was somewhat regrettable. However, thinking that later planet Namek was restored through Earth's Dragon Balls, Kazuo's mood improved a little. It had been over a year since he transmigrated here, and Kazuo's strength had grown at a visibly rapid pace. He now had a combat power of 2,000. There were still 3 months until planet Vegeta's great explosion. It was extremely unrealistic to want to save the Saiyans with this level of combat power. Fortunately, there were the miraculous Dragon Balls. Kazuo looked around, unsure whether the Elder would agree to lend him the Dragon Balls as a Saiyan. If the Elder refused to lend the Dragon Balls, Kazuo truly had no other way. In the anime, not all Namekians were weak. The Namekians were divided into warrior types, healer types, and so on. Among them, the warrior type Namekians were most famous, represented by Piccolo and Nail. Alright, there was also Slug from the movies. Their strength was far greater than Kazuo's current level. Under these circumstances, if Kazuo couldn't borrow the Dragon Balls, he had no way to forcibly take them. Of course, Earth also had Dragon Balls, but time was running out. Suddenly, a small green dot appeared in the sky above, surrounded by white energy flames. As the small green dot drew closer, the person finally came into clear view. It was a child, his expression stern and cold, exactly like young Piccolo Jr. "Who are you?" The green-skinned child landed beside Kazuo and said coldly. Kazuo didn't speak, lost in thought. Could this child be Nail? "My name is Kazuo, and I've come to request the Elder's assistance," Kazuo said. Young Nail's eyebrows lifted slightly. The Namekians had been isolated from the outside world for many years, yet he actually knew about the Elder. Hearing that he wanted to see the Elder, young Nail's tone became even colder. "The Elder won't help you. Leave." The Elder was very old, and young Nail didn't want to disturb him. Kazuo had learned about Nail and knew his personality was exactly like this. The other party must be Nail, he just didn't expect his personality to be so annoying. "I truly have urgent matters. Please give me a moment to report." Kazuo didn't want to cause trouble, speaking in a humble tone. Young Nail stood in front, watching coldly, without saying a word. Having lived for over 20 years in his past life, Kazuo had never been so angry before. It was just asking him to pass on a message. Was it really that difficult? Since the other party ignored him, Kazuo turned and left. "Without you, can I find my own way?" Kazuo sneered. He flew into the sky, preparing to search for the Elder's location. "Stop!" Young Nail rushed up, trying to stop Kazuo. "You'd better leave planet Namek right now, or I won't be gentle with you." Hearing this, Kazuo crossed his arms over his chest in an adult-like manner, wanting to see how young Nail would make him pay. After a while, seeking death. Seeing Kazuo completely unmoved, young Nail instantly erupted in fury. Young Nail clenched both fists and unleashed a powerful surge of energy. His white aura expanded instantly, and a devastating pressure radiated outward in all directions. Just this. Kazuo curled his lips slightly. In his eyes, young Nail's aura was nothing special. If his sensing was correct, young Nail's combat power was only around 1,500 at present, similar to what Kazuo had half a year ago. A mere child whose combat power had already reached such a level was indeed a genius of the Namekian warrior type. But that was all there was to it. On planet Musamu, Kazuo had trained bitterly for about half a year, battling ferocious beasts every day. His combat skills had long been elevated to a higher level. Coupled with the 500-point advantage in combat power over young Nail, he had no doubt that a mere child could not be his match. Whoosh! Young Nail disappeared from his original position. For a moment, only Kazuo's figure remained in the sky above. Kazuo sneered. To use such a technique against him. If it were a year ago, Kazuo might not have been able to handle it. But on planet Musamu he had long figured out how to sense chi. Kazuo looked up. Indeed, a slight ripple appeared in the space above. Young Nail descended from above like a bolt of lightning rushing toward Kazuo at extreme speed. He didn't want to use overly powerful techniques, or he might accidentally damage the planet which he didn't want to see. So Young Nail only used half of his strength. Kazuo sensed Young Nail's movement and dodged to the side. Let me make a bet with you. Kazuo flew to the side and said calmly, Speak. Young Nail saw that his attack had failed and immediately pulled back to see what the child had to say. However, he no longer dared to underestimate this human. That sudden attack of his just now. Among his generation within the tribe, no one could have dodged it. He never expected that an outsider from the outside world could dodge it so easily. If you cannot touch a single hair of mine within the next 10 moves, you will take me to see the Grand Elder. If you succeed, I will leave the Nameite planet immediately, Kazuo said with a smile, looking at Nei-Lu. Nei-Lu was an extremely proud individual, much like Vegeta and Baiku, unable to tolerate any provocation. Kazuo had seen this clearly and planned to use provocation, a straightforward scheme, even though the other was still a little kid. He knew that the other would definitely accept the bet. Kazuo kept smiling, but his contemptuous gaze was fully noticed by little Nei-Lu. 10 moves? Little Nei-Lu's forehead bulged with veins. Who do you think you're looking down on? So you agree? Kazuo said. Little Nei-Lu fell silent. As everyone knew, Nei-Lu was extremely impulsive, but he would never put the Grand Elder in danger. In the anime, the grown-up Nei-Lu knew what crisis Fu Lisa's arrival would bring to the Nameite planet. Even in such a dangerous moment, he still adhered to his duty and would not allow Wu Fan and the others to easily meet the Grand Elder. Moreover, in his conversation with Kazuo, just now little Nei-Lu could clearly feel that this little kid was indeed not an enemy, but only wanted to seek the Grand Elder's help. Not agreeing. Then I'll go find the Grand Elder myself. You can't stop me anyway, Kazuo said with a pout. Kazuo turned around to set off. Come on, little Nei-Lu said. Kazuo's mouth curled up 90 degrees. A little kid, does he not know what you're thinking? Poor little Nei-Lu being manipulated without knowing it. But it's not to blame little Nei-Lu. After all, he grew up on the Nameite planet where the people are simple and honest without outside interference, so every Nameitean is relatively naive. Moreover, Kazuo had over 20 years of life experience from his previous life. Even though he had been very socially anxious, blushing when talking to girls, now he could easily manipulate little Nei-Lu. The two began to speak no more, and the atmosphere quickly became serious. Suddenly, little Nei-Lu changed his previous tactics, becoming calm, floating in the sky, like a pool of ancient water without a ripple. Drifting clouds in the sky, a few gentle breezes slowly passed by, and Kazuo's bangs occasionally swayed. Wrong. Kazuo suddenly could not sense little Nei-Lu's aura, even though the figure was right before his eyes. Could it be that little Nei-Lu mastered the control of chi? However, with the Grand Elder's teachings, it seemed not surprising that he could control chi. But why didn't he hide his aura at the beginning? Could he be turning the tables? What a little Nei-Lu, I misjudged you. Kazuo cursed. Just then, where is he? Kazuo suddenly turned pale. The little Nei-Lu before him had vanished. Kazuo's eyes darted wildly, looking around. Not in the sky, not on the ground. Then, behind me. Kazuo turned sideways, and sure enough, little Nei-Lu flew from behind, fist clenched, tearing through the sky with a gust of wind. Little Nei-Lu was about to hit Kazuo, but Kazuo dodged his attack with astonishing reflexes. Impossible. The first move actually missed. Little Nei-Lu was very annoyed. This was the ultimate technique he had earnestly begged the Grand Elder to teach him, yet it was dodged by this little kid. He refused to believe it. The other must have been lucky. Little Nei-Lu once again restrained his aura, merging himself into the sky, not believing this little kid could dodge again. Kazuo breathed a sigh of relief, glad he had dodged. He had said he would not be hit within 10 moves. If he was hit on the first move, it would be a huge embarrassment. Little Nei-Lu's move was very tricky. Without systematic training in chi, it would be difficult to find a way to counter it. For someone like Kazuo, who had only a half-baked understanding of chi, even if his combat power was much higher than little Nei-Lu's, he could only be on the receiving end. At most, he could rely on his powerful martial prowess to remain undefeated, but defeating the opponent would be somewhat difficult. Kazuo had thought Nei-Lu was just its sunder, a little kid, but he didn't expect such cunning. He had underestimated him. He had to think of a way quickly. Kazuo closed his eyes, and everything seemed to return to the Mumu planet. On the Mumu planet, Kazuo imitated Wukong's training in the heavenly realm, sitting by the lake meditating quietly, to be as calm as the sky and faster than lightning. He had meditated for a long time before, but never found the trick. Now, under the pressure of little Nei-Lu, Kazuo seemed to have understood something. As little Nei-Lu concealed his aura, Kazuo closed his eyes and inexplicably smiled. He admitted that dodging little Nei Lu's attack just now was indeed luck, but now it was different. Kasuo seemed to truly sense something. In the sky, little Nei Lu disappeared again. But in Kasuo's perception, he could detect a dazzling light ahead, like a guiding lamp in the darkness bright enough to see through his location. Kasuo's mouth curled slightly. Brat's still trying to use the same trick on me. That's right, little Nei Lu guessed that Kasuo would never think that he would still use the same move as the first, circling from the front to attack from behind. Come out, I know you're behind me. Kasuo opened his eyes and smiled. Little Nei Lu said nothing, feeling that this kid was bluffing. Kasuo turned around, staring intently at Nei Lu's location. Nei Lu didn't move. Kasuo didn't move the two of them like fools. A quarter of an hour passed. The sky became silent. Little Nei Lu couldn't stand it anymore and soon appeared from the air. How did you find me? Nei Lu said gloomily. That's my secret. Oomph. Nei Lu sneered. Still want to continue? Kasuo said calmly. Nei Lu remained silent. In little Nei Lu's eyes, Kasuo was a little jerk. Clearly his strength was so high and he himself just wanted to win by using the concealment technique. Now that his combat technique was seen through, how could he fight? That's what little Nei Lu thought, not knowing that Kasuo was thinking the same. Clearly just a little rookie, first pretending to be provoked and forcing a bet, but unexpectedly knowing such a trick in secret. Truly a little rascal. You're not going back on your word, are you? Kasuo said, eyes wide. Let's go, Nei Lu said coldly. Since he had participated in the bet, and the other was not an evil person, it was fine to take him to see the Grand Elder. The Namek planet. This planet had experienced a catastrophic climate change, and had only just recovered. It was mainly composed of land and lakes with few forests. The ground was covered with short, blue grass and sparse trees. The freshwater resources here were very abundant, with a small lake between every few islands. On this day, above the Namek planet, two white streaks of light cut through the sky, white light enveloping two figures. One a male child, the other a dark green little Namekian. How much longer? What's the hurry? You'll know when we get there. This cold tone, as expected from Nei Lu. Kasuo was used to this tone. Little Nei Lu wasn't being unfriendly to him. It was just his personality, the same toward everyone. Swish, swish. The two landed on a large rock pillar, on top of which stood a white house in Namek style. Grand Elder, I have brought the person. Kars walked into the room and ascended to the second floor, where he saw a remarkably large Namekian sitting in a chair. Although he had known from the anime that the Grand Elder was a notably large Namekian, he had never imagined he would be this enormous. Appearing nearly 4 meters tall and 2 meters wide while seated in the chair, the Grand Elder looked somewhat different from the image preserved in his past life memories. He appeared quite aged now, yet not as decrepit as during the Namekian conflict, and his eyes could still open. Greetings, Grand Elder, Kars politely acknowledged. Scion, what brings you here? The elderly Grand Elder's voice was somewhat deep. Nizu, who had been standing aside, was taken aback. So he was a Scion, a warrior people renowned for their martial prowess. No wonder he was so formidable. Kars paused briefly before composing himself. As the leader of the Namekians, having survived that catastrophic climate disaster and lived for so many years, it was hardly surprising that he possessed the ability to foresee the future. Greetings, Grand Elder. I am Kars, and I would like to borrow your Dragon Ball, Kars said earnestly. Planet Vegeta would explode in approximately 3 months. The timeline was exceedingly tight. If the Grand Elder refused to lend the Dragon Ball, it would be a grave problem. With Kars's current strength, attempting to seize it by force was impossible. Absolutely not. Our sacred relic cannot be lent to outsiders. Upon hearing Kars's request, Nizu immediately objected. The Dragon Ball was the sacred treasure of the Namekians. How could they casually lend it to an outsider? If this person made some malicious wish, they would be finished. The Grand Elder sat motionless in his chair, paying no heed to Nizu. His eyes were closed completely still, until suddenly he opened them, a sharp gleam flashing within. Very well, I will lend it to you, but you must agree to one condition. Kars listened quietly to the Grand Elder's words. This request is simple for you. In the future, my Namekian people will face a great disaster, and I hope you will come to save our clansmen and this planet. The Grand Elder spoke. A great disaster would befall Namek in the future. Nizu paused, then suddenly realized. The Grand Elder entrusting another with this task meant that in the future his own power would be insufficient to protect Namek or the Grand Elder himself. He knew the Grand Elder's abilities well. What he said would surely come to pass. Nizu clenched his fists, deeply unwilling. Very well, I will absolutely fulfill this promise. Kars replied with excitement. Kars thought to himself, the Grand Elder's prophetic ability was truly terrifying. Had he foreseen the great battle to come as well? In truth, even without him, Goku would still save the Namekians in the future. Of course, having made his promise, he would honor it, and ensure that no Namekian would suffer at the hands of Frisia's forces. Very well, I will have Nizu accompany you and help you summon the dragon. The Grand Elder said. Thank you, Grand Elder. Kars was overjoyed. He had finally obtained the Dragon Ball. With the Dragon Ball secured, he instantly felt relieved. 3 months remained until planet Vegeta's destruction, and the timeline was still manageable. As long as he made his wish, he could simply use instant transmission to leave Namek and return to planet Vegeta in time. Nizu felt somewhat disappointed. Hearing the Grand Elder's words, he snapped back to attention. Just as he was about to lead Kars away, he noticed Kars seemed reluctant to leave, hesitating awkwardly. What else did this brat want? But remembering that the future depended on him, Nizu fell silent again. I heard that the Grand Elder can help others unlock their latent potential without any adverse effects. Could you do the same for me? Kars blushed slightly. He felt a bit embarrassed, having borrowed someone else's Dragon Ball, and now asking them to help develop his potential. Grand Elder, your health. Nizu was somewhat concerned about the Grand Elder's condition. The Grand Elder was very old and should avoid overexertion. He had previously stopped Kars from seeking an audience for this very reason. But before Nizu could finish his sentence, the Grand Elder interrupted him. No problem. The Grand Elder did not hesitate. Helping one person was no different from helping two, and he immediately agreed to Kars's request. Moreover, helping others unlock their potential would not harm his body. It was merely a consumption of physical energy recoverable after a period of rest. Kars recalled from the anime that Gohan and Krillin had come to the Grand Elder for potential development, their combat power increasing several times over. He couldn't help but feel excited. Would his combat power also multiply several times? Kars stepped forward to the spot designated by the Grand Elder, and suddenly a large hand covered his head. It was warm. He felt a hot current flowing downward from his head, passing through every corner of his body. He closed his eyes, his mind calm, free from distracting thoughts. The hot current continued coursing through his body as though he sat in a newly discovered onsen, every cell relaxed and at ease. Suddenly Kars felt a mysterious power being drawn forth from the depths of his being. This profound place could not be described in words, whether it resided in his mind, his heart, or the core of every cell. Slowly, boom, Kars erupted with a powerful aura as if already in a battle-ready state. 3,000, 4,000, 8,000. Kars's combat power continued to surge upward. Power surged like a volcanic eruption, exploding outward from within and unleashing a terrifying pressure. 12,000. His combat power ultimately reached 12,000. Whoosh whoosh. The energy currents expanded in all directions, whipping Nizu's clothes back and forth. So powerful. Nizu's eyes widened in utter astonishment. Kars savored the exhilaration of such strength. He had spent months in hibernation aboard the spaceship, during which his combat power had barely increased, resting at only around 2,000 points. He never expected the Grand Elder's potential development to be so effective, directly propelling him to 1,000 combat power, a full six-fold increase. So intoxicating was the feeling of such overwhelming power. Kars steadied his mind and reined in the energy leaking outward. Now that he possessed such strength, he would need to train rigorously, or he would never truly master it. Just like Frieza, he possessed 3 transformation states, each one unlocking progressively greater power. Yet Frieza never maintained himself in his third form. Why? Because this power was far too immense for Frieza to fully control, forcing him to remain confined to his base state. One could hardly say Frieza was incapable of handling it. Gifted as he was with dedication to training, mastering such power would have been entirely within his reach. In the Dragon Ball Super spin-off, Frieza returned from Hell, and after merely 3 months of training, had already achieved Golden Frieza form. Clearly it was not that he could not control the third stage power. It was simply that Frieza was too lazy. Thank you, Grand Elder. Kars offered a sincere half-bow, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. It is but a small matter. Now go and fulfill your wish. The Grand Elder waved his hand dismissively. Follow me. After saying this, Nizu turned and soared into the sky. Kars nodded to the Grand Elder and quickly followed, lest he lose his guide. Given Nizu's personality, if Kars got lost, he would absolutely not return to search for him. In fact, he might rather Kars had gotten lost in the first place. After a period of time, Nair traveled through the remaining 6 villages, collecting 1 Dragon Ball from each village. The Namekians did not favor using such objects that transcended natural forces. They revered nature and respected it. The Dragon Balls were merely sacred relics they worshipped, used only sparingly. 7 Dragon Balls were arranged on the ground. They differed significantly from Earth's Dragon Balls. Those were only the size of an adult's fist, whereas the Namekian Dragon Balls were as large as basketballs. The enormous Dragon Balls also possessed capabilities beyond those of their Earth counterparts, while Earth's balls granted but a single wish. The Namekian Dragon Balls could fulfill 3. Yet the Namekian Dragon Balls carried both strengths and weaknesses when it came to resurrection. They could revive only 1 person per use, and only if that death wasn't natural, but they could do so without limit. Earth's Dragon Balls had their own limitations. They could resurrect many at once, yet each person could only be brought back once in their lifetime. Come forth, Purunga. Nair stood beside the colossal Dragon Balls and chanted the summoning incantation in the Namekian tongue. Dark clouds gathered overhead, plunging the sky into gloom with an oppressive weight. The thick clouds hung motionless in the heavens, yet offered no rain. Crackling thunder echoed through the air as lightning began to pierce the darkness, illuminating the faces of Kazuo and Nair alike. A massive dragon head erupted skyward, its serpentine body coiling around bolts of lightning until the entire region could behold the celestial dragon's majestic form. The sight struck Kazuo's heart with profound awe. This was the legendary Shinron. The Dragon Ball anime had always revolved around the 7 mystical spheres, and now he stood within it witnessing the very scene he had long dreamed of. Kazuo stood frozen mouth agape with wonder, etching the moment permanently into his memory. You who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your desires. 3 wishes shall be granted, any wish you desire. The Namekian dragon opened its great maw, delivering its customary proclamation. Speak. Nair pursed his lips. He observed Kazuo's expression and saw a country bumpkin's wonder devoid of any sophistication. My first wish, let my Saiyan race survive in the vacuum of space, Kazuo declared. Nair repeated the words in the Namekian tongue. Before coming to Namek, Kazuo had already contemplated which 3 wishes to make. It was well known that Saiyans could not survive in space. In the future, during the great battle between Goku and Frieza, Frieza would unleash a planet destruction blast that obliterated the entire Namekian world. Frieza could endure the cosmos, but Saiyans could not, meaning Goku would surely perish. Yet who could have predicted that Goku would eventually discover the space pod left behind by Captain Jinyu? Therefore this wish held particular importance. Your first wish has been granted. Please state your second wish. Crimson light flashed across the dragon's eyes as it spoke. At the moment the wish was fulfilled, a sudden clarity washed over Kazuo's mind, as though his body had been fundamentally altered. It seemed he truly could now survive in space. Far, far away on planet Vegeta, Bardock had just returned from completing his mission when on his way home his entire body shuddered. What is this? An inexplicable force seemed to have penetrated his body, making him feel lighter. Could I be overthinking this? Bardock sensed within himself and found nothing amiss. He paid it no further mind and continued walking home. Please restore the Saiyans' true homeland, planet Sadala. Nair translated the second wish to the dragon. Kazuo knew that planet Vegeta could not be saved. When the time came, the Saiyans would desperately need a refuge, and the Saiyans' true ancestral homeland, planet Sadala, would be the perfect sanctuary. Your second wish has been granted. The location of planet Sadala has been implanted within your minds. Please state your third wish. My third wish, at the moment planet Vegeta is destroyed. In the future, please transfer the remaining Saiyans to the restored planet Sadala. Nair's mouth opened and closed as he spoke the final wish. The dragon's eyes flashed crimson, then it fell silent. This wish cannot be granted, the dragon stated flatly. Upon hearing this response, both Kazuo and Nair froze, standing motionless like 2 children. Could not even the dragon fulfill this wish? The destruction of planet Vegeta and the annihilation of the Saiyans was the decree of Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. This wish cannot be granted. As the dragon spoke, beads of sweat formed upon its dragon face. Please state your third wish. Kazuo had not failed to consider this matter. The god of destruction, being the most powerful deity in Universe 7, commanded obedience that even an ordinary dragon might not dare defy. Only a super dragon might hope to ignore such a divine being. It seemed truly impossible now. Were they really to face extinction? As Kazuo remained silent, the dragon spoke again. Please state your third wish. The urgency in the dragon's tone was unmistakable. Without another wish, the dragon would soon vanish. Nair glanced at Kazuo. Create land on planet Sadala where Senzu beans can grow instantly. Kazuo blurted out a random wish. Nair proceeded to translate. Your wish has been granted. Whoosh. The 7 Dragon Balls emitted a golden radiance. The celestial dragon suddenly disappeared from the sky, and after the golden light faded, the Dragon Balls on the ground transformed into ordinary round stones. The dragon had vanished and Kazuo remained in place, brows furrowed. Would planet Vegeta and the Saiyans truly be destroyed? Kazuo pondered and felt something was still amiss. Right? Beerus had only commanded Frieza to destroy and eliminate the Saiyans. He had not concerned himself with whether every last Saiyan was wiped out. Were not Kakarot and Vegeta, who had escaped destruction, proof enough? The dragon could not resist the god of destruction due to divine suppression. Since it could not grant this wish, could not Kazuo also save Bardock and the others through his own efforts? Kazuo understood it truly seemed possible. He breathed a sigh of relief. Turning around, he looked at the young Namekian beside him. Nair, I must depart. Please convey my regards to the elder. I will honor the conditions I promised. The Namekians will forever be my good friends. Leaving already? Nair's heart trembled slightly. Through their time together, he had discerned that Kazuo was a truly extraordinary boy. Through the dragon's 3 wishes, Nair understood that Kazuo had come to Namek solely to save his own people. Nair came to respect Kazuo deeply. Despite being just a child when his people faced annihilation, he had not chosen to flee, but instead sought every means to save his race. A person worthy of reverence. In truth, Nair shared the same spirit. In the future Namekian war, he would choose to merge with Piccolo, abandoning his own identity, all to defeat Frieza and save his people. Similar actions often resonated, even though the Namekian war had not yet occurred. Very well. Fight hard in the battles ahead. If you cannot overcome your enemy, flee as quickly as you can. Nair patted Kazuo's narrow shoulders. Kazuo shook his head, surprised to see this side of Nair. However, regarding Nair's words about fleeing, Kazuo agreed. With his current strength, facing Frisia would be like an ant challenging an elephant with absolutely no hope of victory. To be honest, even comparing himself to an ant, Kazuo felt he was exaggerating. Goodbye. With that, Kazuo shot straight into the sky. Nair watched the small white speck fade into the heavens, his thoughts unreadable. Then he flew back toward the elder's residence. Nail returned to the elder's residence. Elder, I'm back, Nail said in a low voice. The elder watched Nail quietly. After a while, the elder smiled and said, Are you blaming me for not helping you unlock your potential? No, Nail replied. The elder shook his head, knowing exactly what ran through Nail's mind. It was nothing more than his fear that his strength was insufficient to protect Namek in the days ahead. The elder did not press the matter further, and instead began recounting the history of Namek. There had once been a great calamity upon Namek that drove the Namekians to the brink of extinction, with many of their kin fleeing in all directions. The elder went on to speak of his people's nature. Namekians generally possessed weak combat prowess, and even those born with exceptional talent as warriors were hardly formidable. In our clan's history, there once existed a combat-type prodigy named Sligo whose battle power exceeded 10 million. The elder continued, yet even he could not withstand the enemies that would come in the future. Do you understand now, child? Nail's eyes widened in shock. His own clan had once produced such a mighty warrior, and yet even he could not match the enemies of the future. The elder had shared all of this with Nail to convey a deeper truth: the Namekians' revered nature, and even during that great calamity, they had never used the Dragon Balls to alter their fate. Therefore, only in the direst of emergencies would they resort to the Wishing Dragon. Furthermore, Namekians' combat power was generally low. They simply could not overcome the enemies of the future, and must inevitably seek help from others. Hearing all this, Nail nodded helplessly. Cass, don't let me down in the future, Nail thought to himself. Since the elder had spoken of Cass's potential to save Namek, there was little choice but to place his hope in him. Nail then stepped outside and resumed his cultivation training, hoping to strengthen himself so he could one day contribute to Namek's preservation. Watching Nail's departing figure, the elder fell into deep thought. How has the future changed so drastically? Meanwhile, Cass flew toward the site where the spaceship had landed. He glanced back one last time toward the elder's residence. Then he reached out, touched the spaceship, and activated instant transmission following the direction of planet Yardrat. Days passed. Huff, huff. Cass lay upon a southern mountain peak of Yardrat, gasping heavily. His battle power was only 12,000, and his sensitivity to ki remained unrefined. Throughout the journey across space, he had deployed instant transmission over 100 times, depleting his energy reserves repeatedly and requiring multiple rests before finally returning to Yardrat. I'm finally back on Yardrat. Cass rested for a while. Though instant transmission was exhausting, it was far swifter than traveling by spaceship. Through this ordeal, his sensitivity to ki had grown sharper. Should he encounter Nail again, he could locate him in less than a second. Moreover, repeatedly exhausting his ki had strengthened him. His battle power had risen slightly. Cass's battle power 12500. Cass looked up at the sky. The heavens wore a violet hue with clusters of purple clouds drifting lazily across the horizon, their forms softened by mist. A gentle breeze swept through, lending the scene an ethereal, otherworldly beauty. I wonder how little Hikari is faring these days. Cass had been away for months and missed Ossipire deeply. Back on planet Vegeta, he had never been separated from her for so long. This departure had been unavoidable, yet he worried. Should she successfully master instant transmission and emerge from seclusion to find him gone, she would be deeply anxious. Images of little Hikari weeping flashed through his mind, burning him with urgency to see her at once. But his ki had not yet recovered, leaving him with no choice. Seconds ticked by. Cass's energy slowly restored, and he could no longer wait before activating instant transmission. In the secret technique chamber of Yardrat, a little girl sat before a stone tablet, her rosy face scrunched in concentration as though grappling with something of great importance. Suddenly, the girl's face lit up with delight. She raised her tiny hand, pressing her fingers against her brow. Here it is, the girl murmured softly. Her entire body vanished from the spot. Outside the secret technique chamber, Cass appeared here and glanced at the two guards. As I suspected, his earlier assessment had been accurate. Both guards possessed battle power of roughly 5,000. Just as Cass was lost in thought, a small figure materialized in the air. Little Hikari. Cass shot upward with mounting excitement, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Brother Cass, Ossipire exclaimed joyfully. Cass held her delicate frame, breathing in her familiar scent. Little Hikari, Cass murmured, resting his chin atop Ossipire's head. Brother Cass, please don't squeeze so tightly. Ossipire's snow-white cheeks flushed crimson. She found it difficult to breathe. Why did Brother Cass seem so strange today? Sorry. Cass felt somewhat embarrassed, then suddenly registered something. You learned instant transmission. Cass spoke in astonishment. He had just seen her appear in midair rather than fly, which meant she must have mastered instant transmission. But was this really possible? If his memory served correctly, little Hikari had only been studying the art for 11 months. In fact, it was not only Cass who was astonished. The two guards stationed before the chamber nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief. They had never encountered such extraordinary talent, with each surpassing the last. That boy Cass had been even more impressive, having mastered instant transmission in merely half a year. On Yardrat, only the legendary super geniuses of history had ever achieved such mastery in so short a time. I only know a little bit. Little Hikari spoke bashfully. Ossipire explained to Cass that she could only teleport over short distances. Long-range transportation remained impossible, and occasionally her attempts failed altogether. Even so, Cass could not help but be stunned. Her current limitations were likely due to her inexperience with key control combined with her overall weak foundation. Cass reflected that Goku himself must have been similar. "Brother Cass, I'm hungry," Ossipire said shyly. Cass ruffled her hair. "Let's go find some food right now." "Okay." Little Hikari nodded happily. Cass led Ossipire to a nearby planet where ferocious beasts roamed everywhere, each one as large as a tiger. Soon Cass caught a massive stag. He prepared it and set it to roast beside the fire. Ossipire sat beside Cass. "Brother Cass, where have you been these past few months? I didn't even get to see you when I woke up." Cass smiled and recounted everything that had transpired. When he mentioned Nail, Ossipire immediately called him a mischievous brat. At the mention of the dragon's appearance, Ossipire's eyes widened with curiosity. Soon Cass shared nearly every detail of his journey, omitting only the unexpected mishap that occurred when he made his third wish to the dragon. "Brother Cass, next time please take me to unlock my potential too. I want to strengthen my battle power so I can protect you." "Of course, little Hikari. I'll do anything you ask." You're the best, Brother Cass." Ossipire clung to Cass's arm, her eyes fixed intently on the roasting meat by the fire. While Kako and Osby were enjoying roasted meat far away in the northern galaxy at Frisia's headquarters lay a massive planet brimming with technological grandeur. Numerous asteroids surrounded the colossal planet, arranged in dense, orderly concentric rings, forming a defensive system capable of both offense and defense. Such defensive capabilities needed no elaboration. Advanced cosmic technology enveloped these surrounding celestial bodies with ironclad precision, creating an impenetrable barrier no so much as a fly could squeeze through. Augmented by the central command of headquarters and various elite combat units, this formation was virtually impregnable, a fortress in perfect defense. An oval-shaped micro-flying craft, egg-like in form with a surface patterned in interwoven black and brown hues, bore an opening at its front apex. Within sat an alien with a sinister countenance. Blood-red eyes burned beneath violet-black lips, with twin crimson streaks running like tears from his eyes. The gleaming purple carapace that armored his body contrasted sharply against his pallid skin. A chilling aura radiated from him, sending shivers through all who witnessed his presence. For this was Frisia. "Lord Dodoria, those Saiyan monkeys have been rather restless lately." Frisia clasped his hands before the miniature craft as the egg-shaped vessel glided forward. His serpentine diamond-shaped eyes narrowed as he gazed toward the heavens, offering an elegantly measured sigh. Dodoria, with his corpulent frame and pinkish skin, bore fleshy protuberances upon his crown and forearms. At Frisia's royal greeting, he hastened to attend without delay. Those Saiyan monkeys fail to appreciate their fortune in serving Lord Frisia. Were it not for their considerable combat prowess, I would have eliminated them long ago. Aha! Frisia's wicked high-pitched laughter echoed throughout the magnificent palace. The elliptical craft spiraled once in place before turning toward him. "Lord Dodoria's counsel brings me great satisfaction." Dodoria's face lit up with astonishment. He had earned the favor of Lord Frisia himself. Overcome with excitement, he pressed a single hand to his chest and bowed deeply in service. "I pledge my life to serve Lord Frisia." Frisia nodded in approval, then his expression turned grim as a terrifying aura erupted from his diminutive form. His tiny body contained such devastating power that the vessel encasing him seemed merely decorative, utterly powerless against the onslaught of his presence. Dodoria trembled from head to toe. Had he spoken wrongly? "Lord Dodoria, would you care to witness the most magnificent fireworks in the universe?" Frisia's cold, gravelly voice reached Dodoria's pink ears. Dodoria instantly grasped the meaning and was overjoyed. Lord Frisia was not punishing him. He knew that whenever his master uttered these words, a planet would be destroyed. This time, barring any mishap, planet Vegeta would not survive. "Prepare to meet your end, Saiyan monkeys." Dodoria had long resented these Saiyans, weak in combat, yet arrogantly conceited. "Lord Dodoria, deliver my decree to King Vegeta. In 1 month's time, summon all Saiyans on missions back to the home planet. I shall personally inspect planet Vegeta. By the way, I've heard he has a son of considerable talent. Bring him to headquarters to serve me." "As you command." Planet Vegeta. King Vegeta sat at the head of the table with Saiyans arranged in orderly rows on either side of him. Each wore the distinctive combat garb of their people, their tails coiled about their waists. Among them sat a Saiyan whose features bore a striking resemblance to Goku. King Vegeta, what urgent matter summons us here? Bardock asked, his brow furrowed. His wife Chi-Chi had given birth to Kakaroto just 2 months prior, and while tending to her he had received the emergency summons and rushed to answer. Upon arrival he realized he was not the only one recalled. It appeared several other high-ranking Saiyan warriors had also been summoned for this gathering. What matter could require calling together so many elite warriors at once? Were they preparing for conquest of another advanced world? Frieza has issued a directive ordering all Saiyans currently on missions to return within 1 month. Bardock sat in the corner, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. What could Frieza possibly want? Is an invasion of another advanced planet being planned? The remaining Saiyans erupted into murmurs and speculation. Bardock glanced around the assembly and confirmed his suspicion. Others shared the same doubts. King Vegeta raised both hands, commanding silence. Frieza intends to visit planet Vegeta and wishes for all Saiyans to return and pay homage. For now, ensure your clansmen come home. The king continued, our Saiyan race has grown powerful and prosperous of late. When Frieza arrives, we must conceal any signs of dissent or rebellion. With that, nothing further. The meeting is dismissed. After addressing the gathered warriors, the king turned his attention to ensuring his son Vegeta would be sent to Frieza's headquarters. After the meeting dispersed, an unease settled deep within Bardock's heart. This gathering felt like a spark igniting a barrel of gunpowder. His tranquil mind was shattered, replaced by turmoil and unrest. That evening, after attending to household matters, Bardock and Chi-Chi prepared to rest. Half a period into his slumber, Bardock woke, drenched in sweat, his face twisted in terror, as though trapped in some dreadful nightmare. Bardock tossed from side to side, unable to find rest. Suddenly, he bolted upright, his upper body jerking free from the bedding. He gasped for air, his face glistening with beads of sweat, so numerous they would send chills down the spine of any with trypophobia. Thump thump. Bardock's heart pounded violently against his ribs. So terrifying. Frieza is truly monstrous. Previously, dreams had faded into vague memories upon waking, but this one was different, so vivid and real, as if he had truly lived through it. Even now, every detail remained crystal clear in his mind. In the dream, Frieza's combat power had reached an staggering 5300, a number utterly horrifying. For in all of Saiyan kind, not a single warrior had ever exceeded 200 in combat strength. Even in Oozaru form, the great ape transformation, a Saiyan's power rarely surpassed 100,000. There was no hope of overcoming such power. Bardock, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Chi-Chi had been startled awake by his sudden convulsions. And nothing. It's nothing. Bardock quickly reassured her, unwilling to let her worry. Having lived with Bardock for so many years, Chi-Chi understood his thoughts almost instinctively. She simply refused to burden herself with unnecessary fear. Then let us rest then. Chi-Chi considered for a moment. Nothing unusual had occurred among the tribe lately, so surely this was nothing serious. Very well. Bardock lay back down. But Frieza's decree was no ordinary order. The events of today mirrored his nightmare with terrifying precision. What should he do? Before the bonfire, 2 small figures sat in front, each gnawing on a deer leg. Brother Queso, that little brat Neru is so weak, how did he dare to bet with you? Osby said while eating. He's not weak. He has over 1,000 combat power higher than yours. Seeing Osby's face covered in grease, Queso reached out to wipe it for her, but only smeared it more, making her puff up her cheeks in anger. Ah, that's strong. Osby felt a bit dejected. Any random brat was stronger than her. Brother Queso, after the Grand Elder's potential development, had reached 12,000 combat power. Queso smiled and said nothing. Neru's talent was indeed impressive, even stronger than Piccolo, but his inner strength wasn't as great. Piccolo had always strived to defeat Goku with unwavering determination. Even though he later fell behind, he never gave up. If Neru had the same goal and a strong heart, his achievements might surpass Piccolo's. After a while, Queso tossed the bone into the nearby river and lay down. For months, he hadn't eaten such roasted meat, surviving on the spaceship's nutrient fluids. Finally tasting roasted meat again, he ate to his fill. Queso moved closer to Osby. Shao Bayer, and now that you've learned instant transmission, we'll leave here tomorrow and return to planet Vegeta. While we can finally go home. Osby continued joyfully. Aunt Jin will be so surprised when she sees our combat power. After saying that, she inexplicably smiled again. Moi. Queso raised an eyebrow. This girl loved to show off, but playing the fool in front of others felt satisfying too. He chuckled inwardly. True that birds of a feather flock together. When Bardock saw his combat power, his expression would be priceless. The thought alone was delightful. Queso and Osby suddenly froze. In the night, 2 small figures sat blankly before the fire. Their faces wore a smirk as if lost in thought. If anyone could read minds, they'd know what they were thinking. Both were fantasizing about showing off back on planet Vegeta. The next day, alright, let's go say goodbye to Elder Husu and the others. After extinguishing the fire, Queso took Osby and teleported back to planet Yardrat. Swoosh. Queso holding Osby appeared before Husu's door. He knocked. Hearing the noise, Husu came out. Sage, we are about to leave, Queso said, feeling a bit reluctant. He had stayed here for half a year, and parting was hard. But Queso had to return to planet Vegeta to save his people. There was no other choice. So soon? Husu was surprised. Queso had spent half a year learning instant transmission, and yesterday Osby had also mastered it. Husu knew well their talent amazed him. Thank you for your hospitality and for allowing us to learn instant transmission. The Yardratians will always be my friends. If anything comes up, you can find me on Planet Salad. Since planet Vegeta was about to explode, Queso gave Husu the coordinates of Planet Salad. Husu opened his mouth as if to speak, but said nothing. Queso and Osby weren't Yardratians. It was natural for them to leave after learning the technique. Husu sighed. Alright, hope to meet again someday. Husu said, a little sad. After a year of contact, even strangers had become friends. After bidding farewell to Husu, Queso and Osby also said goodbye to Supa, then found their spaceship. They took one last look at the Yardratian town. Let's go. With that, both of them and the spaceship vanished. Planet Vegeta. The sky roared with thunder. Looking up, many Saiyan spaceships streaked across, leaving trails of white-silver light. The Saiyans returning from missions were landing. Many spaceships descended. How was the mission? Don't even mention it, I almost died out there. What happened? Many Saiyans stepped out of their ships, discussing their missions as they walked. At that moment, a hatch opened on a nearby ship, and a burly man emerged. He wore Saiyan battle armor, a tail wrapped around his waist, and had small scars on his face. Captain, I'm back, he strode over. Long time no see, Garrus. Bardock smiled. He had nothing to do today, and came to welcome his squad member. Yeah, where are those two little ones, Queso? They? Out on a mission. Wasn't it said they wouldn't be sent on missions until they grew up? Garrus looked displeased. Queso's parents had sacrificed themselves to save him. Garrus had promised them to protect Queso well. Since he often went on missions, he had to entrust Queso to the captain, but he hadn't expected him to be sent out. Queso himself requested it. I only assigned very simple tasks. You know, Science. Before Bardock could finish, a thunderous roar echoed in the sky. That sound was far beyond what a Saiyan spaceship could produce. They looked up. What was that? A huge spaceship. Lord Bardock, isn't that Frieza's ship? Garrus was astonished. Wasn't Frieza supposed to arrive on planet Vegeta in half a month? Why so early? Frieza. Bardock gritted his teeth as he stared at the ship. Was the dream about to repeat? Garrus, I'll explain about Queso later. I have something important now. Bardock turned and hurried home. Cap. Garrus watched his captain leave, bewildered. That evening, the gentle Jin followed behind Bardock. Bardock carried a spaceship on his shoulder. He had stolen it from the launch center. Inside sat the young Goku, and the surveillance device had been removed. Tears streaked Jin's face as she pressed her lips, afraid to make a sound lest they be discovered. Bardock, do we really have to send Kakarot away? As she choked. There's no choice. I hope I'm wrong, Biff, so we can always pick him up. Bardock set the ship on the ground. Through the transparent hatch, they gazed at Kakarot with reluctant eyes. Kakarot, you must be well, Jin said, tears streaming again. Bardock held Jin tightly, looking up at the ship until it safely flew beyond the sky. A day later. On planet Vegeta, many spaceships were still returning from outside. Suddenly, two older ships plummeted straight down from the sky. Through the transparent hatches, two children could be seen. They were awake, staring at the scenery outside, not in hibernation. The atmosphere on planet Vegeta grew increasingly tense. It was likely due to Frieza's impending arrival. In the eyes of the Saiyans, Frieza was a despicable tyrant. Long ago, he had conquered King Vegeta, subjugating the entire Saiyan race to his service. At that time, the Saiyan situation was far from favorable. Having just overthrown the Zebon rulers, their people needed time to recover, leaving them powerless to resist Frieza's oppression. However, the Saiyans had witnessed every cruel tactic Frieza employed to oppress them. Thus, deep hatred for Frieza burned within every Saiyan heart. Now Frieza had summoned all Saiyans back for reasons unknown. Two spacecraft descended from above, and Casso and Osby leaped from within. When Casso and Osby set sail from planet Yardrat, they had not merely boarded a spacecraft. If they had, it would have taken another half-year to return. Therefore, Casso and Osby first used instant transmission to reach the vicinity of planet Vegeta, then took a spacecraft to descend onto the planet. This way their return appeared legitimate, and they would have an excuse if questioned. Casso and Osby returned home, first finding the furnishings unchanged and comfortingly familiar. Yet something felt strange. The room was completely free of dust. Osby touched the chair and exclaimed, "How spotlessly clean." It must be Aunt Hein who helped clean up. Seeing the tidy room, Casso felt a warm surge in his heart. He did not believe Bardock and Garlice would do such a thing. These two treated him and little Osby well, but only in matters of consequence. Such daily chores would never concern them. Before long, evening fell. Casso and Ospi lay in bed savoring the last peaceful moments on planet Vegeta. Soon this planet would be destroyed by Frisia. Casso intended to find Bardak and Garly shortly to explain the situation. The planet Vegeta nursery. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, warning. A tremendous energy signal detected. Energy level exceeding 10,000. Inside the nursery, 2 incubation pods stood side by side. One was empty. The Saiyan within it had long since vanished. The other held a Saiyan infant. As the infant cried, the entire nursery echoed with warnings, and red lights flashed rhythmically in the dim environment. What's happening? Why is the alarm going off? Please, those young masters must not come to harm. If anything happens, we are all finished. A group of aliens in white research coats rushed over. If anything happened to the Saiyan infants inside, even 10 of them would not be enough to feed the Scion's wrath. These researchers were captives brought back from Saiyan conquests. Had their scientific expertise not been valuable, the Scions would have sent them to the underworld long ago. That can't be right. This is impossible. Look over there. They witnessed an unbelievable scene. A Saiyan infant named Broly had his combat power continuously rising. 8,000, 8,500, 9,500. How could this be? How is this possible? A newborn Saiyan infant with such immense combat power, still climbing higher. 10,000. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, warning. Go quickly. Inform King Vegeta immediately. Inside the palace of King Vegeta. What? A newborn Saiyan named Broly has exceeded a combat power of 10,000. King Vegeta wore an expression of utter disbelief. Impossible. Could this be the legendary Super Saiyan? No, it cannot be. Only my Prince Vegeta is truly the strongest. At that moment, King Vegeta's face twisted into a ferocious glare radiating killing intent. Broly, do not blame me. Blame yourself for possessing such monstrous combat power. King Vegeta raised his hand, intending to signal his subordinates to eliminate Broly, then suddenly paused and asked, whose son is he? Your Majesty, he is the son of Lord Paragus. Paragus' son. King Vegeta turned around his back to his subordinates. The blue and red cape hung behind him and battle armor covered his body. From the rear, he appeared lost in deep thought. Go. Arrange a spacecraft to exile Broly to a remote barren planet, King Vegeta said in a low voice to his loyal retainer beside him. As you command, Your Majesty. King Vegeta returned to his throne, resting his chin on one hand, and spoke coldly. Paragus, do not hold me accountable. I have shown you every leniency. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lord Paragus, congratulations. Your son was born with a combat power of 10,000. Among the researchers were Paragus's own confidants, who hurried over to offer their praise. Paragus stood frozen where he was, his mouth agape in disbelief. It must be false. Is my Broly truly that powerful? They have already gone to report to King Vegeta, his confidant replied. Upon hearing this, Paragus suddenly realized the danger. Having served under King Vegeta for so many years, he knew exactly what kind of man the king was. Ruthless, cold-blooded, and capable of any means to eliminate threats to his throne. My lord, bad news. Broly is about to be exiled. Just then a Saiyan approached in a great hurry. This was one of Paragus's subordinates. Damn you, King Vegeta. After all these years of service, how dare you? Paragus glared furiously. He knew Saiyans were cold and merciless, but he had not expected King Vegeta to utterly abandon their past loyalty. I must stop this. Bam. Paragus's entire body erupted with an overwhelming pressure, a white aura enveloping him as he soared through the sky at tremendous speed toward the spacecraft launch center. At the spacecraft launch center. What a pity. King Vegeta cannot tolerate him. If only the king could accept Broly, our Saiyan race would surely produce an invincible warrior god. Sigh. It cannot be helped. These lower-class Saiyan warriors were discussing the matter. When Broly's combat power had broken past 10,000, the news had already spread across the entire planet Vegeta. At that moment, a middle-aged Saiyan descended from the sky. Scanning the area from above, Paragus immediately identified Broly's location, the spacecraft. Lord Paragus, you cannot go. If you do, King Vegeta will not spare us. The lower-class Saiyan warriors attempted to block his path. Just as Paragus prepared to charge forward and stop the spacecraft from launching, the vessel was already lifting off slowly. Then in an instant it vanished from sight. No, Paragus roared in anguish. He had arrived one step too late. Tell me, on which planet has Broly been exiled? Paragus grabbed a nearby lower-class warrior, his eyes blazing with furious intensity, his body trembling in barely contained rage. He has been exiled to Bampa, a planet on the edge of the universe. The Scion's face drained of color, terrified that Paragus would strike him. Prepare a spacecraft for me immediately. Paragus snarled ferociously. In short order, whoosh. Another spacecraft lifted off from the launch center. I must rescue Broly. Paragus's spacecraft followed closely behind Broly's. He knew full well that Bampa was a planet where no human could survive. Broly would never live there. Just wait, King Vegeta. When I bring Broly back, you will regret this. Kazuo and Aocbr were about to step out when they overheard the discussions drifting in from the street. Have you heard about Broly? That little one born with a combat power of 10,000. Yes, but what a pity. The Saiyans' tones carried a hint of regret. They went on to say that if King Vegeta had been willing to tolerate Broly within 10 years, the Saiyan race would have produced an invincible warrior. Broly. Kazuo murmured, his eyes widening abruptly. He had nearly forgotten about Broly. Broly was the legendary Saiyan physique. His incubation pod had been placed next to Kakarot's, and whenever Kakarot cried, Broly would cry along with him. As a result, Broly grew up harboring a particular animosity toward Kakarot. Every time he saw Kakarot's appearance, Broly could not help but erupt into a frenzy. Yet Broly was also a pitiable soul, exiled by King Vegeta from childhood and later controlled by his own father, who never granted a shred of freedom. Kazuo grabbed the Saiyan's arm and asked urgently, "Uncle, how is Broly now?" Aocbr stood silently by, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. Why did her Kazuo become so agitated at the mention of Broly's name? The Saiyan was taken aback. He had never encountered such a polite little one before. He replied, "That little one has already been exiled." "What's the matter? Do you know him?" the Saiyan asked further. "No. Goodbye, uncle. We're off." Kazuo led Aocbr away. Watching the two children depart, the Saiyans resumed their conversation. "Chris, do you know that little one?" "Not at all. I've just never seen such a polite child before. It's a bit odd." Kazuo and Aocbr were now on their way to Bardock's home. Aocbr looked up and asked Kazuo, "Who is Broly?" "You'll find out later." Kazuo shook his head. When he heard the news about Broly, he had considered trying to keep him, but having been exiled, it might be better to let Broly stay on Vampa Planet for a while. Since Broly had been exiled, he could remain on Vampa Planet for the time being. Kazuo had more important matters to attend to, and he was not free to act now. But the thought of that old man Paragus made Kazuo feel a pang of disgust. To avenge himself against King Vegeta, Paragus had resorted to controlling his own son, never treating Broly as a human being. They walked on until they reached Bardock's house. However, just as Kazuo was about to knock on the door, he heard voices inside, engaged in conversation. "Garrus, that is my explanation. Sai, what can I say about this child? Perhaps this is the Saiyan way." The voices of Bardock and Garrus filtered through the door. Kazuo smiled, so Garrus was inside as well. He knocked on the door. The closed double doors swung open, revealing Jine. Her expression was somewhat downcast, as if she had encountered something distressing. Kazuo thought for a moment, today Broly had been exiled, so had Kakarot also been sent away. That must be why Jine wore such a sorrowful look. "Kazuo, little beer, you're back." Jine's expression softened at the sight of them. Kazuo smiled and nodded. "Aunt Jine." Aocbr joyfully embraced Jine. Jine had taken care of her and Kazuo in the past, and in Aocbr's heart, she was like a mother. She nestled in Jine's arms, savoring the warmth. "Little beer." Jine held her close. Jine was at her most sorrowful now that Kakarot had just been sent away, but the return of Aocbr and Kazuo alleviated some of her pain. Garrus, who had just been discussing Kazuo, immediately brightened upon seeing him. "Kazuo, little beer, you're back." Long ago, Kazuo's parents had saved Garrus's life, and Garrus regarded Kazuo as his own child. Now seeing his boy return safely brought him great joy. Bardock also came over and ruffled Kazuo's hair. 2 years had passed, and the little one was no longer so thin. Kazuo remembered all the kindness these elders had shown him. Without them, he would have died countless times over. Back on planet Vegeta, he had heard from the others that Frieza would arrive in about 10 days. Time was pressing, and Kazuo knew this was not the moment for reminiscing. Kazuo said, "Uncle Bardock, have you had any ominous premonitions lately?" Bardock frowned. "How did you know?" "I dreamed of a scene. Frieza destroys planet Vegeta when he arrives, and all of us Saiyans are killed." Kazuo did not answer Bardock's question, but fabricated this statement. "What?" Jine forgot her sorrow. At Kazuo's words, Garrus's breath caught. Kazuo's words struck Bardock's heart like a heavy hammer. Bardock had also dreamed the same dream before, but he had thought it false. Now it seemed to be true. Frieza harbored malicious intentions. "I have dreamed the same vision." Bardock recounted his earlier dream to the others, explaining that he had sent Kakarot away precisely because of this possibility. However, he did not mention the part about Kakarot's transformation into a Super Saiyan. Jine's eyes widened. Both Bardock and Kazuo had dreamed the same vision. She had only agreed to send Kakarot away after listening to Bardock's persuasion. Now Jine felt relieved. It was good that Kakarot had been sent away. "Kazuo, is this true?" Garrus seemed to have heard something earth-shattering. "Yes." With this affirmation, the atmosphere in the room instantly froze. Tension seeped into every corner, so still that one could even hear Jine's breathing. "Captain, what should we do? We Saiyans cannot withstand Frieza." Garrus's face was creased with anxiety. "Calm down. Hear what Kazuo has to say. He chose to come back now, so he must have some plan." Bardock, unlike Garrus, remained composed, pondering quietly before voicing his thoughts. From the moment Kazuo spoke of the dream, Bardock had ceased to regard him as a child. "Kazuo, tell us your idea." "I completed the mission on Mumu Star early in these 2 years, and then..." Kazuo went on to recount the events that followed. First he went to Yardrat to learn instant transmission, then to Namek to summon Shinron. Bardock and the others were stunned by the tale. So these two little ones had experienced so much in 2 years. When Kazuo mentioned instant transmission, Bardock and Garrus's eyes widened. Such a divine technique existed in the world. Kazuo continued, Frisia's forces are surely monitoring the entire planet Vegeta now. If we try to escape by spaceship, it will be impossible. Bardock nodded thoughtfully. So you intend to use instant transmission to take everyone away from planet Vegeta? Yes, we want to use instant transmission, but we need Uncle Bardock and the others to cooperate. Kazuo had been an obscure figure on planet Vegeta, utterly devoid of presence, constantly bullied by Nappa and the others. Without strength or influence, who would believe his words? Who would heed his commands? Speak. Kazuo said, in these 10-odd days I need you to gather a portion of our people. Little Bayer and I will transport them out in batches. Osibier sat nearby in silence, listening quietly to Kazuo. Then can you take all of our people away, Kazuo? Garrus asked anxiously. Kazuo gave a bitter smile. Uncle Garrus, to be honest with you, given Little Bayer and my abilities, we simply cannot take everyone. The Yaradrats were not particularly powerful, yet they had developed the miraculous technique of instant transmission. This proved that one could learn it without great strength. Only talent and mental fortitude were required. However, to teleport more people or over greater distances, formidable power was necessary to sustain it. Moreover, instant transmission demanded a degree of mastery in sensing ki. Kazuo was still a novice, and Osibier even more so. Upon hearing this, Bardock shook his head. Don't overthink it. We can't take all our people away. They both knew they couldn't move everyone, but why did Bardock say the same? Kazuo and Osibier looked at Bardock with confusion. Don't forget, King Vegeta is the leader of the Saiyans. Only my squad members will obey my orders. Bardock's tone was laced with helplessness. With King Vegeta in power, he could not command his people. King Vegeta was utterly absorbed in his dream of overthrowing Frisia's rule. If Kazuo spoke now, the king would likely not believe a word, perhaps even suspect ulterior motives. This was a tragic flaw of the Saiyans. After gaining liberation from the Zephyrians, they ended up with a leader who was short-sighted, ever fearful of any Saiyan who might threaten his position. The king had even exiled Broly at birth, a truly foolish act. The captain is right, Garrus said with resignation. Garrus had witnessed the captain's struggles over the years. Had it not been for his sheer strength, King Vegeta would have eliminated him long ago. And precisely because of his power, the king constantly sidelined him. Now at most only about 100 Saiyans would follow his orders. How many can you two take? Bardock asked again. Kazuo and Osibier exchanged a glance and estimated probably around 150. Bardock nodded. That matched the number he could command. Uncle Bardock, go gather them. Starting tonight, Little Bayer and I will begin relocating our people. Kazuo had no choice. He would save as many as he could. Garrus and Bardock stood up ready to begin their operation. At the most critical moment for their race, Bardock cast aside all other concerns. Even if Kazuo could only take 100, it was enough. As long as they were not exterminated, the Saiyans would rise again. When Kakarot could transform into a Super Saiyan, he would avenge their people. In the dark of night, in the northern forest of planet Vegeta, about a dozen Saiyans had gathered. They moved stealthily, their faces pale with shock, as if they had just heard something horrifying and had not yet recovered. The dozen Saiyans stammered. Is this true? I never thought Frisia would plot against us. I said from the start that Frisia couldn't be trusted. Just then Bardock snapped, everyone quiet. At a time like this, they were still wasting breath on pointless arguments. The crowd fell silent immediately. Bardock glanced at Kazuo and Osibier, who understood and nodded. Kazuo pointed to two Saiyans. You two hold hands and grab my shoulders. Do not resist. Osibier did the same. Before coming, these Saiyans had already been informed of Frisia's conspiracy. Bardock had explained the plan, so they knew exactly what to do. Hearing Kazuo and Osibier's instructions, the Saiyans nodded and stepped forward, fully cooperative. Uncle Bardock, I'll be back soon. With that, Kazuo and the two Saiyans vanished into thin air, and Osibier did the same. Seeing Kazuo disappear so suddenly, Bardock found it astonishing. He had experienced instant transmission 2 hours earlier, yet witnessing it again still amazed him. Bardock looked up at the sky, scattered with countless twinkling lights. These were Frisia's forces' spaceships surrounding planet Vegeta from outside. From the very beginning, Frisia had exploited the Saiyans, constantly issuing missions forcing them to conquer other planets, then selling those planets for immense profit. Yet even so, Frisia was now preparing to destroy planet Vegeta and annihilate the Saiyan race. Bardock found it almost unbelievable. 3 months ago, Bardock had already sensed something was wrong. That was why he had sent Kakarot to Earth. But he still clung to a faint hope that the nightmare was false, until Kazuo confirmed his fears. Thank goodness for Kazuo. Bardock shook his head. After more than 20 minutes, Kazuo and Osibier suddenly appeared before Bardock. Huff! Kazuo panted heavily. He had taken the two Saiyans to a safe planet, one that would take even Frisia's fastest ships half a month to reach. Previously, Kazuo had only ever teleported himself and Osibier and never more than 2 people. Now he was so exhausted he could barely stand. Brother Kazuo, I'm so tired. I have no strength left. Osibir collapsed onto the ground, sticking out her tongue, her face drenched in sweat, motionless like a little worm. Casso, what's wrong? Bardock asked anxiously. It's fine, just a huge drain. Don't worry, we'll get everyone out tonight. Let me rest a bit first. You two take a break. Bardock watched Casso and Osibir. Though his heart was racing, Little Buyer was spent, and now only Casso could continue. Casso glanced at Little Buyer and smiled. She had done well to transport 2 people. He would take over from here. After a while, when he had recovered, he teleported 2 more Saiyans away. Round after round the night passed. All those dozen Saiyans were finally sent away. By daytime, Casso lay directly on the bed, eyes hollow, face pale, as if his body had been drained. He yearned for the Senza beans from Earth. Once the matter on planet Vegeta was settled, he had to make a trip there. Speaking of which, Senza beans had always been a broken element in Dragon Ball. No matter how severe the injury, as long as one was still breathing, a Senza bean could restore them to perfect condition instantly. But back when Goku was a child, Karin had not realized the bean's importance, and the chubby Yajirobe devoured them all, leaving Goku to later wish he could split a single bean in half. The 10-odd days passed quickly. Most of the Saiyans had returned to planet Vegeta. King Vegeta was still busy preparing the welcome for Frieza, utterly unaware that over 100 Saiyans had vanished. Inside the palace of the capital of planet Vegeta, surrounded by many flowers, a walkway was left in the middle, covered with a red carpet. The entire palace hall was very festive. King Vegeta saw that the arrangements were almost done and prepared to summon all Saiyans for another meeting. Suddenly, a Saiyan emerged from the side, his appearance very similar to Nappa, walking over with an angry expression. Your Majesty, how is the investigation into my son's matter going? It turned out this man was Nappa's father. 2 years earlier, his son had suddenly disappeared and never reappeared. He was King Vegeta's right-hand man, and his family was top tier among the Saiyans. However, regarding the disappearance of his son 2 years ago, King Vegeta had never been able to fully investigate it. King Vegeta's face turned cold. I have more important matters now. We'll talk about it later. With that, King Vegeta walked toward the hall's entrance and left. You? Nappa's father pointed at King Vegeta's retreating figure, trembling slightly. 2 years had passed, and there was still no news of Nappa. Nappa's father had long sensed something ominous, but King Vegeta's current attitude chilled his heart. He and his family had served King Vegeta for so many years, and now all they received was coldness. Feelings had faded. That day, just then, zzz. A sharp screech came from the sky, the sound of air waves and metal friction. The originally bright sky suddenly turned dark, as if something was blocking the sky above. Dense spaceships traversed the void, the scene like a swarm of locusts. The spaceships breached the atmosphere of planet Vegeta from outer space and finally halted at the surface of the atmosphere. With a large central spaceship as the center, they lined up in a row with smaller ships at both ends. In such an occasion, these small ships were utterly insignificant. The large ship stopped in the very center, orange-yellow flames shooting from its bottom. The exterior was wrapped in a ring of pitch-black metal, forming a circular corridor. Bright light seeped through transparent special glass, like yellow gems adorning it. In the center was the spaceship control room, covered by a curved dome. At a glance, one could clearly see the figure on the small flyer. He had 2 sharp horns on his head, blood-red eyes, purple-black lips, and 2 lines like blood tears beneath his eyes. Frieza. Frieza picked up a glass of crimson wine, his demeanor slightly elegant, and said casually, have we arrived at planet Vegeta? Yes, Lord Frieza, Dodoria replied respectfully. Go tell King Vegeta to bring all Saiyans to see me. As you command. King Vegeta summoned all high-ranking Saiyans for a meeting. Frieza is already above planet Vegeta. He demands that all Saiyans go to see him. King Vegeta was holding the final meeting in the palace, but Frieza's move was a bit strange. Why didn't he just land on the planet? King Vegeta felt something was wrong. Then let's call Bardock and the others to go welcome him together, otherwise Frieza's anger will have serious consequences. Yes. King Vegeta's subordinates discussed among themselves. Forget about Bardock and the others. Let's go welcome Frieza together. King Vegeta raised his hands, signaling to set off. But Frieza called for all Saiyans. Did you not hear my words? King Vegeta frowned, displeased by someone contradicting him. Did they think King Vegeta didn't want Bardock to come along? It was simply that he couldn't find Bardock anywhere. King Vegeta stood still for a moment, a fierce glint in his eyes as he looked at the crowd. The scene fell silent. No one raised any more objections. King Vegeta led all his subordinates to set out to welcome Frieza. Walking out of the palace, King Vegeta looked up and saw dense spaceships blotting out the sky, blocking even the light. This gloomy sky made King Vegeta uneasy, his heart thumping wildly, as if some ominous event was about to happen. Is it my imagination? He hoped so. King Vegeta condensed a small light sphere in his palm, then immediately dispersed it. What he condensed was none other than an artificial moon. A fierce light flashed in King Vegeta's eyes, and he thought to himself, hope Frieza doesn't make a rash move. Frieza sat on his flying device, slowly drifting out from the large spaceship, accompanied by his subordinates. Looking closely, in such a grand occasion, Frieza's elite team, the Ginyu Force, was not among them. Long time no see, King Vegeta. Frisia's lips curled into a faint smile, as if delighted to see an old friend again. Hail, Lord Frisia. King Vegeta flew into the air, half bowing in salute. As King Vegeta bowed, his subordinates behind him shouted in unison. Hail, Lord Frisia. More than 2,000 Saiyans gathered together, their response deafening, shaking the skies. At a glance, the Saiyans bowed with expressionless faces. No matter how much they hated Frisia at this moment, they put on a good show. Frisia said nothing, and his subordinates beside him said nothing either. They simply let the Saiyans remain bowed. The scene became dead silent. What did Frisia mean by this? King Vegeta gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and slightly raised his head to steal a glance at Frisia, only to see Frisia looking at them with an amused expression. Just then, Frisia suddenly spoke. King Vegeta, don't you Saiyans have a fellow named Bardock? Why isn't he here? Bardock's fame was not only among the Saiyans, even Frisia had heard of him. A mere low-class warrior could actually reach a battle power of 1000. Frisia couldn't help but be somewhat curious about Bardock. From his tone, it was clear that Frisia was in a bad mood. King Vegeta broke out in a cold sweat. Just now, King Vegeta had realized that Bardock and his subordinates were missing, and he couldn't find them no matter how hard he tried. Perhaps they wanted to give him a show of defiance when Frisia arrived. That damn Bardock. Oh well. King Vegeta stammered, unable to continue. King Vegeta couldn't possibly say that Bardock was at odds with him, and that he couldn't command him. He was the king of the Saiyan race, yet he couldn't even command his own subjects. How embarrassing would that be? Not hearing the desired answer, a cold gleam flashed in Frisia's blood-red eyes. His small body erupted with a terrifying aura, making people feel an eerie chill. The surrounding spaceships wobbled left and right in that instant, as if they might break loose and fall at any moment. Yet, in just that instant, Frisia retracted that aura again, as if nothing had happened. King Vegeta and his subordinates behind him had a little cold sweat on their foreheads. If Frisia's mere aura was this powerful, how strong must his true strength be? Ha ha ha, it's nothing. Don't be nervous, everyone relax. Frisia laughed nonchalantly. The expressions of Frisia's subordinates behind him were strange, as if they were watching a show. Planet Fair lay at an extraordinary distance from Planet Vegeta. Even with Frisia's most advanced starships traveling at maximum speed, the journey would take half a month. The sky overhead was a vivid green with a dense forest nearby and rolling plains stretching into the distance. At the edge where the forest met the plains, over 100 figures had gathered, each with a tail coiled around their waist. Captain, we have successfully relocated everyone, Cass reported. Bardock nodded. Over the past 10 days, relying on Casso's nightly use of instant transmission to shuttle Saiyans, he had finally managed to move all his subordinates and their families to Planet Fair. He knew well how far Planet Fair was from Planet Vegeta. Bardock himself had passed through this sector on previous missions, yet he never imagined Casso would be capable of relocating their entire clan here. Instant transmission is truly remarkable. Lord Bardock, is it true that Frisia really intends to destroy our planet Vegeta? Is that really true? Although Bardock's subordinates had already heard this news once before, they still wished to confirm it. Upon hearing their questions, Bardock furrowed his brows deeply, but still nodded firmly. Sighed. With this confirmation, all over 100 Saiyans present let out collective sighs of despair. Even Lord Bardock himself had to yield when facing Frisia. There was no hope for revenge against the tyrant. They now represented the last hope for the Saiyan race. Jine approached, carrying the weakened Osper in her arms. Where is Casso? Why don't I see him? He returned to Planet Vegeta again. Bardock gently patted little Osper's head. He wondered why Casso would risk returning to Planet Vegeta. At least according to schedule, Frisia's arrival was due today. Planet Vegeta must be engulfed in warfare by now, yet Casso possessed instant transmission, so there was little to fear. Apparently Jine also understood this, which is why she wasn't overly concerned. Above Planet Vegeta. Thank you for your understanding, Lord Frisia. King Vegeta failed to notice the expressions of Frisia's subordinates, thinking to himself that Frisia was so easily deceived. How had he ever ascended to the position of Universe Emperor? King Vegeta assumed Frisia had been successfully hoodwinked. Ha ha ha, I have always been lenient with my subordinates. As long as there are no malicious intentions behind their actions, correct, King Vegeta. Frisia's rigid facial muscles twitched in a strained, insincere smile that sent chills through the air. Yes, yes, yes. King Vegeta wiped the cold sweat from his face. What did Frisia mean by that? Has he discovered my actions? Impossible. We Saiyans have concealed ourselves so meticulously. King Vegeta had long practiced duplicity toward Frisia's orders, secretly building his own power base in anticipation of overthrowing Frisia's rule over the Saiyans, much like he had done with the Zulu people. Yet King Vegeta could never have imagined that Frisia had long ago intercepted all information through his scouter devices. Regardless of the Saiyan rebellion, Frisia had no intention of sparing the Saiyan race. It was a direct order from Lord Beerus himself. You think the same? That's good. Frisia crossed his arms, spinning on his hovercraft before turning his back to King Vegeta. With the hovercraft blocking the view, Frisia's expression was completely invisible. He remained silent, his back turned to all the Saiyans. The cold metallic craft sent a chill through King Vegeta's heart. Something ominous seemed imminent. King Vegeta, would you like to witness some beautiful fireworks? Frieza spoke these words without turning around. What did he mean? Something's wrong. King Vegeta finally realized the danger. Frieza's suppressed power erupted once more. The atmosphere of planet Vegeta churned chaotically under its force. The already thin oxygen vanished in an instant, making it difficult for King Vegeta and the Saiyans to breathe. Retreat. Seeing Frieza's actions, King Vegeta understood he was about to turn hostile. Without a doubt, the fireworks Frieza mentioned would be the massive explosion that would destroy planet Vegeta. However, King Vegeta and the Saiyans failed to realize they could have breathed normally in the atmosphere. Their fear had been instilled by Frieza's overwhelming pressure. As for why Saiyans could breathe in space, it was because Kaso had made a wish on Namek years ago. King Vegeta led all the Saiyans in a direct descent toward the ground. Only upon touching planet Vegeta's surface did King Vegeta feel somewhat reassured. Frieza, what do you intend to do? No longer playing games, King Vegeta addressed him directly by name. Attendant attack. From high above, Frieza merely observed King Vegeta's lips moving but couldn't discern his words. Frieza didn't care what he was saying. At Frieza's command, half of his forces surged forward while the remaining half dispersed across planet Vegeta, monitoring for any Saiyans attempting to flee. Mr. Dodoria, has the Ginyu Force taken their positions? Frieza asked coldly. We have deployed around planet Vegeta, my lord. Those Saiyan monkeys will certainly not escape, Dodoria replied with reverence. Excellent, Frieza stated calmly. On the surface of planet Vegeta, you leave me no choice. King Vegeta's fury boiled over. Did Frieza truly believe the Saiyans were weak and could be manipulated at will? He gathered a stream of energy in his palms, slowly condensing it into a basketball-sized white sphere of light before hurling it upward. Everyone look up. All Saiyans on the ground understood the gravity of the situation. They had long wanted to resist Frieza, but King Vegeta had restrained them. They had no choice. Hearing King Vegeta's command, these Saiyans knew exactly what to do next. They all looked up in unison, their eyes fixed on the artificial moon. Thump thump. A thunderous heartbeat echoed across the battlefield. If only one or two Saiyans had produced such a sound, it would have been unremarkable. But now roughly 2,000 Saiyans were beating their hearts in perfect synchronization. This heartbeat gradually formed a unified rhythm, building into resonance. Thump thump. Their faces contorted with wrinkles, transforming into the ferocious countenances of great apes, with fangs protruding and eyes blazing with crimson light. Roar, roar, roar. Their bodies lost their humanoid form, swelling with muscular bulk as their armor expanded to accommodate their growing size. Their stature skyrocketed until every great ape became enormous. Within tens of seconds, all the Saiyans present had transformed into great ape form. Roar, roar, roar. The great apes pounded their chests and roared at the sky. Aroyar Frieza, come. King Vegeta, now transformed into a great ape, bellowed. Several great apes who had retained their sanity flanked him. These were his most capable warriors. Meanwhile, Frieza's forces charged forward without fear of death. Soon the scene gradually descended into chaos. Nearly every gorilla was surrounded by dozens of space invaders. Energy shockwaves flew in all directions. The houses where Saiyans lived were struck by the splashing impact waves. Some merely collapsed while others were completely annihilated, reduced to nothingness. The former prosperity of the royal capital was turned to ashes in an instant, reduced to broken walls and overgrown ruins. Advance, all of you. Charge. The space invaders surrounding the gorillas launched their attack. Balls of energy impact slammed into the giant ape-form Saiyans. Bam! Terrifying explosions erupted with deafening roars. Light as bright as the sun illuminated the entire ground, and the smoke from the blast shrouded the great apes. We did it! The space invaders shouted excitedly. They had thought becoming giant apes would make the Saiyans incredibly formidable, but they proved to be no match. Suddenly, what? Look over there. How is this possible? As the smoke cleared, those giant apes were unscathed, not a single wound upon them. Roar, roar. It seemed the giant apes had been thoroughly enraged. Each one let out a thunderous bellow and casually grabbed massive boulders, hurling them wildly in every direction. Impossible. One space invader screamed in terror, but the next moment he was immediately trampled into mud. Amidst the chaos, a few more unfortunate souls were struck by the falling debris. Their entire bodies exploded on impact, reduced to gory messes. A truly horrifying sight. Yet the giant apes showed no signs of calming down. Instead, they continued to gather laser blasts in their mouths, just like what Ospii had done when he transformed into his giant ape form. From how Kazuo had dealt with Ospii, one could tell just how tenacious these giant apes were. Without sufficient power to overwhelm them, it would truly be difficult to defeat them. Boom, boom. Hundreds of laser blasts rained down in all directions. The space invaders, unable to react in time, were struck by the terrifying beams. In the face of the scorching laser blast, the space invaders were left with not even a single bone intact. No. In merely 10+ minutes, the number of space invaders on the battlefield had dwindled significantly. Fully 2/3 likely perished within that brief span. The surviving space invaders finally realized something was terribly wrong. How could these Saiyan monkeys be so powerful? They hastily activated their scouter devices to check. Beep, beep, beep. Combat power 23000. Combat power 15000. Combat power 8000. Rows of combat data appeared on the scouter's lens. The numbers on the display utterly terrified the space invaders. Every giant ape on the battlefield possessed remarkably high combat power, with most ranging between 1,000 and 5,000. How could this be? Rumor had it that Saiyans only had a few thousand combat power, at most, with the highest barely exceeding 1,000. This made no sense. In truth, Frieza had never told these space invaders that Saiyans' combat power would increase tenfold upon transforming into giant apes. What a tragic tale. One could only mourn for the space invaders. High above in the sky, Lord Frieza, these Saiyan monkeys transforming into giant apes are terrifying. Dodoria trembled all over. In the past, having seen the Saiyans' low combat power, he had bullied them without restraint. Now that the Saiyans had transformed into giant apes, their combat power surged dramatically. Dodoria was clearly frightened. The Saiyans have some tricks. It seems my decision was the right one. Frieza rested his chin on one hand, coldly observing the battle below. Frieza knew the Saiyans could transform into giant apes, but he never expected such devastating losses. He had miscalculated. Frieza sighed inwardly, yet showed absolutely no concern for the casualties among his own troops. Dodoria, watching the carnage below, felt compassion for his former comrades who had fallen so brutally. His heart ached. He stole a sideways glance at Frieza, whose face remained completely expressionless, as if the deaths were not his subordinates, but merely rats in a trash heap. Lord Frieza, this can't continue. If things go on like this, all our teammates will be wiped out. Dodoria could no longer bear to watch and attempted to advise Frieza. The Saiyans in their giant ape forms had already broken past 10,000 in combat power, with the strongest reaching as high as around 1,000. And among Frieza's elite Jinyu force, only Captain Jinyu with his 1,000 combat power could surpass them. Those with combat power exceeding 10,000 could already dominate entire worlds across the universe. How were the grunts expected to handle these Saiyan monkeys? What are you questioning my judgment? Frieza's eyes flashed with the vicious glare of a venomous serpent, dark and ruthless, as though he might strike at any moment. I wouldn't dare. Dodoria shuddered with dread, having witnessed Frieza's volatile temperament before. He quickly offered his apologies. Ah, how tedious. Fine then, let's just. Frieza raised a hand to his mouth and yawned, preparing to recall his forces and deal with this personally. Whoosh. A figure suddenly appeared before his eyes. Oh, friend, who are you? Frieza was somewhat surprised. He had failed to detect how this child had appeared. Given the overwhelming power radiating from within himself, Frieza felt no fear toward the suddenly appearing mysterious child, only a flicker of curiosity. Frieza, I'm giving you some advice. This was Kazuo's first time meeting Frieza in person. The figure before him radiated a deep sense of familiarity, exactly as Frieza appeared in the anime he had once watched, equally fierce and sinister. Oh, what kind of advice do you intend to offer this king? Frieza always considered himself a gentleman in his dealings, but upon hearing these words from the mysterious child, he felt a flash of anger. The composure he had maintained finally cracked, his smile vanished, and his pretentious demeanor disappeared entirely. No one had ever dared to give him advice. The last person who had shown such disrespect was King Vegeta, who was currently engulfed in chaos back home. With a mere gesture, Frieza could destroy planet Vegeta in under a minute, let alone King Vegeta himself. Frieza was curious to see what this brat intended to do. This is the advice. The moment he finished speaking, Kazuo unleashed all his power, moving like lightning. In an instant he teleported. No appeared right before Frieza and delivered a brutal punch. Bang! Frieza's eyes bulged wide open, his mouth twisted to the side, and the red muscles on his face sank slightly inward. Upon closer inspection, one could see his skin had been broken. Whoosh! Before Frieza could even process what had happened, Kazuo had already vanished. Who exactly are you? Frieza roared these words in blind fury, unleashing a combat power of 53000. Instantly, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked. The surrounding spaceships swayed precariously. The already thin atmosphere of planet Vegeta was torn apart, forming vast pockets of vacuum, as though reality itself were about to shatter. Dodoria witnessed the entire scene, terror gripping his heart. Would Lord Frieza kill him to silence any witnesses? ZZT, ZZT, ZZT. The pressure radiating from the enraged Frieza disturbed the surrounding ionized particles. Chaotic ions converged into silver snake-like arcs of electricity. Unforgivable. Another roar tore from Frieza's throat. His eyes scanned every corner, hunting for Kazuo's figure. However, Frieza discovered the mysterious child had truly vanished into thin air just as he had appeared out of nowhere. Where did he go? Vanished into thin air. That child resembled a Saiyan. Could he really be one? Frieza gritted his teeth, his eyes nearly bursting from rage, desperate to find that mysterious child and tear him apart limb from limb. Thinking back, even his brother Gula had never dared to act so insolently toward him, yet now a mere brat had landed a punch on him. Frieza was absolutely furious. Frieza cast a cold glance at Dodoria. Frieza's ruthlessness was no secret. He would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, and he was particularly meticulous about his own composure. Anyone who witnessed him losing his dignity was as good as dead. As that deathly gaze swept over him, Dodoria felt as if he were being stared down by the most venomous serpent in the world. He trembled uncontrollably. This was the end. Frieza raised one index finger, aiming it at Dodoria. Killing intent radiated everywhere, and the entire sky seemed to freeze in that instant. "Huh! You worthless scum dare to lay a hand on my planet Vegeta." King Vegeta in his giant ape form opened his massive mouth and roared with laughter. The space aliens were numerous, but they could not inflict fatal damage on the giant ape. Under the fierce assault of the powerful ape, their numbers dwindled. "Huh! Frieza, your underlings are useless." King Vegeta lifted his foot and crushed an alien as if stepping on an ant. Then he turned to his subordinates and said, "Come join me in slaying Frieza." After annihilating a portion of the aliens, King Vegeta, now in his giant ape form, grew arrogant, feeling that even Frieza was no match for him. 5 colossal figures erupted with white aura soaring into the sky. Their massive bodies blotted out the light above, plunging the ground into darkness. The 5 giant apes radiated white aura, streaks of white light cutting through the sky as they rapidly ascended into the atmosphere. King Vegeta searched everywhere for Frieza. There, King Vegeta spotted the largest spaceship with Frieza floating before it. Bang! They accelerated once more, charging toward Frieza with their colossal frames. At that moment, Frieza was still pointing his index finger at Dodoria. Dodoria, nearly wetting himself in terror, saw King Vegeta and the others charging forward and felt a glimmer of hope. He might be saved. Sure enough, as King Vegeta rushed forward, Frieza lowered his finger from Dodoria. "King Vegeta." A sharp glint flashed in Frieza's eyes. That brat earlier looked like a Saiyan. Then he would settle the score with the Saiyans. "Frieza, all your men are nearly dead, and you still haven't acted. Could it be that you're afraid of us?" Ha ha ha. King Vegeta surveyed his subordinates, convinced that he was invincible in his current state. How dare insignificant Frieza invade the Saiyans? Unforgivable. King Vegeta, you're quite confident. Frieza stared at him with piercing eyes, speaking calmly. Those familiar with Frieza knew that this expression meant he was truly angry and about to get serious. After all, being suddenly punched by an inexplicable brat would be unbearable for anyone, let alone an emperor of the universe. "Let me see if you have the strength to back up that confidence." Frieza used his scouter to measure. Beep, beep, beep. 80000, 95000, 12000. None of these giant apes had a battle power below 800, with King Vegeta's 100 being the highest. Clap, clap, clap. Frieza applauded after seeing their battle powers. "I must say, you Saiyans really do have some tricks. Do you regret invading planet Vegeta now? Let me tell you, it's too late." King Vegeta roared. Then he turned and signaled to his subordinates. The other 4 Saiyans received the command and charged at Frieza, launching a fierce assault. King Vegeta going head-to-head with Frieza. Was he seeking death so recklessly? Indeed. You're asking for death. Frieza's calm vanished, replaced by raging fury. An energy akin to a stellar core explosion erupted from within him. An overwhelming pressure permeated every corner of planet Vegeta. The seas churned violently, gales howled, and typhoons of catastrophic magnitude raged as if the world were ending. This was merely the aura Frieza had released. What a... With the eruption of his aura, waves of force rampaged. Even King Vegeta and his comrades, despite their massive bodies, could not withstand it and were blown away. Impossible. King Vegeta and the others were thrown back, sliding a distance before desperately stabilizing themselves. The fierce wind scraped against them as if peeling off layers of flesh, causing excruciating pain. The giant apes looked at each other, their bloodshot eyes unable to conceal the terror within. They saw the same disbelief in each other's expressions. This was impossible. Why was Frieza so powerful? If Frieza was truly this strong, why had he tolerated the Saiyans all this time? He could have slaughtered them effortlessly. Frieza's released aura filled King Vegeta with dread, trembling, and sheer terror. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. King Vegeta shook his head, still unable to believe Frieza possessed such overwhelming power. "King Vegeta, are you surprised?" Arcs of lightning flickered around Frieza, and in the blink of an eye he appeared before King Vegeta. He slightly parted his purple-black lips and regained his usual calm and self-proclaimed elegance. King Vegeta and the others trembled uncontrollably, their fear laid bare through every quiver. They had never seen Frieza display his true power. They had always thought he was not particularly strong, at most slightly stronger than their ape forms. They believed that together they could at least put up a fight. How naive. We were truly too naive. King Vegeta and his men lamented in their hearts. Wasn't it only natural for an emperor of the universe to possess extraordinary strength? At this moment King Vegeta finally woke from his delusion. But it was a little too late. Weren't you all so confident just now? Frieza sat back down in his floating chair. Although he had unleashed several bursts of aura, his chair remained undamaged due to his deliberate protection. Guess how much my battle power is? Frieza looked at them with a mocking expression. Before killing his enemies, seeing the terror on their faces was the most delightful thing in the world. King Vegeta and his subordinates could not suppress their inner horror. They tried to speak, but under the oppressive weight of Frieza's aura they could not even open their mouths. 53000. I have a battle power of 53000. Ha ha ha. What do you think? Aren't you surprised? Ha ha ha. Frieza kept laughing, and seeing the fear in King Vegeta and the others soothed the anger he had felt earlier. King Vegeta and his men shuffled back a few steps, eyes wide with shock and horror. Was the Frost Demon clan truly this powerful? Was this a level that mortals could reach? King Vegeta and the others had never heard of anyone possessing a battle power as high as 53000. The Saiyans' current 100 was achieved only through transformation, not their normal state. Well, it's time to end this farce. Frieza, seated in his floating chair, extended one index finger. This scene, the explosion of planet Vegeta, was imminent. A marble-sized orange energy sphere appeared at the tip of Frieza's finger. He slowly infused power into it, and the surrounding pressure became unstable, crackling, as if the space itself were being torn apart. In an instant, it expanded into a round energy ball about 50 meters in diameter. Planet Destruction Sphere. Ha ha ha. With a flick of his finger, Frieza sent the massive Planet Destruction Sphere hurtling toward the planet below King Vegeta. Whoosh, whoosh. Despite its enormous size, the Planet Destruction Sphere descended rapidly. No. King Vegeta snapped back to his senses only to find the sphere already before them. In the face of imminent danger, they shook off their terror, and together with King Vegeta simultaneously unleashed 5 shockwaves. The 5 shockwaves clashed with the Planet Destruction Sphere, but it was like ants trying to shake a giant tree. Whoosh, whoosh. The collision caused a rapid surge in pressure, generating powerful winds that blew outward from the energy sphere. The fur on King Vegeta and his comrades' heads was blown back, unable to stand upright. Up. Wild energy lashed around them, causing them to scream in agony. The shockwaves they had gathered were utterly unable to withstand Frieza's Planet Destruction Sphere. The Planet Destruction Sphere rapidly closed in on the faces of the 5 giant apes. The intense heat and searing temperatures set their fur ablaze, turning it to ash. The unbearable pain made them scream loudly. As the Planet Destruction Sphere descended further. No. King Vegeta stared fixedly at the massive energy sphere descending. Even using all his strength, it had no effect. He glanced at his subordinates. Their fur was burning, and they were screaming without cease. In that final moment, a trace of resignation flickered in King Vegeta's unwilling eyes, then he closed his eyelids, as if finding release. Vegeta. With those 3 words, the voices of King Vegeta and his 4 subordinates abruptly ceased. They melted. Thus perished the king of the Saiyans. Kazuo instantly teleported to a planet near Vegeta star, then immediately erupted with a white aura soaring into the outer universe. In the dark universe, occasional glimmers of light flashed. Kazuo flew out from the planet. Looking afar, Vegeta's star in the distance began to glow with an increasingly brilliant light. A massive energy sphere appeared above Vegeta's star's atmosphere, illuminating the entire surface clearly like the scorching light of a newborn sun. With Vegeta's star right before his eyes, Kazuo quietly watched as the planet-destroying bomb slowly sank into the surface, waiting for it to explode. Having arrived in the Dragon Ball world for 2 years, seeing Vegeta's star about to explode, Kazuo felt no resentment nor anger. Due to his past life attachments, he had already done enough. He first went to Namek to make a wish, then used instant transmission to relocate some Saiyans, accomplishing all he could. Perhaps influenced by Saiyan blood, or perhaps because he knew the subsequent plot, even with Vegeta's star on the verge of exploding, it stirred no emotion within Kazuo. After all, he had preserved nearly 200 Saiyan bloodlines. Inside Vegeta's star, the planet-destroying bomb radiated a formidable pressure. The great ape-form Saiyans propped themselves up with one hand, straining to look up. Even without reason, now subconsciously they felt terror, their bodies trembling incessantly. The energy bomb passed right through the bodies of King Vegeta and the other 4 great apes. Their counterattacks proved futile. Even their colossal ape forms couldn't delay the energy sphere for a single moment. Boom, boom. Through the atmosphere, the planet-destroying bomb plummeted downward. The energy was so immense that the very space seemed ready to shatter, emitting thunderous roars like distant drums. As it descended, the atmosphere was further compressed. The mountains below began to crumble, with massive boulders falling one after another, each roughly over 10 meters wide. The colossal boulders crashed down, causing earthquakes and ground fissures. Cracks spread toward the horizon until they encountered harder bedrock and halted. Roar! Roar! Seeing the planet-destroying bomb about to descend upon them, the great apes let out terrified shrieks. They dared not stay put, their instincts screamed that staying meant death. The Saiyans transformed into great apes fled in all directions, some toward forests, others toward mountains. Regardless, they simply needed to escape this perilous place. But what they didn't know was that no escape was possible. Boom! Boom! Finally, the planet-destroying bomb touched ground. From above, the energy bomb gradually sank into the ground. After a moment, it vanished, leaving only a giant crater behind. Crack, crack. Earth blocks beside the crater developed cracks different from those caused by falling boulders. These cracks slowly widened, from 10 centimeters to 50 and beyond. The fissures continued to expand, showing no sign of stopping. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The hurricanes over the sea had subsided with the battle's end, but inexplicably minor winds began to stir again. These winds whipped waves that leaped out of the water. What was that? A tornado forming on the sea surface. Hoo. A over 1,000-meter-high tornado began to ravage the ocean, sweeping large fish from the sea into the sky. Due to the tornado, tsunamis gradually formed. Dozens of meters-high wave tsunamis surged ashore, and the coastlines collapsed before such towering walls of water. 5 minutes passed. Boom. Vegeta Star experienced a massive tremor. Enormous tectonic plates floated chaotically on the surface. Scorching magma gushed from the ground, spewing smoke and spraying everywhere, forming a rain of molten rock that then fell back to Earth. 10 minutes passed. The planet-destroying bomb had sunk into the core. There was no intact place left on Vegeta Star. Floods washed, tsunamis raged, magma splashed. All severe weather eroded Vegeta Star. As magma erupted, scorching streams rose with plumes of smoke splattering outward, even kilometers into the sky. Vegeta Star's atmosphere became shrouded in a ring of acrid fumes, obscuring the interior completely from external view. Finally, with a bang, Vegeta Star transformed into a brilliant burst of light, shooting outward in all directions into the depths of space. Outside Vegeta. Ha ha ha. This is the fate of opposing me. Frieza laughed aloud to the sky, radiating an extremely sinister aura. Lord Dodoria, isn't this fireworks display beautiful? Frieza regained his usual elegance, crossing his hands, as if forgetting that Dodoria had witnessed his loss of composure. As expected of Lord Frieza, the fireworks you created are the finest in the universe. Dodoria's heart shuddered, but he quickly answered Frieza's question. When Frieza had just pointed at him, Dodoria felt as though he had already stepped halfway into hell. Even seeing his own teammates on Vegeta Star destroyed alongside the planet, he dared not make a sound. Now he had to flatter whenever possible. Alas, originally the Saiyans were quite useful. What a pity, now I'll have to find another group of free laborers. Frieza's tone carried a hint of regret. As long as we announce Lord Frieza's name to the outside, I'm sure many will come to pledge allegiance to you. Dodoria continued to flatter incessantly. Let's go, we shall return home. Frieza nodded satisfactorily. At the moment Frieza turned away, Dodoria patted his chest, having finally escaped this ordeal. Subsequently, Frieza and Dodoria re-entered their spaceship. The surrounding vessels followed Frieza's ship, all flying back to headquarters together. From a distant outpost, Captain Jinyu called through the communication device, "Let's return too." Then 5 spaceships quickly caught up to the leading vessel. Hundreds of lightspeed trails streaked through interstellar space, all belonging to Frieza's faction ships, as they headed back. Leading the formation was a large spacecraft. Inside the ship, Frieza sat in his hoverpod, eyes closed, muttering, "Lord Beerus, I have completed the task you assigned." Watching the footage of Vegeta Star's explosion, Kazuo remained silently in the cosmos. The Saiyan race had endured civil war on planet Sadala, resisted the Tuffles, and overcome numerous hardships, yet nearly faced extinction at Frieza's hands. One must always look forward. Let the past be past. Even if Saiyans seek revenge, they must wait until the Dragon Ball saga begins. In another decade or so, the Dragon Ball story would commence. Thinking of this, Kazuo couldn't help feeling a surge of excitement. Was it finally beginning? He needed to prepare well. He didn't want to end up as a mere extra like Piccolo and the others. After a while, as the last glimmer of Vegeta Star faded away, Kazuo also vanished from the spot. On planet Fair, "Captain, what will become of us Saiyans from now on?" Garrus asked, utterly bewildered. To the surviving Saiyans, the death of King Vegeta was one thing, but the destruction of planet Vegeta by Frieza left them without a planet to call home. Were the Saiyans destined to wander the cosmos from now on? Hearing this, Bardock paused. Let's wait for Kazuo to return and hear what he has to say first. When he had dreamed of planet Vegeta's explosion earlier, Bardock had only managed to send Kakarot away without giving much thought to what came after. But given the current circumstances, the Saiyan situation was far from favorable. Bardock was well aware of the legend that circulated among Saiyans, the Super Saiyan, a being feared by the Frost clan. According to what Kazuo had said earlier, the destruction of planet Vegeta had been ordered by King Cold, not to mention the existence of Cooler, who was even more powerful than Frisia. Thus the Saiyans now had to avoid not only Frisia's forces, but more importantly the entire Frost clan. Garrus nodded. It was thanks to Kasua that these 100 or so clansmen had managed to escape. It would be wise to listen to his opinion first. From the moment Frisia's conspiracy was exposed to the relocation of the Saiyans, Kasua had worked tirelessly for over 10 days without rest. The surviving Saiyans had witnessed it all, and unconsciously Kasua had come to occupy a significant place in their hearts. Whenever a problem arose, they instinctively thought of him. Just then, with a swish, a child appeared on the plains. Kasua. It's Kasua. The Saiyans sitting on the grass stood up, smiles spreading across their faces. Bardock hurried forward. Kasua, what happened to Planet Vegeta? Garrus and Castor were equally anxious. What happened? The Saiyans who had risen looked at Kasua with hope in their eyes, desperately wishing to hear from his lips that Planet Vegeta was safe and sound. Kasua walked slowly and stopped before the crowd. He exchanged glances with them and shook his head helplessly. It has already exploded. Thump. Every Saiyan present felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their hearts, leaving them utterly despondent. They hadn't expected it to really explode. Curse that Frisia. Kasua glanced at everyone and noticed their low spirits. How interesting. So Saiyans could experience such emotions too. When Kasua had watched the anime in his past life, he had seen Vegeta show no reaction upon hearing that his planet had been destroyed, truly cold-blooded. He thought that most Saiyans were probably like Vegeta. No wonder this group followed Bardock, and no wonder King Vegeta had sidelined Bardock. After a moment, Bardock shook his head. Kasua, now that Planet Vegeta has exploded, what do we do next? I've already made arrangements. We'll rest on Planet Fair for a few more days, and then I'll lead everyone back to our true homeland. Planet Salada. Kasua voiced his thoughts. He had formulated this plan long ago, having already used the Dragon Balls to restore the Saiyans' original home, Planet Salada. Planet Salada was the best refuge for the Saiyans, and Kasua felt that this planet was far from ordinary. In his previous life, while watching Dragon Ball Super, Kasua had speculated that the reason the Saiyans of Universe 6 had such high base power levels might very well be due to Planet Salada. Of course, this was all speculation. Only when he set foot on Planet Salada would he know the truth. The Saiyans around him who had been dazed were somewhat surprised to hear Planet Salada mentioned. Our original home. Planet Salada. Wasn't it destroyed? Indeed, Planet Salada had been destroyed long ago due to internal strife. Later the Saiyans moved to Planet Plant, and after overthrowing the Tuffles they renamed it Planet Vegeta. Hearing about Planet Salada, Bardock recalled that Kasua had mentioned the 3 wishes he made to the dragon. At the time he had thought it was a lie. Now that Kasua was saying this, had Planet Salada really been restored? And could all Saiyans now survive in space? Thinking this, Bardock suddenly erupted with a white aura. With a boom, he shot straight up into the cosmos. What is Lord Bardock doing? Captain, where are you going? The Saiyans were puzzled. Why had Lord Bardock suddenly flown away? Seeing this, Kasua smiled. So Bardock hadn't believed in the Dragon Balls from the start. Watching Bardock fly upward, Kasua guessed what he was thinking. He must be going to verify the truth of the 3 wishes. As he drew closer to the vacuum of space, Bardock held his breath. After breaking through the atmosphere, he tried to inhale. If he couldn't breathe, he would immediately fly back to the ground. Staring at the pitch-black cosmos, Bardock felt a bit nervous. He hoped the 3 wishes were real, yet found it hard to believe. He took a breath. Bardock felt that no air entered his lungs. Suddenly his eyes widened. There was no air in space to provide him with oxygen, yet he could survive in the void. Most extraordinary. Having obtained the result he wanted, Bardock returned to the ground and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. The Saiyans looked at Bardock with confusion. What was going on? Seeing their bewilderment, Bardock stopped laughing and explained to them. So that's how it is. Does that mean we Saiyans will become even stronger? The Saiyans clenched their fists, their faces brimming with excitement. Truly the Saiyans were a warrior race. The moment they heard something beneficial to their combat prowess, they forgot the grief of their planet's destruction. Kasua smiled helplessly and paid them no further mind. Uncle Bardock, where's little Bayer? Kasua had not seen AOC Bayer since he returned, and he found it strange. She's in the back. Bardock pointed. Kasua made his way through the crowd, and finally saw Jine, sitting under a large tree at the border of the forest, and the plains, holding AOC Bayer in her arms. So she had been hidden by those burly men. No wonder he couldn't find her. When Jine saw Kasua, she put a finger to her lips, signaling him to be quiet. Kasua looked at the child in Jine's arms. The chubby little Bayer was sleeping on her stomach. He gently stroked the baby fat on her cheek. Even Kasua himself was exhausted after more than 10 days of travel, let alone AOC Bayer. Seeing how tired AOC Bayer was, Kasua's heart ached. He reached out his hands toward Jine, indicating that he would hold little Bayer. Jine placed AOC Bayer in Kasua's arms and covered her mouth with a light laugh. She had watched these 2 little ones grow up. Now they were so attached to each other like a young couple. It seemed they would become a real couple in the future. Thinking of this, Jine couldn't help but recall her own childhood. She and Bardock had been just like these 2 little ones. Everything was so familiar. A slight smile curved Jine's lips. Kasuwa did not notice Jine's expression. He held AOC by her, tightly looking at her fair, chubby little face. He couldn't help but give her a kiss. Moi. AOC Bayer seemed to be awakened by Kasuwa. Her delicate brows fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. Brother Kasuwa. Seeing Kasuwa, AOC Bayer smiled sweetly. You're back. The sight of her smile warmed Kasuwa's heart. He rested his forehead against hers. I'm back. Hearing Kasuo's tender voice, Osbayer narrowed her eyes and burrowed deeper into his arms. Kasuo, I'm hungry, she complained with a pout, having gone nearly a day without food. She touched her little belly, eyes glistening like a kitten's. What a little glutton. Kasuo chuckled, shaking his head. Who could resist her pitiful look? It nearly melted the 20-something soul within Kasuo's body. Night fell. Before leading the Saiyans back to their homeland, Kasuo decided to explore Planet Salad first. Little beer, let me show you the true home of the Saiyans. Osbayer nodded adorably. Kasuo activated instant transmission, and they arrived on Planet Salad. Planet Salad's environment was similar to Earth's, 70% water and 30% land, ideal for habitation. The land was covered in lush green vegetation untouched by development, with wild grass growing in chaotic abundance. Amidst the unruly grass, a few wildflowers bloomed sporadically. They were of different species, yet shared a common trait: their blossoms were vibrant and beautiful, like youthful maidens dancing gracefully, revealing their springtime charm. It was still daytime on Planet Salad. Two small figures appeared on the planet. Wow, is this Planet Salad? It's so beautiful. Osbayer's face lit up with joy. The scenery was breathtaking, and the air was crisp and fresh. Suddenly Osbayer felt something unusual, a strange comforting sensation, as if she were nestled in her brother's embrace, her whole body warm and at ease. Kasuo, can you feel it? Osbayer asked. Kasuo patted her head, gently saying nothing. The moment he set foot on Planet Salad, he had sensed its extraordinary nature. As the ancestral home of the Saiyans, it was steeped in legends. In the Dragon Ball anime of his past life during the Universe 6 and 7 story arc, the two universes were twin counterparts with initially identical elements. Over time, Planet Salad in Universe 7 fell to ruin, while in Universe 6, the Saiyan homeworld remained intact, teeming with Saiyans. During the tournament between Universes 6 and 7, Goku and Vegeta discovered that the Saiyans from Universe 6 could not transform into Super Saiyans, yet their base power was astonishing, a fact that left them astounded. Some speculated that perhaps the Saiyans of Universe 6, living on their ancestral planet, had abundant S cells thriving within them due to the planet's nurturing influence, but lacked the transformation method. Others theorized that S cells might only proliferate in times of peace. After all, the early Saiyans served Frisia, pillaging and conquering worlds, which kept their S cell count low, preventing them from achieving Super Saiyan transformation. It wasn't until the destruction of planet Vegeta that the remaining Saiyans living peacefully on Earth saw their S cells flourish, eventually enabling them to become Super Saiyans. Of course, there were many other theories from his past life, but most were dubious. It was only upon stepping onto Planet Salad that Kasuo realized both these conjectures might be true. He carefully sensed the changes within his body. Something seemed to be gestating inside him, an indescribable feeling, as if his entire being were soaking in a warm spring, the water flowing over his chest with exquisite comfort. Kasuo narrowed his eyes. Truly, this was the Saiyan homeworld. Restoring Planet Salad had been the right decision. For now, his body had not undergone any obvious transformation. He estimated that only when the quantity within him was sufficient would a qualitative change occur. He would wait patiently. Taking Little Beer's hand, he walked forward step by step, exploring the Saiyans' primordial homeland. The low shrubs gradually gave way to towering trees scattered left and right. Each trunk was massive, too wide for 3 adults to encircle. Kasuo guessed these trees must be at least half a century old. The dense forest canopy stretched wide, the leaves so thick that sunlight barely penetrated, leaving the ground as dim and cool as if the sun had already set. A chirping sound caught their attention. Kasuo, look! Osbayer exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a tree. Kasuo looked up to see a strange bird perched on a branch, its feathers clean and bright red, its body small, its beak sharp. It tilted its head and emitted a melodious call. Startled by Osbayer's shout, the bird fluttered away in panic. It flew away. Did I scare it? Osbayer wondered, a bit dejected. It's okay, come on, let's keep moving. They passed through the forest and arrived at a plain covered in fine soft grass, as neat and tidy as a golf course with no trace of disorder. In the center of the plain stood several large stones, also covered in grass. Kasuo wondered why such boulders would appear in the middle of a plain. One of the boulders was as tall as the entrance of a large villa, and about 2 meters wide. Kasuo frowned, raised his hand, and gathered a burst of energy. With a sharp exhale, he blew the grass away, revealing that they were actually walls. Since the surface had not been exposed to the elements shielded by the grass, they had not weathered severely. The style resembled the palace walls of planet Vegeta. Kasuo surmised that these were remnants of ancient Saiyan architecture. Brother, I don't want to explore anymore. I'm so hungry. Osbayer plopped onto the ground, her tail wagging restlessly behind her. Her stomach rumbled, and she patted it. She had been walking all day and was too weak to go on, yet Casso still wanted to explore. Little girl, how can you be hungry again? Casso chuckled, covering his face. She really was a little foodie. After laughing, Casso couldn't bear to let her starve. He sensed the planet and found that planet salad still hosted many large animals. Casso vanished for 5 seconds, then reappeared carrying 2 giant wild boars on his shoulders. Little beer, how about roasted boar tonight? Yes, I love the boar you roast. Aspire replied sweetly. Casso blasted a pit in the ground, then went to the forest to gather firewood. He could have cooked the meat with hotkey blasts, but controlling the heat was tricky, and it would lack the smoky flavor. As he always said, meat roasted without wood had no soul. With practiced skill, he gutted the 2 boars, cleaned the innards, and skewered them on branches. Once the preparations were done, he lit the firewood and began roasting the boars over the campfire. Night began to fall. The fire crackled softly. Little beer, here, this one's for you. Careful, it's hot. Casso handed her a boar. Arigato. I'm digging in. Aspire's mouth watered at the aroma. Unable to resist, she took a big bite. Casso glanced at her, smiled, and began eating his own roasted meat. The black canopy of the night sky was dotted with stars while a bonfire burned on the plains. The orange glow of the flames played across the faces of 2 children. One of the little girls was devouring meat in large bites. Casso looked over and smiled. With the exploration of planet Salada complete, it was time to lead the Saiyans back to their ancestral home. Because of his presence, the Dragon Ball story had already diverged from its original course. In the original timeline, nearly all Saiyans perished in the destruction of planet Vegeta, with only a handful escaping. Now nearly 200 Saiyans had survived. Once these Saiyans settled on this land, and combined with its unique properties, the future of the Saiyan race became truly unpredictable. With planet Vegeta already destroyed, the Dragon Ball storyline was drawing near. Casso felt his blood begin to stir, perhaps influenced by the Saiyan warrior lineage running through his veins. He longed to meet Kakarot soon. He longed to battle him. Casso pressed his lips together. He needed to grow stronger quickly. If he wanted to duel his favorite character from his past life, this level of power was simply insufficient. Though Casso's current combat power stood at 130, while Goku's was merely 2, the protagonist always held the advantage. When Vegeta invaded Earth, Goku would only need to suffer 1 near-fatal injury to surpass Casso. Of course, Casso did not believe he would lose to Goku. He was an elite warrior after all. With the memories and knowledge residing in his mind, even a protagonist would never hope to catch up to him. Suddenly, burp. Aspiria shyly covered her small mouth with her hand. Hey Casso, and I'm full. Good, you're full. Casso chuckled helplessly. What a little glutton. Returning to Planet Fair over the following month, Casso and Aspiria were responsible for transporting the Saiyans to Planet Salada. Planet Salada lay extraordinarily far from Planet Fair, and a month of relentless round trips left Casso and Aspiria utterly exhausted. After transporting the last Saiyan, the 2 of them collapsed directly onto the ground of Planet Salada, gasping for breath. Aspiria's face was deathly pale, her tiny feet trembling. Even her stomach growled with hunger, yet she lacked the strength to cry out. In stark contrast to the wretched state of Casso and Aspiria, the group of Saiyans in the distance explored Planet Salada with excitement, deliberately ignoring the pitiful pair. These were truly heartless brats. Soon the Saiyans suddenly grew animated. This place feels so comfortable. I can sense something extraordinary about this world. Hearing this, Bardock broke into a cold sweat, as if only he knew this place was special. He glanced again at Casso lying on the ground. How had Casso thought to restore Planet Salada? Planet Salada had been destroyed long ago. Bardock did not know what his ancestral homeworld looked like, but the moment he set foot on this planet, he could sense its extraordinariness. Bardock frowned slightly, yet in his heart Casso was the most extraordinary of all. Utilizing the Eternal Dragon to restore Planet Salada was a stroke of divine inspiration for the Saiyans of the present era. This lad knows everything. His prophecies are truly that formidable, prescience beyond imagination. Bardock shook his head. His own precognitive abilities could only glimpse a few important scenes. Perhaps with young Casso among them, their Saiyans would achieve far greater things than before. Coming back to his senses, Bardock called out, "Garlas, prepare to settle the clan. From now on we shall survive upon our ancestral planet." He then cast a glance at Casso lying on the ground. So young and already this depleted. Clearly he needed more training. Watching Bardock's departing back, Casso ground his teeth in fury. Damn Bardock, was he blind? How dare he ignore Casso entirely? Once he recovered, he would certainly pound Bardock senseless. On Planet Salada, Saiyans could be seen flying through the skies from time to time, shoulders laden with timber, using these materials to construct their dwellings. In a beautiful valley beside a flowing river, numerous wooden cabins had been erected around the area. With shelters secured, the Saiyans now turned their attention to training. Elsewhere, 2 figures flashed across the sky, one large, one small. Huh. Bardock let out a sharp cry, both hands aimed at Casso as a golden energy blast erupted forth. Is that all? Casso sneered. In his perception, Bardock's combat power barely exceeded 1000. After a month of continuously draining his inner reserves, Queso's own power had grown to 14000. This time, if he did not pound Bardock into the ground, he would consider it a defeat. With an expressionless face, Queso charged headlong toward the oncoming energy blast. Moving with lightning speed, he tore through the air, leaving a sharp cracking sound behind. Boom. Just as the blast was about to strike him, Queso immediately sidestepped, evading by a fraction, and surged forward along the direction from which the blast had come. I knew you weren't ordinary. Bardock remained unfazed. Since Queso had returned to planet Vegeta, Bardock had sensed that the boy was not what he seemed. The scouter readings showed only a few hundred points, yet something about him felt deeply wrong. It was only when Queso revealed Frisia's conspiracy and later orchestrated the evacuation of their people that Bardock realized Queso had been concealing his true strength all along. Facing Queso's charge, Bardock seemed to have anticipated this situation. After releasing the energy blast, he instantly vanished from his original position. Soon thunderous collision sounds echoed across the sky, left to right, high to low. Each exchange shook the earth and mountains. Boom. The auras released by the two of them blanketed the area, quickly forming a violent hurricane around them. Towering trees on the ground were uprooted entirely. Even kilometers away, the effects were felt. As fierce winds swept through Garlis, and the others glanced toward Bardock's direction, then returned to building their houses. Over the past few days, Bardock and Queso had been sparring constantly, and the Saiyans had grown accustomed to it. Huh. This is invigorating. Bardock laughed heartily. Queso halted midair and sneered. Invigorating. Wait until I make you truly invigorated. In the blink of an eye, Queso vanished from sight. Bardock's laughter stopped abruptly. Where did he go? What are you looking for? Suddenly a voice came from behind him. When had he? Before he could raise a defense, it was already too late. Queso had appeared behind Bardock like a phantom, utterly silent. A kick, a punch, a hook. The series of attacks rained down upon Bardock's back in rapid succession. You fight without honor. Bardock cried out in pain. Queso's combat power far exceeded his expectations. It was definitely above 1000. A mere child wielding such terrifying combat power. How fearsome. Bardock had been caught completely off guard. In combat between masters, a single opening could render one's position extremely precarious. Now Bardock found himself relentlessly assaulted by Queso's breathtaking strikes, unable to mount even a single counterattack. Boom. With the force of a thunderclap, Queso delivered a punch that sent Bardock flying. Whoosh. Bardock crashed into the ground like a cannonball, producing a colossal impact. Boom. Shockwaves rolled outward, and all surrounding trees were flattened. A crater over 10 meters in diameter appeared on the ground with web-like cracks spreading across its surroundings. Bardock lay flat on his back, arms and legs spread out like a starfish, coughing every now and then. His chest and back had each absorbed hundreds of blows, and the upper armor was completely smashed. The pain made Bardock gasp. Damn it, how is that little brat so strong? He gave a bitter smile. He couldn't even defeat a mere child. How shameful. He lay on the ground as if he had conceded defeat. However, just as Bardock thought Kazuo's attack was over, suddenly a blue energy blast came flying from above. I'll fuck your mother. Bardock screamed, his thick neck straining as he cursed. Despite his curses, Bardock did not dare to hesitate in action. He executed a kip-up and swiftly dodged Kazuo's attack. If that blast had hit him without a medical pod, he would have been bedridden for 2 weeks. Bardock would have been fine if he hadn't looked back, but when he did, he saw a dozen energy spheres raining down. You little bastard, do I have a feud with you? Why are you so relentless? Bardock shouted as he fled. Boom boom. A series of explosions erupted in the forest, smoke and dust billowing. In the distant valley, Gialisi heard the commotion and chuckled. The captain is having a blast, huh? Blast. Bardock was indeed having a blast. A figure flashed swiftly through the forest while energy bullets kept descending from above, explosions resounding incessantly. Kazuo saw Bardock's disheveled state and sneered. You mocked me before, but I'm a man who holds grudges. A basketball-sized energy sphere appeared in his hand. Kazuo grinned maliciously. My dear Uncle Bardock, look what I've prepared for you. Bardock heard the voice from above and suddenly felt a foreboding. He turned around and saw a massive energy sphere right before his eyes. Kazuo, I will never forgive you. Bardock roared. Then a sudden, and Bardock was already lying flat on the ground. Ha ha ha. The forest was silent except for Kazuo's sly laughter. At that moment, a ball of white light flew in from the horizon. Brother Kazuo, I'm hungry. Asabeer flew over, looking dazed. Come on, let's get some food for my little beer. After beating Bardock, Kazuo was in a great mood. He took Asabeer and flew away, completely ignoring Bardock on the ground. Cough cough. Bardock slowly got up from the ground and dusted himself off. Good thing that kid knows his limits, or I would have been in trouble. Watching the retreating figures of Kazuo and Asabeer, Bardock cursed irritably. You two little ingrates. I treated you so well before. Time passed quietly. A month went by. Kazuo had thoroughly explored the planet Salada and finally found the land created by the dragon god in the planet's northernmost region. Looking at the land before him covered with black soil that exuded a very peculiar aura, Kazuo recalled that when he made a wish on Namek, the third wish hadn't come true, so he casually made another wish. He wondered if he could grow senzu beans. After a while he stopped worrying. To know whether they could be grown, he would first have to go to Earth and obtain some senzu bean seeds. Back in the valley, a large river flowed slowly by its water, gurgling noisily. Surrounding the area were many towering trees, and the Saiyan houses were built under them. Even the scorching sun couldn't heat this place. With mountains and water, the environment was very beautiful. The ground was leveled by the Saiyans, and many Saiyans were training hard. Bardock was among them, doing one-arm push-ups on the flat ground, muttering, 22999 Since being beaten black and blue by Kazuo, Bardock had been extremely frustrated. He trained day and night, forgetting to eat and sleep, all for the day he could beat Kazuo, but mostly to improve his strength and take revenge on Frieza. Uncle Bardock, give up, you'll never get your revenge. Kazuo walked over with a smile, looking at Bardock as if he had guessed his thoughts. Kids these days are so arrogant. Bardock curled his lip and ignored him, continuing his push-ups. Just wait. Kazuo shook his head. The Saiyan physique was formidable, but without the right training method, even if Bardock had decades more, he could never catch up to Kazuo, let alone Frieza. From the current situation, the remaining Saiyans were quite strong. The adult Saiyans all had a battle power of over 1,000. One of them, a Saiyan named Kelasi, even had a battle power of 4,000, the highest apart from Bardock, Gialasi, and K-Sight. So Master Roshi's training method was useless for Saiyans. Gravity chambers were the true love of Saiyans. It seemed he really had to go to Earth. Uncle Bardock, I'm going out with little beer. I don't know when we'll be back, Kazuo said calmly. This time he was determined to go to Earth. Kurin's senzu beans were well known. One bean could keep a person from feeling hungry for 10 days, and no matter how severe the injury, it could instantly heal. Such an effect, combined with the Saiyan physique, was terrifying to imagine. Once on Earth, he had to take the senzu beans before Yajirobe wasted them. Then he would find a chance to learn the use of ki from Kami. Finally, he would have Dr. Briefs build some gravity chambers. Go on, don't disturb my training. Bardock continued his push-ups, sweating profusely. TCH. Kazuo gave Bardock a contemptuous look and left. After Kazuo turned away, Bardock sat up and watched his back. From the explosion of planet Vegeta to the use of instant transmission to relocate the Saiyans, Bardock had a deep appreciation for the boy's miraculous abilities. Perhaps this trip would yield some unexpected gains. Bardock shook his head. Why think so much? He should just train hard. Otherwise he would be embarrassed if he got beaten by Kazuo again. With that thought, Bardock shuddered and resumed his intense training. Kazuo took Aosabir's hand, said goodbye to Jine and Gialasi, and then vanished from planet Salada. North Galaxy. In the pitch-black universe, countless stars twinkled. Among them floated a blue planet looking particularly beautiful. That day, two small figures appeared on Earth. Kazuo lay on the ground, panting heavily. He had obtained a star map from a spaceship he had previously ridden and used instant transmission to come to Earth. But Kazuo hadn't expected to overshoot, so he had to teleport back in the opposite direction. Damn it. Brother Kazuo, are you alright? Aosabir looked at Kazuo's sweat and felt sorry for him. I'm fine. After resting a while, Kazuo finally regained his composure. In his past life, he had seen Goku use instant transmission without such difficulty. Was his understanding of ki too weak? Whatever, since he was on Earth, he would definitely get his hands on senzu beans and gravity chambers. Deep within a forest in northern Earth stood a tower piercing the clouds. Its surface was carved with ancient weathered murals. The weathered traces along its walls testified to the tower's extraordinary age, standing as a monument to centuries past. Legends claimed it existed since Earth's primordial era, while others whispered it was forged by a civilization from another universe. Such tales swirled across the world, none verifiable, all shrouded in mystery. Perched upon the tower's summit was a feline creature standing upright before 3 water vats. A cat walking on 2 legs was an unnerving sight indeed. This was the guardian cat of Karin Tower, known to all as Cat Immortal, who had lived for over 800 years and dedicated himself to training martial artists who ascended the tower. Sweat poured down Cat Immortal's face as if he had witnessed something terrifying within the water. This aura. How terrifying. He produced a handkerchief from nowhere and wiped his brow. Who were those 2 children, and from where had they come? Cat Immortal's mind brimmed with questions. In all his long life on Earth, he had never encountered such terrifying beings. Though they masked their aura, their clumsy attempt at concealment was laughable. Any observant I could perceive the monstrous energy surging within them. Cat Immortal guessed that if the energy contained within these 2 children were to explode, Earth itself might be destroyed. The thought drew more beads of cold sweat from his brow. Such powerful beings. If they turned evil, who could stop them? He gazed upward toward the heavens, wondering even the heavenly one above might be powerless against them. Above the clouds, floating in the void at the very peak of Karin Tower, lay a shrine. Its dome-shaped structure featured a small concave opening at its base adorned with white and crimson hues, while a staircase spiraled along its walls. Following the stairs upward, one found the shrine's courtyard paved with white stones and lined with verdant flora. A pathway led toward a grand hall where a pristine white aura drifted across the surface, imbuing the place with an atmosphere of profound mysticism. At the shrine's edge stood an elderly Namekian accompanied by a small figure clad in traditional Indian attire, a living coal ball. The coal ball was Mr. Popo. The elderly Namekian was Kami, Earth's guardian. Having fled Namek as a child, he endured countless trials before ascending to become Earth's divine protector. For many years, Earth had known no alien invasions, only natural disasters and humanity's own conflicts. Yet now 2 children appeared out of nowhere, harboring explosive power within. Kami watched with growing trepidation, his gaze drifting anxiously toward the world below. Like cat, immortal Kami could not fathom how these 2 had arrived. To him, they resembled 2 powder kegs. One spark, and all would be consumed. Even Piccolo Daimau's reincarnation would find himself kneeling before such power. If Kyuso brought disaster upon Earth, Kami knew he would be utterly helpless. Kami sighed, wishing only that they would not bring chaos. Below the city sprawled a landscape of towering skyscrapers, bustling traffic, and endless technological marvels. Aosphere walked along the street, captivated by the dazzling array of merchandise before her, her curiosity akin to a country dweller visiting the city for the first time. Holding Kyuso's hand, Aosphere wandered from stall to stall, her mouth watering at the sight of delicious food. Brother Kyuso, there's delicious food over there. We'll go later, don't rush, Kyuso said, ruffling her hair with a helpless smile. Like young Goku, Aosphere seemed rooted to the spot whenever she spied something appetizing. Fortunately, the girl was obedient, following Kyuso's every word. Suddenly, uproar erupted ahead. Hurry up. Grab everything and moved. If we don't leave now, the police will arrive. Over a dozen burly men wearing black stockings over their heads looted a store. The gang leader brandished a machine gun, one hand sweeping capsule-shaped items from display cases with desperate greed, while his accomplices mimicked his actions. Employees lay prostrate on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, too terrified to resist. Observing the scene, Kyuso found the situation rather amusing. He recalled a female thief from the anime who changed hairstyle and personality with every sneeze. She had played a significant role early on, though she nearly vanished from the story thereafter. Kyuso pondered, but could not recall the woman's name. She was likely still a child somewhere, he mused. Let's go. Move it. The gang leader bellowed, then led his crew hastily out of the store. The robbers emerged in a threatening procession. Bystanders recoiled in fear, scrambling aside to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Kyuso shook his head, looking upon these warriors with a combat power of merely 5. He finally understood the disdain Raditz had once shown him. Such trivial opponents held no interest for him whatsoever. I'll visit Dr. Briefs after a bit more exploring. Just as Kyuso prepared to leave, he glanced upward and noticed the logo of Capsule Corporation emblazoned upon the storefront. These idiots are robbing Capsule Corporation. Kyuso chuckled darkly. He had been hoping Dr. Briefs might help construct some gravity chambers after all. Where's Brother Kyuso? Aosphere realized he had vanished. Before she could blink, a white flash streaked across the street, and a small figure materialized before the startled gangsters. Suddenly, Kyuso disappeared again. Thud, thud, thud. All 12 robbers collapsed to the ground without warning. Passers-by scattered even faster at such bizarre displays. Kyuso retrieved the bulging bag from the leader's grasp and opened it to find it stuffed full with Capsule Corporation products. These small bags must have been worth a fortune. He gestured toward Aosphere, calling her over. The girl skipped happily alongside Kyuso as they entered the shop. I've retrieved your stolen capsules. I need to speak with Dr. Briefs about something. Deeply grateful for the recovery of their merchandise, the store manager immediately contacted headquarters, informing them that someone wished to meet Dr. Briefs. Upon learning of the robbery at his company's store and the subsequent recovery of the stolen goods along with the visitor's request, Dr. Briefs agreed to grant an audience. Within just a few years, Dr. Briefs burst onto the scene with his versatile capsules and swiftly became the richest man in the world. The sprawling courtyard of the richest household was truly breathtaking. The grounds alone stretched across tens of thousands of acres divided into residential areas, work zones, research districts, and more. At the center stood a dome-shaped villa surrounded by lush greenery with intelligent robots occasionally seen patrolling along the pathways. Witnessing such an opulent estate, Kyuso couldn't help but sigh. In his past life, how many young people had resorted to borrowing and mortgaging themselves into debt just to afford a small apartment in a Tier 1 city, enduring decades of financial hardship without a second thought. And that was merely a tiny 100-square-meter flat, no comparison to this grand estate before him. Fortunately, he had inherited a building from his parents back then, and the rental income was enough to keep him comfortably fed and clothed. But he had already transmigrated. What was there to dwell on now? Kyuso snapped back to reality and pressed the doorbell, informing the intercom system that he was the person who had visited that morning. The two of them waited. Big brother Queso, will there be delicious food soon? Aspiel widened her eyes and licked her lips. You little glutton, always thinking about food. Have you been training seriously lately? I have been working hard. I'm training so I can protect big brother Queso. Ha! Queso chuckled and ruffled Aspiel's little head. Over the past month the little girl had indeed put in considerable effort. Before dawn on Planet Salad, she would sneak out to train, and she didn't return even after dusk fell. Aspiel's diligence had not gone unnoticed by Queso. Through his spiritual sense, he had determined that little Bayer's combat power had reached 250 points, surpassing most Saiyans. When Bardock had seen Aspiel's combat power, his jaw had nearly dropped, remarking that she truly lived up to being an upper-class warrior. Aside from her love of food, Aspiel was otherwise an excellent child. Oh right, she also had a habit of clinging to him. Queso thought about it and smiled. Suddenly the sound of the gate opening echoed from the entrance of the vast courtyard. Looking over, a stunning blonde woman with flowing waves stood in the doorway. Her figure was curvaceous, her skin fair and luminous. She wore a short skirt, and her long pristine legs gleamed delicately under the light. Queso couldn't help but swallow hard. Why are there two little kids? Taisai looked somewhat puzzled. She had heard from her family that someone had robbed their shop only for a passing martial artist to come to their rescue. Logically, those powerful martial artists should all be elderly men. So why two youngsters? Though they did look rather cute. Hello, I'm here to see Dr. Briefs. Queso immediately recognized the woman. She was Taisai Bulma's older sister. Taisai had once abandoned her privileged life to become an SF writer, striking out on her own to experience the world. However, her novels were universally panned, one commercial failure after another. By the looks of it, Taisai hadn't yet run away from home, and her hair remained long. Still, long hair suited her better. So you two are the martial artists who helped us retrieve our capsules. Taisai led the two children toward the house. Yes. Queso nodded. Those robbers were carrying machine guns, and you handled them. Little brother, you're amazing. Taisai knew there were many formidable martial artists on Earth, and these two children were likely descendants of such lineage. No wonder they were so capable. Gazing at the little boy, Taisai felt a surge of inspiration for her writing and fired off question after question. She asked if he knew the legendary heavenly palm from the sky. She asked whether his extraordinary constitution had made him a once-in-a-generation martial arts prodigy, which is why master martial artists had taken him on as a disciple. Queso was rendered speechless. Despite her beauty, this woman talked far too much. And for the record, he was not a little brother. Aspiel, standing nearby, completely ignored Taisai and remained fixated on the promise of good food. After walking for a while, they finally arrived at Dr. Brief's residence, and Taisai ceased her barrage of odd questions. At that moment, a childish voice rang out. Are you that martial artist? Bulma. Queso paused briefly before nodding. Looking at Bulma, she stood about as tall as little Bayer, just over a meter, with pale blue hair and a rosy doll-like face. Queso mentally compared her to little Bayer. His little Bayer was still cuter. Just then a couple emerged, Dr. Briefs and his wife. Dr. Briefs appeared rather youthful, which surprised Queso. He hadn't expected the doctor to be quite handsome in his youth. No wonder he fathered two beauties like Taisai and Bulma. Mrs. Briefs covered her rosy lips with her hand and laughed. How adorable. What cute little brothers and sisters. She then crouched down and gently patted both Queso and Aspiel on the head. Dr. Briefs was equally astonished that the one who had helped recover their capsule was such a young child. With keen interest he asked, Young one, what brings you to see me? Queso good-naturedly brushed aside Mrs. Briefs' delicate hand. Why was everyone in this family so peculiar? I'd like to ask Dr. Briefs to help me create something. What kind of thing? Dr. Briefs sounded curious. This little one had helped his shop, so granting a small request was no trouble at all. Taisai and Bulma stood nearby watching Queso with curiosity to see what the youngster was planning. Soon Queso described the gravity chamber, requesting a capacity of just 100 times Earth's gravity. During the Namek saga, Goku had used a 100 times gravity chamber, and within a month his combat power had skyrocketed from 800 to 900. Even with the aid of Senzu Beans and protagonist luck, there was no denying the extraordinary effectiveness of gravity chambers on Saiyans. Later, Vegeta's use of a gravity chamber also led to visible rapid power growth. Therefore, for Saiyans at their current strength level, a 100G gravity chamber would serve them well for a considerable time. A gravity chamber. Dr. Briefs stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and replied, that shouldn't be a problem. Come pick it up in a month. Hearing this, Queso jumped up in excitement. Since transmigrating into the Dragon Ball world, there had been very few moments when his emotions ran this high, aside from arriving in this world, and when the Namek Elder had awakened his potential. Even the destruction of planet Vegeta had felt distant to him, as though he were merely a spectator. Now finally he had a gravity chamber, and the prospect of increasing his combat power filled him with undeniable excitement. With Senzu Beans in hand, whatever Kakarot could achieve, he could achieve as well. He was an upper-class warrior after all. Aspiel watched her brother with a bewildered expression, wondering why he was so excited. Meanwhile, Taisai and Bulma stared in astonishment. He just jumped onto the rooftop. The ground was over 10 meters below. Could a normal human possibly do that? Taisai and Bulma exchanged glances, finally understanding that this child truly possessed formidable strength. Mrs. Briefs squinted her eyes and smiled. Such an impressive little boy. Dr. Briefs, however, remained perfectly composed, as though entirely accustomed to extraordinary sights. In his youth, Dr. Briefs was a workaholic. Whenever he encountered an important matter or a difficult problem, he had to solve it immediately, even if it meant staying in the lab for an entire month without respite. Now Dr. Briefs had left the room, heading to the lab to build a gravity chamber for Casso. No wonder Dr. Briefs would age so quickly in the future. Casso murmured, watching his retreating figure. With Mrs. Briefs, who possessed an ageless constitution, at home, he must have felt immense pressure. Huh. Why dwell on that? None of my business. Casso snapped back to reality and looked at Tights and Bulma. Why were they making such expressions? Perhaps it was just his imagination, but he felt that Tights and Bulma's eyes were gleaming as if they wanted to devour him. The sight of Casso jumping onto the roof had startled Bulma. Her house was already spacious and tall, and she had never seen anyone so formidable. Hey, how did you do that? Can you teach me? Bulma tried to appear calm, but her eyes betrayed her. Tights, on the other hand, withdrew her curious gaze. She knew that martial artists on Earth were very particular about rules. Some techniques were not to be passed on to outsiders, and some were only taught to men. She was curious to see how Casso would respond. Casso pursed his lips. Children always wanted whatever they found amusing. In the world of Dragon Ball, the physical constitution of ordinary Earthlings was destined to limit their achievements. This was not meant to belittle Earthlings, it was simply the truth. Looking across all the Dragon Ball series, among Earthlings the highest battle power was probably Krillin's, yet in the end, he couldn't even catch a glimpse of Goku's tail light. Casso watched Bulma's eager expression and thought to himself, if your sister were to ask me, I would teach her. You're too young. Come find me when you're as old as your sister. Though Tights was also curious about Casso's skills, she was more interested in writing novels. However, upon hearing Casso's reply, she burst into laughter, holding her slender waist. Ha ha ha. She never thought her little sister would meet such a day. Oomph. Bulma snorted. He just didn't want to teach her, and he had to come up with so many excuses. At school, Bulma was always the center of attention. Now being treated like this by Casso and mocked by her sister, she was extremely unhappy. But recalling the image of Casso jumping up, Bulma couldn't help but want to learn. If she mastered such powerful skills, she could surely rule the school. But he just wouldn't teach. Bulma was furious. Just then Oscar pulled Casso's sleeve pitifully. Brother Casso, I'm hungry. Casso glanced at Tights. Tights smiled helplessly. These two little ones really didn't treat themselves as guests. Still, she had the servants bring 2 plates of food. In her mind, how much could 2 little kids eat? They probably couldn't even finish these 2 plates. But the next scene stunned her. Both plates were devoured in just a dozen seconds. Oscar looked at Tights with an innocent expression. I want more. The words, I want more, echoed in her ears. Tights was dumbfounded. What kind of children could eat so much? Were they 2 little gluttons? Could it be that all martial artists ate this much? Though shocked, Tights still ordered the servants to bring more food. Plate after plate. An hour later, the table was piled high with empty plates. Oscar finally let out a burp. Brother Casso was right, there really is delicious food. She had only ever eaten the meat roasted by Casso before. Now tasting this different kind of food, it was truly wonderful. But why was the big sister staring at her with wide eyes? Oscar couldn't understand. Casso licked his lips. Truly, Earth's food was remarkable. No wonder Beerus would later become obsessed with Earth's cuisine. Since the food was finished and the gravity chamber was being built, it was time to get down to business. Casso smiled at Tights and Bulma. Thank you for your hospitality. Little buyer, and I will come back in a month. With that, he grabbed Oscar and flew up into the sky. After a while, when Casso and Oscar were no longer in sight, Bulma stammered, Sister, they can fly. Still recovering from the shock of the 2 little ones' eating habits, she now witnessed Casso and Oscar soaring into the sky. This truly made Bulma question her worldview. Could she still believe in science? Tights stood frozen in place, completely still. Bulma tugged at her sister. They can fly. Tights exclaimed in shock. Bulma. 2 streaks of light shot across the sky, tens of thousands of meters above, passing through bustling cities, over desolate deserts, and across an endless ocean. Whoosh. They continued flying north. Soon they encountered a dense forest with an ancient white tower standing tall in the center. Senza, here I come. Casso suddenly accelerated, dragging Oscar along as the scenery blurred past. Casso's speed was so great that it caused sonic booms in the air, echoing through the entire forest. The indigenous people stationed in the forest looked up at the sky upon hearing the sound, but saw nothing. At the top of Corin Tower. They're here. Corin broke out in a cold sweat. The 2 little ones who had appeared only this morning were now beneath the tower, ascending at a terrifying speed. Flying halfway up, Casso suddenly felt his mind affected by something, but he recovered in an instant. He recalled from the anime that Earthlings could only reach the top of Corin Tower by climbing hand over hand. Those who tried to ascend using external aids would only see the tower vanishing into the sky. Casso shook his head. So it was due to a spiritual influence. The builder of this tower had invested quite a lot of effort. But Casso had already mastered instant transmission. How could he be affected by such a slight spiritual influence? While Casso was lost in thought, Oscar also regained clarity. Brother Casso, the tower is appearing again. Casso smiled and continued pulling Oscar upward. At the top, a flattened spherical structure supported by a dozen stone pillars. Corinne stood by the railing looking down. The two explosive auras were drawing nearer. Corinne took out a small handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his face. Where in the world did these two come from? He had never seen such terrifying beings. The turtle hermit who had climbed up here over 100 years ago seemed impressive, but compared to these two little monsters, he was worlds apart. Even if King Piccolo from 300 years ago were to come, he probably couldn't withstand a casual blow from either of them. What do I do? Corinne paced anxiously on the circular platform. The same was true for the Kami on the lookout who had sensed Casso's approach to Corinne Tower the moment it began. Bobo the dark-skinned one accompanied the heavenly god in observing the mortal realm. In contrast to the god's tense expression, Bobo remained unruffled, his eyes as calm as an ancient well, completely ignoring those two little monsters. So fast. The heavenly god frowned deeply. The two children's speed was terrifyingly swift. He could only vaguely discern two dark shadows streaking across the sky. This was even with Kazuo deliberately slowing down. If Kazuo were serious and fully unleashed his combat power of 14,000 points, the heavenly god probably wouldn't be able to see a single hair. Here they come, the heavenly god said in a deep voice. Suddenly, two little figures appeared at the edge of the top of Kalen Tower. Kazuo's abrupt arrival startled the cat immortal, who instinctively stepped back. The cat immortal asked tremblingly, "What business do you two have here?" It is said that once one ascends Karen Tower, one can receive guidance from the cat immortal. I wish for the cat immortal to instruct us in cultivation methods. Kazuo smiled. Hearing Kazuo's tone, the cat immortal felt somewhat relieved. My strength is meager. I'm afraid I cannot guide you two. The cat immortal could see at a glance the situation of these two children. They possessed formidable martial power, but knew not how to employ it flexibly, and their control over chi was utterly chaotic. After 2 years of self-exploration, Kazuo had even learned instantaneous movement, believing he had grasped chi well enough, even managing to conceal his own aura to some extent. Little did he know that in the eyes of the cat immortal, his concealment technique was as crude as dog shit. For words utterly appalling. The cat immortal now only wished for Kazuo and Aosabayer to leave quickly, not wanting to be overly involved in the affairs of such powerful beings, even if they were just two little brats. Kazuo clearly perceived the cat immortal's concern and said directly, "Although we are not Earthlings, due to certain circumstances, we will certainly not harm Earth." He paused and continued, "Please, cat immortal, instruct us in the method of controlling chi." So these two little ones really are not Earthlings. No wonder he had never seen them before. Hearing this, the cat immortal said, "Then let me see your true strength." Since the other party had put it that way, it had no choice but to agree. If it refused, it might anger them, and then Earth would be doomed. The cat immortal could only hope that Kazuo truly meant no harm to Earth as he claimed. Kazuo chuckled inwardly. This fat cat was quite troublesome. Then he furrowed his brow, let out a cold shout, and no longer concealed the power within him. In truth, whether Kazuo concealed it or not, it made no difference in the eyes of the cat immortal and the heavenly god. A terrifying power erupted from Kazuo's body. In an instant, it was like mountains crumbling and earth splitting. The entire Kalen Tower began to tremble slightly, and tempestuous chi swept in all directions, scattering even the clouds for 10,000 miles with its overwhelming momentum. The cat immortal broke out in cold sweat again, his legs trembling involuntarily. He knew Kazuo was strong, but he hadn't expected his true power to be so terrifying. The violent chi swept over. The cat immortal felt it hard even to breathe, and hastily cried out, "Stop! Stop!" Hearing this, Kazuo withdrew his power. "Brother Kazuo, I want to do it too." Aosabayer called out innocently. Boom. Another majestic force emanated from Kalen Tower, scattering the clouds that had just gathered again. Enough. Enough. This little girl's power was far inferior to the boy's, but it still struck the cat immortal with extreme awe. "With such power you really won't harm Earth?" the cat immortal asked again. After receiving a positive confirmation from Kazuo, the cat immortal breathed a sigh of relief. "Let's hope so." Then he said, "In fact, the moment you arrived on Earth, I detected your presence. Your power is immense, but you don't know how to use it properly. Please, cat immortal, give us your guidance." Kazuo said humbly. Aosabayer's eyes also revealed a look of longing. Seeing their attitude, the cat immortal's anxious heart finally settled a bit. "We know that it is easier to go from frugality to extravagance than from extravagance to frugality. With such immense power and no corresponding method, it is impossible for you to completely master the power within you." Kazuo and Aosabayer sat on the ground listening intently. "To be honest, I do have the method for you to master chi, but I cannot help you right now." The cat shook his head. "What?" Aosabayer suddenly stood up, showing rare anger. He clearly said he had the method to master chi, yet now he said he couldn't help them. She felt that this fat cat had deceived her. Aosabuyer had often heard Kazuo speak of Earth, and she had long yearned for the cultivation of chi on Earth. If she could learn this method, she would definitely become stronger, and then she could catch up to brother Kazuo and protect him. Little Beer, don't be impulsive. Hear him out. Little Beer's reaction startled Kazuo. When had this girl become so impulsive? He quickly scooped Aosabuyer into his arms, apologized to the cat immortal, and asked him to continue. When Aosabuyer stood up, the cat immortal's heart nearly leaped out of his chest, thinking he was done for. Fortunately, this little boy was there. Now the cat immortal dared not keep any suspense, and said it all at once. I have the method, but you are too powerful. To learn to use chi, you must first suppress the vast power within you. The cat immortal swallowed, and quickly continued, my meager power is utterly incapable of suppressing your strength. Only the heavenly God in the divine temple can help you suppress it. Only then can I teach you. Having finally said his piece, the cat immortal let out a sigh of relief. Kazuo fell into deep thought. He had transmigrated 2 years ago, and after the Grand Elder had unlocked his potential, his combat power had reached 14,000 points. This fat cat had less than 200 points of combat power. Indeed, it couldn't help him. He looked up at the sky. Only the heavenly God could do it. Aosabuyer obediently stayed in Kazuo's arms, not daring to disturb his thoughts. Just as the two were lost in thought, 2 figures appeared outside Kalen Tower, one green and one black, extremes of color. Heavenly God. The cat immortal was somewhat surprised. Hearing the cat immortal's voice, Kazuo snapped back to reality and looked outside. The heavenly God. So he couldn't resist showing up after all. Kazuo chuckled inwardly. Brother Kazuo, why is this person's color like a watermelon? And that dark charcoal head is also so strange. Aosabuyer asked curiously. Hearing this, Kazuo quickly covered Little Beer's mouth. She really dared to say anything. If they ended up not teaching them the method of using chi, that would be disastrous. The heavenly god's mouth twitched slightly, but beside him Bobo remained calm. If you wish to learn the application of chi, I can assist you. The god's voice was somewhat grave. After exchanging a glance with the aged god, Kazuo said calmly, then we thank the god. He did not ask why the god would help him. Kazuo surmised that the god shared the same concern as the cat immortal, fear that they would harm the earth. But was that possible? The god, unaware of Kazuo's thoughts, nodded at him, then stepped back onto the flying carpet with Popo, and returned to the temple. The aura Kazuo had just unleashed did not escape his notice. He had never seen anyone contain such terrifying power within their body. Even the explosion of an entire planet could not compare to Kazuo. If Kazuo were to wreak havoc on Earth, no one could stand against him. The god, mindful of this, decided to offer him a favor, now hoping that Kazuo would remember this kindness. The god had done his utmost for the safety of Earth. Little did he know his efforts were unnecessary. Let's go. Kazuo led Aosabuyer and followed. Watching their retreating figures, the cat immortal said worriedly, everything is in the god's hands. The altitude grew higher, the air thinner, and the mundane dust of the world diminished. When Kazuo set foot on the temple, he found it profoundly serene. A faint spiritual energy seemed to permeate the air, drawn in with every breath, refreshing the mind and spirit. Everything in the temple was familiar, just as he had seen in the anime. Yet this place would later become the main battleground in many subsequent arcs. Thinking of this, Kazuo shook his head slightly. The god asked them to wait, and sent Popo to fetch something. I already know your situation. The cat immortal is right. Your power is too immense. It must be properly suppressed before you can proceed with further cultivation. The god said. At that moment, Popo emerged from the house holding 2 orange training suits. Weighted clothing. Seeing the suits in Popo's hands, Kazuo blurted out. You actually know about weighted clothing? The god was puzzled. He had heard the entire conversation between the boy and the cat immortal. An alien knowing about weighted clothing. I've heard of it. Kazuo smiled, offering no further explanation. The god nodded and tactfully refrained from pressing further, knowing that too many questions might breed resentment. He instructed Kazuo and Aosabuyer to put on the weighted clothing. They took the suits from Popo and wore them. So heavy. So heavy. Both let out a muffled groan at the same time. Kazuo felt that nearly all of his strength was suppressed. Even when he used to carry small hills on Mumu Star, he had never experienced such an effect. Now even taking a single step was incredibly difficult. So this was the effect of weighted clothing. Seeing this, the god frowned. He hadn't expected these 2 little ones to be so terrifyingly strong. He knew the power of the weighted clothing well. To still be able to stand while wearing such a high multiplier suit. This shocking sight left the god unsettled for a long time. When you released your energy at Karen Tower, I roughly gauged your strength. The difference between you two is considerable, so the weighted clothing you wear cannot be the same. The god sighed, leaning on his staff. It was one thing for the boy to be this formidable, but the little girl was also astonishingly powerful. God, you can call me Kazuo, and she is Aosabuyer, Kazuo said, pointing at little Buyer. The god looked at Kazuo for a moment. Was he overthinking things? Would he really not harm the earth? Then his tone relaxed a bit. Kazuo, the weighted clothing you wear has a 25 gravity effect, while Aosabuyer's has a 15 gravity effect. First, get accustomed to the clothing. Once your bodies can move normally, I will teach you what chi is. With that, the god slowly walked back into the temple, as there was nothing more he could do for now. Brother Kazuo, it's so heavy. AOC buyer pouted. This was even more unbearable than carrying small hills on Mumu's star. She silently cursed the green-skinned god in her heart. Why did they have to wear such heavy clothes just to train in chi? Little buyer, keep going. You said you wanted to protect your brother. Kazuo encouraged her. In truth, he was also struggling, but compared to mastering chi, this hardship was nothing. He recalled how Goku had trained under Grandpa Gohan since childhood, then under the guidance of Master Roshi endured the arduous climb up Karen Tower and all the subsequent training, all aimed at breaking the limits of the body. Thinking of this, Kazuo's gaze hardened. If Goku could do it, so could he. Then the two began adapting to the weighted clothing. At first they could only move step by step, each step leaving them drenched in sweat, their bones creaking incessantly. Half a day passed, and Kazuo had barely managed half a lap. He lay at the edge of the temple gritting his teeth to stand, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not get up. Feeling his strength utterly drained, he rested for a while before resuming the adaptation. 3 days passed in this manner. During this time, the two constantly adjusted their movements, striving to adapt to the weighted clothing. They rested when tired and resumed their activities on the temple when refreshed. Now they could walk normally. Watching them stroll and chat on the temple grounds, the god was astonished. In his mind, these children should have needed a full month to walk normally. Yet in just a few days they had achieved this level. Truly terrifying. In the following days, Kazuo and his companion seemed to find the rhythm of adaptation, making remarkable progress each day. A week later, Kazuo and AOC buyer could run on the temple grounds. Brother Kazuo, catch me. AOC buyer laughed as she ran. Stop right there. Kazuo chased after her. The god stood nearby looking as if he had seen a ghost. All right, Kazuo, come over here. After a week of interaction, the god had come to understand the temperaments of these two children. They were not malicious or evil. On the contrary, they were rather innocent, especially the little girl. Thus the god felt relieved. Kazuo and AOC buyer ran over the weighted clothing, no longer affecting them. Your progress exceeds my expectations. Your talent is truly remarkable, the god exclaimed. You flatter me, god. Kazuo smiled. No, this is not empty praise. I have truly never seen such astonishing talent. The god sighed, then continued, now that you have adapted to the weighted clothing, I will first tell you what chi is. Chi is everywhere. It exists within the human body, within animals, and even in stones and plants. Because humans possess the highest intelligence among all beings with 5 senses and 7 emotions. These elements hinder our perception of chi. Therefore, to achieve success, one must be as calm as the sky and as swift as lightning. Kazuo fell into deep thought. He had heard the god's last words before, but never understood why one must be as calm as the sky. Now he finally knew the reason. Kazuo looked at the god with eager eyes, hoping to be taught the method. The god said calmly, next I will have Popo train you. He will guide you. Then the god walked back into the temple. At that moment, Popo appeared before them, standing still and silent. Brother Kazuo, his skin looks so strange. AOC buyer pointed at Popo. Kazuo quickly pressed her hand down. To be honest, he could not see through Popo. Popo always gave off an air of mystery, whether in the anime or in reality. It seemed as if nothing could stir any emotion in Popo. Kazuo recalled that in the anime, Popo could exchange blows with young Goku, and later during the Buu saga, he could even spar with Trunks and the others when they turned Super Saiyan. Extremely mysterious. Hello, Mr. Bobo, Kaso said with a smile. Hello, Mr. Bobo. Osborne imitated Kaso's words. What? This girl is copying me. Kaso glared at little Osborne, while she glared right back. The two kids locked eyes, staring each other down. Standing beside them, Bobo remained silent. 3 shadows stood still in the center of the temple. In that incredibly quiet atmosphere, Bobo suddenly spoke. You two are quite good. What? Hearing Bobo's voice, Kaso was somewhat surprised. Since they first met, Bobo had never spoken to him, and now his very first sentence was a compliment. Kaso could not help but feel honored. Enough, let us begin our training, Bobo said expressionlessly. Yes. Kaso nodded. Earlier, Kaso had used his pitiful sensing method to probe Bobo, and as expected, he had discovered nothing. It was precisely because he found nothing that Kaso felt Bobo was even more mysterious. At this moment, Bobo produced 2 small bells from somewhere. Tie 1 bell to each of your ankles. Bobo handed each of them a bell and instructed them to snatch the apple from his hand without making the bells ring. No matter what means they used, as long as they obtained the apple, they would advance to the next stage. Gazing at the bells and apple that suddenly appeared in Bobo's hands, Kaso paused. Wasn't this exactly how Wukong trained when he first ascended the temple? Now his strength far surpassed Wukong's at that time, so Kaso had some doubts about whether such a method would still be effective. Just as Kaso was doubting, he suddenly noticed the weighted clothing on his body. Am I some kind of fool? Kaso slapped his own head and mocked himself. He had been wearing the weighted clothing for a week, and all Kaso could rely on now was the strength of his physical body. In that sense, he was no different from little Wukong. At this point, Kaso realized that the greatest truths are the simplest and methods are universal. Meanwhile, Osborne had already begun her training. "Mr. Bobo, here I come." She charged straight at him. But, ring ring ring. The bell rang, yet Osborne ignored it and kept advancing to snatch the apple from Bobo's hand. Bobo then revealed something astonishing. Although his body did not move, he inexplicably dodged Osborne's attack and raised his hand, attempting to flick her forehead as a punishment. Suddenly, as if he had changed his mind, he withdrew his hand and instead flicked Osborne's outstretched little hand. "Ouch, that hurts." Osborne immediately squatted down and rubbed her small hand. Internally, Osborne cursed bitterly. That coal ball moved so fast. Her hand was almost swollen and red. So annoying. "Remember not to let the bell ring," Bobo said calmly, then remained motionless. However, Bobo suddenly turned around. Sure enough, a bell sound came from behind him. This time Bobo did not hesitate and directly flicked Casso's forehead. "Oh, it hurts." Casso covered his forehead with his hand and discovered a large bump had formed. Damn it, he only wanted to try a sneak attack. Did he have to be so forceful? And why didn't he flick little Osborne's head, but instead flicked his? Wasn't that typical favoritism toward girls? At this moment, 10,000 horses galloped through Casso's mind, and he felt utterly speechless. Bobo looked at the two of them with profound eyes. Continue. Casso and Osborne exchanged a glance. The two of them refused to believe this. They carefully took a step forward. Ring ring ring. Then came two thuds. Both of them squatted down, covering the spots that had been flicked, crying out in pain. Half a day passed. After being flicked dozens of times, Casso lay exhausted on the temple floor, while Osborne leaned against him. One with bumps all over his head, the other with both hands red and swollen. Both wore expressions of utter despair. This is truly too difficult. At first, Casso thought this training would be simple, but only after truly beginning did he realize its difficulty belonged to the nightmare level. No matter how he moved, he could not stop the bell from ringing, which was utterly despairing. Casso closed his eyes, deciding to rest for a moment first. He remembered Wukong had faced the same situation at first. No matter what he did, the bell would ring. The only way to keep the bell silent was to remain completely still, but how could one snatch the apple without moving? Thinking of this, Casso fell into a dead loop. What did Wukong do back then? Casso murmured. He remembered Bobo had said something, "Be calm like the sky." That's right. It was that very sentence. To keep the bell from ringing, the key was stillness. Not just physical stillness, but also mental stillness. The two combined, achieving harmony with nature and following one's heart. Let the mind lead the body, making the bell an extension of oneself. "Mr. Bobo, let us continue." Casso seemed to have understood something. He immediately jumped up from the floor and said to Bobo. Meanwhile, Osborne remained lying where she was, watching Casso's retreating figure, muttering, "Brother Casso, is he in a hurry to throw himself into danger?" In the distance, Casso and Bobo stood in a straight line. Casso suddenly closed his eyes. Witnessing this, a sharp light flashed across Bobo's calm eyes. Good perceptiveness. Soon Casso's entire body entered a state of tranquility. His mind was exceptionally clear, as if he could sense the location of the bell. Suddenly Casso moved. Osborne, lying on the floor, widened her eyes in utter disbelief. The distant Casso was actually moving quickly without triggering the bell. "Brother Casso is so amazing," Osborne exclaimed in surprise. But only 2 seconds later. Ring ring ring. Osborne curled her lips. "Who are you trying to fool?" "Casso." After another period of time, Osborne had also finished resting, and the two began training again. Time passed quickly, and a week went by in this manner. In the temple, Bobo had an apple balanced on his head and held a banana in his hand. He peeled the banana skin and took a bite. Suddenly, two figures appeared from nowhere, completely silently. The two moved with perfect coordination, one attacking Bobo's lower body, the other targeting his upper body. Yet Bobo remained as calm as ever, continuing to eat his banana. With a gentle push of his toes, his entire body contracted into a ball, positioned perfectly between the two attacks, unharmed. The apple on his head did not move an inch. Casso and Osborne jumped into the air, about to fall to the ground. Suddenly, Casso took a deep breath, his entire chest swelled, and he blew with all his might. The apple from Bobo's head was blown straight into Osborne's embrace. Thud thud thud. All three landed on the ground simultaneously. The temple fell extremely quiet at this moment. The three stood motionless, as if the scene had been frozen. Bobo's hand stuffing the banana into his mouth also froze. After several seconds, Bobo said expressionlessly, "Next stage." As he turned away, in a place invisible to Casso and Osborne, the corners of Bobo's mouth curled upward slightly. "Yay, brother Casso, we succeeded." Osborne was extremely happy and jumped straight onto Casso's back. "Ha!" Casso laughed as well. Only he knew how much effort he and little Osborne had expended to snatch the apple. Although they ultimately succeeded by employing underhanded tactics, as long as they obtained it, it was a good move. As the two jumped joyfully. Ring ring ring. At this moment, those two bells finally began to ring. At the entrance of the temple, the heavenly god's mouth twitched slightly, feeling as though 10,000 horses were galloping through his heart. What little monsters these two were. While Casso and Osborne were still celebrating, Bobo walked over again, this time carrying 2 strips of black cloth. "Your bells have stopped ringing. You have basically achieved inner stillness like the sky." The first stage of training is complete. Now begins the second phase of cultivation. Your movements must be faster than lightning. Off. Watching Bobo approach Ka and AOC Buyer were dumbfounded. Was the second phase starting so soon? Bobo ignored their reactions and directly handed the black cloth to Ka and AOC Buyer, instructing them to blindfold themselves and snatch the bell on his body. Hearing this request, Ka broke out in a cold sweat. Having spent a week with Bobo, he knew that Bobo's identity was far from simple. Could he really play hide-and-seek with such a mysterious being and succeed? Ka shook his head helplessly. Brother Ka, what's wrong? AOC Buyer asked as she took the black cloth from Bobo, noticing the heavy expression on Ka face. She hadn't seen that expression on Ka face for a long time. It's nothing. Ka took the black cloth and blindfolded himself. Let's begin. With Bobo's shout, AOC Buyer quickly got into the zone, and Ka also suppressed his doubts, starting to sense the movements around him. Calming his mind and body, he listened intently for the sound of the bell. Suddenly the bell rang behind him. Ka spun around, swiftly lunging toward the direction of the sound, while AOC Buyer had the same idea. They both leaped at the same time. Bang! Oh, that hurts! AOC Buyer cried out in pain, clutching her little head and running aside. Hiss! Ka held his head and sucked in a sharp breath. He had been so focused on the bell that he hadn't expected to collide with Xiao Buyer. How careless! Compared to the bell, Xiao Buyer's movements were very quiet. He hadn't noticed them at all. The second phase was indeed not so simple. Ka began to think. He knew that blindly chasing the bell was useless. It would only waste a lot of stamina and do nothing for sensing and comprehending chi. In the first phase, he had been able to control his body's strength well enough to keep the bell from ringing. Now what was the purpose of the second phase? To be faster than lightning. That must be it. Ka seemed to understand why the first phase of training had to precede the second. First, the first phase centered on the self, with the mind in a state of calm like the sky, allowing the self to act freely without unnecessary movements. That was the key to keeping the bell silent. Then the second phase should center on the external world. First, one must have a calm mind to sense the trajectory of external movements. Simply put, it's about sensing the external chi. Then one's actions should not be literally as fast as lightning, but rather clean and decisive, just like avoiding unnecessary movements in the first phase. Ka roughly understood he had already reached the stage of sensing chi. Ka stood still in a daze while AOC Buyer on the other side frantically chased the sound of the bell, but every time she was about to grab it, she fell just short. AOC Buyer charged again. Bobo dodged her little hand and glanced at Ka realized it so quickly. Sharp insight. A faint smile curled at the corner of Bobo's mouth. Just then Ka suddenly moved. A dark shadow streaked across the temple square, swiftly closing in on the sound of the bell. As he approached Bobo, Ka movements were very crisp. Yet just as he was about to grab the bell, the sound drifted to another side. It really isn't that simple, Ka thought to himself. At that moment, AOC Buyer hastily moved to Ka current position. But Ka blindfolded seemed to sense Xiao Buyer's movements and immediately sidestepped. AOC Buyer heard the bell shift again and was about to chase it when Ka grabbed her. Xiao Buyer, don't rush. Think carefully about what this phase trains. Ka said. Off. Suddenly pulled back by Ka, AOC Buyer was a bit confused, but upon hearing his words, she realized something. Indeed, our little Buyer was very clever. She was just a bit slow, not stupid. Bobo looked over and saw the two elementary school students squatting on the ground, as if pondering something. Bobo. The two kids pondered for a long time before finally standing up. Mr. Bobo, let's begin, Ka said. Mr. Bobo, let's begin. AOC Buyer imitated Ka in a babyish voice. Soon two small dark shadows flitted across the temple again. 2 more weeks passed. On the god's temple 4 figures stood. God and Bobo on one side, Ka and AOC Buyer on the other. Ka and AOC Buyer pulled off the black cloth from their eyes. Brother Ka, we did it. AOC Buyer jumped up joyfully. Ka looked at Xiao Buyer, who was jumping high, and he was also very excited. During these 2 weeks, with Ka teaching AOC Buyer, the two progressed rapidly. They no longer chased the sound of the bell, like headless flies, gradually learning to sense. Just now Ka and AOC Buyer had completed the second phase of training. However, Ka had a doubt. Although after 2 weeks of training both he and Xiao Buyer could sense the presence of chi, it was absolutely impossible to catch the bell on Bobo's body with just that. From this, it seemed that Bobo had gone easy on them. Ka glanced at Bobo. Bobo happened to look back, and they inexplicably stared at each other for a moment. Congratulations, you two little ones. God said with a smile. God was so astonished by these two kids that he didn't know what to say. In his hundreds of years of life, he had never seen anyone with talent comparable to these two little ones, especially the boy Ka. His insight was simply stunning. Ordinary geniuses needed over half a year to comprehend the use of chi, but Ka had grasped it in less than a month. At that moment, Bobo suddenly spoke. Actually, there is a third phase, the mind of emptiness. He paused and said, "But with your current level there is no possibility of comprehending it at all." After saying that, Bobo fell silent again, standing quietly beside God. Hearing this, God was startled, as if he had thought of something, but then he said nothing. Kasuo was lost in thought. He also knew from the anime that there was this phase, and it seemed that Wukong had undergone this training. But as for what happened later, he wasn't sure. "You can take off the weighted clothing now." God looked at the two with a strange expression. God was well aware of the effects of this training method. Kasuo and the other had worn weighted clothing for a full month, suppressing their strength training solely with physical power. Now with the mastery of Chi, it was hard to imagine what would happen when they took off the weighted clothing. God was a bit eager to see the next scene. Almost forgot. Kasuo slapped his forehead, having forgotten that he was still wearing the weighted clothing. Kasuo, who initially didn't understand Chi, had become vaguely aware after God's theoretical explanation. Then, after a month of training with Bobo, he could now control the power within his body well, and his perception and understanding of Chi had undergone a qualitative leap. Now Kasuo understood that the reason he had found instant transmission so difficult was indeed due to his poor sensing of Chi. Kasuo also recalled in the anime that when Raditz invaded Earth, Wukong and Piccolo were wearing weighted clothing. When they took it off, their combat power directly rose by a level. He was different from Wukong and the other. The weighted clothing they wore at that time only slightly suppressed their internal power. Wukong's first experience of 10x gravity was on North Kai's planet, and he was even pinned to the ground. Wukong couldn't even withstand 10x gravity, but the weighted clothing Kasuo was wearing now was a full 25x gravity. The effect would surely be extraordinary. Thinking of this, Kasuo was also looking forward to the scene after taking off the weighted clothing. Kasuo and AOC Buyer exchanged a glance. They finally decided that Kasuo would go first. He slowly lifted the hem of his clothes, raising it bit by bit until the collar passed over his head. The weighted garment was about to be removed. Suddenly, a stifling aura seemed to gather around. The air in the temple hall was already thin, and now it grew even more oppressive, making it feel difficult to breathe. The god and AOC Buyer were startled by the tense atmosphere, swallowing instinctively. When Kasuo completely removed the weighted garment, his body emitted a sound like beans scattering on the ground. Crackling. The heavy pressure was released, and every cell in his body leaped with joy. Kasuo felt so comfortable, he wanted to roar toward the sky. The long-suppressed power, like a sleeping eastern dragon, fully awakened with the removal of the weighted garment. Rumble, rumble. As Kasuo's power was gradually released, the temple seemed to tremble slightly. A trace of wild energy appeared in the sky, churning the air, and the previously oppressive atmosphere suddenly became turbulent. A torrential aura erupted from Kasuo, and terrifying energy exploded instantly. A massive white flame of Chi completely enveloped his entire body, making him look like a little war god standing in the center of the temple. So powerful. The white cloak on the god's body was blown straight backward, and he was nearly knocked off his feet by the pressure. Kasuo Gige is so amazing. AOC Buyer widened her cat-like eyes, staring intently at Kasuo. Bobo stood expressionless, still and motionless. At that moment, ha ha ha, Kasuo burst into laughter. He clenched his fist, and the sky suddenly resounded with a booming hum. Seeing this commotion, Kasuo was also astonished by his own power. He felt an endless stream of energy surging within him, more than twice as strong as a month ago. But without a scanner, he didn't know his current combat power. Is this Chi? Kasuo looked at the energy sphere that had suddenly appeared in his hand. After a month of training in Chi, Kasuo had come to understand the energy within him as Chi. Kasuo Gige, it's my turn. AOC Buyer quickly stepped forward. Hearing Xiao Buyer's words, Kasuo instantly dispersed the Chi in his hand and withdrew his power. The ease of controlling Chi suggested he was not a novice who had just learned to manipulate it. The god saw this, and his mouth twitched slightly. This must be a monster. With no more wild energy rampaging around, the temple began to calm down. AOC Buyer walked to the spot where Kasuo had just stood. As the weighted garment fell off, she let out a sharp shout. The atmosphere, which had just calmed, became chaotic again. A violent wind raged. The green plants on the temple swayed wildly, and leaves rubbed against each other, making a rustling sound. A terrifying aura burst forth from AOC Buyer. Rumble. A white flame of Chi shot up into the sky. Kasuo was astonished and said, "It's actually twice as powerful as before." A month ago, based on his perception, Xiao Buyer's strength was merely passable, but now she had grown to this level. The god said, "AOC Buyer's talent is also very strong." He looked at Kasuo and shook his head. This little guy's talent went without saying. When Kasuo had burst his Chi earlier, he had nearly blown the god away. He then looked at AOC Buyer. Although this little girl's talent couldn't compare to Kasuo's, it was still stronger than any genius he had ever seen. Soon AOC Buyer's Chi reached its peak. Even Kasuo was shaken at this moment. It must be at least 6,000 combat power. Indeed, the effect of the weighted garment is truly extraordinary, Kasuo murmured. If the weighted garment had such an effect, wouldn't the gravity chamber be even more incredible? Kasuo was overjoyed. He had already asked Dr. Si to build a gravity chamber. When he brought it back to the Sha-La-Da planet, the expressions on those Saiyans' faces would be priceless. Thinking of this, Kasuo couldn't wait to return to the Sha-La-Da planet. Suddenly, AOC Bayer in the center of the temple dispersed the Ka-Lin Chi on her body, and the Chi vortex disappeared in an instant. The surrounding trees calmed down. Kasuo gauge, am I amazing? AOC Bayer hurried over, a hint of eager expectation on her little face. Well, I have to praise her. Kasuo smiled helplessly. He lifted AOC Bayer into his arms and said with a smile, my little Bayer is the best. Ha ha ha. The god couldn't help but laugh at the sight. He had almost forgotten that these two monsters were still just little kids. Kasuo, holding AOC Bayer, came to the god and Bobo. It had been a while since they arrived on Earth, and he had only done two things: first asking Dr. Si to build a gravity chamber, and then coming to the celestial realm to learn the use and perception of Chi. But his purpose for coming to Earth was not just this. He had more important matters to attend to. Thank you, God and Mr. Bobo, for your care this past month. Kasuo bowed sincerely. He was ready to leave the celestial realm. Thank you, God and Mr. Bobo, for your care this past month. At this moment, AOC Bayer also imitated Kasuo's words. But after saying it, she stuck out her tongue and smiled sheepishly. Are you leaving? The god said. Kasuo patted AOC Bayer on the head. See you again if there's a chance. The god didn't know what to say. A month ago, these two had suddenly descended upon Earth, and their aura had nearly made his heart jump out of his chest. Later, through interacting with them, he discovered in their conversations that these two little monsters were not the kind of irredeemable demons who, on the contrary, they were a bit naive. But once they left, he didn't know when they would meet again. Goodbye. Kasuo waved twice at the god and Bobo. AOC Bayer also imitated Kasuo and waved twice. Then the two burst into a white flame of Chi, leaped into the air, and shot straight down from the celestial realm. As Kasuo left, Bobo's gaze was somewhat strange. But no one noticed this. Two white streaks of light streaked across the sky. A fat cat stood on the Ka-Lin Tower. Seeing the two streaks of light heading straight for him, it wondered, what are they doing here? The cat immortal was a bit puzzled. Shouldn't they be learning the use of Chi in the celestial realm? Could they have already learned? The cat immortal shook its head, thinking it impossible. It had never seen anyone master the perception and use of Chi within a month. However, seeing these two little kids flying over the cat immortal was no longer as terrified as when it first met them. From the god's message, it had learned that they were not evil beings. When the cat immortal first heard this, it found it utterly unbelievable. From the aura the two exposed, one could sense the extremely violent energy within them. How could they be good people? Although the cat immortal was astonished, it still trusted the god's words. Two small figures churned up towering waves, their gusts blowing Cat Sage's delicate whiskers flat against his cheeks. A ferocious wind swept and making it impossible for him to keep his eyes open. What are those two trying to do? Not cultivating in the heavenly realm, but suddenly appearing here. Cat Sage simply could not fathom it. As the two white aura spirals drew ever closer, just before reaching Karen Tower, Casso and Auspice suddenly dissipated their aura. The sky settled back into tranquility. Cat Sage stared at the scene in utter astonishment, as if thunder had detonated above his head. Casso and Auspice's aura had vanished in an instant. Had they truly comprehended aura? Cat Sage rubbed his eyes and peered more carefully, seeming to have forgotten that aura was invisible. Hello. Casso landed upon Karen Tower and offered a greeting. Seeing Cat Sage's bewildered, almost ghost-struck expression, he brushed his own face. Nothing there. Why was the cat staring at him like that? Cat Sage's shock was entirely warranted. In the anime, Son Goku had defeated King Piccolo, traveled to the heavenly realm, and trained for 3 whole years before truly mastering aura. Of course, Cat Sage only knew that Goku was undergoing aura training. As for whether there were other forms of training afterward, he had no idea. Now he had witnessed with his own eyes 2 young children comprehend aura in less than a month. And not only that, they could wield it at will. It was truly terrifying. Cat Sage extended a tiny paw, pointing tremulously at Casso. You've learned to wield aura. Yes. Is there a problem? Casso was somewhat puzzled. What was wrong with Cat Sage? He hadn't harmed the earth, so why that expression? Auspice stared at the plump cat with wide eyes, finding it utterly strange. Brother Casso, is he gone soft? Auspice whispered softly. She believed her voice was barely audible. Little did she know. Cat Sage. Casso suppressed a laugh. The little girl hadn't changed at all, still as endearing as ever. However, Casso did sense something from Cat Sage's expression. When he had landed on Karen Tower, he had unconsciously retracted his aura, and that was likely what startled the cat. Throughout the entire series, no one had ever comprehended aura so swiftly. When Casso had learned instant transmission on planet Sadala, he had sensed his own comprehension was exceptionally keen, and now on Earth his mastery of aura came equally fast. A thought drifted through his mind. Could it be because 2 souls had merged within him? Brother Casso, what are you thinking about? Nothing. Casso smiled at little Bibe. In truth, her talent was quite remarkable as well. The time it took her to learn instant transmission was comparable to Goku's, and under his guidance, she too had quickly grasped the application of aura. You're here on business, aren't you? At this point, Cat Sage finally composed himself. His gaze upon Casso and Auspice carried an odd quality, as though he were regarding two monsters. I heard you have a certain bean here. One that after eating just a single one lets you go 10 days without a meal and never feel hungry, Casso said. You mean Senza beans? MHM. We do have some, but what would you want them for? Those for martial artists ascending Karen Tower. They hold little use for you too. Useless. Casso concealed a smile. Senzu beans were medical treasures beyond price. Each one consumed was one less for later. In the later stages, Goku and his companions would hardly hesitate to split a single bean in half. And this cat called them useless. A faint smile graced Casso's lips. If that was the case, then this would be easy. Could you spare some Senza beans for me? Or perhaps I could trade something with you instead. Trade. Cat Sage did not yet grasp the true importance of Senza beans, but they had taken him centuries to cultivate, and giving them away freely he was unwilling to do. Still, exchanging them for something else was acceptable. Hearing Cat Sage's words, Casso smiled faintly. There was hope indeed. His initial request for free Senza beans was merely to offer Cat Sage an easy choice. Only afterward did he suggest trading. He knew his own possessions, no matter how seemingly worthless, should not be given away gratis. As expected, Cat Sage's response did not disappoint. How about I trade fish for them? Fish? Cat Sage froze, then his eyes lit up brilliantly. Yes, yes. But after speaking, he realized his reaction had been overly eager. Pretending composure, Cat Sage said, well, how about 20 fish for one Senza bean? Seeing Casso show no reaction, he wondered had his request been too excessive. Cat Sage pondered and concluded that perhaps it was indeed a bit unfair. He cleared his throat twice. If you feel the terms are too steep, 10 fish for one Senza bean will do. But you should know the remarkable power of Senza beans. One bean sustains you for 10 days without hunger. No need. 20 fish for one Senza bean. That's fine. Casso kept a poker face, but inside he was soaring with joy. Not only would 20 fish for one bean suffice, he would gladly trade 20,000 fish for a single Senza bean. Little Bibe, wait here for me. I'll be right back. With that, Casso suddenly vanished from the spot. Not long after, he reappeared exactly where he had been. During that brief interval, Casso had paid a visit to the city, going to a large capsule corp store and borrowing dozens of capsules. On Karen Tower, Auspice stared with wide eyes as Casso suddenly appeared. She scratched her head in disbelief. It had been less than 10 minutes. Was Brother Casso really that fast? Take a look at the fish here. Casso pressed a button on the capsule, and a large crate materialized out of thin air. Pointing at it, he said, I have dozens of crates like this. With both hands, Casso pulled open the crate door, and a tidal wave of fish spilled out in an instant. Fish. All fish. Cat Sage's breath caught. Having never seen such an abundance of fish, he stood utterly stunned. The last time he had eaten fish was 100 years ago. He was nearly forgetting the taste. Surely this haul would last him a very long time. At this thought, Cat Sage's heart began pounding frantically. Take all those Senza beans. Cat Sage estimated that a single crate contained no fewer than 50,000 fish, and Casso held dozens more such crates in his possession. He was so excited he nearly jumped. This was a good person. Casso. He had never imagined himself to be a good person. Watching Cat Sage sprawl upon the fish pile, Casso smiled and walked toward the spot the cat had indicated. 3 wooden vats sat upon the ground, each covered with a wooden plank lid. Lifting the covers, Casso saw them brimming with Senza beans. His breath hitched. His reaction mirrored Cat Sage's just moments ago, filled with equal fervor. So many. So many. Casso was nearly driven to madness by delight. 3 vats full of Senza beans. There must have been tens of thousands. In his hand, he also held another capsule he had borrowed from the Capsule Corp store. Just as he was about to collect them all, he paused. Not knowing what he of Casso poured out only 2/3 from the final vat. The remaining Senza beans should number in the several thousands. Leave some for them. Casso had originally planned to take all the Senza beans with him, since they would be finished by Jocko anyway, so he might as well keep them for himself. But after thinking about it, if he took them all, what would happen to Goku and the others later? These were his favorite protagonists. Master Cat, I assume you know the function of the Senza bean. It can instantly restore someone from a critically injured state. Casso felt it necessary to explain the importance of the Senza bean to Master Cat. He truly could not bear to think of the later stages when Goku would desperately try to split a single bean in half. Without waiting for a response, Casso took Ossipul's hand and flew away. What's going on? Master Cat watched the two depart, completely bewildered. The Senza beans were grown by him. How could he not know their effects? What a peculiar person. Master Cat muttered to himself. After a while, he sat upon his fish pile and fell into deep thought. He seemed to have finally understood what Casso had meant. Master Cat had always lived atop Karen Tower, learning about the world below only through 3 mystical basins. Over the years, few exceptional martial artists from Earth had ever reached Karen Tower. As a result, the sins of beans had rarely been used. Once harvested, he had merely treated them as starvation prevention pills and forgotten their true purpose. In that case, the sins of bean was indeed a remarkable treasure. Master Cat then recalled the commotion caused by Queso and his companion upon arriving on Earth. He wondered if every alien was this powerful, and if Earth were ever invaded, what would they do without the sins of bean? The more he thought about it, the more unsettling it became. He realized he needed to discuss this matter with King Yema. Glancing at the mountain of fish before him, he winced in pain, silently cursing himself. Such wastefulness. 2 streaks of light cut across the sky. Queso and Ossipiel flew side by side, completely unaware of Master Cat's subsequent reactions. "Brother Queso, where are we going?" Ossipiel asked curiously as she flew beside him. "You'll see soon enough." Queso led her deep into a distant forest. Beyond, the dense canopy rolling peaks surrounded them in all directions, and occasionally they caught glimpses of large beasts. Soon a well-trodden path emerged through the trees. The weeds on both sides had been cleared away, clearly indicating frequent passage. Following the path forward, a bun-shaped hill rose before them. "Brother Queso, doesn't this hill look just like a steamed bun?" Ossipiel's mouth watered at the thought. "This small hill is called Mantle Hill." Queso smiled, amused that little Ossipiel had remembered the shape of a steamed bun after only one visit to Taiza's home. Mantle Hill was where Goku had lived with his grandfather Son Gohan, and where he continued to reside after marrying Chi-Chi. At this moment, Queso wondered if Goku was about to arrive on Earth. As they flew, a house soon came into view. Inside Goku's home lay a Dragon Ball, a detail Queso remembered clearly. He intended to take the Dragon Ball back and have Dr. Briefs construct a Dragon Radar. Before coming to Earth, Queso had already considered that Dr. Briefs could likely build only 1 gravity chamber at most, and one would scarcely suffice for over 100 Saiyans to use. That was why he had decided to use the Dragon Balls, wishing for Shinron to replicate over 100 gravity chambers. At this thought, Queso gave himself a mental thumbs up for his brilliant idea. But then he paused. Why not simply wish for Shinron to create over 100 gravity chambers directly? Why make Dr. Briefs build one first? Wasn't that entirely unnecessary? One could only wonder if Queso had considered this point. "Brother Queso, there's no one here." Ossipiel followed Queso down from the sky, but upon entering the house, found it completely empty. "Probably went out," Queso remarked, glancing around. The place seemed unremarkable, nothing special. Goku had grown up here, and yet became so extraordinarily powerful. In truth, Queso understood that Goku's strength stemmed largely from his pure childlike heart and his unwavering dedication to the martial path. "Oh," Queso smiled. "Found it." He picked up a Dragon Ball from a corner. The 4 stars within remained unchanged no matter how he turned it. "Quite magical," he mused, then turned to Ossipiel. "Little Ossipiel, let's go. Did you find it?" "Yes." Queso planned to temporarily borrow Goku's Dragon Ball, and would return it once the wish was granted and the ball restored to its original state. Soaring back into the sky, he gazed at the distant sunset. Orange light bathed the clouds, painting them in brilliant shades of tangerine. A truly breathtaking sight. As Queso examined the Dragon Ball in his hand, he suddenly noticed an elderly man in the mountains below, carrying a newborn infant in a basket slung across his back. "Kakarot." Queso raised an eyebrow and descended with Ossipiel. Deep in the mountains, Son Gohan appeared to be searching for something. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked up. Floating technique. His eyes widened as he stared at the 2 children. That was the legendary skywalking technique. He had once heard from his master Rashi that such a miraculous art existed, a technique allowing one to soar through the skies. He had asked at the time, "Then can you do it, master?" But all he received in return was a pair of exasperated eye rolls from the old turtle hermit. Seeing his master refuse to answer, he had assumed it was beyond Rashi's capabilities. In truth, given Master Rashi's strength, mastering the floating technique would have been effortless. He simply refused to learn it because it belonged to the Crane School. Now witnessing 2 children execute the legendary technique, Son Gohan was utterly astounded. "Hello, grandfather." Queso landed with Ossipiel and offered a polite greeting. Son Gohan stammered, "Hello." Judging by their energy signatures, the 2 children appeared entirely ordinary. If not for having just witnessed them descend from the sky, he would have assumed they were simply lost youngsters. When had Earth produced such accomplished warriors? Queso glanced up at the small basket on Son Gohan's back. Inside sat a plump infant, its fluffy tail dangling over the edge. However, he noticed a cloth bandage wrapped around Goku's head. Had he been injured? He knew that as a child Goku had fallen from a cliff and struck his head, which altered his personality completely and caused him to forget who he was. Watching this scene unfold, Queso chuckled inwardly. The plot was finally beginning. Son Gohan felt puzzled, wondering what this child actually wanted. Why had he fallen silent? Only when he was closely examining the 2 children did he notice the tail protruding from the child's waist, just like his grandson's. Sun Wufan eagerly asked, "Are you Yukong's family?" He then tapped his head, realizing that he had named Wukong himself, and the other party might not even know who Wukong was. Sun Wufan continued, Wukong is the infant behind me. It was not surprising that Sun Wufan was so agitated. While cultivating in the mountains, he suddenly noticed a spherical object plummeting from the sky, and upon inspection, he discovered an infant inside it. Now seeing that the other party also had a tail, it seemed likely that these two little ones were Wukong's family. If they were indeed his family, entrusting them to take him back would be the best choice. Yet at the thought of this, Sun Wufan felt a pang of reluctance. Although Wukong had been rather irritable at first, he had become quite docile after hitting his head. Such an adorable little creature. Who could dislike him? Asabeer floated behind Sun Wufan, gazing at the infant in the basket. Is this Kakarot? When she had returned to planet Vegeta, she heard Aunt Jine talk about Kakarot. Now seeing this little one, he was quite endearing, especially his hair, which was exactly like Uncle Bardock's. Kazuo smiled. We are also Wukong's family, but something has happened at his home. From now on we'll have to trouble you old grandfather to take care of him. Oh, Sun Wufan was a bit bewildered. So they really were Wukong's family. Had some accident occurred at Wukong's home? Hearing Kazuo's words, Sun Wufan imagined that Wukong's family had been targeted by enemies and his parents had sent him away to protect him. Poor child. Yet perhaps it was for the best. He no longer had to worry about losing such an adorable little one. Kazuo, unaware of the dramatic revenge scenario Sun Wufan had concocted in his mind, simply knew that Wukong's future greatness would stem not only from his protagonist's aura, but also from the influence of Earth's martial arts. Wukong's training under Sun Wufan from childhood, his later apprenticeship under Master Roshi, and his eventual ascent to the heavens. All these stages of cultivation laid a solid foundation for his ultimate climb to the pinnacle of martial arts. Thus keeping Wukong on Earth was the best decision. Kazuo glanced at the elderly Sun Wufan, who wore a black hat, sported a white mustache, carried a slightly hunched posture, and bore a kind and benevolent expression. Would such an old man ultimately meet his end under Wukong's feet? Nonetheless, Kazuo decided not to reveal the fact that Saiyans transform into giant apes under the full moon. Life is filled with inevitable sorrows. Sometimes it's best to let things take their natural course. He sighed, but then thought that after the old man's death, he would find his true love in the afterlife. A rather perfect conclusion. Old grandfather, this orb is yours, isn't it? I'll borrow it for a while and return it to Wukong later, Kazuo said, pulling out the Dragon Ball. Kazuo said he would return it to Wukong, not to him. Whether Sun Wufan understood the implication remained uncertain. Sun Wufan, not catching the nuance, stroked his beard and said, "Oh, how did this orb come into your possession? I found it many years ago and kept it for its beauty. If it's useful to you, take it. Thank you, old grandfather. We'll be going now. Farewell." With that, Kazuo shook his head and departed with Asabeer. Watching their retreating figures, Sun Wufan marveled at their strength, then continued his search for medicinal herbs to apply to Wukong's wounds. Brother Kazuo, that's Kakarot, isn't he? He looks so much like Uncle Bardock. Asabeer clung to Kazuo's back, her little face pressed against his neck. Her warm breath tickled his neck, and Kazuo, feeling the sensation, pulled her around to hold her in front of his chest. Wukong's appearance truly resembled Bardock's, but that was not all. Later, Goten also bore an identical likeness. Yet strangely, as they grew up, they seemed to stray from that resemblance. Thinking about this, Kazuo chuckled inwardly. Perhaps they had offended Toriyama. He planted a kiss on Asabeer's cheek. Come on, let's go eat something delicious. Yay. At the mention of good food, Asabeer clenched her little fists, her eyes sparkling like a kitten's. Kazuo soared through the sky with Asabeer in his arms. After a month of grueling training in the heavens, he felt the need for some relaxation. Otherwise, using instant transmission to go straight to Tate's home would be too dull. West City. The residences here were all exceedingly luxurious. Within one large courtyard stood an inverted bowl-shaped building surrounded by various partitioned areas. In the research zone, Dr. Briefs, clad in a white lab coat and holding some incomprehensible tools, stood before a black metal room, scrutinizing it intently. Almost there. After a month of construction, Dr. Briefs had finally completed the gravity chamber. And indeed, the materials required were substantial, especially the rare metals. Fortunately, he had a small stock at home. If Kazuo wanted a second gravity chamber, it would be impossible. Suddenly, a commotion arose from outside the door. He looked over and saw his daughter leading Kazuo and the others in. You came quite quickly. Just finished and here you are. Dr. Brief smiled. Dad, Kazuo is here. Tates brought Kazuo and the others over. Behind them followed a little girl, staring at the two newcomers with curiosity. Bulma muttered to herself, how did they do that? You're here just in time. I finished the gravity chamber. Dr. Briefs pointed to the side. Kazuo looked over and a black metal room came into view, its shape resembling a fortress. The gravity chamber was about 40 square meters in size, with 4 thick pillars embedded in the metal walls, seemingly to stabilize the chamber's operation. Under the light, the entire chamber radiated a dark metallic luster. So this is the gravity chamber. Kazuo walked over on small steps and touched the surface. Dr. Brief smiled. I've implemented all the requirements you mentioned. Kazuo had previously requested that the gravity multiplier be controlled by voice and, if possible, include temperature regulation. In Dr. Brief's view, these were minor issues. The real reason he spent so much time was to design a music system. He could not tolerate a perfect creation without a decent music system. Thus, over the past month, he had devoted great effort to designing a music system capable of functioning under 100 times gravity. In the end, he succeeded and silently commended his own genius. He thought to himself, these two little ones should like it, right? They would absolutely love it. The gravity chamber is so huge. Can it be turned into a universal capsule? Kazuo exclaimed, his excitement palpable. But how could he take such a colossal chamber with him? This is merely the most basic function. Rest assured. At that moment, a glint of shrewdness shone through Dr. Fusey's black-rimmed glasses. Would you like to experience the effects of the gravity chamber? He could hardly wait to hear Kazuo's appraisal of the music system he had designed. All right. Kazuo felt a rush of excitement, failing to notice the doctor's expression. He was well aware of the gravity chamber's capabilities. After Vegeta settled on Earth, he spent entire days inside the gravity chamber, constantly striving to keep pace with Wukong. A significant reason for this was precisely the gravity chamber. Following Dr. Fusey's explanations, Kazuo had gained a certain understanding of the gravity chamber's operation. He slowly opened the door to the gravity chamber. The interior was Spartan, almost empty, much like an ordinary training room except for a round box in the corner, its purpose unknown. Dr. Fusey had not mentioned it. Never mind that for now. Kazuo was eager to test the gravity chamber's effects. Increase gravity to 25 times. With Kazuo's low murmur, the entire gravity chamber sprang into action. It hummed with a low rumbling sound like a wild beast poised to strike. Suddenly, Kazuo felt the air grow stifling, an oppressive weight crushing down on his entire body. Fortunately, he had already acclimated to 25 times gravity during his time in Tianjia. Otherwise, he would have been flattened to the floor instantly. Nonetheless, his limbs felt heavy, and he could sense that both his body and internal organs had become burdened with an immense weight. Just as I thought, everything unfolded as Kazuo had anticipated. The weighted suit only affected the body, not the internal organs. The gravity chamber was truly formidable. Just then, the small box in the corner emitted a loud noise. Who's there? Kazuo was taken aback. He had not been overwhelmed by the 25 times gravity, but now he was startled so badly that he fell flat on the floor. From the side came a cacophony of music. You are my little apple, how I love you never too much. That Fusey bastard. The moment he heard the music, he knew it was Dr. Fusey's handiwork. He had noticed the doctor's peculiar expression earlier, but he never expected such a gift. Damn it. Cancel gravity. Kazuo slowly got up and called out in resignation. Instantly, the pressure on his body vanished, replaced by a feeling of immense relief. The gravity chamber was indeed formidable. In just a short while, Kazuo felt a slight loosening in his strength. Was the Saiyan physique truly that monstrous? Kazuo shook his head. Though his potential had been unlocked by the great elder on Nameite planet, he had also cultivated in Tianjia for a month, so his potential had undoubtedly thickened again. Under this pressure, his potential was being rapidly released. He didn't believe the gravity chamber could infinitely enhance strength. If it were that effective, Vegeta would have surpassed Wukong long ago. Outside the gravity chamber, Dr. Fusey gazed at the closed door, thinking that the young lad must be enjoying his music system. Brother Kazuo is coming out, Aosabier said cheerfully. Everyone turned their eyes to the door. The door slowly opened and Kazuo emerged. So how was my music system? Great, right? Dr. Fusey said with an air of confidence. He had full faith in his creation. How could a warrior train hard without a good song to accompany him? Seeing Kazuo's silence, Dr. Fusey assumed the boy was thoroughly satisfied. Silence spoke louder than words. Dr. Fusey felt a great sense of accomplishment. Kazuo. A stampede of thoughts raced through his mind, leaving him utterly speechless. After a moment of silence. Thank you, Dr. Fusey. Kazuo said sincerely. Despite the little prank, he was genuinely grateful to the doctor. After all, he hadn't done much for Dr. Fusey before. Only retrieved a few universal capsules. Those capsules were nothing compared to the value of this gravity chamber. Just then Bulma ran over and placed her hand on Kazuo's shoulder. Kazuo, is the gravity chamber my dad built working well? It's great. Kazuo nodded earnestly. The gravity chamber was indeed excellent. He had already felt his strength increase slightly after just a short time inside. But what was she up to? Kazuo felt a bit puzzled. Since my dad built you a gravity chamber, how about teaching me to fly? Bulma's face lit up with excitement as she said this. She had been utterly astonished when she saw Kazuo flying in the sky earlier. She had never heard of anyone being able to fly without external aid. Seeing Kazuo silent, she wondered what he was thinking. Was he refusing? How annoying. Besides Kazuo, that older girl, only slightly older than her, also seemed able to fly. Thinking this, Bulma walked over to Aosabier and said sweetly, Sister Xiaobier, can you teach me? She had no other choice. Kazuo wasn't responding, and Aosabier was the only other one who could fly. If this sister taught her, she could show off at school. The thought made her happy. Taisai. She could tell exactly what her sister was up to. Kazuo ignored this and asked Dr. Fusey to help him pack the gravity chamber back into capsule form. Such a huge gravity chamber couldn't be moved by instant transmission, but fortunately, the genius Dr. Fusey had invented universal capsules. Once turned into a capsule, it could be easily carried in a pocket and brought back to Shalata Planet. After a while, Kazuo turned around to see Aosabir and Buurma chatting and laughing together. Beside them, Taisai glanced at him and shrugged, looking a bit helpless. Kazuo, what the? He looked at Aosabir. Sister Xiaobir, can you take me for a flight? Buurma tugged at Aosabir's hand. She had always seen people flying in movies and wanted to experience the feeling of free flight. All right, Aosabir said, puffing out her cheeks with an air of maturity. Having just gained a little sister, she might as well take her for a spin. Kids these days were so troublesome. It seemed Aosabir had forgotten that she was just a child herself. Kazuo and Taisai. Seeing this, Kazuo was a bit stunned. Had some evil spirit possessed Xiaobir. But seeing her puffed cheeks, he found it inexplicably adorable. His heart felt as if it would melt. In the blink of an eye, the two little kids, both about a meter tall, rose from the ground and flew out through the door. Oh, Dr. Briefs felt somewhat surprised upon seeing his youngest daughter soaring through the air. It turned out that tiny fellow could fly too. In Dr. Brief's mind, he simply thought the young generation was truly impressive nowadays, completely unaware that this was an extraordinarily shocking matter. His reaction was indeed peculiar. A normal person witnessing someone flying would typically be greatly astonished, yet he merely showed slight surprise, and then responded with nothing further. Do geniuses' minds always work so unconventionally? Dr. Briefs then walked to the other side of the research area and began a new project. By now, Kazuo had packed away the gravity chamber and concealed the capsule in his pocket. Taisai, what are you doing? He pressed against his pocket from the outside, only then noticing Taisai gazing at him with a rather peculiar expression. He touched his own face, finding nothing there. Could it be because he was too handsome? Could you also take me flying? After Taisai finished speaking, she covered her face and lowered her head. She had taken many flights before, but she had never experienced such unrestrained flight as Kazuo's. Seeing her younger sister soar into the sky, she felt quite envious. Kazuo observed her timid demeanor. Taisai felt somewhat embarrassed, but after thinking it over, what was the big deal? It was just asking him to take her up into the sky once. Kazuo paused briefly, then smiled. No problem. He carefully studied Taisai. Her brilliant hair flowing behind her, her snow-white cheeks tinged with a faint blush of embarrassment, her enchanting figure complemented by her full, rounded bosom. He couldn't help but swallow hard. He never expected this older sister to be so lovely. If you wanted to fly, just say so earlier. Even setting aside Dr. Brief's influence, seeing your figure would surely earn you some consideration. Kazuo secretly teased Taisai in his thoughts. When he shook his head, Taisai got the impression that he was somehow blaming her for not speaking up sooner, which felt rather odd. However, she was finally going to fly. Taisai didn't dwell on it further. She was extremely joyful now, imagining herself soaring freely through the sky. Such liberty and delight. Come on. Kazuo extended his small hand, offering a gentle smile. He had little left to do on Earth. All that remained was collecting the Dragon Balls. But that would require Dr. Briefs to craft a Dragon Ball radar first. For now, it would take Taisai up for some fun. How should I do this? Taisai felt somewhat nervous. Just moments ago, she had been so excited, and now she felt at a loss. Kazuo. The two soft mounds pressed against his back felt incredibly pleasant, yet simultaneously made him rather nervous. In his past life, Kazuo had never dated anyone, and had no idea what it felt like to interact with a girl. Now embraced by Taisai, his heart fluttered slightly. To Taisai, his motionlessness seemed to suggest his movements were awkward. Just fly already, she said, somewhat puzzled. Hadn't he said to do whatever was comfortable? Why wasn't he flying now? Okay. Kazuo snapped back to reality. He circulated the chi within his body and slowly began levitating upward with Taisai on his back. Mid-air, Taisai behind him was clearly quite nervous, her hands desperately clutching his neck as though afraid she might fall. Relax, you'll be fine. Kazuo comforted her, then used both hands to grasp her fair, tender thighs. Hold on tighter. I'm scared. Taisai's voice trembled slightly. They had reached the midpoint of the house, already 5 or 6 meters above the ground. That feeling of constantly being on the verge of falling terrified her. Kazuo gripped her tighter and said, hold on tight. We're moving. In the next instant, the two vanished from their original spot with a swift whoosh. Kazuo and Taisai swiftly ascended into the sky. Fierce wind battered her face relentlessly. As altitude increased, her adrenaline surged and Taisai let out a loud scream. Aya? Kazuo, hold me tight. After a while. This feels wonderful. Taisai spread her arms wide. As they flew through the clouds, she gently stirred them, and the clouds parted effortlessly. Intimately connected with the sky, utterly unrestrained. So this was what free flight felt like. At first she had been quite nervous, but with Kazuo's protection, she quickly felt at ease. No matter how much she moved around, Kazuo's small hands would firmly clamp her thighs. Hanging onto his petite frame somehow gave her an inexplicable sense of security. Taisai secretly glanced at Kazuo and suddenly thought his youthful little face looked rather handsome. Realizing this, her heart skipped a beat and a flush appeared on her cheeks. He was still just a child. What was she thinking? Just as Taisai was lost in thought, Kazuo executed a sharp turn in the sky, followed by an extreme drift. Ea! Taisai's piercing scream echoed through the air once again. Phew phew. Taisai patted the prominent curves in front of her. Once back on solid ground, she finally felt at peace. In Taisai's eyes, Kazuo was a little rascal, showing no consideration for a lady's feelings, flying so fast at the end, as if trying to scare her to death. Taisai, are you alright? Kazuo felt somewhat apologetic. Carrying such a beautiful woman with such a lovely figure for the first time in his life, he had naturally grown nervous and forgot to control the speed. I am fine. Taisai rolled her eyes at him. Only now does he care. But as she recollected herself, she found the experience of flying quite exhilarating, so she asked, "Can you take me flying again, next time?" Taisai patted his head, grinning happily. This little fellow usually carried himself like a grown-up, but it turned out he could be quite adorable as well. At that moment, cheerful shouts came from above. I'm so happy. It was Bulma who had returned. Asp was gently descending from the sky with Bulma. After landing, Bulma hurried over to Taisai's side and began chattering excitedly about what had just happened. Hearing her sister's words, Taisai rolled her eyes, acting as though nobody had ever flown before. Thinking this, she stole a glance at Kazuo. Meanwhile, Kazuo was completely unaware, chatting and laughing with Asp. Bulma, I'm so hungry. Asp ran over. She had heard brother Kazuo mention delicious food earlier and still hadn't eaten anything. She was practically starving. Let's go eat something good. Asp didn't bother with Kazuo and happily skipped after Bulma. Kazuo. This girl has grown independent, leaving him out when there's good food. Seeing his expression, Taisai found it amusing and patted his head, saying, Aren't you hungry too? Kazuo gave her an exasperated look. Was it really necessary to ask when it was so obvious? Let's go eat something delicious too. Taisai grabbed Kazuo's hand and pulled him along. In the main hall, Asp was devouring meat in large bites while Bulma sat beside her watching. Kazuo quickly joined the meat-eating faction. Brother Kazuo, why are you stealing my meat? Asp glared at him sulkily after losing a piece. Just stealing yours, for leaving me out. Kazuo thought fiercely, but seeing little Bayer's pouty expression, he couldn't help but feel sorry for her. I'll give it back. Brother Kazuo is the best. Asp broke into a smile once more. Though this was not the same earth, the food here was equally delicious. Kazuo's face was smeared with grease. Taisi rested her chin on her fair hands, watching Kazuo from the side, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. Yet seeing the empty plates piled high, she was slightly curious. How could such a small stomach hold so much? And his belly hadn't even bulged. Burp. Kazuo set down the plate and let out a satisfied burp. Having eaten his fill, he was ready to get down to business. Taisi is Dr. Brife's free now. Kazuo wanted to ask him to build a Dragon Ball radar, but he had only just helped him construct a gravity chamber. Now he was asking for another favor. Kazuo felt a bit embarrassed. What, you need something else? At that moment, both Taisi and Bu-erma looked at Kazuo, while Aosabir was still struggling with the food. I'd like Dr. Brife's to make me another little gadget. Kazuo said sheepishly. What is it? Taisi asked curiously. Hearing this, she figured it must be something important or else he wouldn't feel embarrassed to bring it up. But what could it be? She was intrigued. Beside her, Bu-erma also looked at Kazuo with a puzzled expression, waiting for him to speak. Kazuo slowly took out a Dragon Ball from his pocket, pointed at it, and said, I want Dr. Brife's to make a device that can sense its location. Edge. Bu-erma felt she had seen that ball somewhere before. She took it from Kazuo's hand and examined it closely. It really did seem familiar, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't recall where. I should be able to make that thing you mentioned. No need to bother my dad. Bu-erma shrugged, helplessly indicating that she would handle it. Bu-erma, can you really? Taisi was a bit dubious. She knew her little sister was very clever and often came up with little inventions. But this thing seemed important to Kazuo, so she thought it would be better to let their father do it. Bu-erma rolled her eyes at her sister. Why didn't she believe in her? Bu-erma is so smarty, I think she can do it. At this point, Kazuo sided with Bu-erma. He knew that the story of Dragon Ball began with Bu-erma searching for the Dragon Balls. Back then, she had found one in the storeroom, researched extensively, and discovered they were the legendary 7 Dragon Balls. Then Bu-erma embarked on her journey to find the Dragon Balls, and the story of Dragon Ball officially began. Even though Bu-erma was still young, Kazuo believed she could manage. Thinking of this, Kazuo looked at her with hopeful eyes. You know how to talk. Wait for my news. The proud Bu-erma picked up the Dragon Ball and left without looking back. She was helping Kazuo like this only because she wanted him to teach her the technique to fly in the sky. That girl. Taisi smiled and let her be. Since both Bu-erma and Kasuo said, so it should be fine. Half a day passed. Aosabir lay on the side, her small hands covering her belly, wearing an expression of pure bliss. She had never eaten such delicious food. She wanted to stay on Earth forever. At that moment, the fierce and warlike nature of the Saiyans had vanished from Aosabir, leaving only gluttony and laziness. That girl. Kasuo shook his head and smiled helplessly. Saiyans usually had no standards for food, but if they ever tasted Earth's cuisine, he believed it would drive them wild. Even powerful beings like Whis and Beerus were the same, weren't they? So seeing Aosabir like this, Kasuo said nothing. How is Bu-erma doing? Taisi stood up as soon as she saw Bu-erma come out of the workshop. Kasuo looked at her full of anticipation. According to the development of the Dragon Ball story, Bu-erma was the first to create the Dragon Ball radar. But she was still so young, could she really make it? He couldn't help but feel nervous. If Bu-erma failed, he would have to ask Dr. Briefs. It's done. Bu-erma nodded with a smile. When she got the ball, several design ideas had already come to mind. First, she would perform a wave detection, as she knew that most things in the world emitted a specific kind of ripple. If the ball had no ripple, that was fine. She had another plan. However, during the detection, she found that the ball did emit a very special ripple. Once she detected the ripple, the problem became simple. So she quickly built the Dragon Ball radar. How could a little thing like this stump her? Bu-erma looked at Kasuo with a proud expression, as if expecting praise. She lifted her fair chin slightly, like a noble little swan. Seeing this, Kasuo smiled. Bu-erma was already so impressive at such a young age. Truly, she was one of the most intelligent people in the Dragon Ball world. Now that I've made you something good, can you teach me how to fly? Bu-erma looked at Kasuo with a grin. At first, when she asked Kasuo to teach her, he didn't answer. She turned to ask Aosabir, but now looking at the little ball lying on the sofa. She thought it would be better to have Kasuo teach her. Bu-erma knew that accepting favors made one indebted, and eating made one soft. This time Kasuo couldn't refuse. Thinking of this, she had already begun to fantasize about flying. Kasuo. Sure enough, nothing comes for free. But Bu-erma's family had helped him so much, teaching her to cultivate chi would be fine. That way, when the Dragon Ball story truly began, she would at least have some ability to protect herself. Besides, during this peaceful period, he had nothing else to do. As for taking the gravity chamber back to Planet Salad, it wouldn't matter if he delayed a little. Then I'll stay here for another month and teach you how to cultivate chi. Kasuo then said seriously, but I'm telling you, cultivating chi is very hard. Are you sure you want to learn? Bu-erma nodded firmly. After begging so many times, Kasuo finally agreed. She was afraid he would change his mind, so she nodded hard. And wasn't cultivation always hard? She had long prepared herself mentally. Watching the conversation between her sister and Kasuo, Taisi found it amusing. She knew that if she wanted to learn, Kasuo would certainly teach her too. But she wasn't very interested in cultivation, rather she was more interested in writing novels. Thinking of this, she also needed to plan for her future. Because she couldn't find inspiration for her novel, Taisi had been staying at home for a long time. A month ago, she had met Kasuo and Aosabir. These two little kids were small in stature, but exceptionally powerful in martial arts. A month later, Kasuo had even taken her flying through the sky once. The speed and thrill of flying in the sky always captivated one deeply. Taisi felt she had finally found inspiration for her novel. Time passed swiftly, and half a month slipped by. During this time, Taisi left home stating that she had found her inspiration and needed a quiet place to focus on her writing. As for Taisi's thoughts, Kasuo found it difficult to judge her. Everyone has dreams. Just like himself, he once fantasized about traveling to the Dragon Ball world, and who would have thought that would actually come true? However, in the anime, he knew that Taisi's novels were not popular until she later encountered that fellow Jia, using stories from beyond the universe as material, which gave her novels a bit of improvement. One day in the courtyard. Watch your posture, don't move. Kasuo pointed at Bu-erma's little bottom. Bu-erma was seen performing a horse stance, her small face constantly streaming with sweat. Upon hearing Kasuo's words, she lifted her lowered little bottom again. Kasuo curled his lip. The physique of Earthlings was truly lamentable. However, to teach Bu-erma to cultivate chi, he first needed to strengthen her body, just as Gue Xianren had trained Kalin and Wukong in the past. Without a good physique, one could not sense or store chi. In the Bu saga, it was the same when Wu Fan taught Bai Dili. However, because Bai Dili had been training since childhood and had the financial support of Sa Dan, her physique naturally became better, and she was a little genius herself, so she could easily develop chi. Now Bu-erma's situation was different from Bai Dili's. She was not only young, but also a pampered little princess since childhood. To cultivate chi. One word. Difficult. But fortunately, with the existence of Shindo, Kasuo smiled slightly. For half a month, he had been giving Bu-erma devilish training. He made her get up before dawn, practice horse stance for an hour, run with weights for an hour. Several times he felt Bu-erma was about to collapse, but fortunately with Shindo, a single bean restored her vitality. Then Bu-erma continued to endure inhuman torment. So much so that now Bu-erma felt a bit afraid when seeing Kasuo, but for the sake of flying in the sky, she was giving it her all. Having come this far, it was absolutely impossible for her to give up. To be honest, seeing this scene, Kazuo found it extremely unbelievable. In his impression, Ma was a pampered little princess. Back then, she only wanted to find the Dragon Balls to get a handsome boyfriend. Unexpectedly, the current Ma could endure such atrocious torment. You continue with your horse stance. I'll be back soon, Kazuo said calmly. Placing his finger on his brow, he instantly vanished. Seeing Kazuo suddenly disappear, Ma was not surprised because during this half-month he disappeared every now and then. She shook her head and continued her horse stance. Finally found the 7th Dragon Ball. Kazuo found a Dragon Ball inside a castle. Half a month ago, he first found the first Dragon Ball in the storage room of Ma's house. Then after several trips out, he had now collected all 7 Dragon Balls. As he looked at the Dragon Ball in his hand, he suddenly heard noisy sounds from downstairs. Are the Dragon Balls all hidden? Rest assured, Great King Pilaffu, they are already hidden in the secret room on the 2nd floor. These sounds reached Kazuo's ears. He smiled, realizing that this Dragon Ball actually belonged to that little group of Pilaffu and his crew. Kazuo knew that these guys collected Dragon Balls only to work for others. They were nothing more than pure laborers. Only in Dragon Ball GT did they actually make a wish, but that wish could only be described as an eyesore. Ignoring them, Kazuo activated instant transmission and left, returning to the courtyard of Ma's house. Ma was still gritting her teeth, holding her horse stance. This little girl is quite impressive. Kazuo nodded. Ma's performance truly refreshed his view, completely changing his perception of her. Ma, come here. Okay. Ma sat on the ground. After holding the horse stance for an hour, it was almost exhausting her. But not to mention, after being abused like this by Kazuo for half a month, Ma felt she had become much stronger. She could even lift the 100+ gene experimental machine in the house with one hand. It was only because she saw results that Ma persisted, otherwise she would have given up long ago. Are you going to teach me how to fly? Ma stood up from the ground with difficulty, walked over to Kazuo, her eyes shining as she looked at him. Kazuo, after only a month of training you want to fly? Kazuo said calmly. I'll first teach you how to sense the power within your body. In fact, flying is not difficult, it only requires sufficient energy within the body. Just like the Saiyans, they originally did not know Chi, but with enough powerful strength inside they could easily fly. As for comprehending Chi, that would depend on her personal fate. He himself had undergone a month of arduous training before comprehending Chi. Kazuo thought to himself. Then he made Ma sit on the ground, and a white ball of Chi appeared in his hand. When the Chi ball appeared, a strong wind swept through the entire courtyard, and the surrounding trees rustled loudly. Dr. Bulifu and his wife heard the commotion and immediately rushed over, but upon seeing Kazuo teaching Ma, they quickly withdrew from the courtyard. Clearly these two knew about Ma's training. Remember this feeling. Kazuo threw the Chi ball in his hand, and in the blink of an eye it quickly enveloped Ma. Actually, in terms of teaching, Kazuo didn't know how to teach. You see, to fly in the sky, besides comprehending Chi, one must also have a large amount of energy stored in the body. But Kazuo didn't think Ma could achieve that, so he could only let her first sense the existence of Chi, and see if she could one day comprehend it on her own. The Chi ball flew over, and Ma was enveloped by the white mist. She felt a warm sensation all over her body, like soaking in a hot spring at just the right temperature in winter. The soreness from the horse stance vanished, and she felt so comfortable, she almost cried out. So comfortable. But even though she felt very comfortable, she did not forget what Kazuo had said. Remember this feeling. Ma quickly calmed down and devoted her entire mind and body to sensing the Chi. Kazuo did not disturb her, he let Ma comprehend on her own. No one could help her in this process. Glancing back, Kazuo then disappeared from the courtyard. The other side of the courtyard. A black metal room was placed here, and occasionally intense training sounds could be heard from inside. Huh. Hoo. Kazuo appeared in front of the gravity room. Hearing the sounds inside, he called out, "Little boy, let me take you to see something interesting." Soon the gravity chamber slowly opened. A cute little girl emerged from within, her face covered in sweat, a small tail swaying behind her. At that moment, Asabier, who had just finished training, seemed to have a ferocious giant ape appear on her body, the brutal aura emanating from her, making one involuntarily tremble with fear. At this moment, no one would believe that half a month ago, she was a lazy little girl who only ate and lazed around. "Brother Kazuo, where are we going?" "Just follow me, and you'll find out." Kazuo smiled, marveling at the remarkable effectiveness of the gravity chamber as he retrieved it, transforming it into a capsule and placing it in his pocket. Soon 2 small figures soared into the sky. They traversed the bustling city and arrived at a desolate, uninhabited plain. Asabier watched as Kazuo pulled out several beads from his small backpack. The beads gathered together, emitting a humming sound. It was truly magical. "Little buyer, you wanted to see what a dragon looks like, didn't you? Now I'll show you." Kazuo shouted at the 7 Dragon Balls, "Come forth, Shenlong." As soon as he spoke, the sky suddenly turned pitch black, dark clouds piling up, creating a suffocating sense of impending storm. Suddenly, Bolts of lightning descended from the sky as if the heavens were unleashing a cataclysmic thunder, striking fiercely upon the 7 Dragon Balls. Just as Asabir thought the beads would be destroyed, the 7 Dragon Balls grew brighter, the humming sound intensifying. The resonance caused slight discomfort in her ears, but she quickly adapted. At that moment, a golden beam of light shot up into the sky, twisting and turning like a serpent soaring straight into the heavens. The massive golden light transformed into a colossal dragon's head, followed by its body unfolding before Asabir's eyes. Brother Kazuo, this is... Asabir's eyes widened, her small hand covering her mouth. This is Shenlong. Asabir was stunned. So this was the dragon Kazuo had spoken of before, said to be capable of granting 3 wishes. In Asabir's heart, she had always believed that all Dragon Balls could grant 3 wishes, unaware that the Earth's Dragon Balls were different. Soon the enormous and elongated dragon fully materialized before the two of them, appearing somewhat somber against the darkened sky. State your wish, and I shall grant it no matter what it is. The dragon's hoarse and ancient voice resounded across the entire sky. Asabir was extremely excited, finally seeing the dragon Kazuo had mentioned, though she found it rather ugly. Kazuo was unaware of what Asabir was thinking. If he knew, he would also complain that this dragon was truly hideous, incomparable to the 5-clawed golden dragon from his original Earth. He tossed out a capsule, and a gravity chamber instantly appeared in the open space. Pointing at the gravity chamber, Kazuo declared loudly, "Help me replicate 200 identical gravity chambers on planet Shalata." Hearing this wish, Asabir's eyes lit up. She had already experienced the effects of the gravity chamber herself. If the same could be prepared for her people, the Saiyan strength would undoubtedly become terrifying. But she wondered if this wish could be fulfilled and felt a bit nervous. The sky grew silent. Suddenly the dragon spoke. "Your wish is extremely simple. It has been granted." Far away on planet Shalata, in the northern region, not far from the land where the Siendo beans were planted, 200 gravity chambers suddenly appeared. This startled a passing Saiyan who hurried back to report to Badak. The dragon continued, "Then until we meet again." With that, the dragon swiftly transformed into a golden beam of light. The Dragon Balls on the ground also soared into the sky, with the light shooting off in different directions. At that moment, Kazuo seized the opportunity. He leaped into the sky, and just as the Dragon Balls were about to fly away, grabbed 2 of them. The one from Bulma's house, and the one from Sun Gohan's. "Brother Kazuo, the wish really came true. That's fantastic." Asabir jumped up excitedly. With so many gravity chambers, it would be hard for the Saiyans not to rise dramatically. But wasn't there supposed to be 3 wishes? Faced with little Bayer's confusion, Kazuo explained that different dragons possess different abilities. Meanwhile, in the celestial palace above, the heavenly god and the cat immortal, upon hearing the wish Kazuo had made, felt their tense emotions calm down. Although they had learned from their previous interactions that these two were not evil, they still felt anxious when the duo summoned the dragon, fearing they might make a malevolent wish. Fortunately, the heavenly god glanced at the cat immortal, feeling that the words it had spoken were indeed reasonable. Currently, there were too few outstanding martial artists on Earth. The only ones worth noting were the Turtle Hermit and the Crane Hermit, and if one more had to be counted, Sun Gohan would also qualify. Faced with this situation of a generational gap, should Earth be invaded by aliens, it would be an unprecedented catastrophe. It was necessary to intervene in the development of Earth's martial arts. On the ground, Kazuo was completely unaware that the heavenly god was watching him from the celestial palace. Even if he knew, it wouldn't matter, as he had no intention of harming Earth. Since everything he wanted to accomplish on Earth was done, Kazuo wanted to see how much the gravity chamber had affected Asabir. "Little Bayer, let me see the results of your training over the past half-month." "Hee, brother Kazuo, don't end up crying from being beaten by me." Such big words. Kazuo chuckled. These youngsters were truly arrogant. Asabir suddenly erupted with a fierce aura, her entire body enveloped in a white flame of energy. Her small figure shot up into the air. Bang! A deafening sonic boom tore through the sky, as if a supersonic jet had passed. Asabir moved with the speed of lightning, leaving a trail of light in the sky, closing in on Kazuo in the blink of an eye. Kicks and punches rained down incessantly, all striking Kazuo. The force of her blows whipped up fierce winds that crashed into the ground, shattering the entire surface, leaving no spot intact within a kilometer. Fortunately, this was an uninhabited area. If it had been in the city, countless casualties would have ensued. "Not bad, you've got some skill." Kazuo calmly deflected each of Asabir's attacks. The power from their clashes felt like a meteorite smashing into the earth with overwhelming force. Just as Kazuo's limbs began to go numb, Asabir suddenly vanished from sight. That trick again. Kazuo swiftly turned around, and indeed Asabir charged from behind. "Brother Kazuo, how did you know I was behind you?" Even as she spoke, Asabir did not stop her assault. A massive energy sphere materialized in her hand, and in the blink of an eye, she slammed it down fiercely onto Kazuo's head. At that moment, Asabir's Saiyan blood ran wild, though she knew this attack would be useless against Kazuo. Indeed, the energy sphere struck Kazuo squarely, but for some reason it did not explode. Instead, it passed straight through his body. The moment AOC Buyer vanished, he sensed a faint fluctuation behind him, a technique identical to the one Nei Lu had used. A chi blast hurtled straight toward Ka Sua's face, but he transformed into a bolt of lightning and shifted to the other side. Due to his incredible speed, his afterimage lingered at the original spot unnoticed by AOC Buyer. Boom. The chi blast passed through Ka Sua's shadow, slammed into the ground, and erupted in a violent explosion. The earth, already shattered by AOC Buyer's fist wind, burst apart as if struck by a nuclear bomb. Smoke and dust billowed everywhere. Don't lose focus. Just as AOC Buyer was searching for Ka Sua, a familiar voice came from behind. Damn it. AOC Buyer gritted her teeth. By the time she heard the voice, it was already too late to react. Just as she thought she was doomed, Ka Sua merely touched her hand gently. Silly girl, how could I bear to hurt you? From their brief exchange, he roughly gauged her strength, around 900 battle power. Half a month ago, when AOC Buyer shed her weighted clothing in the celestial realm, she had roughly 600 battle power. Now it had surged to 9000. Truly terrifying. Saiyan ranks were divided into low, mid, and high tiers, with an elite tier as well. In Saiyan subconscious, only elite warriors and a few high-tier fighters could reach over 100 battle power upon adulthood. If AOC Buyer returned to the Salada planet and told Badaku about her current battle power, he would be utterly astonished. However, her rapid growth was largely thanks to the Senza beans. Ka Sua had given her several hundred of them when he first obtained them. Ka Sua, am I too weak? AOC Buyer curled up, clinging to Ka Sua's chest. In truth, she had trained relentlessly, often collapsing from exhaustion in the gravity chamber. The Senza beans he gave her sustained her, but even so she could never catch up to his pace. How could that be? I can't even beat you. AOC Buyer tightened her grip on him. Why would you need to beat me? I want to protect you, she blurted without thinking. Back on planet Vegeta, Ka Sua had always shielded her from Nappa's bullying. She had witnessed it all and felt utterly useless, always burdening her Ka Sua. Thus she trained desperately to catch up, but the more she trained, the more unfathomable he seemed. Even with her newly learned sensing technique, she could not gauge his strength. I'm enough to protect you, Ka Sua said with a faint smile. Seeing her silence, he wondered if she had truly understood. The two flew slowly back toward Bu'er house. Meanwhile, at the temple in the celestial realm, the god and the cat immortal gazed down at the mortal world. The ground struck by the blast looked as if it had endured a world war, ruined and desolate. At a glance, the massive crater resembled a dark abyss, its bottom invisible. Thump thump. The celestial realm was eerily silent. The two could hear each other's heartbeats. They were both utterly stunned. Another half-month passed. In Bu'er courtyard, she sat on a small blanket, eyes closed. As time passed, she felt a faint warm current coursing through her body, flowing through her limbs to her heart, bringing warmth wherever it went. Bu'er opened her eyes and suddenly found Ka Sua staring intently at her. You? Before she could finish, Ka Sua asked urgently, do you feel something warm inside? How do you know? Bu'er asked curiously. She had been about to ask him the same question. You've got something? Ka Sua said, somewhat astonished. He sensed a faint energy within her, as tiny as a strand of hair. What do you mean? Bu'er was puzzled. Then a thought struck her, and she asked excitedly, can I fly? Dream on, Bu'er. Ka Sua's words had made her think she could fly. But no. He rolled his eyes at her. Did she really think an ordinary earthling could just fly? Throughout the entire Dragon Ball story, only a handful of earthlings had ever achieved flight, all of them having trained from childhood with exceptional talent. Still, the fact that Bu'er had developed a chi sensation left Ka Sua speechless. Perhaps she did have some talent after all. But flying was still far off. First, she needed to train persistently to thicken the chi within her, and then raise her battle power above 80 points. In Ka Sua's estimation, 80 battle power might barely allow her to fly. Oomph. Bu'er shot him a glare. If she couldn't fly, yet was such astonishment necessary? Anyone hearing Ka Sua's tone would have thought she could actually fly. They fell silent, and the courtyard grew quiet again. Ka Sua suddenly spoke. Now that you've awakened your chi sensation, keep cultivating like this. One day you'll be able to soar into the sky. Bu'er looked at him. What did he mean? Was he leaving? I'm about to leave here. From now on, train on your own. And remember, don't rush. Never follow the intense regimen I set for you. You don't have Senza beans. Ka Sua said all this out of fear that Bu'er would act recklessly. Without Senza beans, training to the point of collapse would truly be suicidal. In truth, even without his warning, Bu'er knew better. Though she was just a child, she possessed the sharpest intellect in the Dragon Ball world. So at his words, she curled her lip. She wasn't stupid. I'm off. With that, Ka Sua vanished on the spot without looking back. Staring at the empty courtyard, Bu'er felt a twinge of melancholy. Over the past month, Ka Sua had always worn a cold expression during training, but afterward, he would follow her, claiming he wanted to see the scenery. Wasn't he just afraid something might happen to her? Thinking this, she murmured, he's not so bad after all. Suddenly, she noticed a small cloth pouch on the table. She opened it only to find 10 Senza beans inside. Bu'er. Hypocrite. But soon the corners of her mouth lifted into a faint smile. It had been 2 months since she arrived on Earth, and overall the gains were immense. Not only had she learned the practical application of Qi, but she had also prepared 200 gravity chambers for the Saiyans. Finally, she had returned the 2 petrified Dragon Balls to their original positions. With everything done, Ka-Suo glanced back at Earth one last time, then vanished into the cosmos, with AOC Bayer, on the Salada planet. A month earlier, 200 black rooms had suddenly appeared on the planet. Badaku had no idea what they were for. But recalling that Ka-Suo had been away for 2 months, Badaku wondered if that kid had conjured them up. Just then 2 small figures appeared in the azure sky. Lord Casso. It is Lord Casso who has returned. The Saiyans below who were undergoing training spotted Casso and eagerly shouted out. The Saiyan race was a proud one. They could not tolerate someone of inferior strength standing above them and humiliating them. However, Casso had demonstrated extraordinary abilities during the salvation of the Saiyans and had even emerged victorious in single combat against Bardock, making him undeniably the strongest among the Saiyans at present. Submitting to the strong was ingrained in the Saiyan nature. Thus the title, Lord Casso, gradually came to be widely revered among the Saiyan people. When calling out this title, the Saiyans felt no hesitation whatsoever. It stemmed from genuine admiration deep within their hearts. A clamorous din emanated from outside the wooden cabin. Bardock paused, still pondering how to deal with those black containers. He did not know whose belongings they were. If they belonged to an enemy, he would destroy them on the spot. But then he remembered that Casso had been away for a month. If these were things he had brought back, what then? After all, if Casso could enable the Saiyans to survive in the vast cosmos, what was beyond his capabilities? Stepping outside, he saw the 2 figures in the sky. It was indeed Casso. Casso, those black containers on planet Sarada. Did you bring them back? Bardock wanted to confirm whether Casso was truly their source. But before he could finish his question, the crowd erupted into uproar. Half a month ago, these black containers suddenly appeared here. It terrified me. Exactly. I initially thought Frisia had tracked us down. The Saiyans chattered amongst themselves. Only upon hearing Bardock's words did they realize this might be another miracle from Casso. Prior to this, Casso had already performed countless wondrous feats. What then was the purpose of these black containers? Casso slowly descended from the sky. Seeing everyone gathered, Casso decided to explain the function of the gravity rooms. These are gravity rooms. They can adjust gravity multiples. They are the finest training tools for Saiyans. Ignoring the expressions on everyone's faces, Casso glanced at Asabi. Little Bayer, show everyone your current strength. Yes. Asabi obediently made her way to an open area far from the Saiyans' wooden cabins. Upon hearing Casso's words and witnessing Asabi's actions, every Saiyan present held their breath, watching her every move with intense anticipation. Casso's series of actions also signaled to Bardock and Karis that something extraordinary was about to unfold. They watched Asabi with wide eyes, unwilling to miss a single moment. Asabi understood Casso's intent. She was simply meant to demonstrate the power of the gravity room to the tribe. She clenched her tiny fists against her waist, letting the bangs on her forehead flutter in the wind. Suddenly, centered on Asabi, an earth-shattering aura erupted, pressing down upon the area, like Mount Tai rapidly forming a pressure field around her. Thud thud. As Asabi gradually released the power within her body, the pressure intensified. Cracks began to spread across the rocks beneath her feet. Wind swirled as leaves on all sides rattled violently. So powerful. How is this possible? Even Lord Asabi is this strong. Under this terrifying pressure, the Saiyans instinctively referred to Asabi as Lord, with no hint of resistance whatsoever. Bardock stared intently at Asabi. He could sense that her true power ran far deeper than what she had just revealed. As expected. Asabi let out a mighty roar, her magnificently imposing aura expanding rapidly as she unleashed her full 900 combat power. Boom. Mountains seemed to crumble and the earth to split. A surging ocean-toppling force engulfed the entire area. The rocks beneath her feet could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered completely, cracks spiderwebbing across the entire region. Feral energy raged around, ferocious winds howling. At this moment, every Saiyan present was pushed back half a step by the sheer force of the energy wave. The only ones who remained unmoved were Casso and Bardock. 2 others stood firm, bracing their bodies against the shockwave, Karis and Chris. Little Asabi, Bardock swallowed hard, wanting to say something, but finding no words adequate. Asabi, hold it back, Casso said with a smile. Oh. Hearing Casso's words, Asabi nodded firmly and quickly retracted the power she had exposed back into her body. With Asabi's energy no longer raging outward, the surroundings soon calmed. Yet the scene of devastation before them left the Saiyans shaken, unable to compose themselves for some time. This is the result of training within a gravity room, Casso observed, noting that everyone was still in a daze. He continued without pause. Those gravity rooms can be adjusted from 1x gravity up to 100x gravity. As Casso continued speaking, the Saiyans gradually returned to their senses. Casso then elaborated on the effects and precautions of the gravity rooms. Their power was indeed formidable, capable of unlocking the body's hidden potential within a remarkably short span of time. Particularly for those who had never used a gravity room before, the first experience would yield unexpected and significant improvements. However, training within a gravity room required patience. One could not advance too rapidly, as doing so risked damaging internal organs. Internal injury was no trivial matter. Even for Saiyans with their resilient physiologies, negligence could exact a devastating toll, even cost lives. Fortunately, the Saiyans had grown up on planet Vegeta under 10x gravity, giving them a high starting point. They could begin their training directly at 10x gravity. Casso, are gravity rooms truly this formidable? Bardock asked, gripping Casso's small shoulders. Hearing about the gravity room's capabilities, Bardock found it hard to believe. Yet the image of Asabi's astonishing display remained vivid in his mind, and he wished to confirm once more. Yes. Casso looked at everyone and nodded. It's true. It really is. Ha ha ha. The Saiyans present erupted in joyous excitement, jumping up and down. Though 2 months had passed since the destruction of planet Vegeta, the memory of that catastrophic event remained etched in their hearts. They dreamed only of vengeance against Frieza. Now, with these gravity rooms at their disposal, they saw a glimmer of hope for revenge. Uncle Bardock, the gravity rooms can transform like this. Casso demonstrated how to open and retract the capsule technology. What kind of magical thing is this? Bardock exclaimed in astonishment. Bardock had never encountered anything so miraculous, something that could shrink into the size of a small capsule. It left him utterly speechless and amazed. Casso couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He had observed Bardock's reactions throughout the day. The man was like a country bumpkin seeing such wonders for the first time. But it was hardly surprising that the Saiyans had never seen such technology. It had only been developed by Dr. Briefs in recent years and was exclusively available on Earth. Uncle Bardock, I leave the gravity rooms in your care. I have important matters to attend to, Casso said solemnly. Bardock nodded. At first, when he saw those 200 black rooms, he was utterly startled. How could so many black rooms have inexplicably appeared? The black rooms, densely packed together, exuded an eerie aura even in daylight, making one think they were resting places for the departed. Now it turned out they were all treasures. Bardock resolved to lie in the black rooms every day from now on. He meant the gravity chambers. In the northern region of planet Shalada, surrounding it were lush forests, but in the middle lay a vast open space, seeming somewhat abrupt, as if the clearing had encroached upon the woods, appearing out of nowhere. In the center of the clearing, over 200 gravity chambers stood together, pitch black, like. In any case, they exuded an imposing presence. Not far away, there was a special plot of land about 40 square meters in size. Bardock brought Jia Si here. Captain, do you really think Xiao Bai Er reached that level of cultivation with these things? Jia Si scratched his head. Probably, said Bardock, who was still in a state of shock. Even if Aoc Bai Er was an elite warrior, it was impossible for her to achieve such accomplishments at such a young age. If that was the case, then it must be the effect of the gravity chambers. He then thought, if he also used the gravity chambers, would the results be just as good? Then we're going to hit the jackpot. Shut up. Why are you shouting so loud? You've never seen the world. Bardock scolded him with disdain. Such an ignorant fellow. If anyone found out he was part of his own squad, he would lose face. Jia Si. After Bardock left, Jia Si gave him the middle finger behind his back. You were the one who stared wide-eyed and gaped at that little girl Xiao Bai Er earlier. But Jia Si was afraid of getting beaten, so he dared not say it aloud. He quickly caught up and followed behind Bardock. Go to the left and collect all the gravity chambers using the method Ka Sua taught earlier. Bardock pointed imperiously to the left, then went to the right himself, and the two gathered the gravity chambers together. After more than 10 minutes, a huge pile of capsules lay on the ground, making anyone who saw it think these two had an incurable illness. Why would they need so many pills, and such large ones at that? Soon only a few dozen gravity chambers remained on the ground. Bardock and Jia Si, with their backs to the capsules, approached from opposite sides to collect the remaining chambers. As for the capsules behind them, the two seemed indifferent, but anyone who thought that would be sorely mistaken. These 200 gravity chambers were the very foundation of the Saiyans' rise. If anyone dared to touch even one, Bardock and Jia Si would make sure they regretted ever being born. Finally done. Bardock and Jia Si breathed a sigh of relief. Now they just needed to distribute them to the clan. The Saiyans were known as a warrior race. They craved battle and strength. The gravity chambers were tailor-made for them. Therefore, there was no need to worry that the Saiyans wouldn't like these gravity chambers. Captain, remember to give me one. Jia Si stared longingly at the pile of capsules. Seeing Aoc Bai Er's strength, he wanted a gravity chamber too. What's the rush? There are 200 gravity chambers. Everyone gets one. That's true. Jia Si scratched his head foolishly. In Bardock's eyes, this guy was just there for comic relief. Let's go. Bardock and Jia Si took the capsules and flew into the sky. As they left, a small figure suddenly appeared in the clearing. Ka Sua watched the backs of Bardock and Jia Si, having overheard their entire conversation. He smiled. Honestly, Jiali C was indeed quite a simpleton. He turned around. Kasuo approached the black patch of earth and examined it closely. The soil wasn't actually black, its true color was brown. Only because so much dirt had accumulated did it create this visual illusion. He reached out and touched the soil, feeling a slight dampness. Kasuo looked up at the sky. Despite the scorching heat, the earth hadn't dried out. Moreover, at a glance one could even see a hazy vapor rising above the land, appearing quite extraordinary. When Kasuo made his wish on planet Namixing, a minor mishap occurred with the third wish. He then used the Eternal Dragon's third wish to create this piece of land. However, the land seemed rather small, only about 40 square meters. Kasuo recalled that growing senzu beans required watering with ultra-divine water. He wondered if this land created by the Eternal Dragon could actually grow senzu beans. As the saying goes, practice is the sole criterion for truth. He would know once he planted the senzu bean. With that thought, Kasuo decided to do it. He first planted one senzu bean in the ground, not too many to avoid waste. After planting, Kasuo quietly crouched beside it. Half a day passed. It was noon, and the sun blazed overhead. Kasuo remained motionless, initially filled with hope. If the senzu bean could truly grow, then no one could stop the Saiyans' rise. But as time passed and the heat intensified, Kasuo wiped the sweat from his face. He felt he was being baked into a human jerky. The earth showed no sign of movement. Was this Eternal Dragon lying? Damn it. Kasuo cursed under his breath, so angry he wanted to stomp the ground. But thinking of the senzu bean still inside, he couldn't waste it. Just as Kasuo was about to dig up the senzu bean, suddenly, he saw the scene he had been waiting for. For some reason, the brown clod of earth loosened and fine soil slid from its edges. Soon a hint of green caught his eye. This had it successfully sprouted. Ha ha ha. Kasuo laughed heartily. Back then he had made a wish to the Eternal Dragon with a tentative mindset. Though the dragon had granted it, he had no confidence that the senzu bean would actually grow. Unexpectedly, this land could indeed cultivate senzu beans. Looking at that hint of green, Kasuo pondered many things. He speculated how many senzu beans one seed could yield. If it was only 1-to-1, then this land would be useless. But if it could yield at least 2 or 3, he wouldn't lose. That way senzu beans would no longer be a scarce resource. I'll wait until the senzu beans mature to see the situation. But during their growth, I must ensure no wild animals damage them. I can have the Saiyans guard them. Kasuo had already formulated a plan. He then turned and left, intending to tell Badaku about these matters. Now it was just a matter of waiting for the senzu bean harvest. He hoped it wouldn't be a 1-to-1 return. Shortly after Kasuo left, the hint of green seemed to grow slightly taller. Moreover, beneath the entire patch of land a sound echoed, as if an underground river was flowing. But Kasuo, who had already departed, did not notice this. That evening, after returning to his residence, Kasuo immediately sought out Bardock and recounted the events of that afternoon. Kasuo had initially feared Bardock would not believe in the existence of such miraculous beings, but when he spoke, Bardock showed no surprise, merely nodding continuously to indicate his understanding of the plan and his intention to assign personnel to guard that piece of land. In Bardock's view, given that Kasuo had enabled Saiyans to survive in the cosmos, what could be more astonishing than that? After all, they were merely a few beings that could instantly heal all injuries. As if he had never seen the world before, Bardock cast a displeased glance at Kasuo. The clan matters are all arranged. I will begin training tomorrow. Remember, you must protect the senzu sprouts. With that, Kasuo departed without looking back. Bardock watched his retreating figure, arms crossed, chin resting on his hand. What if he made this boy the leader of the Saiyans? Given Kasuo's prestige among the Saiyans, surely no one would object. Bardock shook his head. Kasuo was still too young, perhaps when he was older. In the valley surrounded by wooden houses, a small river ran across the landscape. Under the sunlight, specks of glitter scattered on the water's surface, blending with the picturesque scenery to create a tranquil and pleasant atmosphere. Not far along the river there stood a dark room from which the occasional sound of fists slicing through the air could be heard. 9,998 times. 9,999 times. 10,000 times. Heavy panting echoed from a gravity chamber. A small figure was striking fiercely, each punch stirring up a gust of wind. Sweat drenched his body, only to dry and be replaced anew. This was Kasuo's third set of punching drills. As the 1000 strike landed, he collapsed onto the floor. Thick veins bulged on his forehead, giving his face a ferocious expression. Restore. Gravity. A hoarse voice escaped Kasuo's lips. Under such intense training, his muscles had begun to cramp. With a dull thud, the gravity chamber emitted a rumble, as the gravitational multiplier instantly returned from 35 times to normal. As the 35-fold gravity vanished, Kasuo felt the crushing weight of a mountain lift from his body. Phew. Kasuo lay on the ground, finally feeling some relief. Over the past month, he had gradually adapted from 25 times gravity to 35 times. In cultivation, one should not focus solely on chi, or solely on the body. Neglecting one aspect for the other would inevitably limit one's achievements. Take Vegeta, for example. He spent his days in the gravity chamber undergoing intense training while neglecting the cultivation of chi, or mindset. Though his combat power was formidable, his realm always lagged slightly behind Goku's. Piccolo's case also validated this point. He wore weighted clothing while frequently meditating, balancing both aspects, which kept his body in equilibrium. That was why he achieved such heights. Otherwise it would have been difficult for a Namekian to reach that level through physical training alone. In a word, it was arduous. Kaso meticulously planned his training each day, adhering strictly to every movement, ensuring that under the pressure of gravity, every part of his body was thoroughly trained. In addition to physical training, Kaso also paid attention to cultivating his mind. He recalled that Popo had mentioned there was a third stage after completing the second phase of training with Osbear. That was the state of a vacant mind. Kaso pondered what exactly the vacant mind entailed, but after much thought, he could not grasp it. However, from Dragon Ball Super, Goku had once entered the vacant mind state, achieving the realm of Ultra Instinct. He wondered if the two were connected in any way. Kaso also remembered that Goku had undergone training with Popo as a child. Perhaps it was precisely that cultivation of the vacant mind that enabled Goku to later break through to the realm of Ultra Instinct. However, given Kaso's current strength and realm, the vacant mind state was still far beyond his reach. Just then a voice suddenly sounded outside the gravity chamber. "Lord Kaso, Lord Bardock requests your presence." Kaso opened the gravity chamber door and saw a Saiyan standing before him. This Saiyan, named Castor, was the captain of one of the 8 squads Bardock had recently formed. "You may go back first. I will come shortly." Kaso was drenched in sweat and feeling extremely uncomfortable. He planned to take a bath before seeking out Bardock. "Farewell, Lord Kaso." Castor quickly disappeared from his doorway. Half an hour later, after bathing, Kaso arrived at Bardock's home. "You little rascal, why so slow?" Bardock's face showed a hint of displeasure. Half an hour ago he had sent someone to fetch Kaso, yet he had only just arrived. "What's the matter?" Kaso raised an eyebrow. "An emergency." Judging from Bardock's expression, it seemed there was indeed something urgent. "The Senzu beans have borne fruit." Bardock rolled his eyes and said with irritation, "What? The Senzu beans have borne fruit?" Kaso was taken aback. He had planted the seeds only a month ago, expecting at least half a year before harvest, yet the fruits had appeared in just a month. "Uncle Bardock, hold my hand." "Huh?" Before Bardock could react, Kaso grabbed him and vanished from the spot, reappearing in the northern region of planet Salada in the blink of an eye. Seeing the familiar scene, Bardock opened his mouth slightly. "So fast." He glanced at Kaso, then shook his head. Youngsters these days were too quick. That wouldn't do. Kaso paid no attention to Bardock's expression. He twisted his body and instantly appeared at the edge of the black soil. The Saiyans stationed nearby noticed their arrival. "Lord Bardock, Lord Kaso, what brings you here?" "Just checking in. Continue your patrol." Bardock waved his hand. Kaso remained silent, staring blankly at the Senzu plants. Before him lay a 40-square-meter plot of black soil planted with roughly 40 Senzu seedlings. After a month, the seedlings had grown from tiny sprouts into meter-high Senzu trees. Their roots were thick and the foliage was lush. Fortunately, Kaso had only intended to experiment with planting Senzu to see the outcome of the first batch before deciding on the second. The spacing of the first planting turned out to be just right. Kaso looked over. Each Senzu tree bore 2 emerald beans, plump and full, looking quite appetizing. The Senzu beans in Kaso's capsule were slightly different from those on the plants, but he knew this was only because they had not yet been dried. 1 for 2, not bad. Each tree had only produced 2 fruits, which was within Kaso's expectations. In the anime, the cat sage had mentioned that the yield of Senzu beans was extremely low, with later harvests yielding only a few beans. The tens of thousands of Senzu beans Kaso possessed were the cat sage's centuries-old stockpile. "Cast, these Senzu beans look different from the ones you gave me before." Bardock pointed at the Senzu bean tree, somewhat puzzled. "It's fine, they're just not dried yet." "Even if the Senzu beans aren't dried yet, I believe their effectiveness will remain the same. They're simply harder to preserve." "That's fantastic." Bardock clenched his fist. He had trained too intensely in the gravity chamber before nearly costing him his life. Fortunately, with the Senzu beans Cass had given him after consuming just 1 bean, his body had instantly recovered. Now that Cass has grown so many Senzu beans, even though the total amount may not fully meet the tribe's needs, it should be manageable as long as we ration them properly. Having already experienced the miraculous effects of the Senzu beans, Bardock was filled with excitement. Actually, when Cass had given him over 100 Senzu beans, Bardock had suspected there might be more in reserve. But why would someone share everything they possess? Putting himself in Cass's shoes, he doubted he'd reveal such a miraculous resource to others either. From saving the Saiyans from the destruction of planet Vegeta to securing over 200 gravity chambers, Cass had already done enough. Now, gazing at the lush expanse of Senzu bean trees, Bardock's heart burned with passion. With these miraculous beans, the rise of the Saiyans would no longer be an illusion. Bardock's intense emotion was understandable. Following the destruction of planet Vegeta, as the current leader of the Saiyans, he bore the heavy responsibility of leading them back to their former glory, and the pressure was immense. Thus witnessing Cass's accomplishments and his terrifying combat power, Bardock had begun to consider entrusting the fate of the Saiyans into his hands. But Cass was still too young. Cass, what's your current combat power? Bardock quickly composed himself. What do you want to challenge me to a duel again? Bardock. Bardock had no intention of humiliating himself. He sighed. I saw Frisia's true power in that dream. Oh, Cass was somewhat surprised. Bardock had actually dreamed of Frisia's true strength. His ability was quite formidable. 53000. Bardock suddenly grew agitated. He has a combat power of 53000. Is there any hope for us Saiyans to take revenge? Currently Cass was the strongest among the Saiyans. But in Bardock's estimation Cass's combat power couldn't possibly exceed 500. Against Frisia that wasn't even a tenth of what he possessed. How could he possibly stand a chance against Frisia? Bardock glanced at Cass. His talent was indeed remarkable. With the gravity chambers and sins of beans at his disposal, perhaps one day he could achieve revenge. However, that was many years away. Bardock felt a bitter taste in his heart thinking about having to remain hidden on planet Salda for so long. Once a fearsome warrior race that struck terror across the cosmos, they had fallen to such a state. It was rather pathetic. Uncle Bardock, revenge cannot be rushed. Cass shook his head and smiled helplessly. In Bardock's mind, Frisia's combat power was merely 530, but did he truly understand Frisia's actual strength? 120 million. Frisia's true combat power was 120 million. Even Cass could not find a way to defeat Frisia. After much deliberation, there was only one option: transforming into a Super Saiyan. Let's go. Remember to have them protect the senzu beans carefully. These beans won't be ready for harvest for a few more days. Cass waved his hand and then disappeared. Bardock watched the fading figure and paused. Suddenly he burst into anger. You bastard Cass. You brought me here, but won't take me back. Before this, Cass had used instant transmission to bring him to the northern part of planet Salda, and now as he was leaving, he wouldn't take him back. This made Bardock grind his teeth in rage. Saiyans patrolling in the distance heard Bardock's curses and quickly moved away. They dared not get involved in matters between these two. After half an hour passed, Bardock, finally exhausted himself cursing, turned around and instructed the Saiyans stationed here to properly guard the senzu beans. Then he flew back to his residence alone, helpless. Another month passed. The southern desert of planet Salda. Under the scorching sun, the desert was baking hot. Careful observation could reveal wisps of heat waves swirling above. Drink this. A little girl threw an energy blast toward a figure in the sky. Terrifying energy kicked up rolling yellow sand, and as surging gas waves spread through the sky, visibility instantly blurred. The adult figure overhead moved like wind and clouds, instantly dodging the incoming energy blast. Little girl, your uncle won't be defeated that easily. Bardock smiled, then flashed his body and disappeared from the sky. Don't get cocky, Uncle Bardock. I'll punch you until you shit yourself. Ospie pouted uncharmingly, quickly turned around and punched into the space behind her. Bang! Two fists collided, and the violent shockwave caused the yellow sand around them to explode, instantly shooting straight up to 10,000 meters into the sky. Yellow sand filled the sky, dust rolling in great clouds. You nasty girl, you've changed. You're no longer cute. Bardock teased. He remembered that in the past Ospie used to follow Cass everywhere. When the two were bullied, she would often go to him to complain and cry. Now she wanted to punch him until he shit himself. Really not cute at all. Bardock took a step, shifting positions constantly in the air, but Ospie behind him followed closely, impossible to shake off. Raising his hand, Bardock gathered a shockwave and fired it backward. Rumble, rumble. The explosive energy seemed to tear through space, rolling fierce winds through the sky, heading straight for Ospie's location. Boom. The desert, spanning thousands of miles, seemed to be struck by hundreds of small nuclear bombs. All the yellow sand in the entire area rose into the sky at that moment. Under the drive of the cyclone, desert storms quickly formed, sweeping across the entire battlefield. Bang, bang, bang. Two dark shadows flashed in the sky, moving from left to right, from top to bottom. Every collision unleashed furious winds that shook heaven and earth. Bardock punched forward, but suddenly felt his fist hit empty air. Oh no. By the time Bardock realized it, it was already too late. Ospie appeared above Bardock, her two small hands clasped together, and smashed down toward him with the force of thunder. Damn it. Bardock couldn't react in time, and could only endure the strike. But in battles between masters, a single opening could often push one side into a desperate situation. Bardock found this scene very familiar. It was the same situation as when he fought Cass before. Could he really not even beat a little girl now? Damn it. Bardock cursed through gritted teeth. In a moment's lapse, he was forced to take the beating, utterly unable to resist. Do not let her young age deceive you. Ospier's inner power was no inferior to Bardock's. Each punch landed solidly upon him, the pain almost unbearable. Uncle Bardock, go eat some dirt. Ospier drew upon the energy within her, channeling it into her calves, as she spun rapidly through the air, completing 82 rotations in succession, each one amassing greater force into her legs. Upon reaching the 82nd rotation, Aspir's calves seemed wreathed in a dazzling glow. With all her might, she delivered a direct kick to Bardak's back. Af! Under that terrifying force, Bardak was launched like a cannonball, hurtling straight down into the yellow sand. Boom! The sand that had barely settled erupted again, churning across the entire sky. After a while, whoosh! The hot wind swept the airborne sand away, and visibility returned. Bardak lay buried beneath the grains, only his fluffy tail protruding, twitching every so often. Hee, Uncle Bardak, are you alright? Aspir chuckled, gently floating down from the sky to his side. The tail on the sand twitched twice, yet there was still no sign of life beneath it. After a moment, Bardak pushed his way out of the sand, spat out a mouthful of grit, and grumbled, "You brat, help me up already." Feeling the ache across his body, Bardak sighed with relief. Fortunately, Aspir had held her strikes with restraint, otherwise he would have had to consume a precious Senzabine. Aspir had told him to go eat dirt, and indeed he had ended up with a mouthful of sand. Absolutely humiliating. Bardak had sensed faintly in recent times that Aspir was no match for him. When she had suddenly challenged him to spar today, he had assumed she merely wished to hone her combat techniques. Who would have guessed it was to make him eat dirt? His battle power was around 50,000, yet he had been defeated so easily. What exactly was Aspir's combat strength? At this thought, Bardak's heart trembled. Were elite warriors truly this formidable, so willful? Glaring at Aspir like a slighted spouse, Bardak seethed inwardly. Aspir helped Bardak to his feet and grinned foolishly. Seeing her innocent expression, Bardak truly had nowhere to direct his anger. One could hardly say, "Little girl, just sit there and let me beat you so I can vent my frustration." He had no such face, and looking at her pure demeanor, he simply could not bring himself to strike back. "Let us go," Bardak said wearily, spitting out another mouthful of sand. In the valley, a narrow river meandered lazily. Before a small wooden cabin nestled beneath a towering tree, two figures suddenly appeared with a soft rustle. Aspir had used instant transmission to return with Bardak beside the cabin. "The captain is back." Garland smiled upon seeing the sudden arrivals. "Captain, who won between you two?" "Bardak." Garland had not said anything particularly sharp, but Bardak could not shake the feeling that the boy was mocking him. He could not defeat Queso or Aspir. Surely he could still handle this youngster. Bardak said coldly, "Garland, I think your training today has not been enough. Go complete another 10 sets following Queso's training regimen." "Huh? What do you mean, huh?" "Do another 20 sets, and if you don't finish, then I'll..." Before Bardak could finish his sentence, Garland disappeared from their sight, without even turning around. As he left, he continued to mutter curses under his breath. Listening to their exchange, Aspir could not help but cover her mouth and giggle. "Jine, where is that boy, Queso?" Bardak entered the house and saw Jine preparing lunch. Jine kept working without looking up. "I have no idea." Bardak nodded. The boy's habit of vanishing without a trace was nothing new. The Saiyans needed only to make proper use of the gravity chamber and Senzu beans for training. Matters beyond the universe were to be ignored for now, especially since Frisia's forces were still hunting down the survivors of planet Vegeta. If they carelessly ventured into outer space and Frisia's faction discovered that over 150 remnants remained on planet Salad, the Saiyans would be plunged into war once more. Bardak did not wish to see such a scenario unfold. Yet Queso possessed the unpredictable instant transmission technique, so he felt somewhat at ease. "Lunch is ready." Jine cleared the table and called the two over to eat. "All right." The taller and the smaller sat at the table quietly, awaiting Jine's return with the food. "Little Aspir, you..." Bardak had barely begun speaking when Aspir suddenly cut him off, without warning, her expression grave. "Uncle Bardak, do not speak yet." As her words fell, the wooden cabin grew eerily still. Aspir's chilling voice sent a sudden jolt through Bardak's heart. What was happening? Jine was still preparing things in the kitchen, and no one spoke in the outer hall. As time passed, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Bardak dared not even breathe loudly. Aspir frowned deeply. "Someone has broken into Planet Salad." "What?" Bardak rose in a panic. Had Frisia's forces tracked them down? After the great explosion of Planet Vegeta, Frisia knew many Saiyans had escaped and could not return. For such loose ends, his policy was extermination. Of course, heroes like Goku and Vegeta were naturally spared. For precisely this reason, Bardak was deeply anxious, fearing that Planet Salad would be discovered by Frisia. "There will be no mistake," Aspir stated with absolute certainty. The Saiyans no longer possessed scouter devices, so it was understandable that Bardak could not detect the movements of others. But Aspir, relying on her sensitivity to ki, could sense two distinct clusters of energy rapidly descending above Planet Salad. One followed the other, the rear cluster noticeably stronger, as if in pursuit of the leading one. "Little Aspir, take me to where they are landing at once." Bardak's face was twisted with worry, his heart racing. He wanted to reach the scene quickly. If the newcomers truly belonged to Frisia's faction, he would need to find a way to evacuate the Saiyans from this planet immediately. Otherwise, once Frisia himself descended, all would be lost. "Uncle Bardak, relax. Their strength is not great." Any one of our clansmen could defeat them. In Ospier's perception, those two energy clusters were each composed of a dozen or so individual key signatures, though all were relatively weak, the strongest barely reaching 5,000 in battle power. The Saiyans had trained in the gravity chamber for 2 months. Though not every Saiyan was like Goku, a protagonist capable of surging from 8,000 to 90,000 battle power within a month, they had all improved considerably. According to Ospier's knowledge, aside from the dozens of logistical Saiyans, every Saiyan now possessed a minimum battle power of over 6,000, including the female Saiyans. There was truly no need to worry about these celestial interlopers. Little Ospier, what I fear is not those trash themselves. I fear they will reveal our Saiyan location. Seeing Ospier's still motionless Bardak grew even more anxious. Hearing this, Ospier suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation and shivered involuntarily. Uncle Bardak, let us go at once. She pressed her hands against Bardak and activated instant transmission. Above the planet Salad, a large spaceship swiftly burst through the atmosphere. Judging from the material of the spaceship, its hull was constructed entirely of the extremely rare zero metal in the universe, a metal that was incredibly precious and exceptionally sturdy. If not for the many battle scars on the cabin's surface, the spaceship itself would undoubtedly have been magnificent. The spaceship's shape was also somewhat peculiar. The entire cabin was egg-shaped, encircled by a black metal band with windows every few meters. Through the windows, a dozen or so figures could be seen gathered together inside. The woman at the center resembled an elf in appearance. Her shoulders were draped with deep blue hair, covered by a snow-white veil. Her graceful, alluring figure, paired with an icy, noble, and peerlessly beautiful face, made her seem like a celestial maiden from the 9 heavens, untouched by worldly affairs. Such an icy beauty was often the most fatal attraction to men. Yet her cold, frosty face was tinged with a pallor, as if she had suffered a severe injury. The gravity on this planet is so heavy. Everyone activate the gravity adjustment wristbands. Upon hearing this, the figures quickly opened the wristband-shaped devices on their hands. In the instant the gravity adjustment wristbands were activated, everyone trembled, then felt the gravity on their bodies return to normal. Princess Faria, how are you? Asked Yuna anxiously. Princess, hold on a little longer. Princess, you must endure. The surrounding women all spoke. From their tone, one could sense their great urgency. Elder Yuna. When did this planet appear here? Asked Faria, frowning and enduring her pain. The Zero spaceship had been traveling through space for half a day and was about to break through the sky and land on this planet. Yet Faria remembered that on the galactic map, there was no such planet in this star region. Really? Let's not worry about that for now. Once we land, we'll fight those space pirates to the death. Yuna gritted her teeth with a look of desperate resolve. Faria's brows were tightly knitted. The intense pain in her body and the mental pressure left her speechless. Faria was the princess of the Lolita, a tribe, a race with a long history, seemingly somewhat connected to the ancient Saiyans. The Lolita tribe was not numerous. Even fewer than the Saiyans had been, with only a little over 200 individuals in the entire clan. However, each of them was exceptionally intelligent, especially in technological development, making them second to none in the universe. The Zero spaceship that Faria was currently riding and used materials and technology that were the most advanced within her tribe. However, while she was out collecting materials, she was targeted by space pirates. As the spaceship was taking off, one of its engines was struck by a pirate's energy cannon. In order to ensure the spaceship could take off successfully, Faria fought dozens of exchanges with the doghead space alien, but the gap in strength was too great. In the end, she was severely wounded and fled back into the spaceship. Fortunately, the other engine unit was not damaged. Thanks to the Lolita tribe's extraordinary technology, the spaceship could barely escape. However, those space pirates were still in pursuit, and the Zero spaceship's energy was running low, so they had no choice but to land on this planet. Aboard the following spaceship. Boss, we're going to be rich. That spaceship is entirely made of zero metal material. Selling just one part would be enough to feed us for a month. A toad space alien was so excited that his grayish-green skin tinged with a hint of red, looking very eerie. It was a bit like the feeling of having taken Viagra. Catch them first, then we'll talk. On my command, accelerate, said the doghead space alien sitting in the spaceship. As you command. The wind howled, dark clouds pressed down. The two spaceships, one after the other, descended onto the planet Salad. The Saiyans not far away heard the commotion above and all rushed over. They're coming out, said Oslo Beer, who had arrived earlier, in a deep voice. Badak stared intently at the two spaceships. The Saiyans had served under Frisia for many years and knew their spaceship models very well, but judging from the models, these two spaceships didn't seem to belong to Frisia's forces. With this thought, Badak felt a little more at ease. As soon as Oslo Beer's words fell, the two distant spaceships opened their hatches simultaneously. Princess Faria, let's get out quickly. Yuna supported Faria and led the tribe members running out of the spaceship. The female guards around them all carried energy cannons as they followed. The other spaceship. Ha, come with me, laughed the doghead space alien heartily. But as soon as his laughter died down, he noticed something was off. His underlings behind him had fallen silent. Turning around, he saw all his underlings lying on the ground. Useless. The doghead space alien cursed. He himself was relatively strong, so this level of gravity didn't affect him much. Soon both sides were all on the ground. Faria's skin was already especially fair, and under the influence of her injuries her face grew even paler. Princess Faria, hold on. We'll fight them to the death. Seeing Faria's complexion, Yuna was frantic with worry, wishing she could immediately kill those space pirates and take the princess back to the tribe for treatment. The surrounding female guards also looked at Faria with concern. Faria shook her head and said nothing. She knew there was no escape. The enemy had a combat power of 5,000, and their weapons were useless. Ha ha ha, surrender now. At this moment the doghead space alien caught up. Protect the princess well, Yuna said to the female guards. The two sides met, and a battle was about to erupt. However, at that moment dozens of figures flew down from the sky. These idiots. Seeing the arrivals, Badak cursed inwardly. If the Saiyans had come stealthily without being noticed, it would have been fine. But the Saiyans appeared so openly before everyone, which would certainly make the others wary. If they were to send out the Saiyans' location via wireless devices, the Saiyans' situation would become very dire. Sure enough, upon seeing the newcomers, both sides drew together and watched them warily. Yuna supported Faria and murmured, so this planet has a group of natives too. They had been so focused on escaping that they hadn't noticed the situation on this planet. On the other side, the doghead space alien also frowned, not expecting that this planet had natives too. Natives, seeing that his clansmen had already flown over, Badak, who was hiding behind the mountain, said helplessly, "Little beer, let's go out. It's no use hiding any longer." At that moment, two more figures appeared in the sky. Badak and Oslo Beer stopped in front of the Saiyans. He cast a cold glance at the leader caster and said, "I'll deal with you later." Originally, upon seeing Badak, caster had wanted to ask what was happening, but now hearing Badak's cold rebuke, he was a bit confused. What's wrong with me? I didn't do anything. Badak ignored his foolish look and quickly flew down to the ground. The Saiyans behind him all followed, leaving caster alone in midair, stunned. Caster. On the ground, suddenly another group appeared, now forming a three-way standoff. No one spoke. All were sizing up the other two sides. After a moment, the doghead space alien couldn't help but say, "Natives, you'd better take your people and leave. This has nothing to do with you." A native. Hearing this, Bardock laughed in sheer indignation. The Saiyans were an extraordinarily proud race, and while they had always referred to others as natives, no one had ever dared to call a Saiyan that to their face. Even Frisia had never addressed them as such. At that moment, the Saiyans behind Bardock were seething with rage, their bodies trembling with barely contained fury. Yet sensing Bardock's silent command to hold back, they dared not act rashly. Bardock's lips curled into a thin sneer. Their current location must never reach outsiders, and combined with those words, regardless of who these people were, they would all die before long. Still, from their conversation, it was clear this was merely a routine act of cosmic banditry. During King Vegeta's reign, the Saiyans had engaged in similar deeds without hesitation, yet Bardock would never permit his own subordinates to operate so recklessly. Now understanding the nature of the threat, Bardock finally relaxed. He knew small-time space pirates operated independently, with no coordinated organization, and certainly no external communication equipment. Let us finish watching this spectacle first, then eliminate them all. Bardock led his crew to stand quietly aside in silence, while Castor trotted eagerly back to rejoin the group. Ha ha ha. The dog-faced alien, pleased by Bardock's compliance, burst into laughter. Hearing the dog-faced alien's words, Yuna's face contorted with fury as she declared, "Do not listen to them. We are of the Lolita clan, and should you aid us, we shall never forget your kindness." Uncle Bardock. Ao Bixier tugged at his sleeve, but Bardock cut her off sharply. "Hush. Do not speak. Let us simply watch the spectacle unfold." "Oh." Little Ao Bixier nodded sweetly. Yuna. She had poured her heart out, yet that towering brute was only playing with the child beside him. Her words entirely lost on him. Yuna's teeth ground with frustration. In truth, the Lolita clan's territory lay not far from this world, with the Zero vessel a journey of merely one day awaited. If she could only wait for clan reinforcements, Yuna thought she could stall for time. But glancing at Philea's increasingly desperate expression, she feared it was already too late without immediate aid. The female guards surrounding them shared her anxiety. Suddenly, spit. Philea, leaning against Yuna, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood for no apparent reason. Princess Philea. Panic swept through the crowd. Seeing the princess's complexion darken further, Yuna couldn't help but cast another worried glance toward Bardock and his companions. Yet in that very moment her gaze fell upon the dozens of figures ahead, and every single one of them bore a furry tail coiled around their waist. "Science!" Yuna blurted out without thinking. Hearing her exclamation, Philea's dimming eyes flickered with renewed hope as she struggled to lift her head and stare at the group of silhouettes. Bardock raised an eyebrow. These two women actually knew they were Saiyans. He followed Yuna's gaze downward and realized the truth. His clansmen's tales had betrayed their identity. Amusing but pointless. They will die regardless. Bardock's eyes held no warmth as he coldly regarded Philea and the others. He could not allow word of surviving Saiyans to spread. Meanwhile, among the space pirates, the dog-faced alien seemed to have missed Yuna's words entirely. No one can save you now. Surrender yourselves. Having drifted through the cosmos for so long, he had never encountered such a fat catch. The sight of an entire spaceship forged from zero metal made him swallow hard with greed. Under such circumstances, no one could resist the temptation. Even the Christ himself would have fallen. The dog-faced alien spoke these words aloud. Attack. At the dog-faced alien's command, his subordinates drew energy cannons and aimed them at Philea and her companions. Facing several weapons pointed directly at them, the female guards faltered in confusion. A brilliant glow began to accumulate at the cannon's muzzle, intensifying with each passing moment. The violent energy disturbed the surrounding air, occasionally producing crackling reports of static discharge. Elder Yuna. The female guards turned toward her, desperate and unsure of what to do. Yuna fixed her gaze desperately upon Bardock and his men, calling out with the last shred of hope, "My ancestors once rendered aid to the Saiyans." In reality, Yuna's claim was inverted. It was the Saiyan ancestors who had once aided the Lolita clan. She said it merely to capture their attention, hoping they would intervene and save them. Yet Yuna had vastly underestimated the coldness of the Saiyans. Upon hearing her words, Bardock's eyes flickered briefly, then showed no further reaction whatsoever. He bore responsibility for the Saiyan people. Even if Yuna's claim held truth, Bardock would show no mercy when his clan's survival was at stake. Despair claimed Yuna as she looked down at Philea in her arms. As princess of the Lolita clan, Philea had been gifted with extraordinary intellect from childhood, grasping the clan's most advanced technologies with effortless ease. Though the Lolita people possessed little aptitude for cultivation, Philea proved exceptional. From an early age, she displayed remarkable talent, and now her combat power had reached an impressive 1500 points. What a waste to lose such an exceptional princess. Yuna closed her eyes as if accepting her fate. The energy cannons had charged to full capacity, and a terrifying pressure spread from all directions. The dog-faced alien cast a glance at Bardock and noted his silence. At least he knew his place. Otherwise, the pirate leader would have eliminated this entire group without hesitation. The dog-faced alien issued a cold command, "Fire." 7 or 8 energy beams erupted simultaneously from the cannons, blazing with brilliance. The female guards, refusing to passively accept their doom, loosed their own energy attacks in unison. "You seek death." The dog-faced alien, a master with a combat power of 500, intercepted the female guards' attacks before they had even traveled halfway. No mean feat for anyone. The laser beams continued forward relentlessly. Just as they were about to strike Yuna and the others, a small figure suddenly appeared before them. With a single grip of his tiny hand, the beams instantly dissolved into wisps of blue smoke and vanished completely. "Who's there?" the dog-faced alien roared. "Uncle Bardock, why didn't you save them? What does their fate concern me? And you still haven't told me where you're going." Bardock strode forward. The Saiyans behind him followed, then collectively shouted, "Lord Casual." Dozens of voices merged into one deafening roar. The dog-faced alien fell silent. It was as though he had witnessed something horrifying. A mere child had managed to block 7 or 8 fully charged energy beams. Even he himself could not have achieved such a feat so effortlessly. The dog-faced alien swallowed hard. Meanwhile, the female guards, who had closed their eyes in resignation, opened them and felt their bodies completely unharmed. "This child saved us," Yuna said in utter disbelief. She had truly believed she was about to die. But this child was also a Saiyan. Yuna looked again and noticed the small boy had a tiny tail wrapped around his waist just like the others. "I'll talk to you later," Casuo said indifferently. Bardock nodded. The moment everyone had shouted, "Lord Casuo," in unison, the scene had erupted into fervor. Even he couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps in the hearts of the Saiyans, Casuo's prestige had already surpassed his own. Yet this played right into Bardock's plans. In 2 more years, he could entrust the Saiyans to Casuo. Watching Casuo block all the attacks with a single hand, the doghead alien's eyes widened. That brat not only possessed terrifying power, but his identity seemed far from ordinary. "Who are you?" the doghead alien demanded harshly. The voice carried over. Casuo heard it, but paid no heed. He walked over to Yuna. A beauty with blue hair and a seductive figure lay atop Yuna, exuding an aura that kept all strangers at bay. A pure ice queen. Casuo couldn't help but marvel. The only ones who could compare to her were beauties like Buer Ma and 18 Hao. Yet her complexion was terrible, ashen and lifeless. One look and you knew she was about to kick the bucket. The woman leaning against her appeared to be of the same race as the ice queen, mature and alluring, especially the prominent swell of her chest. Any old lecher would absolutely adore it. The remaining female guards needed no introduction. A single glance revealed they were subordinates. You said just now that your ancestors once had a favor to bestow upon the Saiyans. Kazuo raised an eyebrow as he spoke. The Saiyan race had a long history and many records were unclear. Kazuo only knew some details about the Saiyans' migration from planet Salada to planet Vegeta. Anything before that was unknown. But according to Yuna, could this be related to the ancient Saiyans? At that moment Phyllia coughed up another mouthful of blood. The blood trickled down her chin onto her chest, staining her clothes crimson. Princess. Yuna forgot about Kazuo's question. Her voice carried a hint of tears. Little brother, do you have a healing pod here? Our princess is dying. Little brother. Kazuo was stunned. A black line streaked across his forehead. He was utterly speechless. In the Dragon Ball world, it seemed big-chested older sisters all loved calling him little brother. I don't have a healing pod here. Before Kazuo could finish, Yuna's entire body began to sway. If not for the fact that she was still holding Phyllia, she would have collapsed. Princess. Yuna wept. The Lolita clan had never produced such a gifted member. Phyllia had been raised by her since childhood, and their bond was as deep as mother and daughter. Kazuo cleared his throat twice. I don't have a healing pod, but I have this. With that he took a senzu bean from his pocket. But the thought of giving it to Yuna made his heart ache as if cut by a knife. Phyllia lay on Yuna's chest, her face ashen. Though outwardly, she showed no injuries, the fact that she had just coughed up blood indicated severe internal damage, and it was no minor wound. With such an injury, even a Saiyan, known for their resilience, would need a healing pod, or else. Though they might not die, they'd likely be bedridden for half a year. So what about a fragile woman like her? What is this? Yuna stared at the bean Kazuo offered. She thought this little brat was utterly heartless. Her princess Phyllia was about to kick the bucket, and he was mocking her with a bean. This bean can save her. Kazuo said irritably, don't want it. Fine by me. Saves me a senzu bean. Did she think being pretty was enough to get away with anything? If not for wanting to hear about the Saiyans, Kazuo wouldn't have bothered with them at all. On the other side. Your grandmother's leg. The dog-head alien was furious. Ever since he had spoken, he realized that no one on the opposite side had paid him any attention. Yet the dog-head alien boasted a battle power of 5000, enough to dominate the universe in the early Dragon Ball era. But he felt utterly disregarded. Boss, they're ignoring you. Yeah. The dog-head alien's underlings fanned the flames. In the cosmos, face was everything. Provoked by his minions, the dog-head alien felt a blaze of anger in his chest, seemingly forgetting that Kazuo had blocked all his attacks with one hand. Go to hell. The dog-head alien suddenly appeared 100 meters above, gathering a yellow energy sphere in each hand. A halo of light formed around the spheres, growing larger as he channeled his power. To regain face before his underlings, he poured his full strength into the spheres and hurled them downward with all his might. On the ground, Yuna heard that the bean could save lives. Though it seemed impossible with no healing pod available, she had to try anything. However, just as Yuna took the senzu bean, a brilliant light appeared in the sky. The pressure of the energy was terrifying. Those with a battle power below 200 couldn't even stand. Fierce winds howled, sand and stones flew. The female guards panicked, huddling together, desperately resisting the onslaught. Yuna held Phyllia. Even with her battle power of 100, she couldn't keep her footing. No. Staring at the terrifying energy above, Yuna felt utter despair. How could she resist a 5000 power warrior? There was no escape. Yuna's body was dragged backward. She slowly closed her eyes. In the moment before her eyelids shut, she suddenly heard a voice cursing. Shut up. Go F your mother. Then a beam of light shot into the sky and a thunderous roar erupted. Suddenly, all was silent. Yuna, puzzled, opened her eyes. A cloud of smoke hung in the sky. The dog-head alien's figure had vanished, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. Beside her, Kazuo still held his arm aloft. Badak watched and couldn't help but smirk. This kid doesn't think he looks cool, does he? Ayasabir clapped her hands, exclaiming excitedly, Brother Kazuo is so handsome. Badak. As the smoke cleared, the legendary smoke no injury situation did not occur. The dog-head alien had been obliterated, not even a trace left. A mere 5000 power trash wasn't worth spending too many words on. D-Daddy. Yuna's eyes widened. A 5000 power warrior had just kicked the bucket. It was no wonder Yuna reacted this way. Within the Lolita clan, the highest battle power was Phyllia, yet the dog-head alien had easily defeated her. Yuna stared at Kazuo's still raised hand. Had this little brat done it? A famous saying rose in her heart. Terrifying beyond belief. If you don't save her now, she'll really die. Kazuo said coolly. Right. Yuna quickly shoved the bean into Phyllia's mouth. Such a powerful kid wouldn't lie, would he? In that moment of despair, she saw a glimmer of hope. But no matter how Yuna tried to force the bean down, the delirious Phyllia just couldn't swallow it. What do I do? Yuna panicked again. Even if the bean's effects were miraculous, it was useless if Phyllia couldn't get it down. Kazuo frowned. He could sense the older sister's life force fading. Hurry, or it'll be too late. Kazuo thought quickly, why don't you chew the bean and then transfer it to her mouth? The Lolita clan suffered heavy casualties from that ancient encounter, and their reproductive capacity is extremely weak. After many years, they have only a little over 200 members. The current leader of the Lolita clan is already very old and will soon step down from his position. Princess Philia is the leader's only daughter. Her talents in all aspects are extraordinarily terrifying, and she is highly regarded by the clan members, making her the best candidate for the next leader. If she were to die, it would be a tremendous loss for the Lolita clan. Mouth to mouth. Yuna's fair cheeks flushed involuntarily, but to save Princess Philia, she couldn't afford to think too much about it. Soon their lips met. On the other side, the death of the doghead spaceman startled the dozen or so spacemen nearby. Among space pirates, there is an unwritten rule to forage. In a star region, one must pay a foraging fee to the strongest space pirate there. And the doghead spaceman was the most powerful space pirate boss in the nearby star region. These dozen space pirates never expected their big brother to just die like that. Big brother, run away. Right? The group of space pirates all rushed toward their spaceship. Since when was Planet Shalata a place where anyone could just come and go as they pleased? The location of the Saiyans must not be leaked. A bunch of trash. Bardock snorted upon seeing this. Let's finish them. Yes. Custer dared not meet Bardock's gaze. He remembered Bardock had said he would make trouble for him, so he was the first to leap into the air. The remaining Saiyans all soared into the sky. Boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed from afar like fireworks bursting. The effects of Senzu beans were well known, but Yuna did not know. She only knew that this was the only hope to save Philia. She quickly chewed the Senzu bean and transferred it into Philia's mouth. When they parted, a thread of transparent liquid still hung between their red lips. It's gone. Casso was stunned. The sight of two big sisters kissing was so pleasing to the eyes, he hadn't gotten enough of it. Yuna. Are kids these days all so improper? Just as Yuna was feeling speechless, Philia, who was leaning against her chest, coughed softly. Cough. Philia slowly opened her eyes and saw elder Yuna holding her with a child beside them. She remembered being hit by a husky-like creature and suffering severe injuries. Wasn't she about to die? Also, before she lost consciousness, she seemed to have heard something about the Saiyans. Princess Philia, how are you feeling? Yuna asked anxiously. There were many wondrous things in the universe. Normally, injuries could only be treated in a healing pod. The healing pods within the Lolita clan were quite advanced for an injury like Philia's. As long as she was sent to the pod in time, she could recover, though it would still take several months. But what shocked Yuna was that single being had healed Philia within just a few seconds. I'm fine. Philia's tone was somewhat calm, making it impossible to tell she had just recovered from severe injuries. That's good. Yuna hugged Philia tightly. Casso looked at Philia. She appeared very calm, and there was no trace of panic in her speech, but the expression in her eyes was not as peaceful as one might imagine. She was a beauty who did not easily show her emotions on her face. And a great beauty at that. On the other side. Lord Bardock, all have been eliminated. The Saiyan flew back to the ground. Those space pirates had at most a combat power of 2,000. Not to mention them, even if the doghead spaceman were still alive, he would have died. Where is Custer? Not seeing Custer, Bardock was a bit puzzled. Captain Custer has already gone back to train. The Saiyans' eyes were evasive. They all knew about the farce between Custer and Bardock. Now that Custer had run off, he would probably die a miserable death later. Bardock. Is this kid so outstanding? Let him go for now, I'll deal with him later. Then Bardock looked at Casso. Among space pirates there were rarely any external communication devices. Bardock had his clan members act precisely because of this without worrying that the Saiyans' information would be leaked by them. However, it was different for that group of females. Bardock didn't know who these people were, and he had never heard of the Lolita clan. But judging from the spaceship they were riding, the technology of their faction should be quite advanced. Bardock feared that they might have transmitted the information here before even landing on planet Shalata. He needed to capture them and interrogate them thoroughly. With gravity chambers and Senzu beans, the Saiyans only needed to develop steadily. They must not show any mercy when facing enemies. However, Bardock saw Casso standing in front of the two women, and the expression on his face was somewhat lecherous. The future leader of the Saiyans. Bardock's eyes flickered. The Saiyans were so proud, how could they willingly submit to Frieza? King Vegeta, as the former king of the Saiyans, had been secretly accumulating power, hoping one day to overthrow Frieza's rule. But King Vegeta was too careless, short-sighted, and lacked foresight. He was ruthless toward his own people, and to protect his throne from threats, he even exiled Broly to planet Vampa. Such a leader was unqualified. Casso, on the other hand, had the potential to become a leader of the Saiyans, but whether he was ruthless enough in important matters was unknown. Bardock murmured as he looked at Casso, "Don't disappoint me." On the other side. "Since you're fine, let's talk about the Saiyans." Casso smiled and said, the origins of the Saiyans were already very mysterious. Now being able to hear about the Saiyans, Casso was also very interested. The Saiyans. Philia calmly looked at Casso. At this moment, Yuna beside her was a bit embarrassed. She had said earlier that their ancestors had once helped the Saiyans, but that was not the truth. But seeing the eagerness in this little brat's eyes coupled with the fact that they had saved their lives. Yuna had to brace herself and say a long time ago, I don't know when it started, our Lolita clan made a major breakthrough in technological development. What breakthrough? Casso was a bit puzzled. Weren't they supposed to talk about the Saiyans? But since they were discussing technology, he became interested. Well, our clan has developed a time machine. Casso's eyes widened. The kind of time machine that future Trunks rode. Then this Lolita clan really has something. The time machine was successfully developed, but it can only randomly transport through time and space, not to a specific one. Also, once someone is sent out, they can't come back. Yuna said awkwardly. TCH. Casso curled his lip. So it was just a prototype. Sure enough, his Bulma was the most impressive. Philia blinked her beautiful eyes, remaining silent, for she too knew this history. Yuna continued, forcing herself to speak. It was precisely because we invented the time machine that we were discovered by others and ultimately hunted across the entire universe. Being discovered and hunted wasn't surprising, but being hunted across the entire universe was a bit exaggerated. Kazuo muttered to himself. The time machine first appeared in the Cell Saga, where the timeline was also quite complex. In short, the time machine was an incredibly powerful artifact. Thus, Kazuo wasn't surprised that so many coveted the time machine. He continued asking, and then. At that time, the most powerful race in the universe was the Saiyans. One of them, named Yamoshi, took us in. Yuna paused, then said, later our Lolita clan followed Lord Yamoshi. With the support of our technology, the Saiyans reached their peak. So the Saiyans were your benefactors. Kazuo realized after listening that the Lolita clan's ancestors hadn't bestowed favors upon the Saiyans. Instead, the Saiyans had been the ones to help them. Yes. Philia nodded faintly at that moment. With her ice blue hair and the bloodstains on her chest, she appeared quite aloof. Yuna also nodded awkwardly. Under those circumstances, they had no choice if they hadn't said that Princess Philia would likely have died. However, the Lolita clan's technology had a significant impact on the Saiyans, for a Saiyan with technological support was entirely different from one without. Continue. Oh, okay. Yuna hesitated, then continued. Later, for some unknown reason, a great internal turmoil erupted among the Saiyans. Lord Yamoshi led our Lolita clan to flee. He settled our clan on a planet not far from planet Salada, and we don't know what happened after that. However, our Lolita clan also suffered heavy casualties and hasn't recovered to this day. Yuna's voice carried a hint of sorrow. She couldn't understand why such a powerful race as the Saiyans had fallen into civil strife. Alright, I understand. Kazuo gave a helpless smile. After listening to all that, he had learned only a little about the Saiyans. But he could roughly piece together the rest of the story. Yamoshi was a kind and righteous Saiyan who, along with his 5 companions, rebelled against the evil Saiyans and first transformed into a Super Saiyan. Yamoshi's transformation and terrifying combat power shocked the other Saiyans. Although he was defeated by a swarm of enemies, it marked the beginning of a legend. Later, Yamoshi's spirit wandered, searching for 6 Saiyans with righteous hearts, seeking a mightier savior, the Super Saiyan God. In the Dragon Ball Super Saga, it was because of Yamoshi's spirit that Beerus came to Earth in search of the Super Saiyan God. Kazuo glanced at Philia and the others. He hadn't expected that they had once followed Yamoshi. Interesting. Little Kazuo, we've told you everything. So can we leave this planet now? From the earlier address of Lord Kazuo, Yuna had learned his name. She looked at him nervously. Philia's bright eyes also flickered, clearly eager to return to her own planet. Go where? Kazuo's expression turned serious. Didn't you say that if we told you about the Saiyans, you'd let us leave? Yuna grew anxious. As small as this brat was, his combat power was immense. If he didn't agree, they couldn't escape. Although she had lied to these Saiyans, just now their ancestors had indeed helped the Saiyans. How could he be like this? I never said such a thing, Kazuo said coldly. As Bardock had stated, the Saiyans must not go out now nor allow others to discover their camp on planet Salada. Yuna thought for a moment. Kazuo indeed hadn't said that. Philia also frowned. The Saiyans' power was undeniable. The Lolita clan had once followed Yamoshi and knew of their strength. After the great upheaval, the Saiyans began to fall from their pedestal in the universe. Even so, the Lolita clan had considered seeking refuge with the Saiyans again, only to find that the later Saiyans had become different from before. The Saiyans had turned evil, committing every atrocity. Now they followed Frisia, invading other planets. And yet they called themselves the warrior race. Yuna knew that this title had originated from Yamoshi's era. She felt that the current Saiyans were unworthy of it. Thus, seeing the Saiyans of today, Yuna didn't want to interact with them much. But why wouldn't they let them leave? Philia also looked at Kazuo curiously. Was this little brat a legendary Saiyan? Hadn't it been said that the Saiyans were no longer formidable? She thought this little brother was very impressive. The Saiyans were destroyed by Frisia, did you know? Kazuo walked in a circle before the two. After hearing Yuna's story about their ancestors, he didn't explain why he wouldn't let them leave. Instead, he saw this as an opportunity. Yuna and Philia both widened their eyes, thinking they had misheard. Everyone in the universe knew the Saiyans were Frisia's loyal subordinates. Who would believe that the Saiyans had been destroyed by their own master? No wonder they wore such expressions. Let me put it this way, Kazuo prepared to state his plan. It's impossible for you to leave here now. Either your entire clan submits to us Saiyans, or I'll go and destroy the Lolita clan. Kazuo spoke without any emotion, like an assassin hidden in the shadows ready to take lives at any moment. Even the icy Phylea couldn't help but shudder at these words. This child was terrifying. Yuna opened her mouth, startled by Kazuo's words. When were the Saiyans destroyed? Then why were these Saiyans still alive? Yuna was utterly perplexed. But according to Kazuo, if the Saiyans had indeed been annihilated by Frisia, they were remnants hiding on this planet. They wouldn't let them leave to prevent news from leaking and to stop them from reporting back to their clan. Since they were already in this situation, they might as well annex the entire clan. Realizing this, Yuna and Phylea exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Kazuo saw their expressions. Had they understood? They were quite clever. Kazuo left them to ponder further. In truth, there was little to think about. Either submit to the Saiyans or die. Those were the only choices. Even a lowly insect clings to life, let alone an entire race. Thus Phylea and Yuna would inevitably choose to merge with the Saiyan race. He approached Bardock. Kid gone soft at the sight of a pretty older sister. Bardock sneered. Like hell I have. Then why? You'll see when the time comes. Kazuo pinched Aosabir's cheek, making her shriek and call him a bad brother. Bardock's precognition was decent, but he could not foresee everything. He had no idea what changes a scientific race would bring to the Saiyans. As Yuna had said, after Yamaxi brought the Lolita race back to the Saiyan community with high-tech support, the Saiyan sphere of influence expanded rapidly in a short time, reaching an unprecedented peak. But the Saiyans currently had nothing, not even the most common scouter. They couldn't sense ki, making them practically blind in battle. Not long after, Yuna and Phylea approached, leaving the other female guards behind. I agree, Phylea said calmly. The position of leader of the Lolita race would soon pass to Phylea, and she was well aware of their current situation. To be honest, the Lolita race was good at nothing except technological research. They had no talent for cultivation and couldn't even protect their own inventions. The Lolita race was very united, but without corresponding strength, they couldn't safeguard their research results. They had to entrust influential powers to sell their products, earning only a meager profit. Sometimes they couldn't even recover their costs. Now, hearing Kazuo's words, Phylea was initially shocked, but soon she realized. The Saiyans were so powerful, perhaps following them again would bring a different fate for the Lolita race. Kazuo nodded as the two agreed, unsurprised. Refusal meant death. Since you've chosen to join the Saiyans, tell me now, have you leaked any information about the Saiyans? His tone was calm. At that moment he seemed relaxed, but those who knew him could sense something was off. When we were being chased by that husky, we sent a distress signal to our race, but we hadn't entered this planet yet. Yuna dared not meet Kazuo's gaze and stammered, but our ship has a positioning system. Boom. The sky suddenly trembled. In that instant no one could keep their footing. Bardock's pupils contracted, his heart surging with shock. This kid is terrifying. Kazuo clenched his fist, but quickly relaxed it, demanding coldly. Tell me, in which direction is your planet? Yuna was confused. However, speak. Kazuo shouted fiercely. He had no time to waste. If the Lolita race spread news of this planet, everything he had done might be in vain. The child's roar startled both Phylea and Yuna. Phylea instinctively pointed north. Don't resist, Kazuo said impatiently, taking Phylea's delicate hand and activating instant transmission. In the face of racial crisis, a beautiful woman meant nothing to him, unless... Seeing Kazuo vanish, Aosabir pouted. Kazuo brother ran off again. Bardock. Not far from planet Salata. On planet Lolita, the sky was light green with a few brown clouds drifting. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a gray reflection off the skyscrapers, blending with special metallic materials, a scene brimming with technology. In a spacious conference hall, all the dark golden chairs were occupied. Most were women with appearances similar to Phylea's, beautiful but vastly different in aura. An elderly woman leaning on a cane with two female guards beside her sat on the highest chair and spoke sternly. I've just received news our princess was chased and has landed on an unknown planet. The moment she finished, the entire hall erupted. Over 200 Lolita people shouted, Who? It must be the Sharber people. Damn it. If we were still with the Saiyans, how would they dare treat us like this? Right, Chief, let's fight them. The princess must not be harmed. In the past, the Lolita race was hunted across the universe. But when they followed the Saiyans, no one dared to bark. Other aliens bowed and scraped before them. Silence. The elderly woman Yuini continued, It wasn't them. Phylea encountered space pirates, but those pirates had a battle power of 5,000. The mention of 5,000 battle power silenced the entire hall instantly. The Lolita race's strongest fighter was Princess Phylea, with a mere 1,500 battle power. What to do? I plan to seek help from the Sharber people, Yuini said, her voice low and resigned. Heaven had granted the Lolita race great intelligence, but taken away their cultivation talent. Otherwise they wouldn't have to beg others for help every time trouble arose. But the Sharber people were greedy wolves. Asking for their help would surely cost the Lolita race dearly. As expected, objections arose in the hall soon after Yuini spoke. Yet within seconds the noise subsided. The Lolita race was highly intelligent. They instantly grasped the crux of the matter. In the nearby star region, the Sharber were the most powerful, with battle power exceeding 1000. Thus only the Sharber could save Phylea. The 200 Lolita in the hall knew this. They had to rely on the Sharber, or their princess would surely die. Frustrating. At that moment, all Lolita longed for the days when they followed Yamaxi. Suddenly, with a whoosh, two figures appeared in the hall, one tall, one short. It's Princess Phylea. The princess is back. All Lolita stood up, overjoyed at the sight of the graceful figure. They had been about to seek the Sharber's help, yet here Phylea was back among them. Phylea walked forward, nodded to everyone, then approached Yuini and said, "Chief, I'm back." "You're back. It's good that you're back." Yuini's voice trembled with emotion, but she quickly composed herself in front of her clansmen. "Speak." Kazuha only wanted to resolve this nuisance quickly. Phylea frowned, finding the little brat fierce and utterly unlovable. She said calmly, "Chieftain, has the news of my assassination been kept secret?" Yuini shook her head. She had just been about to seek help from the Sharbo people when Phylea returned. Thus no one yet knew of her persecution. Phylea breathed a sigh of relief. Had the information about that planet been transmitted, the little Scion before her might have destroyed the entire Lolita star. "Chieftain, let us pledge allegiance to the Saiyans once more." Phylea was well aware of her clan's plight. Better to follow the Saiyans than continue being oppressed by the Sharbo people. If this little brat was so formidable, how powerful must his entire race be? However, there was a drawback. The Saiyans on that planet were remnants being hunted by Frisia, and following them would pose great risks for the Lolita clan. But if they didn't follow the Saiyans, the entire Lolita star would explode in the next moment. Having weighed all considerations, Phylea waited quietly for Yuini's answer. Just then a Lolita woman from the audience stood up again. "Princess, you say we should follow the Saiyans again. But aren't they corrupted now? It seems following the Saiyans might not be so bad." Various voices filled the meeting hall. Their opinions were divided. Perhaps because they had been oppressed by the Sharbo people for too long, most Lolitas felt little resistance to joining the Saiyans. Some even showed looks of eager anticipation. Yuini frowned. "Why would you say that?" As a chieftain, she had considered many things, but some matters weren't simply about wanting to act. She had to think of her clan and couldn't act arbitrarily. "Because if we don't join the Saiyans, we will be annihilated," Phylea said flatly. She had no choice but to speak the truth and quickly recounted the events. As Phylea's final words fell, the entire hall fell into deathly silence. The Lolitas all turned to look at Kazuha, their eyes filled with disbelief. Could this little Scion really have a combat power exceeding 1000? After a moment of silence, Yuini nodded. "All right." The clan's records contained much history, and no one understood the terror of the Saiyans better than the chieftain. If they didn't do as this child said, Lolita Star would likely be destroyed. Moreover, joining the Saiyan forces might not be a bad thing. Seeing this, Kazuha was stunned. Was it settled that quickly? Shouldn't a race on the brink of extinction put up a desperate fight first? Never mind, Kazuha thought. As long as they agreed to join the Saiyan race, everything else was negotiable. "I'll give you one day to prepare. Then I'll take you away from here." "All right." Phylea flicked her ice blue hair and prepared to leave. However, a notification came from outside. "Chieftain, a Sharbo man requests an audience." Before the messenger could finish, the door burst open and a blue-skinned, hook-nosed alien strode in. Shabai, ignoring the Lolita's expression, sauntered up to Yuini and said arrogantly, "Old thing, how are the latest developments coming along?" "Almost done. Sell them early, make money early." The Sharbo man, relying on his 1-0 combat power expert, was extremely haughty. Yuini was furious but powerless. In the universe, strength was the ultimate truth. No matter how advanced one's technology, without power one would be oppressed. Such was the Lolita people's fate in the past, and such was it now. Now, Yuini had entrusted the clan's research results to the Sharbo people for management, yet this was how they treated the Lolitas. Kazuha witnessed this scene and tugged at Phylea's sleeve. "Little lady, is this guy always this arrogant?" "Little lady." Phylea shot Kazuha an annoyed glare. This little brat was really irritating. Still she nodded. The Sharbo people's arrogance was notorious throughout this star region, especially toward the Lolitas. As a princess, she knew this well. "Want me to take him out?" Kazuha found it uncomfortable to speak while looking up, so he floated to shoulder height with Phylea. But as he turned his head, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the snowy white curve beneath her neck. Well, that was quite white. Hearing his words, Phylea's eyes brightened. "Really? Of course." Kazuha averted his gaze from her chest, lest he be called a little pervert if seen. Having just recruited a high-tech race, he was in high spirits. Doing the Lolitas a favor was no trouble at all. Meanwhile, seeing Yuini stay silent, Shabai exploded in rage. "Old thing, I'm talking to you." The Lolitas in the audience had grown accustomed to being bullied by the Sharbo people, but hearing him address their chieftain so rudely still provoked anger. No wonder some had looked eager when they heard about joining the Saiyans. The hall fell silent except for Shabai's voice. Yuini said nothing, staring coldly at him. Now that the Lolitas had joined the Saiyans based on her understanding of them, she knew the Saiyans would not allow their people to be bullied. Sure enough, a childish voice rang out. Ugly, who are you? Shabai instinctively puffed out his chest and said arrogantly, I'm Shabai. What of it? Kazuo almost burst out laughing, but then his expression turned cold. You can die now. He raised his small hand, and a dark blue orb of light appeared. The violent energy stirred the ions in the void, forming silvery dragons that coiled and twisted. No! Shabai screamed in terror. Boom. The blue light wave danced through the air and struck him in an instant, followed by an explosion. Shabai had been on the scene for less than half a minute, and now he was gone. Amazing. Fei Leah clasped her jade-like hands together, stars sparkling in her eyes. The Lolitas swallowed hard. After being oppressed for so long, someone finally stood up for them. At that moment, they felt that joining the Saiyans was the right choice. Ewan and I showed a faint smile. Indeed, she had not misjudged the Saiyans. Little lady, am I impressive? Kazuo turned to look at the icy beauty, clearly in a good mood today. If you wipe out the Sharbo clan, then I'll admit you're impressive, Fei Leah said with a slight curl of her lips. This playful expression caught Kazuo off guard. Could an icy beauty really make such a face? But hearing about wiping out the Sharbo clan, he sneered. Since he had already made a move, he might as well annihilate them all. Where are they? Fei Leah's eyes widened. She had only been joking. The Sharbo people were not the first to come knocking so arrogantly, though as the princess of the Lolita tribe, Fei Leah had seen plenty of this. Faced with such situations, she could only swallow her anger and dare not speak out. After all, they had a strong man with a battle power of over 1000. Having been oppressed by the Sharbo for so long, suddenly encountering someone who voluntarily came to help felt like walking through a parched desert for 3 days and nights, and then stumbling upon an oasis. Fei Leah's gaze toward Kazuo softened a little. This little brat wasn't so annoying after all. Pack up your things quickly. I'll take you away tomorrow. Right now I'm going to wipe out the Sharbo people as a welcoming gift for your joining the Saiyans. Kazuo took Fei Leah's jade-like hand, looked up with a smile, and said, little lady, let's go. As soon as the words fell, the two vanished from the spot. With the departure of the two, the conference hall erupted into a frenzy. The scene of Kazuo annihilating the Sharbo man just now kept replaying in the minds of the Lolitas. Although that Sharbo man was not particularly strong, even Princess Fei Leah could have dealt with him. It would have taken some time. That little Saiyan actually defeated him in a single move. Chief, he's so amazing. We've finally returned to the Saiyan race. Haha, this time the Sharbo people are in big trouble. All the Lolitas jumped up in excitement. Yuini nodded. She too was looking forward to the scene of returning to the Saiyan clan. Seeing the close relationship between Fei Leah and Kazuo, it was time to pass the leadership of the Lolita people to Fei Leah. Believing that with her daughter's relationship with this little brat, the Saiyans would surely treat the Lolitas well. Thinking of this, Yuini revealed a knowing maternal smile. The stars were brilliant and twinkling. In a star region, several planets of different colors floated around, similar in size, all revolving around a gray planet at the center. On this day, a small figure appeared on the gray planet with a cold and beautiful woman. Is this Sharbo star? It doesn't look so impressive. How could you not defeat them? Fei Leah's mouth twitched slightly. A battle power of 1000 was already formidable in the universe. Such an expert could serve as a platoon leader in Frisia's forces. Should we just destroy this planet? Kazuo thought for a moment and said, forget it, let's vent your anger first. Under Kazuo's perception, the highest battle power on Sharbo star was only 1000. The rest were all trash. No, it should be said that everyone on this planet was trash. Give me your hand, Kazuo said calmly. He only did this to take Fei Leah with him, using instant transmission, not because he was a little pervert. Fei Leah understood this and willingly offered her hand to Kazuo. Feeling the faint coolness and smoothness of her hand, Kazuo's heart rippled slightly. Let's go. With a whoosh, the two vanished instantly. In a gray palace. Lord Shaley, the things developed by the Lolitas are really good. We're making so much money our purses can't hold it all. The blue-skinned Sharbo man said. Shaley, seated at the highest position in the palace, laughed wildly. Ha, those women are indeed quite good. Lord Shaley, the Lolitas have earned us so much. Should we treat them a bit better? No need, they're just a bunch of trash. Yes. The blue-skinned Sharbo man, seeing Shaley's expression turning sour, quickly forced a smile. In the tribe, Shaley's orders were absolute. No one dared to contradict him. At this moment, two figures suddenly appeared in the palace. It's here. Oh, can't you give some other reaction? You're so boring. Kazuo shot Fei Leah an annoyed look. Seeing that Fei Leah ignored him, Kazuo was used to it and turned his head to look at the top of the palace. In his perception, the highest battle power among the Sharbo people was right here. He looked upward. That man was 2 meters tall with blue and gray skin interspersed. His nose was especially conspicuous, much more curved than other Sharbo people's noses. Who are you? Shaley swiveled his gray eyes. The sudden appearance of these two people startled him. Their speed. Shaley couldn't even detect the sound of their entrance. It was somewhat terrifying. However, the blue-skinned Sharbo man beside him recognized Fei Leah beside Kazuo. Aren't you the princess of the Lolita tribe? Are you here delivering your latest research? In the eyes of the Sherbo people, the Lolitas were free labor, and their developed products were extremely practical. However, this time, she actually brought a little kid along. The blue-skinned Sherbo man suddenly barked coldly. Why are you bringing your son here for nothing? As soon as these words were spoken, Kazuo's eyes widened. Phelia's ice-cold face underwent a huge change. The image of the iceberg beauty completely collapsed at this moment. Shaylee on the seat chuckled. So it was the Lolita clan. Based on his understanding of the Lolitas, their strength was so pathetic that he must have been momentarily careless not to notice the two's movements. That must be it. Shaylee looked at the two and said coldly, put down the new research and you can leave. Kazuo snapped out of his dazed state and glanced at Phelia's face, which was pale and blue. I am her son. Kazuo laughed in anger. These Sherbo people were really something. Phelia finally reacted, raised her hand, and tremblingly pointed at the blue-skinned Sherbo man. Phelia's heaving chest rose and fell incessantly. She was clearly still a virgin maiden, yet suddenly being told that Kazuo was her son made her furious. I regret not destroying this planet at the first moment. Kazuo released Phelia's hand, his entire body floating in midair, emitting a chilling aura. The palace instantly became bitterly cold. Shaylee felt as if he had entered an eternal ice vault, struggling to breathe, and with poor blood circulation. Who is this child? Suddenly he noticed a furry little tail wrapped around Kazuo's waist. Scion, Shaylee blurted out. He had heard of the Frisia forces' purge of the Saiyans before, and now he unexpectedly encountered a Scion. Oh, Kazuo sneered. This guy actually knew about Saiyans. What Bardock cared about was also what he had always cared about. The news of the Saiyans must not be leaked. But it didn't matter, as long as he eradicated the root. However, Shaylee suddenly vanished from his seat. He knew that when facing a Saiyan, one must never hold any illusions of luck. The Saiyans were an extremely terrifying race, growing stronger when facing stronger opponents. So Shaylee chose to strike first. The reason Shaylee could become the overlord of this star sector was not without cause. He would never underestimate any opponent, especially one who was a Saiyan. A blue lightning bolt flashed across the sky above the palace, as if chasing the wind and lightning. The aura emanating from Shaylee disrupted the calm air, and boundless energy poured out in every direction. Whoosh! In an instant, Shaylee appeared behind Kazuo, raising his fist, as if to smash him with a single blow. However, he saw no response from him. He suddenly felt something was off, his heart stopping for a brief moment. Phew! Subconsciously, Shaylee took a few steps back, and that abruptly stopped heart began beating again. Still trembling with lingering fear, he looked at the brat in front of him. In their base form, Saiyans were not particularly powerful, but their physiques were extraordinarily monstrous. Many years ago, when Shaylee's combat power was only 5,000, he had encountered a Saiyan whose power level was merely around 2,000. At first he had been able to crush him, but that Saiyan had grown fiercer with each passing moment, eventually managing to fight him to a standstill. Just as he had thought the other couldn't harm him, that Saiyan suddenly threw a ball of light waves into the sky and rapidly transformed into a giant gorilla. Fortunately, he had escaped quickly, otherwise he might have died. Now this boy gave him a feeling that was even more intense than before. Subconsciously, Shaylee believed that if he dared to take another step forward, he would die without a grave. Brat, why isn't he moving? At the moment Shaylee launched his attack, Phylia was startled. Why did he suddenly stop moving? What she didn't know was that Shaylee had just returned from the gates of hell. But it was almost time. Playing tricks. Shaylee raged furiously, he who had been frightened by a mere brat. With a violent swing of his arm, a streak of blue energy shot directly toward Kazuo. The energy sphere tore through the air, generating heat akin to that of the sun through friction. Even Phylia on the ground could feel that terrifying heat. Careful! Phylia called out urgently. As the energy was about to hit Kazuo, Kazuo suddenly turned, raised a small hand, and grabbed forward. The dreadful energy sphere stopped in Kazuo's hand, rotating continuously and emitting a terrifying sizzling sound. Bang! The energy sphere was pinched by Kazuo with great force, instantly transforming into a burst of radiance that scattered in all directions, as dazzling as fairy flowers being sprinkled. Witnessing this scene, Phylia's eyes widened, her mouth forming an O shape. That brat is so amazing. Meanwhile, Shaylee was terrified, continuously retreating while muttering, impossible. The Saiyans were being besieged by Frisia's forces, yet he never expected this remnant to be so terrifying. Just now that Strike had already used 80% of his strength, yet it was dissipated with a mere pinch. Boring, Kazuo said coldly. He no longer wished to play. As those words fell, whoosh sounded and Kazuo vanished. That icy aura erupted again, radiating murderous intent, filling Shaylee's heart with dread. No matter how he searched for Kazuo, he simply couldn't find him. At that moment, Shaylee suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. Looking down, he saw a small hand piercing through his heart. The tearing agony spread from his heart to his brain, and then throughout his entire body. Splurge! A mouthful of blue blood sprayed from Shaylee's mouth, his body trembling uncontrollably. 3 seconds later, he fell straight backward. Thud! He hit the ground. Just like that, he's dead. Phylia took small steps toward him, and seeing the once dominant Shaylee lying there, she felt it was somewhat unreal. After a while, Shaylee remained motionless. It's better that he's dead. She shook her head, her beautiful blue hair gently swaying at the back of her head as the grievances of the past were instantly released. Phyllia blinked her pretty eyes, staring intently at that small figure. From now on, the Lolita clan would follow the Saiyans' lead. Let's go. Kazuo came to Phyllia's side and naturally took her jade-like hand, then said, hold your breath for a moment. Whoosh. The two disappeared, leaving the palace eerily silent, with only the sharper person who had spoken those arrogant words remaining. He looked at his boss lying on the ground, then patted his chest, fortunate that those two hadn't paid him any heed. Kazuo carried Phyllia, transforming into a bolt of lightning that tore through the sky, broke through the atmosphere, and arrived outside the universe. Phyllia strictly remembered Kazuo's words and held her breath. The two hovered outside Sharperstar when suddenly Kazuo raised a single hand. A brilliant blue light illuminated above his hand, and as energy poured in, the light grew brighter and brighter, like a newborn sun in the dark universe, illuminating the entire star sector. Suddenly, a blue energy sphere with a diameter of 10 meters appeared before Phyllia's eyes. Seeing such terrifying energy, her heart raced frantically. Phyllia quickly covered her chest with her small hand, thinking to herself, he must have at least 100,000 combat power. The scorching energy was continuously compressed, and the pressure around the energy sphere grew increasingly intense. In that instant, it seemed as if the sound of space cracking could be heard in the universe. Kazuo frowned, and with a sudden flick of his small hand, that massive energy sphere plummeted downward with terrifying speed. Then, without looking back, Kazuo took Phyllia and suddenly vanished in the universe. The energy sphere crashed into Sharperstar's atmosphere, and its terrifying pressure caused the planet to tremble incessantly. Mountains roared, oceans surged, heaven and earth shook, presenting an apocalyptic scene. Inside the palace, that blue Sharper person sat on Shaylee's throne. This seat isn't that comfortable. However, boom. The next moment, Sharperstar experienced a massive explosion. Half a day had passed. Kazuo returned with Phyllia to Lolita Star. People were bustling about on the planet, everyone busy. But from their faces, it seemed they had encountered something very joyful. Little girl, your clansmen don't seem to object to joining the Saiyan faction. Back on Lolita Star, Kazuo was still holding Phyllia's hand, as if forgetting to let go. It must be that he forgot. Phyllia gave Kazuo an annoyed look, saying nothing, her whole body radiating a cold and enchanting aura. At this moment, Ewan and I walked over from afar. You've come at just the right time. Ooh, I've destroyed all the Sharpers, Kazuo said calmly. Really? Ewan and I exclaimed. Kazuo helplessly nodded. And here she claimed to have followed the Saiyans before, yet she even doubted their abilities. Ewan and I looked at Phyllia, who also nodded. Good, good, good. Ewan and I was so excited, she said, good, 3 times, her eyes growing moist. From her tone, one could hear how many grievances the Lolita people had suffered over these years. It seemed that joining the Saiyan clan was indeed the right choice. After a while, Ewan and I calmed down somewhat and spoke. Lord Kazuo, we're almost ready. When should we leave? Have all those equipments been packed up? Casus knew that if the Saiyans wanted to rebuild their glory, they must make efforts in technology, and those equipments were exactly what they needed most at present. Otherwise, bringing them back to planet Sadala, where nothing remained, would be futile. Even for top-tier scientists like Bulma, everything has been packed. Iwini leaned on her cane, gazing at Casus. Such a young child possessed extraordinary power. She couldn't fathom what methods he had employed. In merely half a day, he had traveled to planet Sarber and even destroyed the entire planet. Had the Saiyans grown so formidable in these times? Unaware of her thoughts, Casus gave a nod. Very well, gather all the friends from the Lolita people. The distance between planet Lolita and planet Sadala was never great. A journey of roughly a day by the Zero spacecraft. Now Casus prepared to use instant transmission to escort them in batches. Moreover, Casus's strength now surpassed his former capabilities. Transporting the Lolita clan and their equipment should only require half a day. With the Senzu beans at their disposal, perhaps it wouldn't even take a full day. At this thought, Casus breathed a sigh of relief. Friends. Casus had carelessly uttered the word friends, causing Phyllia and Iwini to exchange glances before sharing a soft smile. This brat was rather endearing after all. Lord Casus, I shall assemble my people at once. Iwini nodded to Phyllia before slowly making her way back to the assembly hall. Another half-day passed until evening fell. The sky blazed with countless stars, their light mingling with the moon. The square's great lamps illuminated the scene, as over 200 Lolita people gathered at the center, their hushed whispers occasionally drifting through the air. I wonder if the Saiyans are fierce. They shouldn't be, I hope. Our ancestors once followed the Saiyans, and now we're returning to them. Just thinking about it makes me thrilled. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention, planet Sadala has 10 times the gravity. Please take care. Earlier, Casus had noticed Yuna and the others showing no discomfort upon landing there, likely due to some advanced technology, but he believed it wise to warn them nonetheless. Planet Sadala. Phyllia and Iwini were taken aback. Their clan records indicated that planet Sadala had been destroyed during the Saiyan civil strife. Why would Casus still speak of it? I'll explain later. You should have a way to handle 10 times gravity, right? Casus simply wished to relocate the Laluta people as quickly as possible. Yes. Philia nodded. Her people had always prioritized technological advancement. As far back as the Lord Moshi era, the Laluta clan already possessed gravity adjustment devices. Without them, they never could have followed the Saiyans. But was that former world really planet Sadala? Philia was deeply stunned within. She recalled her clan's records. The planet held extraordinary significance for the Saiyans. When the Laluta clan had been oppressed by the Sarber people, they had once considered rejoining the Saiyans. However, upon learning that the Saiyans had lost planet Sadala's support, they ultimately abandoned the idea. Philia's heart quivered. Though the Saiyans were fewer in number now with planet Sadala restored, a captivating smile gradually bloomed across her snow plum-like face. Casus caught sight of this moment and murmured to himself, "What is this silly girl thinking about?" Soon the Laluta clan had been fully assembled. People gathered on one side, technology and equipment on the other, then prepared to depart. Seeing everything was in order, Casus followed the plan he had previously discussed with Iwini. He would first teleport the Laluta people to planet Sadala, then send the equipment back. On planet Sadala, not far from Bardock's wooden cabin, a group of approximately 20 figures suddenly appeared. The moment these 20 individuals set foot on planet Sadala, their bodies trembled slightly before quickly stabilizing. They were adjusting to the gravitational force. Casus observed this and silently nodded. If they couldn't even handle this level of gravity, these Laluta people would be disappointingly weak. Suddenly a voice rang out from the wooden cabin. "Brother Casus." Ospii moved like lightning, leaping onto Casus in an instant and wrapping her short legs tightly around his waist. At that moment, Bardock emerged from the cabin. "Uncle Bardock, these are all friends from the Laluta clan. Please take good care of them. I need to continue bringing their people over." Looking at Ospii clinging to him, Casus said, "Little Bay, you come help your brother." "Okay." In an instant, the two vanished from where they stood. Bardock showed little reaction to the two children's departure. He was merely flustered by the number of females before him. Had Casus really relocated an entire nation? With Ospii's assistance, Casus's teleportation speed increased significantly. In less than half a day apart from Philia, they had successfully teleported all the Laluta people and their technological equipment. Now only Philia remained on planet Laluta. Philia gazed expressionlessly at the sights of planet Laluta, then shook her head. The future would be better. Thinking of that child, an involuntary faint smile appeared on her lips. At that moment, Casus returned to planet Laluta. "All right, your turn." "Yes." With a swift motion, the two vanished from planet Laluta, on planet Sadala. Long before Casus reappeared with those 20 Laluta people, the Saiyans had been alerted and were already gathered here waiting for his return. With the arrival of Casus and Philia, the entire Laluta clan had been successfully teleported. "Brother Casus." Ospii jumped onto Casus once more. Casus supported her with both hands beneath her bottom and said to Bardock beside him, "Uncle Bardock, these are all friends from the Laluta clan. They once followed our Saiyans." Casus swiftly explained the origins of the Laluta clan. Upon hearing that the Laluta people had once followed Lord Moshi, Bardock and the other Saiyans showed little reaction. It was not until Casus revealed that Lord Moshi was the Saiyans' first Super Saiyan that everyone erupted into excitement, completely overcome with fervor. The legend of the Super Saiyan is true. Does a Super Saiyan truly exist? Every Saiyan clamored with questions, unable to maintain composure. While everyone grew increasingly excited, Bardock alone observed them with an impassive expression. He knew the legend of the Super Saiyan was real. His son Kakarot would become the second Super Saiyan. However, glancing at Casus, Bardock murmured inwardly, perhaps Kakarot might just be the third. "Chief Iwini, this is our Saiyan leader Bardock." Casso pointed at Bardock rudely and said. Bardock merely curled his lips upon seeing this. If he had been able to fight, Casso would likely have been lying on the ground by now. "Hello." Iwini had already learned from Philia that the Saiyans were currently being hunted by Frisia's forces and could only take refuge on planet Salata. As for these matters, she was not particularly worried. From watching Casso lead his tribe members to relocate here earlier, she already knew that the young brat beside her possessed some extraordinary technique. Regardless, Frisia would never be able to catch the Saiyans, so there was no need to worry about the safety of the Lulita tribe either. Moreover, planet Salata had somehow recovered, and Iwini actually had high hopes for the Saiyan clan. "Welcome to join us," Bardock said indifferently. Looking at this group of Lulita people, most of whom were women with only a few men, no wonder Yuna had said their reproduction ability was low. At first, he had thought Casso would kill Yuna and the others. Who would have guessed that Casso actually brought all of Yuna's tribe members back? Although this could prevent Saiyan information from leaking out, Bardock still couldn't figure out why Casso did this. Bardock shouted at Cast, who was hiding behind the crowd. "Cast, come here and arrange accommodations for our Lulita friends." Coming. Cast avoided looking at Bardock nervously. The last time Bardock had his private training with him, Cast remembered it vividly. Every time he saw Bardock, now he couldn't help but tremble. Casso, holding Austin Phil, said to Philea. Girls, settle your tribe members first. Philea nodded lightly, then led the Lualita tribe along with Cast. This group of Saiyans gave her a very ordinary feeling, completely different from Casso. However, Philea believed that things would change through their future interactions. After they had all left. What are you all staring at? Want to stand here until dawn? Bardock roared at the surrounding Saiyans. No. Hurry up and explain to Lord Bardock, do you want to die? In an instant the Saiyans vanished like a breath. Uncle Bardock, you won't have any friends if you act like this. Casso smiled. Though Bardock treated his tribe members so harshly, Casso knew this was simply his leadership style. Those Saiyans knew this in their hearts too, which is why they often behaved so informally with him. There was reason why Bardock was so beloved by his tribe members. Bardock glared at Casso impatiently. What exactly are you trying to do? If he didn't know this kid had prophetic abilities, he would have stopped Casso from doing this long ago. The more people who knew about the Saiyans, the easier it was for information to leak out. Casso, carrying Austin Phil, came to his side. Uncle Bardock, the Saiyans can't stay on planet Salada forever. True, but what does that have to do with bringing them back? Bardock crossed his arms and looked up at the sky. Those countless stars in the endless cosmos always made one intoxicated. His mind raced with many thoughts. It would take a long time to seek revenge against Frisia. Bardock sighed. I know you have your reasons. Tell me. Holding Austin Phil, Casso found that the girl had actually fallen asleep. He raised his hand and gently scraped her tiny nose. Gravity rooms alone aren't enough for the Saiyans. Moreover, we can't do without spaceships and scouter devices. Hearing this, Bardock nodded. He had noticed earlier that Casso and Austin Phil could use a magical technique that not only concealed their power, but also allowed them to know their enemies' positions without relying on scouts. Casso had also taught the Saiyans how to grasp this method, but their ingrained violent use of energy made it impossible for them to comprehend. Bardock only had a vague idea, but he knew that if they could master this special technique, it would benefit them for life. You're right. Our Saiyans can't stay on planet Salada forever. Scouters and spaceships are indeed indispensable. Although the Saiyans could survive in space, Bardock knew they would one day seek revenge against Frisia. What Casso said made a lot of sense. Thinking about it, Bardock glanced at the kid. How could he think of so many things? Such a little monster. Looking at Austin Phil's sleeping appearance, he couldn't resist planting a kiss on her forehead. The Lualita tribe's technology is very advanced. You'll see it someday. After saying that, he flew up into the sky carrying the little girl. Time quietly slipped away and a year had passed. Planet Salada had been transformed by the Lualita people into several zones: living area, ecological area, training area, and research and development area. High-tech facilities could be seen everywhere. The areas suitable for Saiyan survival had also been transformed into a modern city. Occasionally, Lualita people could be spotted riding new energy vehicles on the roads. In a room in the RD area, Philea was holding a capsule corp capsule, examining it from all angles, and even taking out various detectors to inspect it. However, Philea still couldn't figure out the principle behind it. Why can things be stored like this? Half a year ago, she received a capsule corp capsule from Casso and had been studying it day and night, yet still had no clue. Philea grabbed a handful of ice blue hair. She was about to explode with frustration. Go ask that little brat. Philea took a deep breath. She really had no other choice. Walking out of the RD building, she unleashed a burst of white energy and shot straight into the sky, flying from the RD area all the way to the training area, passing through the ecological zone along the way. The ecological area was a complete ecosystem with plains, forests, oceans, and other environments, as well as various animals. The Lualita people considered that planet Salada couldn't only have training areas and living areas, they needed to preserve some of the original characteristics. In this regard, their design was quite reasonable. Soon Philea arrived at the training area. Looking around, it was all dark rooms. These gravity chambers could be easily made by Philea as long as she had the materials. It was just that she still couldn't figure out that capsule corp capsule. Da-da-da. Philea landed in front of a gravity chamber. At this moment, the door from inside the gravity chamber opened. A child wiped the sweat off his face with a towel and suddenly saw the cold beauty appear before him. He paused. Casso asked puzzledly, Girl, what do you want? Philea took out the capsule corp capsule and shook it in front of Casso, gritting her teeth. Where did you get this thing? You're not thinking of researching it, are you? Casso frowned. Looking at Philea's angry expression, she must have already researched the capsule corp capsule. But could she really study something invented by Dr. Briefs? This girl was being unreasonable. It wasn't that Casso wanted to crush Philip, but rather that the universal capsule was truly something beyond the capability of ordinary beings to manufacture. Throughout the entire anime, one could observe that outside of Earth's universe, no one possessed the ability to create such an item. You little brat, where did you get this? Philip raised her delicate eyebrow and asked again. A guy named Briefs figured it out. Do you know him? Upon hearing this, Casso knew exactly what she was up to. Casso sighed and said, Yes, I'll introduce you when the opportunity arises. Despite Philip's enchanting figure and stunning beauty, Casso was well aware that she was aloof and incredibly stubborn. She would torment him daily until she got her way. At that moment the door to another gravity chamber opened from within, and a little girl stepped out. "Oh, Philip, you're here too." Philip nodded to Osborne, then turned to Casso, and said, "Little kid, it's settled then." She then took flight into the sky, and soon vanished from sight. "Brother Casso, what did Philip come for?" Osborne approached him, her tone tinged with curiosity. "Just some matters." Casso gazed at Osborne. It had been nearly 2 years since the destruction of planet Vegeta, during which time Osborne had grown to about 9 years old and stood over a meter tall. Casso understood that Saiyans remained in their juvenile phase for an extended period, maintaining their youthful appearance throughout adolescence, only experiencing rapid aging as they entered their final years. Her sleek black bob was tied back with a crimson cord, her starlit eyes gleaming like scattered constellations, her complexion as luminous as carved jade with a fresh moon's radiance. Though still young, she carried herself with an elegant poise. Casso stared, momentarily transfixed. "Brother Casso, the Saiyans have changed so much," Osborne remarked. Hearing her tone, Casso couldn't help but smile wryly. She was no longer the clueless shadow she used to be. Yet throughout this past year, the Lolita people had fully integrated into Saiyan society, their cultures interwoven so completely that it became impossible to distinguish where one ended and the other began. Their technological advancements had profoundly transformed life on planet Salad, elevating not only daily existence, but also the overall combat strength of the Saiyan race. They had redesigned the gravity chambers with far more comprehensive functions, though most notably they removed the music system entirely. They'd also engineered numerous healing pods capable of mending minor Saiyan injuries without relying on Senza beans, a necessity given that the bean fields produced only 80 capsules per month, woefully insufficient for the Saiyans' needs. Saiyan combat power had surged dramatically across the board. Every soldier except logistics personnel now boasted a minimum fighting force of 2,000. Bardock had reached an astonishing 1,200 fighting force, rivaling even Captain Jinyu of Frisia's elite squadron. The thought sent a thrill through Casso's chest. As long as they avoided Frisia's elite fighters and other hidden powerhouses, the Saiyans' current strength should allow them to dominate their sector. "Brother Casso, what are you thinking about?" Osborne frowned gently and patted his side. "Nothing, I was just considering whether to go to Earth." The moment Casso spoke those words, Osborne's cat-like eyes lit up instantly. "Really? I'd love to." "You just want to go eat delicious food, don't you?" Casso said irritably. But at that precise moment, a voice heavy with authority emanated from behind him. "Boy, you mentioned delicious food." Casso turned around. A purple cat-like creature stood directly behind him. He blinked and looked again more carefully. The creature's slender frame bore pointed purple ears, standing erect, a golden torque encircling its neck, draped in garments reminiscent of ancient Egyptian attire, strikingly similar to the legendary Anubis. This was the god of destruction, Beerus. Casso's pupils contracted sharply, his heart raced wildly, and a cold sweat broke out across his back. Wherever this feline appeared, another figure should accompany it. As expected, beside Beerus stood an extraordinarily tall, flamboyant man with violet eyes and lips, a large pale blue halo encircling his neck. "Whis, who are these two brothers?" Osborne asked with a smile, looking at the pair. Hearing her voice, Casso quickly covered her mouth, unable to shake off her struggles no matter how hard she tried. How had these two deities appeared so unexpectedly on planet Salada? From what Casso knew, Beerus had returned to the gods of destruction's planet for slumber years ago after dispatching Frisia. "I'm asking you a question, boy." Beerus regarded Casso with utter coldness, as if viewing an insignificant ant. Meanwhile, Whis beside him studied the two children with keen curiosity. They were actually Saiyans. Hadn't the Saiyans been annihilated by Frisia a year ago? Beerus also noticed the tails wrapped around Casso and Osborne's waist, his tone laced with amusement. "Oh, Saiyan." Upon hearing this, Casso felt as though he'd fallen into an eternal ice cavern, his entire body going rigid with cold, as if his life hung by a thread. But Beerus had spoken to him, and if he didn't respond immediately, he feared he'd truly cease to exist. Casso hastily answered, "Yes, Lord Beerus. I've discovered a place where the cuisine is truly exceptional." "You actually know me?" Beerus narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Given that he'd appeared on planet Vegeta in previous years, it wasn't entirely surprising that this child recognized him. Yet weren't the Saiyans destroyed by Frisia on his orders? Beerus frowned at this realization. Frisia had dared to defy his command. Suddenly, a devastating aura enveloped the entire planet, causing it to tremble violently, as if on the verge of complete annihilation. Meanwhile, at the distant Frisia Force headquarters, Achoo! The Great King, seated in his spacecraft, sneezed loudly. "Who's thinking of me?" Now that Beerus had discovered the Saiyans, there was no hope of keeping them hidden. If no action was taken, the Saiyans would surely face annihilation once more, and even Son Goku on Earth wouldn't escape unscathed. Casso recalled that Beerus had ordered Frisia to destroy planet Vegeta simply because King Vegeta had hidden his most comfortable pillow. At this thought, Casso saw a glimmer of hope for the Saiyans' survival. "Lord Beerus, the delicacy I mentioned truly is exquisite. Would you care to taste it?" Upon hearing Casso's words, Beerus withdrew his destructive aura. Even Whis displayed an expression of eager anticipation. As the most formidable beings in Universe 7, their greatest passions beyond their duties were culinary delights. Beerus regarded Casso coldly, and warned, "Should you dare deceive me, the consequences will be grave indeed." When Bai Lucy spoke, his eyes flickered with an extremely dangerous glint, and a purple aura emanated from his body. The last person who dared deceive him was King Baijita, and the grass on his grave was probably already 2 meters tall. Wei Si held his staff, smiling amiably at Kasuo, looking harmless. He didn't care whether Kasuo was telling the truth or not. If the food failed to satisfy them, Bai Lucy would take action, so there was no need for him to worry. Kasuo said weakly, "Lord Bai Lucy, the delicacies are on a planet called Earth." The taste of Earth's cuisine was undoubtedly beyond doubt. After all, little foodie AOC buyer had personally experienced it, and from her expression at that time one could tell it was a rare delicacy in the world. Moreover, he remembered that in the anime Bai Lucy was particularly fond of Earth's cuisine, so Kasuo thought that perhaps this could make Bai Lucy spare the Saiyans. "Wei Si," Bai Lucy said calmly. Upon hearing this, Wei Si immediately tapped his staff on the ground. The small ball atop the staff emitted a holy glow like a night pearl treasured for 1,000 years, looking extremely dazzling. After checking the information, Wei Si said respectfully, "Lord Bai Lucy, the planet called Earth is extremely far from here. It will take about 3 seconds to reach." Among the 12 universes, Bai Lucy was notoriously lazy. Aside from working for a short period after each awakening, he spent the rest of the time in deep slumber. This time he woke up because he was hungry. As expected. 3 seconds. Bai Lucy snorted 2 streams of turbid air from his nostrils, seemingly annoyed by the distance. Just when he saw the Saiyans, he had a momentary impulse to destroy them, and Fu Li saw, but upon hearing Kasuo mention delicious food, he held back. He just didn't expect it would take as long as 3 seconds to get there. Hearing Wei Si's words, Kasuo wondered if he should use instant transmission to take them. With his current strength, using instant transmission to reach Earth would require him to rest once. Therefore, it would be better to let Wei Si teleport them. "Kid, if I don't see the food you mentioned in 3 seconds, you know the consequences," Bai Lucy said coldly. "Go." A thick, colorful pillar of light enveloped the 4 of them, then shot up into the sky. The light gradually faded, and the 4 were gone. 3 seconds later, near the Earth's Ka-Lin Tower, 4 figures appeared. "Is this the Earth you mentioned?" "Yeah." Kasuo nodded. Upon seeing the Ka-Lin Tower, he knew it was Earth, but why had Wei Si teleported them here? Just as Kasuo was puzzled, "Lord Bai Lucy, take a look at this structure." Wei Si was a bit confused. He had only randomly teleported to Earth, so why was there something here that looked so familiar? Bai Lucy arrived on Earth and saw only a desolate forest, though none of the so-called cuisine was in sight. He felt deceived, with a ball of anger festering in his chest. He was about to destroy Kasuo and the others, but upon hearing Wei Si's words, he couldn't help but pause. As the deathly gaze shifted away, Kasuo breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he was about to die. Bai Lucy touched the tower for a while, then said carelessly, "Nothing special." Wei Si, however, frowned, deeply ignoring Bai Lucy, and continued to immerse himself in the Ka-Lin Tower. "Strange, why can't I remember?" Wei Si muttered. In the universe, every angel serves a god of destruction. If the god of destruction dies for some reason, the angel falls into a deep slumber, and they will not awaken until a new generation of god of destruction is born. Angels normally do not die, so they live for a very long time and have vast knowledge. But Wei Si simply couldn't remember. This was somewhat strange. "Forget it, let's not worry about it for now." Wei Si smiled at Kasuo and said, "Little friend, take us to eat some delicious food." Seeing this pair of master and servant go up and touch the Ka-Lin Tower, Kasuo found it strange. These two were the most supreme beings in the universe. What hadn't they seen? Why did they show such curiosity upon seeing the Ka-Lin Tower? But still, he should take them to eat something delicious first, lest the Saiyans really get destroyed. "Please place your hands on me, both of you." On Earth, for such a short distance transfer, Kasuo found it more convenient to use instant transmission. Instant transmission from planet Yadalate. Wei Si immediately saw what Kasuo intended to do. Bai Lucy, on the other hand, showed no reaction, knowing a little teleportation technique was nothing impressive. True strength came from oneself. All that flashy stuff was useless. In his eyes, even if Kasuo tried to escape with this technique, he wouldn't succeed. He would crush him the moment he activated it. "Let's go," Bai Lucy said indifferently. Then the 4 vanished again. However, a charcoal ball stood in the celestial realm above. Bobo watched the 4 below, and a flicker of emotion finally appeared in his eyes, but it quickly returned to normal. On the other side of Shidu, this place was adjacent to Shidu, and compared to the prosperous Shidu, it appeared very poor. The main street was lined with dining tables, and many people sat on chairs nearby chatting about everything. If Buerma had seen this place, she would have blurted out, "Food stall." Yes, Kasuo had brought Bai Lucy and the others to this food stall area. Anyway, these two fellows had little experience. It was fine to let them start with the lowest grade food, lest they become spoiled by high-end cuisine. Brother Casso, I'm hungry, AOC Byers said pitifully. Lucy smelled the aroma from the next table and couldn't help swallowing. At this moment, he no longer remembered the matter of destroying the Saiyans. He only knew that if the food didn't come soon, Casso would be dead meat. Wacy had already turned his head, staring intently at the next table. Watching others chew, he couldn't help but swallow as well. Kid, do you want to die, eh? Lucy had grown impatient. He had never smelled such fragrant food, yet this kid still hadn't quickly served him. Stared at by Lucy's death glare, Casso shuddered and quickly shouted, "Boss, serve the food." Soon the food stall waiters filled the table with food. But Casso knew this amount certainly wouldn't be enough for these people. Soon another food stall followed his instructions and brought over all the food from their shop. Then one after another, all the food stalls on the entire street came carrying food. The dining table was laden with exquisite delicacies featuring everything from creatures of the sky to beasts of the sea. While the presentation of each dish lacked the refinement of high-end restaurants, it was far from unappealing, and the aroma emanating from them was utterly intoxicating. Upon catching the alluring fragrance, Beerus and Whis felt their appetites immediately awaken. Whis eagerly picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks, placed it gently in his mouth, and savored it with careful bites. The flavor of the fish burst forth in his mouth, instantly stimulating the salivary glands and causing saliva to flow continuously. As he swallowed the fish, Whis's purple pupils dilated. Suddenly his entire soul seemingly bathed in divine radiance, as he let out a contented murmur, "How delightful." Beerus had been swallowing his saliva countless times and could no longer contain himself. He simply reached out with his hands, opening his mouth as plate after plate of food was devoured. Witnessing this scene, Casso curled his lips at the corners. "You too, a street stall is more than enough to handle you. Little girl, don't snatch. That's mine. Mine. Believe it or not, I'll destroy you. Mine. Beerus covered his mouth and stifled a laugh. The young boy beside him might show some deference to a destroyer god, but this girl, with absolutely no awareness of who she was dealing with, would never grant him such respect. Nevertheless, observing the little girl, Whis could sense that aside from her ordinary talent, her mind was relatively pure and uncomplicated. Someone like her might not advance quickly in cultivation, but her potential ceiling would undoubtedly be quite high. Moreover, she shared Beerus's insatiable appetite for food. With this thought in mind, Whis regarded Ossip with an oddly expressive gaze. He quickly retrieved another plate of grilled meat. "All right." Ossip appeared somewhat displeased, clutching the roasted meat and taking a sullen bite. Beerus remained engrossed in eating, his face slick with grease, seemingly oblivious to Ossip's earlier rudeness. Soon enough, the sound of chopsticks and bowls clattering against plates filled the air once more. Half a day had passed. All 10 tables at the street food stall were buried under towers of plates, each stack reaching 5 meters high. Passers-by stared in disbelief at the sight, wondering if these people were some kind of monsters. Beerus reclined half-heartedly in his chair like a well-fed cat, his face radiating contentment. "This isn't bad," Beerus declared gruffly after letting out a heavy burp. Turning his head to look at the two Saiyans, he found them far more tolerable now. He'd come to understand why they spoke so highly of the cuisine. At this moment, Beerus recalled his chubby friend and wondered whether he'd ever tasted anything this delightful. Probably not. A smile spread across his face. "Another pleasant day? Lord Beerus, do you still intend to destroy the Saiyans?" Whis delicately dabbed the grease from the corners of his mouth with a handkerchief. If it weren't for the towering stacks of plates before him, the gesture would have been quite elegant. Upon hearing this, Casso perked up his ears, his heart beginning to race with unease. There was no surprise in Casso's anxiety. When King Vegeta had provoked whom he pleased, he chose to antagonize a destroyer god. Even if he'd crossed the entire Frost clan, Casso would not have feared it. But who was a destroyer god? They presided over destruction across the universe, wielding their destructive energy with masterful precision. In the anime, only a handful of individuals could withstand such destructive power. Of course, that excluded angels and other experts. Nonsense. Beerus rested his hands behind his head and shot Whis an exasperated glare. Whis chuckled softly, already aware of Beerus's decision. The previous actions of King Vegeta had led to the destruction of planet Vegeta by Frieza. As an angel, Whis would never oppose a destroyer god's choice. The same principle applied now. Even if Casso had brought them to Earth for a feast, if Beerus still decided to eliminate the Saiyans, Whis would not raise any objection. Angels must not interfere with the workings of the world. Casso understood this well. Angels possessed extraordinary strength, far surpassing even destroyer gods, yet they remained merely their servants. To persuade Whis to break the rules, one would need to cultivate a close relationship with him, just as Bulma had done in the anime. She had bribed this peculiar pair with exquisite food, forging an exceptionally strong bond between them. When Whis and Beerus discovered that Bulma had constructed a time machine, an unauthorized invention, they merely prohibited her from using it, and let the matter rest. King Vegeta had been recklessly foolish, daring to hide Beerus's pillow. A deity like Beerus could annihilate an entire race with barely any effort. Now hearing Beerus's tone, Casso finally felt at ease. The Saiyans' lives were spared, his own and little Bibes as well. Let's go. We'll return another time. Beerus rose from his seat and glanced at Ossip. This impudent girl had actually dared to compete with him for food, if he hadn't been in such a good mood. Yes, Lord Beerus. Satiated and satisfied, Whis teleported Beerus away from the table in an instant. Inside the transport beam, a dark line traced across Beerus's forehead as he glared speechlessly at Whis. West City. Were you two hungry ghosts in a past life? An entire street wasn't enough for you. Bulma put her hands on her hips and pointed at Casso. A year had passed. Bulma practiced cultivation diligently each day, and the warm current within her body was growing increasingly robust. She felt she would soon be able to unleash that concentrated energy. Then she could properly show off to Casso. But who would have expected that one evening Casso would suddenly appear before her and lead her to a street, asking her to help pay for the meal bill? If it had been just one street stall, it would have been acceptable. But these two had devoured every single stall along the entire street. Truly terrifying. Casso and Ossip stood obediently without moving. They knew this was indeed their fault. Watching the two children, only slightly taller than her, standing so well-behaved, Bulma had no outlet for her frustration. Forget it, Bulma said irritably. She wasn't genuinely distressed about the money, for her wealth was merely a number. Bulma simply wanted to take this opportunity to scold Casso, who had been so harsh when training her. As expected, after venting her anger, Bulma felt her entire body warming with contentment. So scolding was indeed quite satisfying. Brother Casso, Bulma is so fierce, Ossip murmured weakly. Bulma hadn't been nearly this aggressive when she'd attempted to fly before. Witnessing Bulma in this state, Casso couldn't help but swallow nervously. So this girl had been fierce since childhood. No wonder Vegeta grew fearful of her later on. Far from Earth, a massive inverted purple pyramid floated in the void, its surface adorned with various blue flora and shrouded in an aura of sacred energy. After more than 20 minutes, Whis finally brought Beerus back to the realm of the destroyer. Lord Beerus, how was that meal? It was adequate. Then shall we go to Earth next time? Yes. Without even turning around, Beerus replied in a single word without hesitation. Hearing this, Whis covered his mouth with a light laugh. Beerus's stubborn pride was nothing new. But that earthly cuisine was indeed exquisite. A destroyer god's duty was to eliminate substandard planets within a fixed time frame, lest those worthless worlds drag down the average strength of the entire universe. While the destroyer gods of other universes diligently fulfilled their duties each day, the destroyer god of the seventh universe was lazy beyond measure. Watching Beerus's departing figure, Whis could only smile helplessly. As expected, Beerus was likely returning to the temple to enter slumber once more. This time it was uncertain how long he would sleep. Just as Beerus was about to enter the palace, Whis casually asked, Lord Beerus, what did you think of that young girl just now? Beerus lifted his foot, poised to step into the palace. Hearing this, he stepped back onto the ground again. She was somewhat interesting, Beerus stated solemnly, then entered the palace to return to his slumber. At Bulma's residence, Cass stood with a stern expression addressing Bulma. Bulma, a year has passed, and you've only cultivated this meager amount of energy. Bulma stood frozen, shrinking her head meekly, a sight not unlike the way Cass had just been scolded. How the tables had turned. Studying Cass's poker face, Bulma felt a spark of resentment. She had trained so diligently, already consuming 3 cents of beans. Furthermore, her strength had grown immensely. She could hoist heavy machinery around the house with a single hand, and on occasion, had even apprehended robbers on the street. Damn that Cass. Why couldn't he simply praise her? Bulma cursed under her breath. Seeing Bulma pouting with a wronged expression, Cass felt a twinge of guilt. He had only intended to shift the subject. Nobody could have anticipated that scolding someone would become such an addictive habit. That said, Bulma's talent was undeniably strong. By Cass's perception, her internal energy must be around 30 points of combat power. Once she reached 80 points, Bulma could attempt to follow Biddy's example and channel her internal energy outward. At that stage, her dream of flight would soon come true. Keep training hard. You'll be able to fly soon. Not knowing how to comfort Bulma, Cass merely said it offhand. Really? Absolutely. Yage. Upon hearing Cass's words, Bulma erupted with excitement, kicking her legs so hard she nearly shot toward the roof. What a child. Cass chuckled to himself. His mood was splendid now that the matter concerning the Saiyans' greatest fear had been resolved. The remaining threat was the Frost Clan. The Frost Clan consisted of only 3 members, Frieza, Goldo, and King Cold. All 3 possessed terrifying combat power, each surpassing the last. In the anime, Goldo's debut saw him at final form with a combat power of 470 million, far surpassing his brother Frieza, and upon his second appearance his internal energy had escalated to an astonishing 1 billion. And there was King Cold, who had accompanied Frieza to Earth. Vegeta had once remarked that King Cold's ki was 10 times that of Frieza's, suggesting his combat power was no less than 5 billion. Rather than shrinking back from knowing their combat powers in advance, Cass felt his blood surging with excitement within him. Perhaps this was simply the Saiyan nature. Bulma, you've already consumed 3 sins of beans, correct? I'll give you 3 more now to bring the total to 10. Train diligently, and I hope to witness you take flight. Cass had claimed upon planet Sadala that he intended to visit Earth, but the truth was he sought the sacred time room within the heavenly temple. With the Saiyans' greatest fear now resolved, it was time to make that journey. The sacred time room sat atop the temple where 1 year spent inside equated to merely a single day in the outside world, a truly premier training ground. In the anime, it was precisely this room that enabled the Z fighters to dramatically enhance their strength within a remarkably short span. Moreover, the facility was fully stocked with food and water. The air inside was thin and stifling, with temperatures fluctuating between 50 degrees Celsius and minus 40 degrees. Gravity was 10 times that of Earth, and the space was as expansive as our home planet. However, the sacred time room carried its drawbacks. Each individual could only spend 2 days within it across an entire lifetime, or the exit would vanish forever, leaving them trapped. Of course, should one's power reach certain thresholds, such as that of Majin Buu or Gotenks, they could potentially shatter the dimensional barrier within. You're leaving again. Bulma's eyes widened. Throughout the past year, every time she trained, she'd recall Cass's irritating demeanor. Now that she'd finally seen him once more, he was departing already. Came all this way just to make her pay for meals. Huh, Cat. Keep training hard, little girl. Keep at your cultivation, young Bulma. Asperia puffed out her cheeks and spoke before vanishing alongside Cass. The temple on Earth. With a swift motion, 2 small figures appeared atop the temple. Just as Cass and Asperia were searching for the guardian of the Earth, a voice rang out from behind. Are you here for a purpose? Who's there? Cass had learned to sense Ki 2 years prior, and upon arriving at the heavens, he had only detected the guardian's presence. No other living beings were detected. Startled by the voice, he quickly turned around. It's Mr. Popo. Asperia tugged at Cass's sleeve and remarked. It is Mr. Popo. Cass wiped the sweat from his face. Popo remained as enigmatic as ever, able to approach without making a sound, a trait Cass found entirely unsurprising. Are you here for something? Popo inquired once more, his expression unreadable. We wish to enter the sacred time room. Cass spoke frankly. Borrowing another's belongings usually called for a more tactful approach, yet facing someone as mysterious as Popo, he felt honesty was the better course. Very well. Popo made no inquiry as to how Cass knew of the sacred time room's existence, or its purpose, merely offering a quiet nod. Cass glanced at Asperia, momentarily puzzled. Had only the guardian guarded the heavens, gaining entry to the sacred time room would have been straightforward, but with Popo's mysterious presence, that assumption fell apart. Yet he suspected that even if he had barged into the heavenly realm forcefully, Popo might not have reacted. Still, Cass believed courtesy was preferable. He simply hadn't anticipated such effortless success. The heavenly realm temple was extremely quiet, with thin air. The green plants surrounding the area rustled softly in the gentle breeze. That day, 2 young children followed a dark-skinned companion toward a building. The building had a rounded roof with a clock mounted upon it, and 2 large hourglasses were placed beside the entrance. Occasionally, traces of a mysterious aura leaked through the door crack. As Kazuo approached, the wisps of aura coiled around his body and seeped into his skin, penetrating deep within. He could sense that this aura was extraordinarily peculiar, carrying an ethereal sensation akin to time slipping through his fingers. Beyond the entrance lay the hyperbolic time chamber. Kazuo knew that in the future this would become one of the battlefields, and the one who would assault it was the evil Buu. Back then, Piccolo had destroyed the entrance, hoping to perish alongside Majin Buu. Yet who would have imagined that Buu could escape from within? Kazuo pondered that with his current strength, if he were trapped inside, who knew how long it would take for him to emerge? This room. Bubbles spoke as they walked, explaining to Kazuo and Asabil the various precautions regarding the hyperbolic time chamber. Kazuo already understood the functions and limitations of the hyperbolic time chamber thoroughly, but it was still better to listen attentively to Bubbles. What if there were details about the hyperbolic time chamber in the anime that he had not been told? That would be dire. However, after listening to Bubbles, Kazuo realized that what he already knew was not significantly different from what Bubbles had explained. Remember, you must exit before the hourglass empties. Bubbles stated calmly. I will remember. Kazuo nodded. He had only arrived in the Dragon Ball world a few years ago, and the main plot had scarcely begun. How could he recklessly disregard his own safety? Then let's go inside. Kazuo took Asabil's hand and walked in. Watching the 2 disappear into the doorway, Bubbles stood in place, lost in thought. Upon entering, Kazuo's first impression was whiteness, absolute profound whiteness. This realm resembled a world composed entirely of white, devoid of any other color, with no visible boundaries, and an immeasurably vast space. The air was also incredibly stifling. Kazuo and Asabil had barely taken a few steps before their throats grew parched and unbearable. He remembered that when Goku first entered the hyperbolic time chamber, he could not endure long before exiting. Even for someone as obsessed with martial arts as Goku, it was unbearable. Imagine how harsh the environment truly was. Yet since they had come to the Dragon Ball world, Kazuo would certainly not retreat. Little one, can you endure this? Kazuo asked with concern. I can do it. Asabil clenched a small fist and declared solemnly. The path to becoming a powerhouse was destined to be arduous. They were merely advanced Saiyans, not possessing the legendary Saiyan constitution of Broly. If they could not persist through such tribulation, let alone defeat a destroyer god, they might not even stand a chance against Frieza. However, from Asabil's resolute little eyes, it was evident that she was equally fearless. Her pure heart, free of dread, reflected those rare and invaluable martial spirits. Such qualities were plainly visible in Asabil. This was precisely why was valued her so highly. Time flew by swiftly. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, two small figures moved. Asabil channeled her full strength into rapid punches surging upward. Her swift and forceful movements stirred fierce gales sweeping through the entire space like a raging tempest. Bang! Two fists collided, causing the very space to quake. The sound echoed through the hyperbolic time chamber like an earthquake splitting the earth. There, Asabil transformed into a flash of light, soaring into the sky, only to quickly re-engage with Kazuo. Countless afterimages filled the heavens. Each collision sent tremors through the realm, followed by the relentless cacophony of their battle. Little one, let's stop here for now. Kazuo grasped Asabil's small fist. The two returned to the ground, slightly calming their emotions, then sat cross-legged and floated in the air to meditate. Kazuo and Asabil spent approximately 1 year inside the hyperbolic time chamber. The environment within the hyperbolic time chamber was extremely harsh, and those with weak wills and fragile minds could easily experience hallucinations. When the two first entered, they also felt that every single second was agonizingly difficult to endure. However, both possessed strong wills and robust spirits. Especially for Kazuo, whose mental energy was already extraordinary, he simply felt some physical discomfort, but no negative impact on his mind. He even felt that it was not as daunting as expected. Of course, Kazuo did not leave empty-handed. He used that year to systematically refine his combat techniques and further comprehend the application of ki. He believed that even a casual energy blast he released now would be far more powerful than before. The Heavenly Realm Temple. The Supreme Kai stood at the temple's edge, gazing down upon the mortal realm. A year ago, when the Supreme Kai witnessed Kazuo's world-shattering power, he had been truly startled. Moreover, Kazuo was not even a native of Earth. If he harbored ill intentions toward the planet, the consequences would be catastrophic. Fortunately, Kazuo harbored no malicious intent. At most, he had taken some senzu beans from Master Roshi, items he deemed useless. But afterward, Master Roshi voiced his concerns. Currently, Earth lacked powerful martial artists like Taito. If an extraterrestrial invasion occurred, Earth would plunge into utter doom. The Supreme Kai pondered this carefully. It was indeed true. The people of Earth possessed no sense of impending crisis. If the day Master Roshi predicted ever came, Earth would truly be finished. Therefore, he used his divine ability unique to the Supreme Kai to mentally influence the mortal realm. He made it known to the world that above Karen Tower lay a legendary temple. Those who received Master Roshi's approval could ascend to the heavenly realm to receive the Supreme Kai's teachings. However, while observing the mortal realm, the Supreme Kai also discovered an interesting child. That child's heart was extraordinarily pure, very much like Asabil. Such pure individuals generally became remarkably skilled in martial arts. Yet the Supreme Kai also noticed that the child had a fluffy tail at the base of his spine. Was this not the same as Kazuo and his companions? Could they be of the same race? Just then, two small figures emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. Lord Supreme Kai, you're here too. Kazuo smiled. Wouldn't you stay for 2 more days? The Supreme Kai leaned on his staff and smiled gently. He had also learned from Bubbles that Kazuo and the other had returned to Earth and entered the hyperbolic time chamber once again. Rather than opposing their entry into the hyperbolic time chamber, the Supreme Kai was genuinely pleased. The Supreme Kai knew how formidable these two were. Based on his understanding of them, if he showed them additional kindness and allowed them to incur greater obligations, then when Earth faced crisis in the future, he could seek their assistance. 1 day is sufficient. Kazuo shook his head. During that year within the hyperbolic time chamber, he had meticulously organized all of his techniques. Although his combat power had not increased substantially, his personal combat skills had improved dramatically. Thank goodness they harbor no malice toward Earth. The Supreme Kai nodded inwardly, yet the more he observed the two, the more opaque their true strength became. Heavenly God, we still have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. There was only one reason for Kazuo to come to Earth, to enter the spirit time chamber. However, encountering Beerus along the way, Kazuo had no choice but to bring him along to Earth, and also took the opportunity to eliminate the latent threat of the Saiyans. Now that both tasks were completed, it was almost time to return to Planet Salad. Very well, we shall meet again if fate allows. The Heavenly God nodded. Under his influence, the martial arts on Earth were flourishing more and more. In the years to come, some promising talents would likely emerge. Kazuo, accompanied by Asabil, left the celestial realm and arrived at a store in West City. Brother Casso, why are you buying all these instant noodles? You'll understand in the future. Casso offered no further explanation. He purchased so many instant noodles merely as a precaution. Casso continuously collected instant noodles from the shelves, sparing no brand. However, when he came across a certain pickled vegetable brand, he hesitated for a moment and decided to leave it aside. Almost enough. Nearly all the instant noodles in the store were taken by Casso, all stored within the universal capsule. Stepping out of the store, Casso let out a light sigh. Fortunately, he had the black card given by Bulma. The amount on it was enough for a lifetime. Indeed, living off the soft life was the most comfortable. Let's go. The two vanished without a trace. Planet Salad. As time passed, the Saiyans grew stronger. Bardock divided all Saiyans into 10 squads, each led by a captain. Bardock and Casso were responsible for overseeing all the captains. Regarding Casso's authority over all squad captains, the Saiyans had no objections, instead they welcomed it. One day in the central training area, there was a massive arena. The surrounding seats were filled, half with Saiyans and the other half with Lolitans. Among them was Philia. Bardock glanced at the list in his hand and said calmly, next match Chris Squad versus Cass Squad. Since the immortal beans only produced 80 beans per month and 40 had to be reserved as seeds, Bardock had to keep a portion of the remaining 40 as backup. Thus, there were not enough immortal beans to go around for all Saiyans. So Casso proposed a plan: let the squads compete against each other. The higher the squads ranking, the more immortal beans they would receive. This way the Saiyans would have no complaints about the distribution based on strength. Bardock found this competition method quite effective as it created pressure among the Saiyans. When a Saiyan felt pressured, it could become a terrifying thing. Just like in the Namek saga, Vegeta couldn't believe that a low-class warrior like Kakarot could become a Super Saiyan, while he, the proud Saiyan Prince, could not transform. Humiliated, Vegeta's pressure surged, and within a year he too became a Super Saiyan. The arena spanning 1,000 square meters. 30 Saiyans stood on it. Cass taunted Chris, just give up. As early as a year ago, the Lolitans had developed scouts. According to Cass, Scout Chris had a battle power of only 7,000, and most of his squad members had around 4,000. Cass himself had a battle power of 8,000. How could Chris possibly compete? Give up, eh? Chris smirked. In a Saiyan's dictionary, the word give up did not exist. Even if he knew he would lose, he would never surrender. And besides, they might not necessarily lose. Then bring it on. With Cass' declaration, the atmosphere in the arena tensed instantly. The battle was about to erupt. Just then, two small figures appeared beside Philia at the edge of the arena. Oh, seeing the battle on the arena, Casso was momentarily surprised. He had thought of this competition method when the immortal beans matured, but he hadn't expected to return just in time to witness this fight. He would have to watch closely. Cass swiftly flew toward Chris's position, while the other squad members each found their own opponents. 30 bursts of white aura erupted simultaneously, their energy scorching the air. Rolling waves of force swept across the entire arena, even blowing Casso's hair straight upward. Hey little lady, which round is this? Casso, holding Ospel, sat beside Philia. The second to last round. Philia replied indifferently. Casso had appeared like this before while she was bathing. She had grown accustomed to the little brat's mysterious comings and goings. Then the squad that has already advanced should be Gali's squad. Casso squinted. Among the Saiyans aside from Bardock, the strongest was Gali's with a battle power of 9,000. No other squad captain could stand against him. Philia nodded, then turned her head. Gali's is so strong. It's unfair to the other Saiyans. Philia had already experienced the effects of the immortal beans. If combined with the Saiyan physique, it would be a terrifying combination. She felt that this method of obtaining beans through matches would only make the strong stronger. Fairness. Casso smiled. In this world, fairness was a rarity. Besides, without pressure, where would motivation come from? Seeing that Casso remained silent, Philia decided not to press further. After all, this was a matter within their clan, and if he didn't care, why should she? With so much concern for others, she might as well think about the manufacturing principle of the universal capsule. At that thought, Philia shot Casso an annoyed glare. Look! Casso, not paying attention to Philia's expression, pointed at the arena. The number of fighters on the field had dwindled significantly, but Casso knew the real battle was just beginning. Over a dozen auras burst forth again, causing a violent gale to spread, carrying a powerful shockwave that shattered the entire arena. The debris turned to dust in the storm. Cass soared into the air, clasping his hands together. He channeled his energy, rapidly condensing a dazzling energy sphere. Chris, take this. The raging energy sphere hurtled straight toward Chris. Moved. The Saiyans on the ground immediately flew into the sky. If struck by Cass' attack, they would likely be bedridden for weeks. If I can't block it, can I dodge? Chris gritted his teeth. He knew that with his strength, defeating Cass would be extremely difficult. After all, his opponent had a battle power of 8,000. That 10,000-point difference was neither here nor there. But it wouldn't be easy for Cass to defeat him just because of that gap. Boom. Chris swiftly dodged the energy sphere, which slammed into the arena, causing a massive explosion. In an instant the entire arena was shattered into pieces, smoke filled the air, and even the Saiyans above were engulfed. Seeing the situation, Casso smiled. Chris is about to lose. Philia frowned. Hadn't Chris dodged that attack? How could he be losing? You'll see, Casso said. The smoke from the explosion still swirled in all directions like a dark mist rising from the abyss, obscuring the entire view. Charge out. Hurry. A pall of smoke enveloped the entire arena, and all the Saiyans inside desperately tried to escape. In such a blurred environment, it was easy to be ambushed. Both sides shared the same thought. Chris realized this as well. His team was already at a disadvantage, and if he as the captain were ambushed by Cass, their team would be finished. Yet, a voice came from behind. Chris, go lie down for a while. A flash of light blazed through the mist like a guiding star in a dark forest, leading the lost lamb back to the right path. The light appeared beautiful to everyone, but Chris felt a chill in his heart. When did this happen? Do you really think I learned nothing from being beaten by Lord Bedak so many times? Cass appeared behind Chris, his hand already condensing an energy sphere even larger than before. Long before the Saiyans relocated to planet Salada, Cass and Chris were evenly matched in strength, though Cass was more reckless, often provoking Bedak's fury. Now he was far stronger than Chris precisely because of the loving fist lessons Bedak had bestowed upon him. Take this. Cass let out a cold shout. The massive energy sphere flew from Cass's hand, instantly carving a brilliant tunnel through the gray smoke, hurtling toward Chris with overwhelming might. No. Chris's pupils shrank. The energy sphere shot forward, stirring up surging waves, its fierce gale, tearing everything apart, and in an instant, it was right before him. Boom. A golden radiance erupted at Chris's position, exploding violently, and a deafening roar echoed throughout the entire arena. The gray mist was instantly dispersed by the expanding shockwave. The arena's view cleared, and only Cass remained at the highest point, with the rest being members of the two teams. Lord Cass is amazing. So awesome. Cass team members shouted in unison. As long as their captain could eliminate the opposing captain, victory would tilt entirely in their favor. In the past months, except when facing Gary's team, they had always made it to the final. Now Cass' team once again saw the glimmer of victory. The Lolita people on the sidelines also cheered. Truly, Lord Cass. Lord Chris was so close. The Lolita people had long merged with the Saiyans, and they were delighted to see the Saiyans grow stronger. How did you know? Philia stared with her beautiful eyes, fixing her gaze on Queso. The battlefield could change in an instant. She wouldn't assume Cass' victory just because he was stronger than Chris. No one knew what would happen until the very end. That kid Cass is a troublemaker. Even if Chris dodged that blow, Cass would have some other dirty trick up his sleeve. Queso shrugged. Who was Cass? He was someone who dared to provoke even Bedak. Could he be a good person? If Queso didn't have overwhelming combat power, he himself wouldn't dare to provoke Bedak. After all, this was the father of the protagonist in the Dragon Ball world. Philia frowned, but said nothing. Ever since Queso proposed this battle format, Philia had watched every thrilling duel. She noticed that as long as Cass' team didn't face Gary's team, they would always make it to the final. She also noticed that Cass' moves in battle were indeed quite sneaky. He even used tricks like groin strikes. At the thought, Philia's lips twitched. Just like you. What did you say? Queso didn't catch what Philia said and turned his head. She gently brushed her blue hair aside, her usual coldness vanishing, replaced by an endless shy charm. And nothing. Philia's eyes darted away. Oh. Seeing Philia's shy demeanor, Queso paid no further attention and continued watching the match. Sure enough, Chris couldn't get up from that attack, and his team members were soon defeated by Cass' team. After a day of duels, the match between the 10 teams finally reached the last one. Bedak let Cass' team rest for a quarter of an hour before starting the next match immediately. No need to watch this one. Queso held Asabayer and smiled. Why, oi? Asabayer looked up, her round little eyes spinning with confusion. Philia regained her composure and turned to look at Queso, as if wanting to say something. Gary's is a former member of Uncle Bedak's team, you know. Queso said calmly. Though the Saiyans were now divided into 10 teams, Gary's was Bedak's closest subordinate. For that reason alone, Bedak would give Gary special attention during training. It was no wonder Gary's had such combat power. Facing an opponent with both experience and strength superior to his, Cass' dirty tricks were utterly impractical. Philia paused, realizing that Gary's had such a background. But as Queso said in previous team duels, Cass had never once won against Gary's in the final match. So it seemed Gary's would win again. Philia thought silently. She glanced at the two little brats beside her. The fact that the adult Saiyans on the field were so strong didn't surprise her much. After all, those Saiyans were adults. But the two little brats were far stronger than the Saiyans on the field, which was absurd. Philia had never seen Asabayer's strength, but she had witnessed Queso's power a year ago. Back then, Queso had condensed a massive energy sphere with one hand and destroyed Planet Sharper with a single wave. Having watched so many duels, Philia realized that not a single Saiyan on the field could compare to Queso. She pondered deeply but couldn't understand why these two little brats were so powerful. Turning back to the field, a new battle had begun. As expected, no matter how many dirty tricks Cast used, Gary's responded with composure. Soon Cast was defeated by Gary's. With Cast's fall, the rest of his team could not turn the tide, and were ultimately wiped out. Seeing the battle end, Queso placed Asabear on the chair. Little Beer, sit here. I have something to announce to everyone. As Kazuo soared into the sky, the crowd that had just calmed down erupted once again. Look, it's Lord Kazuo. Whether they were Saiyan or the Luolita clan, they were all cheering with abandon at this moment. For the Saiyan, Kazuo had saved all the Saiyan present by himself before the explosion of Vegeta planet, making him their savior. For the Luolita clan, although Kazuo had once threatened their entire clan, he also annihilated the Sha Airbo people for them. Since their ancestors had once followed the Saiyan, they had no objection to rejoining the Saiyan. The small figure in the sky was immensely mysterious. No one knew his current strength, only that Badaku and AOC by air were not his match. He was a mysterious child. What a show-off, muttered Badaku, who was holding a list of names with a twitch of his mouth. Amidst the cheers of the Saiyan and the Luolita people, Badaku had to admit that Kazuo was increasingly showing the demeanor of a leader. Kazuo flew halfway up and pressed down with both hands. The entire arena fell silent instantly. He swept his gaze over the 400 people in the arena, nearly everyone on Shalata planet. Saiyan were extremely proud, as could be seen from Vegeta in the anime. Although this group of Saiyan were not so cold and ruthless, it was still difficult to get along with them. The Luolita clan had also learned this from ancient texts. By modifying Dr. Barufu's gravity chamber, they made the Saiyan realize that with their help the Saiyan would undergo a different change. Indeed, later through the Luolita people's various modifications to Shalata planet, they also designed various devices beneficial to the Saiyan's training. Until later the Saiyan found that they could no longer do without the Luolita people. Now the two races were completely integrated. The Luolita people also built many spaceships, all placed in the research and development area. All of this was preparation for the day when they could venture back into the universe. Seeing those spaceships, Kazuo knew that the Saiyan could not stay on Shalata planet forever. The Saiyan were a race born for battle. He had previously worried that the news of the Saiyan's survival would be discovered by the Phalisa forces, but that was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying was the fear that the destruction god would learn that the Saiyan were still alive. With the personality of Bai Lucy, if he were to know this, it would not be surprising that both Phalisa and the Saiyan would be destroyed by him. And yesterday Kazuo had resolved this hidden danger. We have been on Shalata planet for a year already. Kazuo's young voice reached every corner of the arena. At this moment he resembled a tribal leader giving a speech. The Saiyan and Luolita clan in the audience were listening intently to Kazuo's speech. Badaku frowned. This kid had gone somewhere unknown the day before, and now he suddenly appeared. What did he want to do? Fei Liu also looked up curiously at the little rascal in the sky. Kazuo paused and said, Our Saiyan's strength is evident to all, isn't it? In the era when King Vegeta ruled the Saiyan, the highest combat power of the Saiyan was only around 1500, and only elite warriors could reach this level. The Saiyan present had always believed that the limit of the Saiyan was that of King Vegeta. Now seeing that every Saiyan had suddenly reached over 200, they had shattered their doubts about their own talent. Badaku was also startled by his own current strength. In the past this was something he dared not even imagine. I am now going to issue a command. Kazuo glanced at everyone and said calmly, starting tomorrow the Saiyan will be divided into groups to go out for training. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Badaku was even more shocked and immediately flew into the sky shouting, Kid, what are you trying to do? Kazuo did not speak. He looked at the Saiyan and found that they did not show fear or anger, but rather a look of eagerness to try. Seeing this, Kazuo smiled. Truly worthy of being the legendary warrior race. Uncle Badaku, do you think the Saiyan fear anyone other than Phalisa? Badaku was stunned. In Badaku's heart, Phalisa had a combat power of 5300. He had always thought that only when Kazuo broke through to 5300 combat power, or when Kakaluote transformed into a Super Saiyan, would they no longer have to worry about Phalisa. Hearing Kazuo's words, Badaku felt that it seemed to be true. In the past year, through training in the gravity chamber, Badaku now had a combat power of 1200. This was almost catching up to the strength of the captain of the Jinyo Special Task Force under Phalisa. And don't forget the Saiyan could also transform into a giant ape form. 1200 combat power multiplied by 10 equals 1. 2 million. Had he just surpassed Phalisa? Thinking of this, Badaku's heart was racing wildly. Seeing Badaku's expression, Kazuo could guess what he was thinking. Phalisa's true strength was 120 million, far from what Badaku imagined. But it didn't matter. With the current strength of the Saiyan, unless Phalisa came personally, there was no way he could kill the Saiyan on Shalata planet. Judging from the fact that Phalisa had let go of Wukong and Vegeta, it could be seen that Phalisa simply wanted to complete the task given to him by Lucy. He was not interested in trash with only a few tens of thousands of combat power. Moreover, as long as the Saiyan hid their tails when going out, who would know they were Saiyan? At most they would be considered a race similar to the Siren. At this point Badaku said no more, as if tacitly accepting Kazuo's decision. Seeing this, the Siren present were completely stirred up. It was clear that they had long been tired of the endless training life on Shalata Planet. Only battle was the true love of the Siren. But not everyone was as excited as the Siren. For example, the Luo-Lita clan was very worried. It would be fine if the Siren cowered on Shalata Planet. As long as someone could break through to the legendary realm recorded in the ancient texts, all Phalisa would be nothing. But regarding the current strength of the Siren, the Luo-Lita people did not believe anyone could achieve this step. Thinking of this, Fei Lia also flew into the sky. She had been appointed as the new leader by Iwan and I a year ago. She could not let the Luo-Lita clan take this risk with the Siren. Little rascal, you can't do this. Fei Lia frowned and said coldly, "Shut up." At this moment Kazuo's voice was extremely cold, without a trace of warmth, a far cry from his usual demeanor. This girl knew nothing. You. Fei Lia's chest heaved as she pointed a trembling finger at Kazuo. Why was this rascal so stubborn? He had not been like this before. Then another elderly Luo-Lita person flew up from the audience. Iwan and I pressed down Fei Lia's small hand and shook her head. She had clearly heard what Kazuo had just said. With the proud nature of the Siren, they would not listen to others' opinions. But one thing Iwan and I could be sure of was that Kazuo must have his reasons for doing this. Otherwise he would not have saved all the Siren here during the explosion of Vegeta Planet. Little rascal, I'm done with you. Philia shouted with a cold glare, then turned and walked away. Brother Kazuo, since she ignores you, I'll be with you. Aosabir flew up from below, wrapped her arms around Kazuo's neck, and blinked her eyes adorably. Watching Philia's retreating figure, Kazuo gently patted Little Bayer's head. He paid no further attention to Philia. Since Badak hadn't said anything more, it was tacit approval of his actions. Since the duel is over, the Garrus team gets 3 immortal beans, the Castor team gets 2, and the Chris team gets 1. Kazuo paused, then continued, what I just mentioned will be implemented soon. I hope everyone is mentally prepared. If there's nothing else, let's adjourn. Uncle Badak, come with me. Kazuo, holding Aosabir, flew into the sky with Badak closely following. Back in the living area's courtyard, Kazuo laid out the detailed plan. Although Frisia wasn't very diligent in exterminating the Saiyans, they couldn't openly loiter in front of him. Therefore, when Saiyans went out, they had to hide their tails. As long as Frisia didn't intervene, his subordinates were no match for the Saiyans. This was beyond doubt. Kazuo also considered that the Shalata planet was being renovated more and more extensively, with each region playing a vital role. The Lolita clan alone couldn't sustain the various technological operations of Shalata. Currently, the Saiyans had 10 squads, and they couldn't all go out at once. Some Saiyans needed to stay to maintain the planet's operations, especially the immortal bean field in the northernmost part of Shalata, which required a contingent of Saiyans to guard. Such a sacred healing treasure must not be compromised. Uncle Badak, do you have anything to add? You decide, but what is your primary goal in sending the clansmen out? Over the past year with our development, the resources on Shalata are running low. I can't keep going out alone to borrow resources, can I? Kazuo looked at Badak with a hint of exasperation. In truth, Kazuo was absolutely right. Initially, there were only just over 400 Saiyans and Lolitas combined. With their development and the planet's renovation, he could still go out to borrow resources. But as the renovation of Shalata grew, Kazuo also needed to train. How could he find the time to borrow resources? He simply couldn't be in 2 places at once. So Kazuo planned to let the Saiyans go out and earn money to support the family themselves. Yes, that was his true intention. It's been a tough year for you, kid. Badak looked at Kazuo with a hint of embarrassment. He knew that the development of Shalata required immense resources, but Kazuo had never mentioned it, and he had assumed it was easy for him. Then let Garrus and Castor's squads go out first, and have them see what the current state of the universe is like, said Kazuo. All right. Badak nodded. Among the Saiyans, aside from Badak, the strongest were Garrus and Castor. He believed that with them going out together, nothing unexpected would happen. By the way, there's a planet far from Shalata that has plenty of money. I borrowed from there before. I'll give you the interstellar coordinates later. Then arrange for them to go out when you have time. Remember to have them bring back some resources. Kazuo waved at Badak and flew out of the house. Brat. Badak shook his head helplessly. Kazuo flew above the Shalata planet. The boundaries between the various regions were particularly distinct. The ecological zone retained the original features of Shalata, with towering trees and vast plains left untouched, lush and green as far as the eye could see. The research and development zone, on the other hand, was filled with gray-silver buildings very similar to the houses at Bulma's place on Earth, all hemispherical in shape. Now Kazuo arrived here. Greetings, Lord Kazuo. Lord Kazuo, you're so cute. The beautiful ladies of the Lolita clan saw a little boy flying down from the sky and shouted excitedly, thump thump thump. As soon as Kazuo landed, those pretty Lolita ladies quickly ran to his side, extending their fair, delicate hands to tousle his hair. Through a year of interaction, they knew Kazuo was easygoing and could take a joke, so they dared to be so unruly and tease him. At just over a meter tall, standing beside the tall, beautiful ladies, Kazuo could always catch their alluring scents. Just as he was about to lose himself, "What are you all doing?" Philia shouted coldly from the doorway. "It's Lady Philia, everyone run." In an instant, the Lolita girls vanished. Kazuo. He hadn't enjoyed it enough yet. "Little rascal, you're always so improper. It's all your fault that these girls have no discipline." Philia rolled her eyes. Not angry anymore. Kazuo looked up at her exquisite face. Without a word, Philia returned to the research lab. She glared at the capsule on the table with irritation. That little rascal wasn't so cold to those other women, yet he was so heartless to her. "Do you think I would harm the Saiyan and Lolita clans?" Kazuo followed her and leaning against the door. "I hope not." Philia gritted her teeth. She felt that Kazuo was gambling with the fate of both races. Having just witnessed the explosion of planet Vegeta, didn't he know how powerful Frisia's forces were? Nurtured by the Shalada planet, the Saiyans would eventually rise. Couldn't they wait until they could transform into that legendary state before going out? Thinking about this, Philia was about to explode with rage. "Come with me." Seeing her expression, Kazuo knew she didn't believe him. A dark shadow flashed through the research lab, and Kazuo appeared instantly beside Philia. Then they vanished from the spot. Not far from Shalada was a huge green planet. On a plain. "Why did you bring me here?" Philia glared at him fiercely. "I want to show you something." "What?" Philia was startled. Kazuo looked at this icy beauty. As the new leader of the Lolita clan, if he didn't put her at ease, it would inevitably affect the harmony between the Saiyans and the Lolitas. "Don't blink." As Kazuo's voice fell, the wind and clouds suddenly shifted, and the atmosphere seemed to bear 100-fold gravity, becoming stiflingly oppressive. The suffocating pressure made Philia's eyes widen, and she could barely breathe. She could sense a terrifying power about to erupt from Kazuo. A world-shattering aura erupted from Kazuo, a massive white energy flame rapidly enveloping his entire body. Not good. Philia's heart pounded frantically as that majestic and overwhelming presence surged straight toward her. "Flee!" Philia immediately chose to escape from Kazuo's side, flying 5 kilometers away. Just as expected, the instant Philia fled, Kazuo let out a roar. Huh! That tiny body unleashed a far more ferocious power, surging through his feet into the ground below. The surrounding plains were violently shattered, splitting into countless fragments of varying sizes. A colossal white gale formed at his sides in an instant, rapidly transforming into a powerful tornado that sucked all the debris upward, shooting straight into the 10,000-meter sky. In this moment, the plains spanning several kilometers were subjected to the most catastrophic destruction in history. Kazuo's mountain-swallowing momentum instantly disrupted the previously oppressive atmosphere. That suffocating and terrifying aura swept across the entire plain, and from afar it resembled an ancient giant ape roaring. Boom! Heaven shaking and earth quaking, the entire plain trembled. Silver lights flickered around Kazuo as ion particles suspended in the void rapidly converged, forming arcs of light that stirred heaven and earth, crackling thunderously throughout the entire sky. "Keep retreating." Philia's breathing tightened. Waves upon waves of energy surges approached her, and Philia hastily retreated another 5 kilometers. After stopping, Philia took out a new type detector from her pocket and scanned Kazuo. 1000 combat power. 15000 combat power. 3000 combat power. Suddenly, a burst of flame appeared on the detector, and with a loud bang, it exploded. Philia's eyes widened in shock. She tried to swallow but found her mouth completely dry, desperately parched. The detectors she held had been redesigned with premium materials capable of detecting combat power up to 300. Who would have thought this brat was so terrifying? However, the energy vortex ahead continued expanding relentlessly, and rolling airwaves surged toward her once more. Philia had no choice but to retreat another 5 kilometers. This little monster. Philia stood frozen in place, unable to find a single word to describe Kazuo. She believed 300 combat power was absolutely not Kazuo's true strength. He might even have reached over 500. In the ancient texts of the Lolita clan, many accounts of Saiyans from the Emozi era were recorded. During those times, Saiyans were immensely powerful. Every mid-level Saiyan possessed at least 200 combat power, while even stronger warriors could break through to over 1 million. At this thought, Philia's breathing grew increasingly rapid as she stared fixedly at the tiny black dot at the storm's center. This little rascal has actually reached the level of ancient Saiyans. He's just a 9-year-old kid. Philia didn't know Frisia's true strength, but in her estimation, Frisia could have at most 500 to 600 combat power. And now Kazuo's combat power had already approached Frisia's. No wonder Kazuo dared to let Saiyans venture out. At that moment, a silver electric arc appeared in the sky 15 kilometers ahead. With a thunderous boom, the terrifying aura around Kazuo suddenly dissipated, and the chaotic atmosphere slowly stabilized. Whoosh! Kazuo instantly teleported beside Philia and smiled. How was it? Philia stared fixedly at Casso without speaking. After a moment of silence, "What exactly is your current combat power? Didn't you use a detector just now, eh?" Casso asked. Philia shook the detector in her hand, her eyes filled with utter disbelief. Casso. This piece of blackened charcoal was obviously the detector, but it was also within his expectations. Casso had stayed on Planet Salad for a year, then spent another year in the Room of Spirit and Time. Within those 2 years, except for Osborne, no one knew how Casso had cultivated. Even Casso didn't know his exact combat power. He only knew he was extremely powerful, capable of destroying the very planet beneath his feet with a single wave of his hand. But at the thought of Frisia's ultimate form, Casso shuddered with unease. Seeing Casso fall silent, Philia guessed that perhaps he didn't know his own strength either. "Let's go back first." Philia was taken by Casso and vanished from the spot. Another year had passed. This was the 3rd year after the Great Blast of Planet Vegeta. Including the time spent in the Room of Spirit and Time, Casso and Osborne were already 11 years old. Now Planet Salad was being transformed into something increasingly perfect, with high-tech traces visible everywhere, whether in the cultivation zones or the research and development areas. Saiyan cultivation had also become increasingly convenient. The living areas hadn't changed much, still resembling the original metropolis, but some green ecology had been added, making it look much more appealing. Since Casso implemented the plan for Saiyans to return to the universe, space shuttles were frequently seen taking off or landing in the skies above Planet Salad. These were Saiyans going out on missions or returning from tasks. As Casso had mentioned before, there was a planet relatively far from Planet Salad called Duotian Star. It was extremely wealthy, a commercial planet where all sorts of things were sold. Even planets were available for purchase. It was understood that Frisia's forces also had cooperation with Duotian Star. Gialisi and Cast received Casso's orders, hoping to obtain some resources from Duotian Star, but discovered that a master with 1/5 combat power was presiding over it. Fortunately, Gialisi and Cast had used detectors to scout beforehand before borrowing money, otherwise they might have had to transform into giant apes to obtain funds, which would have exposed the Scions' whereabouts. When Bazak heard this news, he fiercely scolded Casso. This lad could borrow money from a 1/5 combat power master because he himself knew how to conceal his aura and possessed the divine technique of instant transmission, making it impossible for others to discover him. It was precisely because Casso frequently borrowed money from Duotian Star that the behind-the-scenes boss of Duotian Star reappeared. Thinking of these things, Bazak felt somewhat helpless, but he didn't want to continue troubling Casso. Only through Casso's diligent cultivation and increasing combat power could the Scions feel more secure. After this, Gialisi and the others registered 10 mercenary squads on a cosmic mercenary planet. Because these 10 mercenary squads were too powerful, the missions posted on the mercenary planet were quickly completed by the Scions with perfect results. Therefore, Gialisi and the others also gained considerable fame on the mercenary planet. Scions earn their rewards by undertaking missions, then travel to Duotian Star to exchange for the special materials needed to remodel Planet Salada. That day, within the training area, 2 small children crouched in front of a pair of black houses, while beside them stood a stunning woman with ice blue hair. Her tight work clothes clung to her graceful curves, exuding boundless allure. "Little lady, how many times can you increase the gravity?" Casso asked, his eyes filled with anticipation as he gazed at the beautiful figure beside him. "Philia, how is it going?" Asabir sat cross-legged and pouted. "As long as we have the right materials, we can increase the gravity to any level we want. But where did you find such rare metals?" Philia installed the last component of the second gravity chamber. Ever since she witnessed Casso's true strength a year ago, she knew the 100x gravity chamber was no longer effective for him. To increase the multiplier of the gravity chamber, they would need to find even sturdier metals. However, she had no idea where this little rascal had found such precious metal. It was even more valuable than zero metal. "Don't worry about that. Just tell me how many times it's increased." Casso's face showed a rare hint of embarrassment. "Interesting." Philia smirked inwardly. From her understanding of Casso, his skin was thicker than steel plate. Seeing him show such an expression meant he had done something even he felt ashamed of. "It's been increased to 600 times. "What?" Casso's eyes widened in disbelief. In his mind, he had thought these special metals could at most raise the chamber to 300 times. He never expected it to reach 600 times. Casso swallowed hard. Just how precious were these metals to Duotian Star? Yes. Ever since Casso had retired from his old ways a year ago, he had made another trip to Duotian Star not long before. Even the expert with a combat power of 1/5 guarding Duotian Star could do nothing against Casso, and he still managed to steal such precious metals without being noticed. In the universe, a lower-level planet can be sold for 1 black gold, a mid-level planet for 1 white gold, and a high-level planet for 1 purple gold. 1 purple gold equaled 100 white gold, which equaled 1,000 black gold. The batch of metals Casso had borrowed was worth 50 purple gold, equivalent to the profit from selling 50 high-level planets. If the hidden boss of Duotian Star ever found out his metals had been stolen, he would probably weep in the restroom. Upon hearing that the gravity had reached 600 times, Asabir jumped up with joy. Awesome. You're happy, but others are going to cry. Philia took off her gloves, walked over to Asabir, and patted her little head. The universe was a place of survival of the fittest. The Saiyans' main focus was to train hard, and Queso's ability to steal these medals was a testament to his skill. Philia was not one to be rigid as she accepted this matter calmly. She was just a little surprised that Queso had shown such an embarrassed expression. Thanks, little lady. After I finish training, I'll give you a box of pickled pepper instant noodles. Queso dashed into the gravity chamber without a moment's hesitation. Pickled pepper instant noodles? Philia's eyes instantly lit up with two beams of golden light. The Lolita people were not particularly gifted in cultivation, though Philia's talent was considered decent. Apart from training for a certain period each day, she spent the rest of her time researching universal capsules and eating. And instant noodles were Philia's favorite, especially the pickled pepper flavor. You little rascal, it's a deal. Philia shouted after Queso's retreating figure. Got it. Queso's voice came from the entrance of the gravity chamber, and then the door closed. Philia, I'm going to train too. Go ahead, go ahead. Philia watched Asabir's small figure, but her mind was already on the pickled pepper instant noodles. Queso walked around inside the gravity chamber. It looked the same as before. He was extremely curious about what kind of improvements the upgraded chamber would bring him. Increased gravity to 150 times. Queso muttered softly. Although he didn't know his exact combat power based on his understanding of his own abilities, he felt that 150 times gravity should not be a major problem. Indeed, the entire gravity chamber was instantly subjected to an immense pressure, but Queso felt nothing, at most a slight discomfort at the moment the gravity changed. 200 times gravity. Queso gradually increased the multiplier step by step. From his training under 100 times gravity, he knew that each increment brought a huge change, and the higher the multiplier, the more terrifying the effect. If he raised the multiplier too much at once, he wouldn't be able to adapt, and would instantly be crushed into pulp. I'm starting to feel it. Queso moved his heavy limbs. But it's not enough. Queso called out again, 250 times gravity. The chamber emitted a low hum, and the space before him seemed to warp, ripples of spatial distortion spreading out. In an instant, Queso felt as if the weight of a star had been imposed on his entire body, and he was slammed to the ground. So heavy. Queso lay on the floor, gritting his teeth. Indeed, at high multipliers, each single increment brought a gravity far beyond the previous ones. Queso took a deep breath and slowly pushed himself up from the ground. Although the gravity was now terrifying, he felt it was just right, like the first time he had increased the chamber to 30 times gravity years ago. Every movement was a huge challenge to his body. He had to start as he did back, then slowly adapting to the gravity until he could walk normally. Half a day passed. Restore gravity. Queso lay on the ground, clenching his teeth. Training required steady progress, step by step. Haste makes waste. Queso could now only stand under 250 times gravity. He was still unable to walk normally. But remembering that there was a little lady outside waiting for his pickled pepper instant noodles, he had to go out first. Otherwise, when Philia got angry, she could be quite frightening. Indeed, as Queso crawled out of the gravity chamber, he saw that beautiful figure still standing there. Finished training. Philia glanced at the sprawled Queso. She showed little emotional reaction to his miserable state, as if this was not the first time she had seen it. After resting for a while, Queso finally regained some strength. He stood up and shot Philia an annoyed look. This silly girl didn't even bother to acknowledge him. How infuriating. Here for you. Queso opened the universal capsule, took out a box of instant noodles from the storage, and tossed it to Philia. When Queso opened the capsule door, Philia took a peek inside. Hiss! She gasped. The storage was filled with instant noodles. Why did he only give her a small box? Only one box. Is there a problem? Just one box. Yes. Queso closed the warehouse door, gazing at Philia with unwavering certainty. The instant noodles were something Queso had procured from Earth a year ago. They came in every flavor except pickled cabbage, all stocked for the very possibility of Beerus coming to find him again. Such life-saving provisions were best stored in abundance, and what Queso could offer Philia, a single box, was already more than generous. Philia clutched the box of instant noodles tightly against her chest, her eyes glaring daggers at Queso, as though he were some vile villain worse than any monster she had ever faced. Take it or leave it. Queso, unable to tolerate her theatrical display any longer, feigned advancing toward her to reclaim the noodles. What do you think you're doing? Philia hastily sidestepped Queso's reaching hands. Aren't you claiming you don't want them? Philia fell completely speechless. As the princess of the Lolita clan with exceptional talent, she had always been the center of attention, indulged by her people to the point where she rarely encountered refusal. Yet when Philia encountered Queso, she found herself facing someone unlike any miser she had ever known. Just then the gravity chamber beside them opened from the inside. Aspil emerged drenched in sweat. She could now only train at 180 times Earth's gravity, far short of what Queso could endure. Nevertheless, the new gravity chamber proved formidable. Within moments of entering, Aspil sensed her powers ceiling beginning to loosen. Queso, brother. Ospil threw herself around his neck without regard for her drenched state. Does the gravity chamber work well? Casso showed no distaste for her perspiration, cradling her close and gently wiping the sweet sweat from her cheeks. Since before the destruction of planet Vegeta, Casso had wandered the cosmos with this girl, weathering mountain-sized impacts on Jupiter, mastering instantaneous movement on Yardrat, and finally returning to Saiyan territory in age 737. From then on, every expedition saw Casso keeping Ospil close, their bond as inseparable as gum. One could only imagine just how deeply she mattered to him. It's wonderful. Ospil nestled into Casso's embrace. You two should rest first while I'm heading back. Philia's irritation with Casso only intensified. Why hand her just a single box when he clearly had so many available? The sting of that stinginess still rankled her. No sooner had she spoken than she launched skyward, clutching the noodles, vanishing from their sight in the blink of an eye. Casso shook his head. These provisions couldn't be given away liberally. He needed reserves for emergencies. Lost in thought, he was abruptly interrupted. The heavens seemed to echo with celestial hymns as a luminous rainbow column materialized before the gravity chambers. Sacred radiance erupted in an instant, and as the ethereal mist dissolved, a man with silver hair and cerulean skin emerged. It's Whis. Ospil clung to Casso's neck, waving her small hands and exclaiming, Whis, eh? Casso paused in surprise. As an angel and attendant to the god of destruction, Whis bore responsibility not only for the deity's daily needs, but also for guiding their cultivation. Angels and gods of destruction were practically inseparable companions. Whis's sudden appearance here made Casso wonder, had Beerus come along as well? At this thought, Casso's breath caught, and he scanned the surroundings with Ospil in his arms, searching for Beerus. Stop looking, Whis replied with a smile. Lord Beerus has fallen into slumber. Whis chuckled. During their time on Earth, he had known Casso felt somewhat constrained around Beerus. After all, which normal person would not feel tense facing the most powerful god of destruction in the universe, especially one who had once sought to destroy the Saiyans? How could Casso not feel apprehensive? He paced twice around Whis with Ospil still in his arms before speaking. Here for food again. Angels typically carried themselves with warmth and generosity, humility and courtesy, and it was precisely this knowledge that emboldened Casso's teasing. But now the sky seemed to darken with the presence of two ill-omened crows. A bead of sweat traced down Whis's forehead, his expression one of utter exasperation. Still he managed to nod. That's but one reason. The other is, come follow me. Before Whis could finish his sentence, Casso seized his arm, and all three vanished from sight in an instant. The residential district. Casso's home. Is this the delicacy you spoke of? Whis asked, seated at the table with his staff in hand, regarding the items before him with visible skepticism. Three pale green boxes sat on the tabletop, unremarkable in appearance, plain and utterly ordinary. He had watched Casso tear open the packaging, pour boiling water inside, and declare that it would be ready to eat shortly. Whis found himself bewildered. Could this truly be the legendary principle, that premium ingredients require only the simplest preparation? Was it even edible? While Whis wrestled with doubt, Ospil's round eyes were locked onto her own cup of instant noodles, her throat working as she swallowed repeatedly. She had tasted instant noodles before and knew them to be an extraordinary delicacy. As seconds ticked by, fragrant steam began rising from the cup, and the aroma drifted toward Whis, leaving him utterly stunned. So it was as simple as pouring boiling water over it. The intoxicating scent continued to waft through Whis's nostrils, making his mouth water uncontrollably. He could not wait any longer and eagerly reached out. Not so fast. Casso restrained Whis's hand. Preparing instant noodles was far from trivial. Every detail mattered, from water temperature to steeping time. Fail to master these elements, and the noodles would lack any elevation, let alone deliver true flavor. Casso held fast to Master Jin Xingwu's principles for the perfect bowl. After a while, Whis felt his saliva running dry, yet Casso showed no sign of yielding. He wondered if he should have awakened Lord Beerus and brought him along, to see if Casso would still make him wait so long. Done. No sooner had Casso spoken than the air above the noodles blurred. Casso blinked. He could only track the girl's swift movements. Whis's actions had become entirely imperceptible to his eyes. Looking up, he saw both cups already held in their hands. Whis peeled back the lid and inhaled deeply, savoring the rich aroma rising from the noodles. Delicious. Whis's appetite surged beyond restraint, and he quickly picked up his fork. Meanwhile, Ospil was already fully absorbed in her meal. Truly two gluttons, Casso shook his head. He took a bite and found the flavor familiar, comparable to instant noodles from his previous life, with no significant difference. Yet infused with Master Jin Xingwu's secrets, it had certainly improved in taste. Whis, what brought you here? Casso asked between bites, puzzled. He recalled Whis had been about to say something before being interrupted. Finish eating. Then I'll tell you. Whis managed to pull himself away from the noodles and spoke. In Dragon Ball Super, Vegeta had once compelled Whis to train him with merely a single cup of instant noodles. One could only imagine the devastating pull these noodles held over an angel. Casso smiled and decided not to press further. Whis would share his news in time. Moments passed quietly. Whis set down his empty cup and let out a hearty burp, a look of pure bliss spreading across his face. The noodles were so divine they nearly made him explode with delight. This batch somehow surpassed even the street food stall from his last visit. As Whis composed himself, his expression turned serious. I wish for the young girl to come to the god of destruction's realm for my guidance. Having said this, Whis cast a lingering glance at Osbil, who was still immersed in her noodles. Kazuo thought he had misheard, so he scratched his ear. Seeing Kazuo's comical expression, Vaiz's mouth twitched slightly, but he still said solemnly, I want the little girl to go to the destruction god realm to receive my guidance. Kazuo was stunned on the spot. Kazuo would show this kind of expression, and one could hardly blame him. In the anime, angels serve as the mentor, servant, attendant, and supervisor of the destruction god, and angels are only responsible to the destruction god. Each universe has one destruction god, and each destruction god has one angel. Angels cannot participate in struggles between good and evil, nor can they use angelic abilities to fight. Upon hearing Vaiz's words, Kazuo was truly taken aback. Angels almost never guide others in cultivation. Of course, people like Goku and Vegeta were a different matter entirely. If an angel offered cultivation guidance to someone, there was only one possibility. That person's identity would be a candidate for the destruction god. Thinking of this, Kazuo felt a moment of joy, but quickly composed himself. Being able to catch this ride with Veiz was certainly beneficial. With his guidance, little buyer would surely have a smooth path in cultivation. Moreover, throughout the entire universe, below the Omni King stands the Grand Minister. Below the Grand Minister are the angels, followed by the destruction gods, and behind the destruction gods come the candidate destruction gods. If Osbeer became a candidate destruction god, her status would also become prestigious. This would bring no harm to the Saiyans, rather they could share in the glory of the candidate destruction god. For example, if Frieza knew the Saiyans had such a powerful backer as a candidate destruction god, he would never dare to move against them again. All of the above were immediate benefits. But Kazuo knew that the Saiyans' origins were by no means simple, and their Saiyan bloodline was terrifyingly powerful, growing stronger the stronger their opponents became. In Dragon Ball GT, the Super Saiyan 4 state even appeared. Kazuo believed that even without Veiz, based on his and Little Buyer's talent, they could certainly reach that level, or even surpass Super Saiyan 4. However, with Veiz's instruction, Osbeer's cultivation progress would undoubtedly be very fast, and she might even reach the legendary Ultra Instinct state. Kazuo considered many things, then spoke up. Does Lord Beerus know about this? Lord Beerus has no objections at all. Veiz gave Kazuo a deep look. It seemed this kid already knew about the candidate destruction god. But this was actually better. No need to explain too much to him. Oh. Kazuo paused, then helplessly said, let me ask Little Buyer about this. If Osbeer was unwilling, Kazuo would not force her. Osbeer was eating instant noodles. Hearing someone call her name, she immediately looked up and asked dizzily, Brother Kazuo, are you calling me? Kazuo. Veiz. So everything they had said, Osbeer hadn't heard a single word. What a fool. Veiz spoke directly, little girl, do you want to become stronger? Yes. Osbeer nodded forcefully. Osbeer would always remember how miserable Kazuo looked when he was bullied by Nappa protecting her back then. Osbeer had always resented her lack of strength, constantly holding Kazuo back. In her subsequent training, she had been learning from Kazuo's cultivation methods, but the more she trained, the more she realized she couldn't keep up with Kazuo's pace. She was unwilling to accept this. She wanted to become stronger. She wanted to protect her brother Kazuo. I can teach you cultivation, making you stronger than Kazuo. However, you may not be able to return to this planet for a very long time. Are you willing? Veiz said with a faint smile. Veiz's words were not false. As the mentor of the destruction god, an angel's own strength must be extraordinarily powerful. Having been able to train a master like a destruction god, their teaching methods must certainly be profound. Veiz could tell that Osbeer's talent was not particularly high, but the Saiyan bloodline within her was somewhat strange. Even he found it difficult to fathom. Furthermore, from his observation, Veiz could clearly see that Osbeer possessed that pure and innocent heart. People like this could learn anything very quickly. Indeed, as Veiz had said, when Osbeer learned instant transmission on planet Yardrat, it had taken only 11 months, slightly faster than the adult Goku. Hearing Veiz's words, Osbeer did not speak, but instead looked at Kazuo pitifully. Whatever decision you make, brother, will support you. Kazuo understood her thoughts from Little Buyer's reluctant gaze. No surprise, she was tempted. I agree. Osbeer turned around, her eyes filled with determination as she looked at Veiz. She was reluctant to leave Kazuo, but at this moment the Saiyan bloodline within her seemed to be influencing her, and she agreed, without the slightest hesitation. She craved strength. When her cultivation succeeded, she would protect Kazuo. Kazuo nodded and patted Osbeer on the head. Saiyans generally mature early. A Saiyan like Osbeer, naturally innocent and simple from birth, Kazuo had never seen before. Even Goku only became that way after falling and hitting his head. He and Osbeer were already 11 years old. It was time to let go. Little Buyer, take this. Inside are all your favorite instant noodles, an entire warehouse's worth. Kazuo took out a capsule from his pocket and handed it to Aspire, hoping she would not go hungry when she went to the destruction god realm. His little cotton-padded jacket was about to leave him. Kazuo truly felt reluctant in his heart, but Saiyans were always like this, always finding ways to obtain greater power. Wow, brother, Kazuo is so good. Seeing the capsule being handed over, Aspire instantly forgot her reluctance. Her eyes sparkled as she quickly took the capsule from Kazuo's hand. Kazuo. Vayas. This girl clearly looked reluctant, but the moment she saw food she forgot everything completely. Young Kazuo, goodbye. We'll meet again someday. Vayas, taking advantage of Aspire not having recovered swiftly, took her away from planet Sadala. He was afraid that if he waited the little girl would throw a tantrum, which would be troublesome. With the two of them gone, the house quickly grew quiet. Kazuo stayed still in place, recalling everything about living with Aspire. Power. Kazuo clenched his fist, and an overwhelming momentum erupted from his body. The surrounding space seemed to warp constantly, making cracking sounds. The entire planet Sadala was shrouded in Kazuo's pressure. The detectors of the Lolita people and the Saiyans kept sounding alarms. 300 combat power. 500 combat power. Bang bang. All the detectors on planet Sadala were blown into piles of scrap iron. A year ago, Falia had redesigned the detectors using more advanced materials. The detector's maximum detection limit had already reached 500 combat power. Whoosh. Whoosh. The Saiyans all took to the sky, wanting to see which powerhouse had arrived on planet Sadala, but upon seeing the source of the erupting pressure, they returned to the ground. It's Lord Kazuo, then everything is fine. Aspire followed Weiss and left the planet of Shalada. As time drifted by without Aspire, the planet of Shalada grew noticeably quieter. Meanwhile, Bardak and the others noticed that the persistent follower trailing behind Kazuo had vanished, and they came to inquire with Kazuo about it. Kazuo merely shook his head without offering further explanation, simply stating that she had gone elsewhere to cultivate, and remarked that it was best to say little regarding matters involving a destroyer god. Thereafter, Kazuo's life fell into a narrow routine, either training in the gravity room or cultivating within it. He rarely appeared before others. Even when Philia came seeking him, Kazuo paid her no mind. Time always slips away unawares. 8 years passed in this manner. Deep within the cosmos, a streak of luminous light cut across the sea of stars. Where could it be? A handsome young man blinked his starlit eyes, carefully scanning his surroundings. His figure was tall and lean, his facial features sharp and well-defined, dressed in casual earth attire that lent him an effortlessly stylish aura. Kazuo knitted his brows in concern. Having just emerged from planet Mitamo, he sensed an aura near the planet resembling that of a demonic overlord from hell, profoundly sinister and evil. Planet Mitamo was renowned for its flourishing martial culture, its people devoted to the study of all manner of combat arts. For instance, the secret fusion technique featured in anime was discovered and developed by the Mitamo natives. It was largely thanks to the martial disciplines of the Mitamo people that Kazuo had achieved such strength over these years. Now, encountering such malevolent energy near their planet, he could hardly stand idly by. However, as he pursued the trail into the depths of the cosmos, Kazuo discovered the presence had vanished entirely. Shaking his head, finding no trace of its originator, he had no recourse but to employ instant transmission and depart from the area. Shortly after Kazuo's departure, a wisp of black miasma erupted from the same spot, growing denser and darker. A pair of blood-red eyes materialized within the swirling darkness, crackling with black lightning around them. Earth. Many years had passed since then. Bulma was no longer the little girl she once was, as she had blossomed into a graceful, exquisite young woman. Bulma discovered the Dragon Ball that Kazuo had left behind at home. After researching extensively, she finally learned this was one of the legendary 7 Dragon Balls, said to grant any wish one could imagine. Having encountered the Dragon Balls years earlier, Bulma relied on her memories and quickly constructed another Dragon Radar. A wish had long burned within Bulma's heart. Desiring to use the Dragon Balls to fulfill it, she embarked upon a journey to find them. The Dragon Ball saga officially began. Along the way, Bulma encountered Wukong, Yamcha, Oolong, and others. Though she faced many troubles, her formidable combat prowess allowed her to overcome every obstacle effortlessly. Even Wukong marveled at Bulma's abilities, admitting he could not match her. At the climax within Pilaf's castle, every trick Pilaf devised was seen through by Bulma, and Wukong never transformed into a great ape. When it came time to make a wish, Bulma wished for Kazuo to come to her side. However, Kazuo was still deep in cultivation on planet Mitamo at that time. Though he knew Bulma was searching for him, he was utterly without free time and had to decline Shinran's teleportation. Upon receiving Shinran's response that Kazuo could not come, Bulma's excited expression gradually faded. The subsequent wishes proceeded much as in the original tale, with Oolong secretly wishing for a pair of panties. By age 750, the World Martial Arts Tournament, once held every 5 years, had been shortened to every 3 years. Bulma always remembered Kazuo's words: to soar through the sky, one must persist in daily cultivation. After all these years, only a single senzu bean remained in her pocket. One could imagine how diligently Bulma had trained. Of course, such arduous cultivation had not been without effect. Bulma's combat power had reached 150, but without a teacher, she still could not fly. Bulma did not enter the tournament, as she had never cared for such competitions. Nevertheless, she came to watch Wukong and Krillin's match from the sidelines. Where did that brat Kazuo go? Bulma rested her chin in her palm, her eyes blankly fixed on the battles above. The competition held no appeal for her whatsoever. Years ago, Bulma had already trained her body to its absolute limit. She realized that no matter how hard she trained, she could not further increase her inner strength. Bulma remembered Kazuo telling her that once the warm current within her body grew stronger and thicker, she could attempt to fly. Yet after all these years, Kazuo had appeared on Earth only once, and before he could teach her to fly, he had left again. What a detestable fellow. Just then, 3 figures approached from outside the arena, 2 men and 1 woman. Bulma, the handsome young man, patted her shoulder. Who's there? Bulma was startled and spun around instantly. Having discovered her own capabilities while searching for the Dragon Balls alongside Wukong, she found it deeply unsettling that she had not detected anyone approaching. Bulma looked up. A handsome young man. His striking features felt strangely familiar, as though she had seen them somewhere before. The two stood motionless, the handsome youth silently observing the beautiful girl before him. Her sapphire hair was gathered with a red ribbon, and the tips of her slender brows rose like twin icy peaks as her eyes widened in surprise. With gleaming teeth, rosy lips, and porcelain skin, she was a vision of youthful beauty, a flower in full bloom, endlessly delightful to behold. Bulma felt a flicker of annoyance. How could this man be so impolite? Did he not know that staring at a young woman in such a manner was terribly rude? Suddenly, a flash of realization struck her mind. The handsome young man before her slowly overlapped with her memory of Kazuo. Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief. You're Kazuo. Yamcha and Oolong watched the exchange with curiosity, unsure of who Kazuo was. However, upon spotting the vigorous man standing beside Kazuo, their expressions turned utterly incredulous. That man resembled Wukong. It is I, Kazuo replied with a faint smile. 8 years had passed since his last visit to Earth. Compared to before, the Bulma before him had grown considerably, both more mature and more beautiful. After a brief sensory scan, Kazuo found that Bulma's inner energy had grown substantially. At her current level, she was nearly ready to learn the art of flight. It was plainly evident how much effort Bulma had invested in learning to fly. Through his senses, Kazuo could perceive that among those present, aside from Qinglong on the stage, that is Master Roshi, and Wukong, none of the others could hope to match Bulma in combat. You finally appeared. Bulma eagerly stepped forward and gripped Kazuo's collar. As children often desire whatever they see, Bulma had once insisted on learning Kazuo's flying technique after witnessing it. But as time passed, she discovered she did not truly enjoy the rigors of cultivation. Yet whenever she wished to give up, the image of that brat would surface in her mind, compelling her to persevere. Bulma released her grip. You? Before seeing him, countless words had flowed through her mind, ready to pour out. But now that he stood before her, she found herself at a loss for what to say. Seeing Bulma again after so many years, Kazuo was genuinely delighted. Habitually, he reached out and ruffled her hair. Let's watch the tournament. Over the past few years, Planet Salada had thrived, and the Saiyan squad had established their own mercenary organization in the cosmos. Leveraging their accumulated reputation, the Saiyan mercenary group quickly rose to prominence throughout the universe. Other mercenary organizations harbored resentment toward the Saiyans, but dared not speak against them. After all, who could compete with such overwhelming strength? Meanwhile, Kazuo had been training on Planet Salada. As time passed, he soon reached a bottleneck, and the 600 times gravity chamber could no longer affect him. Kazuo knew that solely focusing on enhancing his combat power was not the answer. The Saiyan race was renowned for their warrior spirit. Thus, Kazuo had left Planet Salada years prior, venturing into the cosmos to seek out all manner of combat. However, in the early stages of the Dragon Ball era, there were hardly any formidable masters in the universe. Just as Kazuo grew disheartened and decided to return to Planet Salada, he discovered an intriguing planet Metamor. Kazuo trained on Planet Metamor for several years. During that time, he heard the voice of Earth's Shenron asking whether he wished to be transported, and he realized the Dragon Ball storyline had already begun. Therefore, after emerging from seclusion, Kazuo returned to Planet Salada and brought Bardock and Jin along to Earth, arriving just as the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament was underway. Kakarot. Jin covered her mouth with her hands, tears welling in her eyes. Goku had been exiled here shortly after birth, and upon seeing his distinctive spiky hairstyle, she recognized him as her son at first glance. Bardock furrowed his brows in silence. He found Kakarot's combat power on the arena floor astonishingly weak. Could this kid truly become a Super Saiyan? Unlike the expressions of the other two, Kazuo, having spent several years on Planet Metamor, found the battles on stage thoroughly captivating, even perceiving the profound intricacy in Master Roshi's techniques. Earthlings inherently possessed mediocre cultivation aptitude, but under the interference and guidance of Kami, Earth's martial arts development had reached its golden age in recent years. It was precisely this circumstance that accounted for their remarkable refinement in martial studies. Thinking thus, Casso found everything perfectly reasonable. The trio watched the match on stage with keen interest while Bulma's gaze remained firmly fixed on Casso's profile. His chiseled, handsome face radiated rugged masculinity, his deep black eyes gleamed with an enchanting luster, and between his brows lingered an undeniable aura of authority. It was hard to imagine that the scrawny boy from years past would grow up to be like this. "Uncle Bardock and Jine, please don't look at the sky in a moment." Casso turned and offered a faint smile. He remembered that in the anime Goku had transformed into a giant ape at the very last moment of the match, and only when Master Roshi shattered the moon did he secure victory. "What did you say?" Bulma paused, thinking Casso was speaking to her. "Nothing. Just watch the match carefully." Perhaps because he hadn't patted someone's head in a long while, Casso found himself involuntarily reaching out to ruffle Bulma's hair again, and to his surprise, she did not resist. Bardock and Jine nodded in understanding. If Casso said so, Earth must also have a moon. Indeed. On the arena, Master Roshi deployed his 10,000 waves shocking palm to restrain Goku. Just as Goku was on the verge of giving up, he glanced up at the full moon and rapidly transformed into a gigantic ape. "What's happening to Goku?" Bulma exclaimed in shock. She had never seen Goku in such a state before. Since it was Bulma who had defeated Pilaf and his gang at the castle, she had never witnessed Goku's great ape transformation. Yamcha and Krillin widened their eyes, their instinct screaming at them to flee, but the giant ape on the stage was Goku, and their worry kept them rooted. They could only cautiously hide behind Bulma and watch. "This is a racial trait of ours," Casso explained. Under the full moon, he also felt a tingling sensation in his tail, but as long as he avoided looking at the moon, there was no danger. Oh, Bulma suddenly understood. So Goku and Casso belonged to the same race. That explained why Goku also had a tail. Nevertheless, seeing Goku transform into his great ape form, Bulma remained calm. With Casso by her side, she felt no fear at all. As Goku completed his transformation, the spectators around the arena scattered in every direction. On the battlefield remained only a giant ape, Master Roshi, and a golden-haired referee. There's no choice then. Master Roshi knew that continuing this fight would only lead to defeat. He raised his gaze, looking through the colossal frame of Goku's great ape form at the full moon above, his eyes narrowing sharply. "Huh, me. Huh, me. Ho." A deep blue energy wave erupted from Master Roshi's hands. "No." Krillin and Yamcha rushed to the arena's edge and shouted desperately. Having witnessed the earlier battles between Piccolo and Goku, they knew all too well that Piccolo was a martial arts master. If Goku were struck by this energy wave, he would likely perish. Can Goku hold out? Bulma looked at Casso, worry evident in her eyes. "He'll be fine." Casso chuckled. Master Roshi had no intention of killing Goku. He only sought to shatter the full moon in the sky. Besides, even with Master Roshi's strength, he might not necessarily pose a threat to Goku in his great ape form. "Then I'm relieved." Bulma placed a hand on her chest. Having searched for the Dragon Balls alongside Goku, the two had become close friends, and Bulma simply could not bear the thought of watching Goku be killed by someone else. Jine and Bardock, however, watched the battle on stage with equanimity. The thick blue energy wave roared toward Goku. Boom. A dense fog engulfed the entire arena. "Is he dead?" Krillin and Yamcha collapsed to the ground, unable to accept that Goku had fallen so easily. When they looked toward Bulma, both men's faces twisted with anger. Bulma had the power to stop Master Roshi, yet she had merely stood by and done nothing. "Goku isn't dead yet." Bulma glared at them sharply. Were they really hoping for Goku to die? As Bulma had said, Goku lay naked on the ground, drowsy and barely conscious. However, unlike in the anime, he made no attempt to rise and resume the duel. Ultimately, under the golden-haired referee's announcement, Piccolo was declared the champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. "Let's go." Seeing the duel conclude, Casso had no intention of interacting with Goku and prepared to leave. Bardock shared the same sentiment. At first, upon seeing Goku's feeble combat power, he had considered taking the boy back for training. But after watching the entire match, the techniques employed by both Master Roshi and Goku seemed almost unbelievable even to him. So this planet truly was extraordinary. Let Kakarot grow up on Earth naturally. "Would you like to come with us?" Casso turned to Bulma and asked with a smile. "Huh, I'll leave." "Leave?" Bulma paused for a moment before snapping back to attention, wrapping both arms around Casso's arm. This time she absolutely would not let him slip away. Sensing the softness against his arm, Casso smiled without comment and used instant transmission to teleport the three of them away from the arena. With their departure, only a bewildered Krillin and the others remained on site. They muttered among themselves, "Goku looks so much like that man from just now. Could he possibly be his son?" Master Roshi stood on the arena, gazing at the spot where Bardock had been standing. From the moment the trio arrived, he had detected the fierce energy radiating from both Bardock and Jine. However, upon learning that they were acquainted with Bulma, his concerns eased considerably. Still, that tall and muscular man bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku. Could it be, as Krillin and the others had suggested, that this man was Goku's father? Deep within the ancient forests of Northern Earth stood a white time-worn pagoda. Upon the tower, Casso materialized atop Karen Tower with the three and called out to the Cat Sage's retreating figure. Cat Sage, long time no see. Who's there? Cat Sage was still watching the scene in the three water vats when he was startled by a voice from behind. Oh, it's you. Upon seeing the visitor, Cat Sage produced a handkerchief from somewhere and wiped his feline face. The scene in the water vat displayed the World Martial Arts Tournament. Nowadays, Earthlings' martial arts proficiency was rising, and some prodigies were emerging from all corners of the land. Son Goku was one such representative. In the final match of the martial arts tournament, Master Roshi disguised himself as a figure named Sheng Long and defeated Son Goku, hoping to teach him that there is always someone greater and higher realms beyond what one can imagine. One must never grow arrogant in cultivation. Cat Sage wholeheartedly agreed with Master Roshi's approach. Gazing at the four people before him, Cat Sage already knew that this young man was none other than that little boy from years past. He never expected the fellow to remain as enigmatic as ever. Cat Sage, do you still have senza beans? Kakos teased the feline master. And no, none left. Hearing Kakos' words, Cat Sage shuddered. This kid was after his senza beans again. Since that day when Kakos had warned him, Cat Sage had come to understand the preciousness of the senza beans. He still regretted the exchange with Kakos back then. How could he possibly claim to have more? Kakos smiled without saying another word. Since this fat cat now understood the importance of the senza beans, he could rest assured. Chi-Chi held Bulma's hand as they strolled about while Bardock followed behind. Upon hearing the words senza beans, he turned his head. So the senza beans came from here. Should he rob this fat cat? Bardock stroked his chin in thought, then decided against it. The senza beans produced from that field on planet Sadala were already sufficient for the Saiyans' needs. Moreover, he noticed that Kakos and Cat Sage seemed to get along well, so there was no need to cause trouble over a few beans. Cat Sage, I trust you've watched the martial arts tournament as well. That little rascal Son Goku possesses remarkable talent. You decide what to do about it. Kakos smiled and continued, I'll head to the temple first. With that, Kakos led the three and vanished atop King Kai's tower. Watching the figures disappear, Cat Sage paused in thought. He knew Son Goku's talent was exceptional, especially that pure heart of his. It was just like that little girl from years ago. Cat Sage thought to himself that he would need to discuss this with Kami. Atop King Kai's tower, through the clouds, a temple floated amidst the void. Kakos appeared here with the three companions. Lush green plants grew around the temple, their leaves rustling softly as a gentle breeze swept through. The temple's surroundings remained exactly as they had been, unchanged to the slightest degree. The air here is so thin, Bulma remarked upon reaching the temple, feeling a bit unaccustomed to it. That's right. Kakos nodded. It was common knowledge that the higher the altitude, the thinner the air. The temple was tens of thousands of meters above ground level, so the thin air was to be expected. Kakos, is this the sacred training ground you mentioned? Bardock asked with a furrowed brow. Before coming to Earth, Kakos had said they would visit a sacred place for cultivation besides seeing Kakarot. Bardock had explored the temple, but found nothing particularly special about it. You'll find out soon enough. Kakos shrugged. If he himself didn't know the wonders of this place, he might have felt the same way as Bardock. The temple was indeed a sacred training ground. This was no falsehood. Aside from the most crucial hyperbolic time chamber, there were also various illusionary realms. In the anime, young Son Goku entered an illusion to train and comprehend the use of ki. However, with Bardock's current combat power of 1 million, those illusions would be of little use to him. The hyperbolic time chamber was his best option. Saiyans enjoyed remarkably long youth periods. Chi-Chi still looked like a beautiful young woman, and she held Bulma's hand as they wandered about. The two chatted animatedly, though it was unclear what they were discussing. At that moment, two figures appeared at the entrance of the temple building. Kami smiled faintly. Kakos, you're back again. Kakos greeted Kami and Bubbles respectfully. Both had been his and Little Byer's mentors, so courtesy was due. After exchanging pleasantries, Kakos stated the purpose of his visit. He wished to borrow the hyperbolic time chamber once more. Kakos was doing this for Bardock's sake. He himself had long reached his limits, so entering the chamber would be of little benefit to him. But Bardock was different. He had never entered the hyperbolic time chamber before, and his first experience would surely bring substantial improvement. Very well, Kami replied with a slight smile. Having interacted with Kakos over a decade ago, he already knew his character well. Borrowing the hyperbolic time chamber was a trivial matter indeed. Follow me, Kami said. Years ago, Kakos and Ossipir had only spent 1 day inside. Kami had assumed Kakos would use the remaining day of the hyperbolic time chamber. It's not me who needs to enter, it's him. Kakos pointed at Bardock and smiled helplessly. Oh. Kami paused briefly but then gestured toward Bardock. Please follow me. The energy within this man and the woman in the distance was extremely terrifying. They lacked the ability to conceal their aura, much like Kakos had been when he first came to Earth. Yet since this man had been brought by Kakos, Kami felt at ease. Very well. Bardock gave a casual nod. According to Cammy's detector, his combat power was merely in the dozens, comparable to a weakling. However, this man was Kako's friend, so there was no need to make things difficult for him. It was just that Saiyans typically viewed the weak with disdain, and Bardock was no exception. Bardock followed Cammy toward the room within the temple. Kako's had observed all of Bardock's expressions earlier. The pride of the Saiyans was indeed deeply ingrained in their bones. Much like Vegeta's, his pride would not allow him to accept being surpassed by a lower-class warrior like Son Goku. Yet Vegeta had remained in second place all along, never achieving that transcendence. Thinking of this, Kako's offered a helpless smile. Sir, the hyperbolic time chamber is equipped with various daily necessities. However, the environment is quite harsh, so you must prepare yourself mentally. Cammy led Bardock to a mysterious room. Bardock nodded. Before coming to Earth, Kako's had already told him about the wonders of the hyperbolic time chamber. So such chambers truly existed in the world, capable of controlling time itself. It was truly unbelievable. Everything Cammy had mentioned was now clear to Bardock. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, one must exit before the hourglass ran out, otherwise they would be trapped inside until death. Alright, all the precautions have been explained. Cammy looked at Bardock, then opened the door to the hyperbolic time chamber. An aura thick with the essence of time swept toward Bardock, and he could genuinely feel time flowing noticeably around him. Looking around, the entire world was blanketed in white. All color vanished beyond the entrance. Furthermore, the temperature here matched what Kako's had described, extremely dry. Before he had taken 2 steps, his throat already felt quite uncomfortable. Yet if both Kazuo and Albia could spend a whole year in the spirit time chamber, he had no reason to lose to 2 children. Moreover, Saiyans are inherently fearless in their pursuit of greater power. Soon Bardock began his training. Bulma and Jain took a stroll around the temple. This was the very temple that martial artists spoke of. Apart from the slightly thin air, it was quite beautiful. Bulma walked up to Kazuo and said with mild indignation, "Kazuo, where have you been all these years? I had Shenlong teleport you here before, but you refused." Years ago, Tights had gone out to gather material for her novel Dr. Briefs was busy researching various technologies, and Mrs. Briefs was preoccupied with tending her flowers and plants. Back home, only Bulma remained. Every day, aside from classes and training, she had no one to talk to, and a sense of loneliness often lingered in her heart. Bulma knew she didn't truly enjoy training, but she could find nothing else to do. And every time she wanted to give up, the image of that stubborn yet soft-hearted little boy from years ago would surface in her mind. When she found the Dragon Balls in the storage room at home, she resolutely set out on her journey to gather them. Yet when she made her wish, Shenlong informed her that Kazuo had refused to be teleported. The disappointment she felt back then was beyond imagination. "Well, I was at a critical point in my training and couldn't be teleported." Kazuo rubbed his head and gave an awkward smile. "Forget it, just teach me how to fly," Bulma said crossly. In truth, she felt quite resentful inside, but seeing Kazuo, all her grievances melted away. Especially when she looked at his handsome face, her heart would involuntarily race. How much had this kid changed? "Alright, follow me." Kazuo patted Bulma's head and led her to the center of the temple. "You've been training for so many years, you should be familiar with that warm current inside you by now." Kazuo sat Bulma down on the ground and smiled. "That warm current is what we call energy or chi, but the concept of chi might be too profound for you right now. Let me teach you how to use energy directly." Back when Kazuo learned to control chi, it had taken him a whole month. He didn't think Bulma could master it in a short time, so he decided to teach her the method of using energy. Energy is just a broad term. Everyone has it inside them. For instance, when we work, we use physical strength. That's actually the body instinctively releasing energy. When working, it's instinctive release or passive release. To fly, we need to release energy actively. Kazuo was about to continue explaining the concept of energy when Bulma waved her hand and interrupted him. "Stop rambling, just teach me how to fly." Kazuo. For a martial arts novice like Bulma, talking too much was indeed useless. It was better to simply teach her how to actively release the energy within her body. With that thought, Kazuo nodded. "Close your eyes like me and relax your body." Seeing Kazuo close his eyes, Bulma followed suit. Kazuo's words guided her slowly, much like in the anime, where Gohan taught Videl. Relax the body, enter a meditative state, and gradually guide that warm current from within. As time passed, Bulma immersed herself in her meditative world. Sensing her breathing had become steady, Kazuo opened his eyes. Bulma had quite the talent, but unfortunately she didn't enjoy training. Kazuo sighed inwardly. Yet this was the Bulma that should be. If she became like Goku, obsessed with training, the Dragon Ball world would lose a scientific genius. Kazuo quietly left the area so as not to disturb Bulma. He went to the other side. "Kazuo, that little girl is very cute," Jain said softly with a smile as he approached. Yeah." Kazuo nodded awkwardly. In Dragon Ball, the cutest and most beautiful were Bulma and Android 18, and they were also the most popular. "Kid, you figure it out yourself." Jain covered her mouth and giggled. She knew that in a while Bardock would hand over the Saiyans to Kazuo. For an outstanding Saiyan like Kazuo, reproduction was extremely difficult, so the more companions the better, and she could tell that both sides had feelings for each other. We'll see. Kazuo, whose face was usually as thick as steel, actually blushed a little. Who wouldn't love a cute girl like Bulma? Half a day passed. Kazuo leaned against a tall green plant, quietly watching the graceful figure in the center of the temple. As Jin had said, Kazuo had liked Bulma, an android 18 in his past life. When he came to Earth back then, besides getting senzu beans, one of his goals was to see the goddesses in his heart. Back then Bulma was still very young, with a somewhat lively personality, but she already had the features of a beauty. Vegeta, huh? Kazuo curled his lip. I won't let Bulma go to you. As Kazuo was lost in thought, a faint glow appeared around the slender figure. The glow shimmered like a luminous pearl in the darkness, flickering in Bulma's palm. Hum. A low hum surrounded the glow. Bulma slowly opened her eyes, and seeing the tiny light in her hand, shouted excitedly, Kazuo. Kazuo, look, I did it. But just as she was overjoyed, the light in her hand suddenly went out. Why did it go out? Seeing the light vanish, Bulma felt as if she had fallen from heaven to hell. All these years she had worked countless days and nights just to make Kazuo see her in a new light, and she had been anxious when the warmth inside her failed to grow. When she finally succeeded in condensing energy outside her body, Bulma was ecstatic, as if at any moment she would hear Kazuo's praise. But the light went out again. Bulma felt a sting in her nose and heat in her eyes. She was heartbroken. With a swoosh, Kazuo appeared beside her. Seeing her like this, he was taken aback, but quickly understood why she felt this way. Don't cry, little one. Kazuo felt a pang of sympathy and couldn't help pulling her into his arms. It's okay. You've already succeeded in releasing energy outside your body. You're just not familiar with it yet. Really? Bulma's voice choked with emotion. Really, trust me. Once you become proficient at releasing energy, you'll be able to fly in the sky, just like me. Kazuo held her tightly. In the anime, when Gohan taught Videl had the same experience. The first time she condensed energy, it dissipated quickly, but later she still learned the Bukijutsu. Listening to Kazuo's explanation, Bulma felt that it seemed to be the case. She had already memorized the sensation of releasing energy, and with a few more attempts she would surely become proficient. However, her reaction just now had been a bit intense, and now leaning against Kazuo's embrace, she felt somewhat embarrassed. Yet Bulma did not think of breaking free from his arms. Instead, she tightened her hold around his waist. Haha. Seeing Bulma embrace him back, Kazuo let out a foolish chuckle. The two pressed close together. The girl's years of cultivation had not made her body rigid, but rather full of supple tenderness. The fresh, subtle fragrance from her kept wafting into his nose, and Kazuo couldn't help but hold her even tighter. Kazuo, are you going to leave here again soon? Bulma blinked her round eyes, her voice somewhat low. She had reason to say this. Over the years, Kazuo had only come to Earth once, and he had left without even exchanging a few words with her. No, this time I'll stay on Earth for a while. Kazuo smiled, breathing in her fragrance. Really? Really? Oh yeah. Bulma hugged Kazuo, overjoyed. Kazuo patted her on the head, feeling a pang of pity at her happiness. Just how lonely had this silly girl been? He wondered whether he should take Bulma to live on the salad planet from now on. But after a moment's thought, Kazuo shook his head. The development of Earth's story could not do without Bulma. You go ahead and keep practicing. I need to find Mr. Popo. Kazuo pressed his forehead against Bulma's and said gently. Being stared at so intently by Kazuo, Bulma felt shy, so she lowered her head and nodded lightly. As Kazuo had said, she had already memorized that sensation, so she had to practice it several more times quickly. If she waited a few days to cultivate again, the effect would surely be greatly diminished. On the other side, the Guardian was observing the mortal world with Popo standing beside him. The development of martial arts on Earth had indeed improved a lot. Besides the young Goku, the Guardian also noticed the little bald-headed boy beside him, whose talent was quite remarkable. If he had a good teacher, he would surely achieve great things in the future, perhaps even surpassing Master Mateto. But when he turned his head and glanced at Kazuo, the Guardian sighed inwardly. No one on Earth could compare to Kazuo now. Kazuo, what do you think of the martial arts development on Earth? The Guardian asked as he watched him approach slowly. Not bad. Kazuo nodded indifferently. The Guardian. Looking at Kazuo's calm expression, he knew that the man looked down on the Earthling's level of strength. But that was understandable. This man had crossed the universe to reach Earth years ago, displaying powers that were world-shaking and unparalleled. Kazuo had no idea what the Guardian was thinking. If he had, he would have said that most Earthlings lacked talent, but as long as Vegeta and Goku were there, Earth would remain the most profound planet in the universe. Guardian, I came here for another purpose. To see Mr. Popo. Kazuo's tone carried a hint of apology. The Guardian paused, then understood that Kazuo wanted a private word with Popo. Very well, I have matters to attend to as well. The Guardian glanced at Kazuo, then leaned on his staff and went back into the temple. With the Guardian gone, the temple plaza was left with Bulma practicing in the center, while Jin was admiring the flowers and plants nearby. Hello, Mr. Popo, Kazuo said respectfully. Popo's gaze was calm and unperturbed, showing no reaction. Kazuo was taken aback, but quickly recovered. Popo's nature was such that even if the sky fell, he would not panic. Nothing unusual there. Mr. Popo, I would like you to teach me the third stage of cultivation, Kazuo said with reverence. Years ago, Aosabir had left the Salad Planet with Whis. With the guidance of the god of destruction's master, Aosabir's strength would surely soar. Kazuo knew that apprentices for the god of destruction had to pass assessments, but he believed that little girl, with her talent and obsession with power, would surely pass the trials. Thinking of this, his own combat power was probably less than a fraction of hers. If he were surpassed just like that, Kazuo felt a bit unwilling. You have Whis, but I have Popo, Kazuo thought to himself. Yet he was unsure whether Popo would be willing to teach him. Hearing Kazuo's words, a flicker finally appeared in Popo's usually placid eyes. Your soul is very strong, and your comprehension is far beyond ordinary people. But your strength is insufficient to sustain that realm. Popo said plainly. I still want to try. Kazuo bowed again, speaking earnestly. Over the years, Kazuo had pondered whether to walk the path of realms or the path of Super Saiyan 4. In Dragon Ball Super, Goku broke through to Super Saiyan 3, then absorbed the light from Gohan, Goten, Vegeta, Trunks, and the child in Vidal's womb Pan to awaken as Super Saiyan God, and finally broke through to Super Saiyan Blue. In Dragon Ball GT, Goku transformed into a golden great ape, and then into Super Saiyan 4. The path of the gods and Super Saiyan 4 were two different roads, and many people in the past had debated which was more powerful. Kazuo did not know which path was stronger, but he knew that breaking through to the godly realm required the righteous light of 5 pure-hearted Saiyans, unless one could achieve it through sheer enlightenment. Super Saiyan 4, on the other hand, was a path of bloodline instinct. Only by elevating the Saiyan bloodline to an extreme degree, and then regaining oneself from the terrifying rage of the golden great ape, could one possibly break through to Super Saiyan 4. Kazuo thought to himself, why not walk both paths simultaneously? The ancestral planet of the Saiyans had been restored. Having lived on the Salad Planet for so many years, Kazuo had long experienced the benefits of the homeworld. His bloodline was constantly being sublimated, and he felt that he was only one catalyst away from breaking through to the Super Saiyan state. Coupled with his own exceptional comprehension, Kazuo believed he could manage both paths. Popo stood quietly watching Kazuo, his black eyes utterly still. After a moment of silence, all right, Popo nodded. Then he turned and walked back into the temple. Watching Popo's retreating figure, Kazuo let out a soft sigh of relief, having feared that Popo would refuse him. In the anime, after Goku defeated Piccolo Daimao and climbed the temple to spar with Popo, he was severely trounced. When Goku asked Popo to teach him, Popo had agreed. It seemed that whoever asked Popo, he would never refuse. The Celestial Realm's divine hall was enveloped in profound silence. In the center of the plaza, Bulma ceaselessly condensed the energy within her body, the radiance in her palm flickering a light and extinguishing in turn. Yet she remained undaunted, her release of energy growing ever more adept. Kazuo watched as Bobo entered the house and had yet to emerge, but he was not impatient. Since Bobo had given his word, Kazuo trusted that he would indeed teach him. Turning his head, he saw the smile on Bulma's face growing ever brighter. Kazuo knew she had already mastered the control of the energy within her body. Kazuo, look. Bulma raised her hand and dashed over joyfully. The streak of light in her palm showed no sign of dissipating even as she ran at full speed. As the distance between them shrank, Bulma abruptly dispersed the energy in her hand, leaped with all her might, and jumped directly onto Kazuo. She stretched out both arms and wrapped them tightly around Kazuo's neck. At this moment, Bulma was utterly delighted. Struck by her impact, her soft form pressed firmly against Kazuo's body, and he could distinctly feel the two prominent curves. Her supple figure and the faint, delicate fragrance emanating from her incessantly stirred him. Kazuo's breath caught his body, stiffened, and an inexplicable surge of impulse rushed straight to his mind. He hastily recoiled, but Bulma's face had already flushed crimson. Her gaze darted evasively, not daring to meet Kazuo's eyes, yet her arms still clung to him. Kazuo too was flushed a deep red. Apart from being embraced by Thais years ago and inadvertently glimpsing Phileas Snowy, he had never been in such close contact with a girl. You little rascal. Kazuo stroked her smooth blue hair to mask his embarrassment. Kazuo, look. I can condense energy proficiently now. Bulma's tone was brimming with excitement, as if the awkward moment had long been forgotten. Their eyes met, and she condensed a white energy sphere with a single hand. Aren't I amazing? Bulma narrowed her eyes. She had never imagined she could master the condensation of energy so quickly. She had thought it would take at least a week. Truly, she was a genius. Seeing Bulma lift her fair chin so proudly, how could Kazuo not read her mind? She simply wanted to hear him praise her. Bulma, you're truly remarkable, Kazuo said, embracing her delicate form and lowering his head to whisper by her ear. In the anime, Videl also learned to release energy in a single day, but she was no match for Bulma. Bulma could proficiently release energy in just one day, and with a single hand at that. Thinking this way, Bulma was indeed a genius. Hearing Kazuo's words, Bulma shook her little head. All these years of training were for this moment, to hear his commendation. Come, I'll teach you how to fly into the sky. Kazuo, seeing her dazed expression, found her unbearably adorable. He quickly released her and prepared to instruct her on flying. Bulma nodded firmly, her tiny fists clenched in an endearing manner. To fly, you must first learn to control the energy within you. The energy you just released can not only become a terrifying bomb, but also lift you into the air. Kazuo paused, then continued, since you can already release energy proficiently, try concentrating that energy beneath your feet. The thrust generated by the energy will allow you to soar. In fact, what Kazuo said was similar to how Gohan taught Videl in the anime. For beginners, first concentrate energy under the feet, and once accustomed to lifting off, they could then coordinate flight direction by enveloping the whole body with energy. Alright, I'll try. A look of eager anticipation appeared on Bulma's face. Following Kazuo's instructions, she gathered energy beneath her feet. Indeed, the moment the energy was released underfoot, Bulma immediately felt a force propelling her soles. She thought if she released more energy she could fly, so she abruptly unleashed a surge. Up. Propelled by this force, Bulma shot straight into the sky. But since she couldn't yet fly, she immediately plummeted after reaching a certain height, crying out in panic. Kazuo, save me. Bulma's hands flailed instinctively, trying to grasp something to break her fall. I'm here. Kazuo flew into the air, catching her securely. Seeing her eyes squeezed shut, she looked utterly adorable. Phew phew phew. Bulma patted her chest. Why didn't you save me sooner? You scared me to death. Didn't I come to save you? Kazuo rolled his eyes. He hadn't expected Bulma to shoot straight into the sky. This was no ordinary feat for an Earthling. Put me down. I want to keep practicing. Remember to catch me. Bulma stuck out her tongue at Kazuo. She had already tasted a hint of the freedom of flying. As long as she practiced more, just like condensing energy, she would surely achieve true flight. Alright. Kazuo patted her head and brought her back to the ground. Bulma began her flight training, shooting up repeatedly, but unable to stabilize her body, she kept falling from the sky. Yet as time slowly passed, she managed to stabilize herself in the air, achieving a hover. Seeing this, Kazuo was naturally overjoyed. He had silently praised Bulma's talent many times, but he still underestimated her. In Kazuo's view, Bulma's talent was far superior to Videl's, especially her comprehension ability. Could it be that intelligence enhances cultivation as well? Another half-day passed, and Bulma finally learned to fly. Though her flight path was crooked, she could now soar leisurely through the sky. So this is what it means to fly freely. Bulma shouted excitedly in the sky. Years ago, when Aspier had taken her flying, she had always envied Kazuo and the others. She had thought if only she could fly too. Now that she had learned to fly, she wouldn't need to take a jet to school anymore. Thinking this, she gleefully scooted forward a few meters. Kazuo smiled. He recalled that when he first transmigrated into the Dragon Ball world, he had felt the same thrill as Bulma when he first took to the skies. Just then, prepare for the third stage of training. Bobo appeared beside Kazuo from nowhere. His silent, sudden appearance startled Kazuo. This was not the first time Bobo had surprised him. Kazuo turned around and shot Bobo an exasperated look.